The apocalypse has descended. Yet, Yishi finds herself manipulated by the narrative, transformed into the despised villainess. She helplessly witnesses her beloved sister, Yi Yan, fall victim to the male lead, Wang Chen's emotional manipulation, leading to her demise. In the end, driven by vengeance, she meets a tragic fate herself, her bones left untraceable. Upon being reborn, Yishi decisively tears apart the script of the wicked female antagonist, embarking on a path to alter their fates alongside her sister. She saves the male lead's expendable pawn and the female lead's devoted male counterpart. Even the formidable antagonist, whom the main couple fears most, she rescues. Not only does she save him, but she also aids him in avoiding his death, leading him onto a pirate's ship to conspire against the main couple. However, where has this great villain disappeared to after searching the entire globe? Reborn, Wang Chun is brimming with confidence. He believes this time he can redeem himself by eliminating Yi Shi and seizing her extraordinary abilities, thus becoming the strongest ruler of the first base. Yet, when he finally finds Yi Shi, he is taken aback by the formidable human weapon squad, the monstrous beasts, and the bizarrely sinister boss, Lu Feihan. How is it that they are all surrounding Yi Shi, laughing together? Chapter 1 Rebirth. Xiao Shi, even if your sister begs you, can you please stop being so willful? A woman's nearly pleading voice echoes in her ears. Yi Shi suppresses her headache and opens her eyes. Upon meeting the familiar and gentle face of the woman, she feels a moment of disorientation. Sister? Yi Shi is utterly bewildered, her pupils dilating in shock. How can her sister, who has been dead for 7 long years, suddenly appear before her? Moreover, didn't she perish in a mutual destruction with Wang Chun while seeking revenge for her sister? How could she still be alive? Yi Shi is filled with questions, and as she gazes at the woman before her, the small red mole on her brow appears vividly familiar. Yi Yan furrows her brows, her tone tinged with concern. Xiao Shi Ran is very angry. Although he is willing to forgive you this time for my sake, he has informed the captain that next time we have a mission, if you're there, he won't be. Shi Ran? The captain? Why do they sound so familiar?
Yehi Sudani Volts, Surveying Her Surroundings.
The strange room, the empty street outside, devoid of any other figures. It feels as if the apocalypse has just begun. She cannot be sure. Resolutely, she reaches out to touch Yi Yan's face. It is warm. Xiao Shi? Yi Yan questions, brushing away Yi Shi's hand from her face. Xiao Shi, stop fooling around. I'm discussing serious matters with you. I understand. But can I hug you, sister? Upon confirming that her sister is indeed alive, Yi Shi's eyes well up with tears, gazing intently at her, her voice trembling. Xiao Shi, you. Yi Yan observes her sister, whose voice suddenly chokes with emotion, and her eyes redden, sensing something amiss. Could it be that her earlier reprimand was too harsh? But before she can say more, Yi Shi has already enveloped her in a tight embrace. She can feel Yi Shi's body trembling, and she is crying. Yi Yan is somewhat taken aback yet cannot help but sigh. Xiao Shi, I know you are still adjusting to life in the apocalypse, but the current situation leaves us no choice. Even if you wish to leave this team, we must wait until we are powerful enough. Leaving now would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. Sister, I understand. Yi Shi clings tightly to her long-lost sister, hastily replying, I can change. This time, Yi Yan is left dumbfounded. Can her sister truly comprehend her words? She studies Yi Shi's profile. Today's sister appears somewhat different. No, to be precise, her sister has not been normal since the onset of the apocalypse, including now. Recalling the past month of Yi Shi's behavior, Yi Yan's brows furrow once more, her disbelief evident as she solemnly states, Xiao Shi, since you understand, think carefully about how we, as sisters, will survive in this apocalypse. If you believe you were right about Shi Ran, then I will take you out of the team tomorrow. We will leave together. Yi Yan's demeanor is firmer than ever, and after speaking, she turns to leave.
Sister.
Yi Shi watches her sister's retreating figure, her emotions gradually calming. She lifts her gaze and sees her reflection in the full-length mirror. A fair, exquisite face, unmarred by scars. Soft, wavy hair, clean clothes, and hands that are smooth and unblemished. None of this resembles the person who struggled for survival a decade later in the apocalypse. She has truly been reborn. Moreover, she has returned to a month after the apocalypse began. In that instant, a bright and resolute light ignites in Yi Shi's eyes. With the apocalypse having only commenced a little over a month ago, it signifies that there is still a chance for redemption. At present, she is merely beginning to be influenced by the so-called plot, engaging in actions befitting a villainess. This is not beyond her power to change. In her previous life, her body was occupied by a strange force, her consciousness adrift. Yet, she could observe her body being controlled, committing actions that were loathsome, gradually becoming the villainess whom all despised. It was this binding power that forced her to witness her sister, Yi Yan, deceived and toyed with by the male lead, Wang Chen, ultimately leading to her tragic death before her eyes. Thinking of this, Yi Shi's expression darkens. She clenches her fists, feeling every inch of her body. Indeed, that force controlling her has vanished. Perhaps it was her desperate self-destruction alongside Wang Chen that allowed her to break free from that bondage. Yi Shi does not know why she has been reborn. Since she has been granted this opportunity, she will never tread the same path as in her previous life. At all costs, she must change her sister Yi Yan's tragic fate. She must ensure Yi Yan escapes the clutches of that despicable Wang Chen. Knock, knock. Shiran is coming. Please step outside. Yi Yan's voice resounds again from outside the door. Yi Shi regains her focus, recalling everything that transpired at this point in her last life. The day after the outbreak of the zombie virus, Yi Yan fell into a high fever, awakening her healing abilities, and began leading her to escape. Along the way, they encountered Shening Cheng and a few friends who formed a team. In order for the sisters to survive, Yi Yan willingly exposed her healing abilities and joined Shening Cheng's team. But by then, she was already under the control of a mysterious force. As the team began assigning tasks, she started to slack off. Initially, everyone tolerated her lazy behavior for Yi Yan's sake. Yet, as Yi Yan shared her rations with her, the team members began to grow discontent. Additionally, over the past month, she had begun to act out more frequently, either throwing tantrums or wasting resources on excessive baths or feeding stray dogs. Even worse was this instance. While everyone was focused on escaping from zombies, she deliberately lured zombies behind Shiran, standing there with a sinister smile as the danger approached. She did this solely out of a desire for revenge after a prior quarrel with Shiran. Yi Yan's words were not mere threats. Her antics over the past month had put Yi Yan in a difficult position between her and Shening Cheng's team, leading her to consider taking her away from the team. However, with her uselessness and Yi Yan's inherently fragile healing abilities, the sisters would only find death should they leave the team. In her previous life, upon hearing Yi Yan express a desire to leave the team, she did indeed behave for a while. But soon after, Shening Cheng's team suffered significant casualties. To survive, the sisters had no choice but to join another team, the team of the male lead, Wang Chen, marking the beginning of their nightmares. Yi Shi's eyes sharpen, her teeth clenched, and a stronger fire of rage and hatred erupts within her. This time, she will not allow Yi Yan to join Wang Chen's team, nor will she permit her sister any interaction with that vile man. The best course of action at present is to temporarily remain within Shening Cheng's team and rapidly strengthen oneself. Outside the door, Shiran stood with her arms crossed, narrowing her eyes at the firmly shut door. With a cold snort, she gritted her teeth and addressed Yan, "Sister Yan, you need not constantly apologize for her and clean up her messes. I've said all that needs to be said. In this team, it's either me or her." Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Shiran as she met Yi Shi's eerie, cold gaze. Chapter 2. Has her power awoken?
Yiran, apologize.
Today's incident was my fault, and I sincerely apologize to you. Shiran was taken aback. Had this person taken leave of their senses? That earlier glance had seemed so full of malice aimed at him. How much did Shiran despise Yi Shi? She had never encountered anyone as incompetent and infantile as Yi Shi. It had been over a month since the apocalypse, yet she acted as if nothing had changed. While everyone else ventured out to scavenge for resources and enhance their combat skills, she insisted on lounging idly at the temporary shelter. Compared to Yi Yan, her sister, who though not exceptionally strong, adeptly utilized her healing abilities and diligently joined them in battling zombies and gathering supplies every day, Yi Shi's attitude was simply worlds apart. Every time, Yi Yan would return, utterly exhausted, yet still find the strength to tend to each of them. Shiran admired that spirit immensely. Yet, Yi Yan brought along her burdensome and useless sister, who seemed somewhat overly attached to her. After a long day of hard work, Yi Yan would distribute the better supplies she had received from the captain to Yi Shi. After witnessing this a few times, Shiran was incensed. Approaching Yi Shi, she directly mocked, "I've never seen anyone as useless as you. In this apocalypse, You still depend on your sister for sustenance. Have you lost your ability to fend for yourself? To her surprise, Yishi brazenly retorted, What business is it of yours? My sister is more than willing to take care of me. Then, she went even further, taking away all of Yi Yan's food. Yi Yan looked at her with a mix of affection and helplessness, saying, I'm sorry, Shiran. Little she wasn't like this before. She just couldn't cope after the outbreak. Shiran rolled her eyes. What did not coping even mean? Was she the only one struggling? Hadn't they all faced similar challenges? How else could one survive in this zombie-infested world? From that moment on, her disdain for Yi Shi only grew, and she would mock her at every opportunity.
Naturalli, jevi reciprocetet her disdain.
At times, the cold, venomous glare she directed at Ishiran sent chills down her spine. Finally, Yi Shi decided to confront her. Thinking back to the moment when a zombie lunged at her, nearly biting off her neck, Ishiran's loathing and contempt for Yi Shi deepened further. Standing at the door, she scrutinized the woman who had just apologized to her, sneering, If apologies were effective, why don't you try escaping death at the hands of a zombie instead? Yi Shi, spare me your insipid theatrics. I am not swayed by your antics. Let me make myself clear. If it weren't for Yi Yan's sake, in this team, it would be either me or you. She utterly dismissed Yi Shi's apology.
Ye yan furolet her brov, liran.
Sister Yi Yan, I sincerely suggest that Yi Shi's presence is the greatest burden for our team. Since she enjoys lying around so much, let's leave her here. You should accompany us on our next departure. After stating her case, Ishiran cast a disdainful glance at Yi Shi before turning to leave. Yi Yan watched her retreating figure, her brow knitted in concern, unsure of what to do. She then turned to her sister, Yi Shi. Yi Shi gazed at her and softly said, Sister, I genuinely apologize to him. Though she had been compelled to act, it nearly cost Ishiran her life, making this apology necessary. Yi Yan looked at her in surprise. She had not anticipated Yi Shi would take the initiative to apologize. Today, her sister felt distinctly different, almost as if she had reverted to her former self. Yi Yan bit her lip, taking Yi Shi's hand, her heart calming. Little Shiran may have a sharp tongue, but she has a kind heart. Now that you've apologized, she will surely take it to heart. However, your behavior of late has indeed been unsatisfactory. It seems as if you've completely transformed. But I understand that it's likely due to the upheaval caused by the apocalypse, and your mindset hasn't adjusted yet. Yi Shi nodded, gazing at her sister, who enveloped her with affection. She opened her mouth, wanting to disclose the truth about her rebirth. Yet, strangely, the words felt lodged in her throat, rendering her incapable of uttering a sound. Yi Shi's complexion shifted as she instinctively touched her neck. Though nothing was amiss, in that fleeting moment, a familiar force resurfaced. Instantly, her face grew pale. Little Yi Yan, noticing her change in color, assumed she had spoken too harshly. Yi Shi shook her head, Sister, I'm fine. She quelled the thought of revealing her rebirth. Once again, she found her voice, as if a restraint had been lifted. However, this constraint felt different from her previous life. It did not compel her toward malevolent acts. Had it been so, when she apologized to Ishiran, this force would have suppressed her words, twisting them into insults. In her past life, she had been manipulated in such a manner for 5 long years. She was all too familiar with that sensation. But this felt entirely different. In an instant, the barrier against her revelation of rebirth had vanished. Yi Shi's eyes flickered. At this moment, her thoughts were clearer and more rational than ever. Yi Yan observed Yi Shi and sighed helplessly, Little Shi, do not worry. I will speak with Ishiran and the captain. Yi Shi pressed her lips together, grasping her hand, whispering, Sister, I promise I will not act willfully again. Yi Yan gently patted her hand, smiling tenderly. I believe in you. Now go rest in your room. With that, she withdrew her hand and headed downstairs. Yi Shi watched her sister's departing figure, feeling a pang in her heart. She understood that Yi Yan did not genuinely believe she would change, for over the past month, she had made too many promises. When had she ever kept one? Ishiran's contempt for her had made her a pariah in the team. Altering their perception of her would not be an easy feat yet. If she did not change, how could she and Yi Yan continue to remain in Xiningqing's team?
Jevi rubbet her temples, her gaze drifting outside.
The bright sunlight contrasted starkly with the bleak, sunless world that awaited them 10 years hence. At least for now, it still felt warm. In 10 years, the Earth would be besieged by catastrophic disasters, leaving only endless darkness and cold. Yet, there would be a glimmer of hope. A super base would emerge, sheltering all survivors globally. There, humanity would once again bask in sunlight, and life would begin anew. Everyone would be granted a second chance at life. Yi Shi's eyes brightened further, her resolve to alter Yi Yan's fate strengthening, determined to help her live well and reach the future superbase, embarking on a new life. However, as she glanced down at her hands, her lips pressed together. It appeared she was unable to awaken any abilities. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a sharp pain pierced through her head. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an expansive, white void. The space was not only vast, but just a few meters away lay a pool of blue liquid. Spatial abilities? Yi Shi was both surprised and elated. Could this be the perk of her rebirth? She wasted no time, hastening towards the pool, only to discover that the liquid was not water, but a deep blue fluid. She crouched down, cupping a handful of water in her hands. The azure fluid seemed to come alive, transforming into slender streams that wove their way toward her. Chapter 3. A grievous end. She was momentarily taken aback. The cool, flowing liquid penetrated her being, yet it did not evoke a hint of discomfort. Instead, her body felt rejuvenated, becoming increasingly relaxed and at ease. Was this a healing ability, or a manifestation of spring water powers? She found it difficult to discern. When she once again extended her hand into the azure fluid, it fell silent, no longer swirling toward her.
Yehi purset her lips, slightly perplexed.
Raising her gaze to the vast expanse of white around her, she wondered how to escape this place. Her confusion deepened. In the next instant, darkness enveloped her. Yi Shi discovered herself standing motionless at the doorway of her room, maintaining the same posture as before. "Xiao Shi, it's time for dinner," called Yi Yan as she approached with a palm-sized iron basin filled with food. Yi Shi snapped back to reality, deciding to postpone her exploration of the peculiar space and the azure liquid. "Xiao Shi, today's meal was prepared by Ruo Qing. It's quite fresh. If there's anything you dislike,
Don't force yourself to eat.
I can help you finish it later," Yi Yan offered, placing the food before her. Yi Shi lowered her gaze at the meal, which included both meat and vegetables, an ordinary home-cooked dish before the apocalypse. However, since the world had changed over a month ago, their team rarely enjoyed such sustenance. Moreover, only Yi Yan received such generous portions, as her healing abilities required considerable energy to mend the wounds of the entire group. In essence, Yi Yan was the most vital member of the team. Otherwise, Shuning Chung would not tolerate a perceived burden like her remaining in the group. Yi Yan had previously told Shuning Chung, "I will take my sister with me. If she does not stay, I will not either."
Now.
Gazing at the bowl of food, Yi Shi felt a pang of emotion. No matter her behavior, Yi Yan had never considered abandoning her. She had consistently reserved the best for her, even unto death. "Xiao Shi?" Seeing her motionless, Yi Yan puzzledly pressed chopsticks and a spoon into her hand. "Hurry and eat." "What about you, sister?" Yi Shi looked up, inquiring, "If I eat your food, what will you have?" Yi Yan paused, then smiled gently. "I can't eat that much. Once you cannot eat anymore, I'll have a few bites." "No way." Yi Shi's tone grew firm as she grasped Yi Yan's hand, insisting, "Go find a bowl. We'll share." "Xiao Shi." Yi Yan was led downstairs by her sister, lost in thought. Had her sister truly changed? Their temporary residence was a villa. Upon reaching the kitchen, they found all the team members gathered there. Yi Shi ran, seeing Yi Yan, was about to greet her, but upon noticing Yi Shi, his smile vanished, replaced by a sullen expression. Particularly as he observed Yi Shi holding Yi Yan's food, he could not suppress his temper, taunting. "I can't fathom how someone who has spent the entire day at home can brazenly snatch someone else's food. Their audacity is thicker than city walls." Yi Shi ignored him, retrieving bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. She transferred all the meat and most of the vegetables into Yi Yan's bowl. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, she met Yi Shi's glare and retorted, "My sister and I prefer to share a bowl. She enjoys taking care of me. What's wrong? Are you jealous? If you are, go find yourself a sister. But even if you do, she won't compare to my sister's love for me. You can continue to stew in your jealousy." The room fell silent at her words. Yi Shiran was momentarily speechless, having never encountered such a bold response. He stared at Yi Shi, bewildered. The others shared his sentiment. Shen Yingqing cast a discreet glance at Yi Shi, observing her as she pushed the bowl overflowing with meat toward Yi Yan, saying, "Sister, eat this. You have a small appetite. If you can't finish, I'll help you." It was indeed astonishing. The Yi Shi of the past would have consumed every morsel of food Yi Yan provided, regardless of her appetite. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes. His dark gaze fixated on Yi Shi, a faint smirk of mockery playing on his lips. It seemed she had learned some cleverness. What scheme was she concocting now? The seemingly simple-minded Yan Ziming remained silent, continuing to eat his meal. Fu Ruoqing looked at Yi Shi and Yi Yan with mild surprise, her lips moving. Yet she ultimately said nothing. Yi Yan gazed at the food pushed toward her, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. She felt deeply moved. For the first time in over a month, Yi Shi had encouraged her to eat more. Such moments had only occurred before the apocalypse, when the two sisters relied on one another at home. Her small appetite meant she could hardly eat much. Thus, during their time at home, she would often leave the leftovers for Yi Shi to finish. Now, however, the roles had reversed. Xiao Shi. She looked at her sister, her eyes brimming with tears. Yi Shi met her gaze earnestly, saying, "I'm sorry, sister. Please believe me. I will no longer be willful."
Ye nodded.
This time, she sensed that perhaps her sister truly intended to change. Words are easier than actions. Yi Shi Ran scoffed, narrowing his eyes in mockery toward Yi Shi. How many times have you said such things before? When did you ever change? Yi Shi glanced at him indifferently, replying, "Your belief is irrelevant. What matters is that my sister trusts me." Once again, Yi Shi Ran found himself at a loss for words. Today, facing Yi Shi, he felt more stifled than usual, like punching a pillow. His blows landed with no effect. She remained as stubborn as ever, irking him to no end. However, due to Yi Shi's presence, the atmosphere during the meal had indeed become strained for the others. Shen Yingcheng set down his chopsticks, casting a glance at everyone except Yi Shi, stating, "Everyone, rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we will prepare to head toward the Lingnan district. There's a large supermarket there with plenty of supplies. A visit could yield a significant haul." Lingnan district? Upon hearing those words, Yi Shi felt a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she looked toward Shen Yingcheng. Shen Yingcheng, tall and handsome, possessed a ruggedly principled demeanor. He was her sister's senior, having served 2 years in the military. With a strong moral compass, he embodied principles and boundaries. He awakened his ice ability early in the apocalypse. Yet his demeanor remained far from cold.
He was the captain of their small team.
Beside him sat Pei Hongqing, who had a strikingly androgynous appearance. His eyes often narrowed, revealing a calculating and sinister nature. He was the most cunning and scheming member of the team. Yet, in her previous life, he had met his demise during this very mission to the Lingnan district. Shen Yingcheng had also lost an arm during this task. And then there was Yi Shi Ran, the temperamental fire ability wielder who had not only perished on this mission but had done so in a far more gruesome manner than Pei Hongqing. Chapter 4. Their past lives. She hadn't participated in that mission, but had learned from Yi Yan that Yi Shi Ran was captured by an advanced zombie while attempting to save her. The advanced zombie was far too powerful for Shen Yingcheng and the others to handle. Yi Shi Ran had been torn apart in an instant, leaving him unable to rest in peace. As a result, Yi Yan had endured an entire year of nightmares, waking each time in tears, burdened with guilt over Yi Shi Ran. As for the other members, she cast a sidelong glance at them. The normally low-profile Yan Ziming, who had remained loyal to Shen Yingcheng until the end, and Fu Ruoqing, who harbored a secret crush on Shen Yingcheng and had a somewhat introverted personality. Though these two had survived alongside Shen Yingcheng, their fates were equally grim. Yan Ziming, captivated by the female lead Lin Cece, was kept in suspense for an extended period. Upon discovering that Lin Cece was merely toying with his affections, he confronted her, only to have her falsely accuse him of intending to assault her. Consequently, Wang Qin swiftly ended Yan Ziming's life, ordering his body to be discarded as fodder for the zombies outside the base. Ultimately, he returned the head to Shen Yingcheng, cautioning him to keep his people in check. As for Fu Ruoqing, her fate was even more tragic. Shen Yingcheng opposed Wang Qin and was subsequently captured and humiliated by him. In a desperate attempt to save Shen Yingcheng, Fu Ruoqing feigned loyalty to Wang Qin, only to find herself manipulated and ultimately perishing in a horrific manner. At that moment, Wang Qin deliberately allowed the nearly zombified Shen Yingcheng to witness her suffering. In the end, Shen Yingcheng died of rage. He mutated into a high-level zombie, only to have Wang Qin sever his head and extract the crystal core to enhance his powers. Their entire team could only be described as a tragedy. However, The mere thought of Wang Chen's team made Yi Shi grit her teeth in frustration. In her previous life, Yi Yan believed that by willingly joining Wang Chen's team, she would receive a slightly better treatment. Indeed, this was true, but only under the condition that Wang Chen favored Yi Yan. When Lin Cixi later appeared, Yi Shi slowly closed her eyes, too afraid to ponder further. Otherwise, her mind would be filled with the gruesome image of Wang Chen. In a bid to please Lin Cixi, personally pushing her sister Yi Yan into a horde of zombies, leading to her tragic demise. Reflecting on this, it seemed as though their team was destined to be cannon fodder, mere stepping stones on Wang Chen's path to power. None of them had a favorable ending. In contrast, the deaths of Pei Hongqing and Yi Shiran appeared comparatively less tragic. However, the high-level zombie that killed the two ultimately fell to Wang Chen's blade, including herself. They all circled back to meet their demise at the hands of the same individual. Yi Shi couldn't suppress her sarcasm. After all, Wang Chen was the male lead, and Lin Cixi was the female lead. Anyone who opposed Wang Chen and Lin Cixi faced a grim fate. This included the later emergence of the supervillain Yan Wang, who possessed an exceedingly rare dark ability. Tomorrow's operation appeared perilous, so Yi Yan decided to remain at their temporary base to rest. Hongqing, Shiran, Ziming, and Ruoqing were summoned to her room to discuss the arrangements for the following day's mission. Sheningqing's words pulled Yi Shi back to reality. She felt that he had deliberately overlooked her when he spoke. Senior. Yi Yan looked at Sheningqing, her brow slightly furrowed, and gently said, I have no objections. I can accompany you all on the mission tomorrow. If any of you get injured, I can treat you in time. No way, Yi Yan. If you go, who will be left at home? She won't cook or find food and would merely wait for you to feed her. We don't know when we can return. What if she starves at the temporary base? Yi Shiran crossed her arms, glaring at Yi Shi with a mocking smile, seizing every opportunity to ridicule her. Then I will go too. Yi Shi set down her utensils and pulled out a tissue that Yi Yan had given her, wiping her mouth as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. Yet, upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Yi Yan's first reaction was one of disapproval. She grasped Yi Shi's hand, furrowing her brow. Cixi, don't be reckless. I'm not being reckless, Yi Shi replied earnestly, meeting Yi Yan's gaze. Sister, didn't I promise you I wouldn't be headstrong anymore? Didn't you say that as part of the team, we must unite and strive to survive together? So from today onward, wherever you go, I will follow. The same goes for missions.
Bang!
I disagree. Yi Shiran slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Yi Shi, and turned to Sheningqing, saying, Captain, if Yi Shi goes, I won't. I can't afford to lose my life for her. Sheningqing's expression turned cold as he looked at Yi Shi. What your sister said is correct. This is not the time for recklessness. You have never been on a mission before, and don't even know how to kill zombies. How can you go? He opposed Yi Shi joining primarily because of Yi Yan. If Yi Shi were to die on this mission, Yi Yan would undoubtedly blame him and harbor grievances against the team. They needed Yi Yan's healing abilities. So, he would rather keep a useless Yi Shi by his side than risk losing Yi Yan. I agree. Pei Hongqing lazily raised his hand, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Yi Shi. You seem quite determined to venture out this time. Indeed. Yi Shi responded, locking eyes with him. Feeling as if she were ensnared by a venomous serpent, a chill running down her spine. Pei Hongqing was the most calculating. Yet his schemes always served his own and the team's interests. Once his interests were threatened, no one could expect to fare well in his grasp. Naturally, her desire to join the mission was driven by ulterior motives. She would not allow Pei Hongqing to find an opportunity to strike at her. Seeing her unwavering determination and Pei Hongqing's agreement, Yi Yan began to waver. She had always hoped Yi Shi would pull herself together. Accompanying them to kill zombies would undoubtedly help her learn self-defense skills. Then, she would no longer need to worry about Yi Shi's safety during missions. With this thought, Yi Yan sighed and turned to Sheningqing. Senior, since Hongqing agrees, I think we can give Cixi another opportunity for training. I will go with you and keep an eye on her.
Pei Yi Yanji.
Yi Shiran was seething, glaring at Yi Shi with derision. How could someone like her change? If she could refrain from causing trouble, I'd gladly chop off my head for her to use as a ball. I have no such inclination, Yi Shi retorted, coolly gazing at Yi Shiran, scoffing. But I might consider having you as my slave for a month. When I say go east, you can't go west. You. Hearing her audacious tone, Yi Shiran's face flushed with anger. You shameless piece of trash. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be called Yi Shiran. Yi Shi cast him a disinterested glance. Then you might as well change your name to Yuan Baozha. Damn it. Shiran despised being told that his temper was explosive. Yishi's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. He was thoroughly incensed and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront her. Yi Yan quickly stepped in front of Yishi. Sheningqing's forehead twitched as he shouted sternly, "Shiran, sit down." Thud. Before Shiran could move, Pei Hongqing forcefully pushed him back into his seat. "Peigo, why are you so anxious?" Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, leisurely swaying in his chair. His narrow eyes narrowing playfully as he regarded Sheningqing. "If someone wishes to turn over a new leaf, shouldn't we give them a chance?" Sheningqing, upon hearing this, cast Pei Hongqing a thoughtful glance. Chapter 5. Does a doting mother spoil her child? The two had been friends for many years, having banded together when the apocalypse began. Sheningqing understood Pei Hongqing's nature well. He sensed that Pei Hongqing harbored murderous intent toward Yishi this time. Pei Hongqing placed a higher value on team interests than he did. Yi Yan could not leave, but Yishi could. With this in mind, Sheningqing sighed inwardly, realizing they had a long road ahead. Yishi's previous behavior would indeed be a significant burden for them. Without Yishi, they could manage. Thus, even as a courtesy to Yi Yan, they would grant Yishi one final chance. Sheningqing's gaze turned stern as he looked at Yishi, speaking in a low voice. "All right, you can come along, senior." Shiran could hardly believe he would agree, his tone filled with reluctance. Sheningqing's eyes offered reassurance. "If you feel unwell, you may stay and rest. After all, it is normal to struggle to recover from a near-death experience." They were going to gather supplies, not to court death. Given Shiran's state, it was indeed concerning. "I do not need to rest." Upon hearing Sheningqing's tone, Shiran realized that the decision was unlikely to change. They would undoubtedly be taking Yishi along. He glared fiercely at Yishi, gritting his teeth as he said, "I will accompany you all. Just keep an eye on her. If she dares to cause trouble again, I shall not hold back." To what extent would he refrain from holding back? Of course, that meant directly eliminating Yishi. However, due to Yi Yan's presence, he could not voice it outright. "I will keep a close watch on Xiao Shi," Yi Yan hastily assured everyone. In reality, she was gripping Yishi's hand tightly, drenched in cold sweat. She felt anxious and worried, pondering how she would rescue Xiao Shi if she truly caused a ruckus tomorrow. No, she must first discuss this with the captain. Yi Yan thought, feeling a profound sense of guilt towards everyone. Yishi sensed her emotions and tightened her grip on her hand, whispering, "Sister, don't worry. I will be obedient." Upon hearing this, Yi Yan lowered her gaze, saying nothing further. Sheningqing cast a glance at everyone, producing a map and stating calmly, "This mission requires full participation, so let us discuss the route and plan together." The map unfolded on the table, revealing the complete layout of H City, where they currently resided. Sheningqing circled an area in the Lingnan district, marking the target location. It was not the city center, but the only large supermarket was situated there. "We will need to drive a medium-sized truck and an off-road vehicle," Sheningqing continued in a steady, unhurried tone. However, Yishi's gaze fell upon the Jiangbei district adjacent to the circled Lingnan district. If she recalled correctly, in her past life, advanced zombies had emerged in the Lingnan district, killing Pei Hongqing and Shiran. The Jiangbei district also housed a large supermarket, but its location was closer to the city center, with a higher number of ordinary zombies. The route into that area was quite treacherous. Yet if they ventured there... Beside the supermarket lay a police station, where she had previously heard that Wang Chun had acquired a significant cache of firearms during his confrontation with advanced zombies. Although Sheningqing and the others possessed supernatural abilities, it was still the early days of the apocalypse, and the corpses of the zombies had not yet decayed, making them difficult to kill. Their abilities were still in a rudimentary stage. Even Sheningqing was merely at the second level of ice abilities, capable of freezing a zombie for 3 minutes and conjuring sharp ice spikes to slay them. As for Pei Hongqing's wind abilities, they merely granted him a slight increase in speed compared to others. His wind blades were not lethal, only capable of causing minor wounds. Shiran's first-level fire abilities were limited to close-range attacks, igniting zombies with the heat from his palm. Yan Ziming's earth abilities were virtually non-existent. Fu Racking's psychic abilities offered some utility, enhancing her perception of danger and slightly amplifying her senses, enabling her to serve as a warning system, but that was all. Thus, acquiring that cache of firearms would significantly elevate their team's combat capabilities. Does everyone understand my instructions? Shen Yingcheng inquired after outlining the plan, his gaze sweeping across the group before finally settling on the dazed Yishi. He couldn't help but frown.
Yevi, Regaining her komposure.
Responded with a soft MHM, affirming, I will follow my sister.
Ha.
Ishiran scoffed. Shungo, Peigo, look at her attitude. And she still wants to join us? Shan Yingcheng's frown deepened, his expression growing more displeased as he fixed a sharp gaze on Yishi. Yishi, if you maintain this attitude, it would be best for you not to join our mission. Pei Hongqing's eyes also bore a cold glare directed at Yishi. Yi Yan quickly stepped in front of Yishi, saying, Senior, Hongqing Ge, Shao Shi Isnt used to participating in missions. Just let her accompany me. You all can proceed with your plans. Suddenly, Fu Racking lifted her head, gazing at Yi Yan, her soft voice drifting through the air. Sister Yan, you remind me of a saying.
Ha.
Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback, looking at her in confusion. Fu Racking tilted her head slightly, saying, a kind mother often leads to a wayward child. Yan?
Yevi, ha ha ha.
Xiao Qingzi speaks well. Ishiran, as if finding a kindred spirit, excitedly patted Fu Racking's arm. Fu Racking's lips twitched slightly as she subtly shifted away, distancing herself from Ishiran. Shen Yingcheng rubbed his forehead, exasperated, saying, let us call it a day for now. Everyone should rest well tonight, and we will continue our discussions before departing tomorrow. With that, he folded the map and headed upstairs. Pei Hongqing shot Yishi a frosty glance before turning to follow. Yishi watched their retreating figures, biting her lip. Was there any way to divert them toward the Zhongbei district? Otherwise, if they continued to Lingnan district, Shen Yingcheng and the others would inevitably repeat the mistakes of their past lives. Xiao Shi, do you want to take a shower in your room? Yi Yan asked her softly. Yishi snapped back to reality and nodded, okay. Upon hearing this, Ishiran scoffed again. You useless, lazy fish. Better cherish this beautiful day. This mission will last at least 2 days. By then, you'll have to rely on Shingo to freeze you like a fish.
Ha ha ha.
So infuriating. Yishi could not help but clench her fists. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Ishiran had sacrificed himself to save her sister in her past life, she would have wanted to smash his head in. Yi Yan shot Ishiran a helpless glance, quickly pulling her sister upstairs. Don't mind him. Ishiran is just a mouthful of nonsense. Just let it go. Yishi obediently followed her upstairs. Once back in the room, Yi Yan filled the bathtub for her. This villa had a water tank, and since they had only been there for 2 days, taking a shower was still manageable. However, to conserve water, Yi Yan only filled a basin for Yi Shi to wash herself. Xiao Shi, you wash first. Call me if you need anything. Okay.
Yevi nodded.
After Yi Yan finished instructing her, she exited the room. Once the door was closed, Yi Yan furrowed her brow and headed straight to Shen Yingcheng's room upstairs. Both Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing were present. Yi Yan paused, looking at them and gently saying, Senior, Hongqing Ge, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 6. Better to be devoured by zombies than. Yishi stepped into the bathroom, shedding her clothes. The mirror reflected her flawless, pale figure, which she found somewhat unfamiliar. After a quick cleansing, her gaze fell upon her waist-length hair. Her hair was slightly curled, nearly identical in texture to Yi Yan's. Yet, since the apocalypse began, Yi Yan had cut her long hair. Now, there was no need for Yi Shi to keep hers that long either. With this thought, Yi Shi retrieved a pair of scissors from the vanity. Snip! With one decisive cut, she trimmed it to shoulder length, tying it up into a ponytail. She felt refreshed and satisfied with her new appearance. Then, she recalled the space she had been studying earlier. With a thought, she found herself once again in that vast, white expanse.
Huh?
Yishi paused, noticing that the scissors she had been holding were nowhere to be found. So, this was not her storage space? She pondered for a moment before walking back toward the pool of azure liquid. She extended her hand into it, but contrary to her expectations, the fluid did not flow into her body as it had before. How strange. She furrowed her brows slightly and wandered around the space. Aside from the pool of blue liquid, there was truly nothing else present. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her. Could this be her mental space? Because every time she entered and exited, her posture remained unchanged. If it was indeed a mental space, then could it be that whatever she imagined would manifest? She closed her eyes, striving to envision various images, trees, flowers, stones, and a spring pool that ought to appear in the space. She pondered intently. Yet when she finally opened one eye to gaze outside, All she beheld was an expanse of blinding white. Nothingness, Yishi mused. So it is not a mental realm. What, then, is this phenomenon? Confusion engulfed her. She began to revolve in the void. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She quickly focused her mind and exited. Upon returning to the bathroom, she glanced at her watch. It was 7:15 in the evening. She then set down the scissors in her right hand and re-entered the blank space once more. After spinning around a dozen times akin to running a kilometer, she emerged again and checked her watch. It was still 7:15. No change whatsoever. Yishi was astounded, struggling to believe it. She soon discovered another astonishing fact. Despite having run several circles, she felt no fatigue at all. What was this?
예비, bemuset, stroket herchin.
A stasis of time. Perhaps? This peculiar ability felt far from trivial. Regardless, she sighed. In her previous life, she had awakened no such powers. Surviving a decade in the apocalypse was solely due to her physical endurance, continuously slaying zombies to enhance her bodily prowess.
Now,
having the chance to relive her life was already a remarkable stroke of fortune. There was no need to be greedy. With that thought, Yishi retrieved the scissors from the bathroom once again. She waved them about a bit and then squinted, throwing the scissors forcefully towards the door.
Whoosh.
The scissors sliced through the air.
Crack.
The sharp tip embedded itself firmly into the door. But 2 seconds later, clang, it trembled and fell to the ground. Yishi stared at the scissors on the floor, blinking in disbelief, and shook her slightly numb hand. It seemed she needed further training. After all, in her previous life, she had only focused on physical conditioning. Yet now, her body felt fragile. Over a month of running from zombies had only resulted in slight gains in leg muscle. Her arms were still in a state of weakness. She picked the scissors up again, wielding them as one would a dagger, and began to practice in the air.
Wait.
Suddenly, an idea struck her. With a single thought, she re-entered the blank space and began to assume the posture of gripping a dagger, swinging and exerting force. After several hundred swings, she felt no fatigue at all. Returning to the real world, she picked up the scissors and hurled them at the door once more. Crack. This time, the scissors penetrated deeply into the door. Yishi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Good heavens! Who said her stasis space was useless? It was clearly a space for cheating. She squeezed her arm. It felt nothing like the first time. No numbness at all. She could perfectly replicate the motions she had performed in the void. How remarkable her ability was. This meant she could hide in the space and condition her body to its utmost potential. After all, when she returned to the real world, time stood still.
Wait.
Yishi glanced at the time. It seemed she had lingered a bit longer than anticipated, the minute hand having moved 2 minutes. Thus, her blank space had a different flow of time compared to the outside world. To further comprehend this extraordinary ability, she entered the space several more times. During the longest session, she felt as if several hours had passed. Upon emerging, she discovered only a few minutes had elapsed. Essentially, 1 minute in reality equated to 2 hours in the blank space. This staggering disparity in time flow was indeed remarkable. Yishi's astonishment regarding her ability only deepened. However, she realized she wasn't entirely free from fatigue. Instead, after exhausting her energy, her stamina was replenished by the azure fluid. The reason the fluid had not entered her body a second time was that she was already filled. Once she expended a certain amount of energy, the fluid would again flow into her. In that moment, Yishi felt invigorated, as if she had secretly consumed an energy elixir. After half an hour of repeated study and experimentation, Yishi discovered the optimal use of her space. Exercise. There was no need to consider location or time. All she had to do was diligently practice within. Even a single sit-up could be performed 1,000 times in one breath. The results were immediate. Her body became lighter, and her movements swifter. An hour later, the door creaked open. Little Shi? Yian called softly as she entered. Seeing Yishi asleep on the bed, she cautiously approached, intending to tuck her in, and unexpectedly noticed that Yishi's hair had become shorter. Upon seeing the scissors on the table, Yi Yen froze. Little Shi cut her hair? But just previously, Little Shi had declared she would rather be devoured by zombies than cut her hair. Was it for the sake of beauty? No. Yishi had never been vain. The reason she refrained from cutting her hair was that the sisters had grown it long together while their mother was still alive. Their mother had expressed a fondness for their identical hairstyles, claiming it made them look like twins. But now Yi Yan gazed at the sleeping Yi Shi with a complex expression, unable to resist stroking her face, whispering softly, "Little Shi's growing up? Isn't she?" Chapter 7. The final opportunity outwardly. Yi Shi appeared to be sleeping soundly. In reality, however, she had traversed 30 kilometers in the blank space. She had completed 2,000 sit-ups and 2,000 push-ups, alongside countless minutes of planks and high knees until her energy was utterly depleted. Each time she exhausted herself, she would replenish her strength with the azure fluid and continue. Again and again, she noted that the 2-meter-wide, 30-centimeter-deep pool of azure fluid had diminished by a third. Yi Shi suddenly woke to the realization that this substance was indeed consumable. She gasped, hesitant to use the azure fluid for replenishment any further. Yet this timeless exercise was both exhausting and exhilarating. At the very least, she felt her body was significantly stronger than when she had just been reborn. It should suffice for her to face the events of the following day. She had temporarily embraced this last-minute effort because she did not want to run with a fragile body, gasping for breath. Perhaps because she had not replenished her energy much this time, the moment Yi Shi exited the blank space, she was acutely aware of her fatigue. But it was merely weariness. There was no soreness in her limbs. Glancing at the time again, only 2 hours had passed. Yet in the blank space, by proportional conversion, it felt like 10 days had elapsed. An inexplicable sense of having stolen a great deal of time enveloped her. However, without replenishing the fluid, the exhaustion was genuine. She lay in bed, drowsiness gradually overtaking her mind. The joy of rebirth was slowly diluted by reality. Yi Shi glanced at the empty space beside her bed and remembered that she had whimsically insisted on sleeping alone, thus sending her sister away.
Now.
Yi Yan was sharing a room with Fu Ruoqing. Suddenly recalling something, she sprang up from the bed, slipped on her shoes, and headed for the door. In Fu Ruoqing's room, Yi Yan had just emerged from the bathroom. Fu Ruoqing was fiddling with her computer on the bed and glanced at Yi Yan. "Sister Yan, are you going to sleep?" Yi Yan nodded. "Little Shi is asleep too. Let us turn in early." "Okay." Fu Ruoqing closed her laptop and promptly slipped under the covers. Seeing her so obedient, Yi Yan couldn't help but think of her younger sister,
Who used to be just as well behaved.
Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Yi Yan paused, turning to open it. Her younger sister clutched a pillow, her round, dark eyes gazing at her, hesitantly whispering, "Sister, can you come back and sleep with me?"
Huh.
Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback. "If it's inconvenient, then forget it." Yi Shi felt a slight flush on her cheeks, her ears warming. It had been a long time since she had acted spoiled with her sister. Now that she had miraculously returned to life, seeing her sister after 7 long years, she couldn't help but yearn to make up for some of the regrets, including the simple desire to share a bed with Yi Yan. Of course, Yi Yan smiled, gently and affectionately ruffling her hair. Yi Shi felt a surge of emotion, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Okay. After exchanging a few words with Fu Ruoqing, Yi Yan returned to Yi Shi's room with her. This room was the master suite of the villa, complete with an ensuite bathroom, and the bed was the largest of all, a full 2 meters wide. The sisters lay down together. In truth, Yi Shi felt quite embarrassed, scolding herself for being so shameless. At her age, having lived through 2 lifetimes, she was still acting like a child, seeking her sister's affection. Yet, Yi Yan never turned down any of her requests. "Let us sleep." Yi Yan turned to her side, gazing at Yi Shi, gently stroking her hair, not probing into the matter of her short hair.
"Good night, sister."
"Good night, little Shi." Hearing her sister's tender good night, Yi Shi felt her entire being relax in that moment. Yet, she was also terrified that this might merely be a dream. What if she awoke to find herself back in the apocalyptic world she had endured for a decade? Anxiously, she instinctively grasped Yi Yan's hand in her sleep. Yi Yan allowed her to hold on, observing her sister's sleeping face with a long-lost smile of contentment. Not everyone, however, found sleep that night. On the balcony, Shun Ingcheng was smoking, his brow furrowed, a look of irritation etched upon his features. Such expressions were rare for him unless he faced a particularly vexing issue. Pei Hongqing, sharing the room with him, leaned against the balcony door, his tone cold and sinister. "Is there any need for consideration? No matter what, we cannot allow Yi Yan to leave. The best course of action is to eliminate Yi Shi." Just moments ago, Yi Yan had summoned them to discuss Yi Shi. She warned that if Yi Shi caused trouble during their mission tomorrow, she would withdraw from the team to avoid burdening everyone else. Shin Ingcheng felt a headache coming on at this news. Yi Yan was crucial to their team, even with her healing abilities at merely level 2. She could mend a severed arm, not to mention all the minor ailments and injuries she could treat. In this world, where resources and medicines were scarce, Yi Yan was an indispensable member of the team. For this reason, he had been willing to overlook Yi Shi's shortcomings.
But now,
if Yi Yan were to leave due to Yi Shi, Sheningqing's expression darkened further as he cast a glance at Pei Hongqing. To be fair, his suggestion was quite tempting. However, it was still a matter of a life. Sheningqing sighed, rubbing his temples. Pei Hongqing, understanding his nature, scoffed. You have too many principles. But those principles should not be applied here. Yi Shi's actions clearly jeopardize our team's interests. Today, she can harm Ishiran without hesitation. What will she do next? Perhaps she wouldn't take care if her own sister's life were at stake. Sheningqing fell silent. That was indeed the case. Over the past month, Yi Shi's attitude towards Yi Yan had been disheartening, even for an outsider like him. Yet, if he were to imagine having a younger sister who behaved similarly, he might make the same choices as Yi Yan. The difference was that he would exhaust all means to change his sister rather than indulge her. Seeing him still wavering, Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes. Speaking in a low tone, in any case, tomorrow we set out, and I will take care of everything. You can pretend to be unaware. Yi Yan is pure-hearted, and one T suspect a thing. As long as neither of us speaks, no one will know that Yi Shi's demise is due to my hand. Sheningqing looked at him, his brow furrowed deeply. He sensed that Pei Hongqing was genuinely intent on killing Yi Shi. A hint of reluctance tugged at him. And he sighed, let us give her one more chance. If she still doesn't change after this mission, then you may act.
Pei Hongqing lazily replied, Fine.
I can afford to give her this opportunity. Chapter 8. The explosive dog at 4 in the morning, Yi Shi jolted awake. She sat up abruptly, startling Yi Yan, who was just getting out of bed. Little Shi? Sister? Yi Shi's throat was hoarse, and she looked at her sister, uncertain if this was reality.
Yi Yan approached.
Gently stroking her hair, her voice soft, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I thought I heard you talking in your sleep. Did you have a nightmare?
Yeah.
The soothing tone brought her back to reality. Yi Shi took a breath and bitterly smiled. I had a terrible dream. I dreamt of the moment when Yi Yan was killed in my past life. She recalled how Yi Yan was pushed into a horde of zombies by Lin Cece. Standing helplessly by, watching as her sister was torn apart by the undead. She felt paralyzed, unable to move or scream, trapped in her own body. With only the sounds of Yi Yan's anguished cries and Lin Cece's triumphant laughter echoing in her ears. For 7 years, that image tormented her. It was this very scene that fueled her hatred for Wang Chen and Lin Cece, sustaining her through those years of survival as she awaited her chance for revenge. In that moment of self-detonation, she was certain Wang Chen had perished. Unfortunately, Lin Cece had stood a bit too far away. And among her admirers was one with advanced healing abilities, so even if he had only a breath left, he could still be saved. She felt a twinge of annoyance and regret at the thought. Dreams are often contrary. Little Shi, don't think too much. Get up now. We're departing at 4:30.
Okay.
Yi Shi nodded and got out of bed. Yi Yan sat on the edge of the bed, observing her sister rise. She could clearly sense the change in Yi Shi from yesterday to now. Her only wish was for her sister to be obedient, to cause no trouble, and for their mission to proceed smoothly. The assembly time was set for 4:30. However, by 4:15, everyone had already gathered downstairs. Fu Ruoqing had even prepared instant noodles for everyone. As Yi Shi followed Yi Yan down, Sheningqing and others were already there.
Wow.
The lazy fish finally decided to cut off that messy hair? Didn't you say you'd rather let zombies eat your brain than cut your hair? Ishiran crossed his arms, noticing Yi Shi's neat ponytail, and couldn't he help but mock her. Yi Shi touched her hair, seemingly unfazed by his taunts, and retorted, Do you think it looks good?
How could you even ask that?
You're so ugly. Ishiran spat with disdain. Yi Shi scoffed, glancing at him. With your taste, I'm sure you had no girlfriend before the apocalypse. Ishiran's ears turned red at her words, and he dismissed her. I want to listen to your nonsense. You're just ugly, the ugliest in the team. Are you being hypocritical, Ishiran? Don't deny it. My face was probably the one you admired on your computer screen before the apocalypse. As she spoke, Yi Shi took a seat, unaffected by Ishiran's remarks.
Yi Yan.
Noticing Ishiran was about to explode, quickly intervened, Shiran, little Shi is just joking. Don't take it to heart. Eat something first. After speaking, she tugged at Yi Shi's arm. Little Shi, What did you promise me? Yi Shi let out a sound, and he fell silent as well. What of it? Isn't it just a matter of being a hermaphrodite? It's not like anyone can't handle it. The veins on Ishiran's forehead pulsed furiously with anger. He stared intently at Yi Shi, grinding his teeth. Just you wait. If I find the opportunity, I will make you pay. Well, then strive for it. Good luck. Yi Shi replied with a chuckle, aware of Ishiran's temperament. He was likely just hurling threats, unlike the sinister and calculating Pei Hongqing sitting across from him, who wore a smile that didn't reach his eyes, filled with schemes to bring her down. Let's eat quickly, Shen Yingqing said, his brow slightly furrowed as he cast a complex glance at Yi Shi. Pei Hongqing similarly observed Yi Shi, his lips curling into a shallow smile. Yet it was cold and devoid of warmth. Yan Ziming remained silent, but he sensed that ever since last night's dinner, Yi Shi had indeed been somewhat different.
Today.
Her retorts to Ishiran carried a teasing tone, as if she were toying with a feisty little dog, which was rather amusing. Fu, watching, silently lowered her head to eat, scarcely glancing at Yi Shi. Last night, Yi Shi had sought out Yi Yan to sleep together, depriving her of Yi Yan's embrace, resulting in a restless night. Her mood was not particularly good, and she merely wished to eat to soothe her agitation. At 4:30, everyone finished their meal. Shen Yingqing once again unfolded the map before everyone and reiterated the plan discussed yesterday. The primary objective this time was to gather supplies sufficient to support our journey to City B. Ziming would drive the medium-sized truck with Ishiran as the co-pilot, trailing behind our off-road vehicles, while Watching would keep watch and observe the surroundings. The destination required over 100 kilometers of travel into the Lingnan district, during which I and Pei Hongqing would lead the way. As for Yi Yan and Yi Shi, he paused, looking at the two, and solemnly instructed, "Even if we stop, do not get out." Yi Yan quickly nodded in understanding. Yi Shi also followed suit, promising to remember. Seeing her compliance, Shen Yingqing withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Prepare to depart." "Wait." Yi Shi suddenly stood up. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Shen Yingqing frowned, looking at her. "Do you have other questions?"
Yedi repliğe affirmatively.
She pointed at the Jiangbei district on the map, noting that it was approximately 100 kilometers away, closer than the Lingnan district, and also had a large supermarket. Why not go here? Upon hearing this, Yi Yan was stunned, thinking, didn't little Shi promise not to cause trouble and to be obedient? Yi Shi looked at her innocently. She truly wasn't causing trouble. She was merely posing a question.
Well,
have you even considered the routes in Jiangbei district? To reach there, we must first cross a large bridge. What time is it now? Is it that easy to cross the bridge? At that point, it might be a one-way trip. Ishiran crossed his arms, sneering disdainfully. Little Shi, Yi Yan frowned, quickly pulling her back. Don't cause trouble. The senior has meticulously planned to go to the Lingnan district. Meticulously planned to die? Yi Shi felt helpless. However, she was determined to find a way to prevent the group from heading to Jiangbei district. She looked up at Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing, pointing to the location next to the supermarket in Jiangbei district. Here, there's a police station. If we go this way for supplies, we can check the police station. What if there are firearms there? As soon as she spoke, Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing's expressions shifted. Ishiran mocked, a place not even marked on the map. You little fish, what trick are you trying to pull? Not marked doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Yi Shi replied leisurely, turning to Yi Yan. Sister, 3 months ago, I visited a classmate who lived near there. When we went out for a midnight snack, we encountered a few ruffians. I couldn't help but smash a bottle over one of their heads, and you came to bail me out, remember? Upon hearing this, the gazes of Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing shifted to Yi Yan. She frowned slightly, genuinely recalling the incident. Her classmate really did live nearby, and after bringing Yi Shi back, she had even been invited to dinner. This time, Yi Shi was indeed not speaking falsely. Her sister had gotten a big man detained. When the police called, she had been taken aback and rushed over, only to find the man bandaged and crying, while her sister was sitting there laughing with her classmate, acting as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing her, Yi Shi cheerfully claimed that the police praised her for her bravery in self-defense. If true, Jiangbei district was indeed worth the risk. Shen Yingqing looked at Yi Shi, his gaze serious. I hope you are not lying. This statement carried a hint of warning. Yi Shi replied, I will be going with you. If things go awry, I can't escape alone either. Ishiran sneered. Who knows what scheme you are up to? Yi Yan pressed her lips together, looking at Shen Yingqing. Captain, little Shi is telling the truth. However, how we proceed is still up to you. She truly didn't want any unpleasantness arising from little Shi's suggestion. Shen Yingqing turned to Pei Hongqing. What do you suggest? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, crossing his arms and reclining in his chair, creating creaking sounds. He cast a cool glance at Yi Shi before responding to Shen Yingqing. It's not too far. If we don't find what we need in Jiangbei District, we can take another route to Lingnan District. Shen Yingqing nodded. Then we will change course to Jiangbei District. He quickly plotted a route on the map. Yi Shiran's expression darkened as he shot Yi Shi a fierce glare. If something happens because of you this time, I will not let you off the hook. Yi Shi retorted. What? Are you already wishing for something bad to happen before we've even set off?
You.
Yi Shiran was furious. Shen Yingqing shot Yi Shiran a glance, saying sternly, sit tight. Yi Shiran gritted his teeth but reluctantly sat back down. However, his eyes were still restless. If looks could kill, Yi Shi would have been shattered into pieces by now. Yi Shi pretended not to notice. Considering that Yi Shiran had died saving her sister in a past life, she couldn't be bothered to argue. After confirming the final destination and route, the group packed their belongings and boarded the vehicles. There were 2 cars. Yi Shi and Yi Yan sat in the back of the off-road vehicle driven by Shen Yingqing, while Fu Watching occupied the front passenger seat. Pei Hongqing sat next to Yi Yan, but since getting in the car, he had mostly kept his eyes closed, remaining silent. Fu Watching held the map, guiding Shen Yingqing as they set off before dawn. The greatest advantage of moving during the day was the extended time for their operations. At this moment, it was 5:30, and the sky was beginning to reveal a hint of dawn. Their vehicle was still 50 kilometers away from Jiangbei District. Shen Yingqing was driving relatively fast. Yi Shi glanced at the truck beside them, where Yi Shiran sat in the passenger seat. Upon seeing her, he disdainfully raised a middle finger from his elevated position. Yi Shi's lips twitched in response, letting out a scoff. Childish. She then averted her gaze, raising her hand to return Yi Shiran a friendly gesture, one that was not only amicable but also pointed her thumb downward. Damn it! Is this dead fish trying to provoke me? Yi Shiran was infuriated, slamming his hand against the window, wishing he could rush out and give Yi Shi a good thrashing. Yan Ziming glanced at the agitated Yi Shiran and silently mused that Yi Shi's greatest change must have been learning how to tease dogs. Yi Shiran's volatile temperament was indeed firmly under her control. Shen Yingqing's speed was not slow. As the sky grew brighter, Yi Shi spotted scattered zombies walking along the road. Brother Yingqing, we will see the bridge in 10 minutes. Fu Waking held her breath and gazed intently ahead, continuing, this bridge spans 2 kilometers. One can faintly hear the cries of zombies, but they are confined within the vehicle.
With that,
she retrieved a drone from the small bag at her feet and released it through the window, addressing Shen Yingqing. Brother Yingqing, please stop the car.
All right.
Shen Yingqing replied as the vehicle gradually slowed down, followed closely by the truck behind them. The surroundings appeared relatively free of zombies, but the same could not be said for the path ahead. Fu Waking intended to use the drone to assess the situation first. Pei Hongqing opened the door to get some fresh air, while Yi Yan remained still, as did Yi Shi, her gaze fixed on Fu Waking's laptop screen. The condition of the bridge was partially visible, revealing several cars blocked on the other side, occupied by zombies. However, this did not obstruct their progression. Fu Waking relayed the information to Shen Yingqing, noting that the drone's battery was low, limiting her view to a radius of merely 3 kilometers. She expressed her disappointment, to which Shen Yingqing gently patted her shoulder, offering encouragement. You've done well. Keep it up. Fu Waking nodded, a smile brightening her round face, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, making her appear quite endearing. Yi Shi stole a glance before averting her gaze, thinking that cuteness was of little utility. Shen Yingqing didn't spare Fu Waking another glance. Seemingly mirroring his past sentiments, he truly did not harbor any affection for her, viewing her merely as a younger sister. Ah, right. Her sister Yi Yan was similarly treated with care. It seemed likely that he would remain a bachelor for life, which Yi Shi found rather amusing. She was lost in thought when Yi Yan glanced over, asking, Xiao Shi, how are you feeling? Yi Shi nodded. Why do you ask, sister? Oh, it's nothing. Yi Yan replied, her brow slightly furrowed, still harboring some concern. Soon, Pei Hongqing returned to the vehicle, the scent of smoke lingering on him, evidently having stepped out for a cigarette. Yi Shi discreetly rolled down the window, and Shen Yingqing and Fu Waking resumed their seats as the car started again. Thanks to Fu Waking's earlier reconnaissance with the drone, they smoothly traversed the bridge, officially entering the Jiangbei District. Yi Shi gazed out the window. In truth, the Lingnan District and Jiangbei District were not far apart, merely separated by a river. Yet, the proximity of these two places could alter the fate of everyone in the vehicle. As they ventured deeper into the city, the driving skills of the operator were increasingly put to the test, for even in the absence of traffic, a zombie could unexpectedly emerge. If the speed was too high, a collision would ensue, splattering blood across the windshield and obstructing vision. Fortunately, Sheningqing's driving was competent enough to avoid such incidents. The worst that occurred was running over zombies, the jolting sensation reverberating through the car, making it feel as though their bones were being crushed beneath the wheels. Yi Yan glanced at Yi Shi, her concern palpable. Xiaoxi, are you alright? Chapter 10. Are they playing with us? Since the apocalypse began, every time Yi Shi rode in a vehicle and felt it roll over zombies, her expression was always the most dismal. Yi Yan worried for her comfort. Yi Shi shook her head. I'm fine. After 10 years of the apocalypse, she had not been unfamiliar with killing zombies, even learning to drive when she hadn't before. Naturally, she had experienced running over zombies like Sheningqing, and she had grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay. Yes, sister, don't worry. Yi Shi reassured her, grasping her sister's hand. Yi Yan was merely concerned for her safety upon reaching their destination. Typically, Yi Yan would accompany them to scavenge for supplies, meaning Yi Shi would be left alone in the vehicle. Pei Hongqing, overhearing the sisters' conversation, cast a cool glance at Yi Shi. However, it was just a fleeting moment before he discreetly averted his gaze. Just 3 kilometers to go, Fu Waking stated, her face reflecting a hint of joy. This trip has gone smoother than we anticipated. Shen Ingcheng nodded, increasing the vehicle's speed as the number of zombies around them began to rise. If they did not hurry, it would be easy for the zombies to follow. The car zipped past, and the wandering zombies along the roadside, hearing the noise, raised their heads and began to howl in pursuit. Yi Shi turned to glance behind her. The most troublesome aspect of entering the city was precisely this. Yet, in comparison to the 10 years of the apocalypse, the towering buildings here evoked a sense of nostalgia. 10 minutes later, the vehicle arrived near an open stretch of road close to their destination. Fu Waking examined the map, stating, "We'll need to proceed another 300 meters to reach our goal. However, there are quite a few zombies." She then looked at Shen Ingcheng. Brother Ingcheng, how should we proceed? Shen Ingcheng turned to Pei Hongqing. You drive. I'll go with Shi Ran to divert the nearby zombies and clear the path. Pei Hongqing nodded, and the two of them exited the car. Pei Hongqing took the driver's seat, adjusting the rear-view mirror. Through it, he squinted his almond-shaped eyes, briefly fixing his gaze on Yi Shi. Feeling his stare, Yi Shi looked into the rear-view mirror. Pei Hongqing's eyes remained fixed on her, and in that moment of shared gaze, Yi Shi felt a chill and an unmistakable aura of malice emanating from him. It was not mere disdain, rather, it was a clear intent to kill. After a few seconds, he finally averted his gaze, yet the sensation of being targeted lingered, akin to a snake poised to strike. She furrowed her brow, clenching her fists, fully aware of Pei Hongqing's desire to harm her. The current feeling of being watched, with the potential for betrayal, was entirely different. It was quite vexing. With this thought, her brows knitted tighter. 10 minutes later, Pei Hongqing continued driving toward their destination, the zombies having been lured away by Shen Ingcheng and Yi Shiran. Only a few scattered ones remained, easily dealt with upon exiting the vehicle. The car came to a stop, and Yan Ziming began to reverse, positioning the rear toward the tightly shut doors of a large supermarket. When Shen Ingcheng and Yi Shiran returned, Pei Hongqing and Fu Waking exited the car. Yi Yan prepared to follow, but Shen Ingcheng interjected, "You stay here." Yi Yan quickly protested, "Having one more person will speed things up." Shen Ingcheng frowned, casting a glance at Yi Shi. Yi Shi met his gaze without flinching, asserting, "I concur with my sister. I'll accompany you to help gather supplies. You can keep someone watching me." Xiaoxi? Yi Yan was taken aback.
Ye replied.
"Didn't he want me to train a little? There are only 2 or 3 zombies nearby. I want to give it a try." This was her initiative to change. Shen Ingcheng appeared surprised, glanced at Yi Yan, and then sternly told Yi Shi, "All right. You can accompany Hongqing and Ziming to check on the police station." He then handed her a dagger. Yi Shi hesitated, looking at the blade he offered. "For me?"
Yes.
"Don't waste time." "Oh, okay." Yi Shi accepted the weighty dagger, instantly recognizing it as one of Shen Ingcheng's standard weapons. Besides his abilities, he always carried 3 or 4 such daggers concealed within his camouflage pants. Seeing that Yi Shi genuinely wanted to disembark, Yi Yan refrained from stopping her. She should feel pleased and gratified that her sister desired to grow. However, the fact that Shen Yingcheng instructed Yi Shi to accompany Yan Ziming and Pei Hongqing raised some concerns. Xiao Shi, be careful, Yi Yan cautioned, her voice filled with worry. Your safety must come first. Don't act recklessly. I understand, sister. Don't worry, Yi Shi replied, persistently reassuring her. Yi Yan reluctantly released her hand. Yi Shi watched as her sister turned back multiple times while entering the supermarket with Shen Yingcheng, feeling somewhat bemused. A sudden realization struck her. Her sister seemed to depend on her to some extent. This is perhaps the unchangeable habit of the two sisters who rely on each other. With a sardonic smile, Ishiran passed by Yi Shi and mocked her. After delivering her taunt, she hastened her pace to catch up with Shen Yingcheng and the others, leaving no room for Yi Shi to retort. Not leaving? Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes at Yi Shi. Yi Shi tightened her grip on the dagger and replied in a low voice, "Follow me." Without pausing, she walked directly into a narrow alley beside the supermarket. Pei Hongqing's expression darkened as he quickly followed her. Yan Ziming said nothing but also hurried after her. The two followed Yi Shi, winding through several turns for a few minutes without reaching their destination. Pei Hongqing's patience wore thin. He firmly grasped Yi Shi's shoulder, his gaze heavy with suspicion. "Are you toying with us?" "No." Yi Shi raised her hand to point at a visible building in the distance. "Isn't the police station right there?" Pei Hongqing looked up and indeed spotted the police station. Only then did he release her shoulder. Yi Shi continued forward, explaining as she walked, "This is a shortcut. There aren't many zombies here." Pei Hongqing's expression remained grim, and he fell silent. However, the dagger in his hand spun with an ever-present murderous intent. The trio walked for another 2 minutes before the back door of the police station appeared before them. Pei Hongqing paused and Yan Ziming, equally surprised, murmured, "She didn't cause any trouble?" Yi Shi had reached the back door, grasping the handle and gently pushing it inward. The iron door surprisingly made no sound. But the next moment, a zombie in police uniform lunged out, gripping Yi Shi's wrist tightly, shrieking as it attempted to bite her neck. Yan Ziming swiftly stepped forward. With a swift stab, the dagger plunged into the zombie's skull, blood splattering across Yi Shi's face. She grimaced slightly, wiped the blood from her face, and pushed the door open to continue inside. Pei Hongqing squinted, scrutinizing Yi Shi's back. This woman seemed indeed different. Normally, she would tremble and cry for help upon encountering zombies, yet today she remained unfazed, simply wiping her face and moving on. Strange. Pei Hongqing's gaze turned complex. After a fleeting moment, he resumed following her. Chapter 11. Learning and Practicing, Reciting Sutras for Deliverance. Yi Shi was acutely aware of Pei Hongqing's thoughts. He undoubtedly harbored intentions to kill her, but was waiting for a justifiable opportunity. More precisely, he wanted to observe what she would do next, then seize the moment to eliminate her. Yan Ziming, being simple-hearted and loyal to Shen Yingcheng, was not the type to indiscriminately kill innocents. Shen Yingcheng had invited him along, likely to keep an eye on Pei Hongqing. Upon entering the police station, they found relatively few zombies. Perhaps during the chaos outside, most had gone out to maintain order. Yi Shi ceased to lead once inside. She turned to Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming, saying, "You go ahead, I'll follow." Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, regarded her for a moment, then leisurely moved to the front. Yan Ziming followed closely behind him, while Yi Shi trailed with her dagger in hand. Since her task was accomplished, she would not grant Pei Hongqing the opportunity to kill her. Before their arrival, Shen Yingcheng had informed Pei Hongqing about the general location of the police station's weapons cache, which he quickly located. However, 2 or 3 zombies guarded the entrance to the armory, their robust bodies clad in bulletproof vests, bearing numerous gunshot wounds. Pei Hongqing signaled Yan Ziming to follow. Although Yan Ziming's earth-based abilities lacked significant lethality, his large physique worked to his advantage. He kicked open the door and immediately tackled one zombie,
pinning it heavily against the doorframe.
Pei Hongqing swiftly darted inside, his wind abilities enhancing his speed. In less than 3 seconds, with a swift slice, he completely severed the zombie's head. With a thud, it fell, rolling to Yi Shi's feet, its lifeless gray-white eyes staring blankly at her.
Yehi furolet herbrov.
Looking up, she caught Pei Hongqing's meaningful glance. She pursed her lips, crouched down to lift the severed head, placed it on a nearby table, dusted off the grime from its face, wiped away the blood, and closed its eyes. Rest in peace, Pei Hongqing. Yan Ziming was equally bewildered. What was she doing? Had she lost her mind? Yishi then took a piece of white paper to cover the head. Turning to the astonished Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming, her tone serious, his identity should not be treated this way. Pei Hongqing, is this a new way for her to act out? Yan Ziming, for some reason, I feel a bit moved. Suddenly, another zombie lunged at Pei Hongqing while the three were momentarily stunned. Pei Hongqing dodged with a swift movement, then kicked the zombie towards Yishi with a cold smile. All right, let us see how you handle them. Hongqing. Yan Ziming shot Pei Hongqing a disapproving look. During missions as a member with lower combat capabilities, he often found himself injured, with Yi Yan providing him the most assistance. Even if he disliked Yi Shi, he did not wish for anything to happen to her under his watch, fearing he would have to explain to Yi Yan upon their return. Just as he thought of Yi Yan, he hurried to save Yi Shi. But before he could take more than a few steps, suddenly, a sharp blade pierced flesh. With a crack, the skull shattered. 2 consecutive sounds rang out. Yan Ziming halted, his eyes wide as he watched the zombie that had lunged at Yi Shi fall silent, gradually collapsing to the ground. Yi Shi withdrew her dagger and wiped the black blood off on a tissue from the table. She bent down to close the eyes of the recently slain zombie, murmuring something under her breath. Yan Ziming focused intently and realized she was reciting sutras. Is she performing deliverance? Pei Hongqing was astonished by her decisive actions in dispatching the zombie. Someone who had never killed a zombie before would not act so resolutely. What on earth was going on with this woman? His gaze darkened, filled with suspicion and scrutiny as he watched Yi Shi. Yi Shi lifted her head to look at the two. What do you think? Don't you usually kill zombies like this? I learned it quite well, didn't I? Upon hearing this, Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming were once again taken aback. Yan Ziming, with an expression of disbelief, asked, You learned that just now? What else? Yi Shi replied with a tone of certainty. I've never killed before, but I've seen you do it plenty of times. Learning a few tricks isn't too difficult. The key is overcoming psychological barriers. What method? Yan Ziming asked curiously. You mean the sutras you just recited? Yi Shi nodded solemnly. I learned it last night. It should be somewhat useful. Yan Ziming. Pei Hongqing scoffed. All show and no substance. Eloquent but hollow. Yi Shi did not retort Pei Hongqing. She found his assessments quite accurate. Nevertheless, her series of actions aimed to appear somewhat justifiable to the two. From their expressions, it seemed they were still half convinced. Pei Hongqing quickly withdrew his gaze from Yi Shi. It was meaningless. No matter what tricks this woman was up to, he would find a way to deal with her. The priority now was to retrieve the weapons. Ziming the keys. He glanced at Yan Ziming, who immediately understood. He rummaged through the 3 corpses and found the key to the armory, tossing it to Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing stepped forward to open the armory. As the door swung open, an array of weapons came into view. Yi Shi tiptoed, peering over Pei Hongqing's shoulder to look inside. There, an entire room was filled with weapons. There was even a submachine gun at his feet. Good heavens! More than she had imagined. No wonder Wang Chen's team was able to rapidly enhance their combat capabilities in the early days of the apocalypse. This armory is one of his golden keys. How could an ordinary person find such items? No, that is not right. How could an ordinary police station possibly stockpile so many weapons? Yi Shi suddenly realized this issue. Similarly, after surveying the arsenal within, which contained everything from handguns to submachine guns and even handheld grenades, Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow, harboring doubts. This clearly did not conform to the standard of a police station's armory. It was as if someone had placed these items here in advance. Pei Hongqing's expression shifted as he glanced at Yi Shi. Could it be that this woman stumbled upon this by accident? Yan Ziming, not quite grasping the situation, leaned in to take a look, feeling overwhelmed. Brother Hongqing, even with the 3 of us, we can't carry all of this back. What should we do? I saw some carts over in the lobby. We should be able to use one, Yi Shi suggested, looking at the 2 of them. Shall I go fetch it? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at her before saying to Yan Ziming, You go with her. Yan Ziming nodded, all right.
Yevi understood Pei Hongqing tots.
Fearing that if she ventured out alone, it could lead to trouble. Thus, she let Yan Ziming keep a close watch on her. As Pei Hongqing selected weapons, he casually grabbed a firearm that was convenient to carry, assembling a magazine and securing it to his waist. He then proceeded to assemble all the other compatible weapons and donned a bulletproof vest. By the time Yi Shi and Yan Ziming returned with a cart, Pei Hongqing was fully armed. With a swift motion, he chambered a round, and in the next moment, the gun was trained directly on Yi Shi's forehead. Chapter 12. Have you figured it out yet, Brother Hongqing? Yan Ziming was momentarily taken aback. Yishi stood there, her expression unchanging, locking eyes with Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing squinted, sneering coldly. Aren't you afraid I might actually pull the trigger? Yishi raised an eyebrow slightly, responding calmly. We are surrounded by zombies. Your gun lacks a suppressor, and firing it will undoubtedly attract many of them our way. If you truly wish to kill me, it hardly seems worth the risk to yourself, does it? Calm and composed, with a hint of intellect. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes further, continuing to scrutinize Yishi. He was somewhat surprised yet filled with skepticism. In just one night, had this woman truly experienced such a profound transformation? He found it hard to believe. His instincts told him that Yishi's change surely concealed other mysteries. Pei Hongqing holstered his pistol back at his waist, offering Yishi a somewhat gentle smile as he jested. I didn't expect your transformation to be so significant. It's as if you've become an entirely different person overnight. I'm starting to wonder if you are indeed the same person. Yishi remained unfazed, replying, It's the apocalypse. Surely one is allowed to grow overnight? Is that not permissible? Indeed. Pei Hongqing scoffed lightly, his gaze playful as he observed her, hoping that she could maintain this newfound clarity and not allow him the opportunity to find a reason to eliminate her. Yishi chose not to respond. Yan Ziming glanced at the time and remarked, The supermarket still needs our assistance. We should hurry and get these weapons back.
Right.
Pei Hongqing gestured for him to bring the cart forward. Yishi stood still, not called upon by Pei Hongqing. The two men proceeded to load all the weapons, ammunition, bulletproof vests, and helmets into the cart. Once everything was packed, the trio departed the police station. Yan Ziming's heart raced at the sight of the cart full of weapons. He understood the implications. Bringing these back would significantly enhance their team's overall combat strength. Future missions would surely be safer. With this thought, he instinctively glanced at Yishi. If not for her suggestion to come to the Jiangbei district, they might never have found these items. Strangely, he felt that Yishi was indeed less bothersome than before. At least this time, she had not caused any trouble.
Wow.
As he transported supplies to the vehicle, Ishiran spotted Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming pushing back a cart full of weapons from a distance, prompting him to leap from the truck and dash towards them. Real guns, Ishiran exclaimed, already grasping one. The weighty feel left him momentarily speechless. Yan Ziming nodded. They're all real. We found them in the armory. Not a single one was left behind. They're all here.
Goodness.
Ishiran took several deep breaths, unable to suppress the joy radiating from his face. He quickly sprinted towards the supermarket to show Sheningcheng. Sheningcheng was just pushing a cart filled with bottled water when Ishiran thrust a submachine gun into his hands. Brother, look. They really found them. Sheningcheng was taken aback, holding the submachine gun in surprise. When he looked at the mountain of weapons that Pei Hongqing had brought over, his breath grew heavier. This was no longer a simple surprise. It was a delightful windfall. Initially, when Yishi mentioned that there was a police station next to this large supermarket in Jiangbei district, he had thought even acquiring a few handguns would be commendable. Never did he imagine Pei Hongqing would return with so many weapons. This was clearly beyond the standard of a police station's armory. Sheningcheng quickly regained his composure and asked Pei Hongqing, Are these not from the armory? Pei Hongqing replied, They were indeed from the armory. It appears that someone had recently stocked them there. I cleared it out and brought everything back. Understood. Sheningcheng nodded, recognizing that now was not the time to investigate this unexpected boon. He glanced at Yishi, who was trailing behind Yan Ziming, appearing quite unassuming. Are you all right? He inquired of Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing understood what he meant, replying, It's no big deal. We can discuss it back home.
All right.
Then let Ishiran load these weapons into the vehicle, while I go fetch other supplies. As Sheningcheng spoke, he turned to Yan Ziming and Yishi. You two come help. Though they had already drawn away some zombies from the vicinity, it did not mean they wouldn't wander back. Ishiran, being strong, was particularly careful while loading the cart. However, the sounds made in the truck were unavoidable, especially as his excitement over the firearms made him inadvertently raise his voice. Brother Pei, this is fantastic. We've upgraded from bird guns to cannons.
Sure.
Pei Hongqing signaled for him to be quiet. Do you want to track zombies? Only then did Ishiran realize, quickly sealing his lips and returning to work. Inside the supermarket, Yishi followed Sheningcheng in, finding Yi Yan, who was busy loading items into a cart. Sister, she called out, stepping forward to help lift a box of energy drinks. These drinks were more beneficial to them than bottled water, as the exertion from battling zombies was too great for regular water to replenish. Xiaoxi, are you alright? Yi Yan asked upon seeing Yi Shi, her first instinct being to check for any injuries. Yi Shi stood still, allowing her to inspect her, and replied helplessly. I was lucky, and didn't encounter too many zombies. In reality, the activity of zombies during the day was indeed somewhat affected, and given the more secluded path she took, it was normal not to encounter many. That's good. Yi Yan sighed in relief, smiling at her. Then let us hurry and help move the supplies. There's still plenty to do, and we need to return to the villa before dark. Understood.
Yedi comprehended.
Today's operation had indeed gone more smoothly than she had anticipated. If all went well, they would return to the villa before nightfall. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, a loud bang echoed from outside the supermarket, resembling the sound of a massive object crashing down. Yi Shi's eyes widened, swiftly shielding Yi Yan behind her. Fu Ruoqing, walking alongside Shen Yingqing, turned pale. Brother Yingqing, it's a zombie. A highly mobile one has appeared, right above us. Shen Yingqing's expression darkened as he glanced at the three of them. Stay here and don't go outside. He then quickly strode towards the exit, with Yan Ziming hastily placing down his items to follow suit. Yi Shi's expression darkened. A zombie with strong mobility? An advanced zombie? But weren't advanced zombies appearing in the Lingnan district? Moreover, this was merely the first month since the apocalypse began. The advanced zombie that killed Pei Hongqing and Ishiran in her previous life was at least level 4. It couldn't possibly be the same advanced zombie that had run over from Lingnan district, could it? That would be utterly absurd. Yi Shi's mind raced as she contemplated her next course of action. If that were the case, their group would undoubtedly perish here today. She tightened her breath, her gaze darkening, and quickly dashed outside. Xiaoxi. Yi Yan reacted just in time to grab Yi Shi, but she had already vanished.
Bang! Bang!
Outside the supermarket, the sound of heavy objects crashing down echoed repeatedly. Chapter 13. Crisis. As Shen Yingqing rushed out, he witnessed a zombie plummeting from above, crashing onto their cargo truck. Pei Hongqing and Ishiran had just finished loading their weapons into the SUV's trunk and turned at the commotion. But in the next instant, bang! Another heavy object fell from above. The cargo truck trembled violently, the shrill sound of nails scraping against the metal compartment instantly altering Shen Yingqing's expression.
Creak, creak.
Shen Yingqing retreated several steps, his face pale. Pei Hongqing sensed the danger and swiftly pulled Ishiran back to higher ground. The two held a few firearms in their hands. After retreating to a safe distance, they looked up to see a towering zombie clad in a suit and tie standing above the truck. Its face was grotesque and decayed, emanating a foul stench. A pair of crimson eyes seemed to fixate on them. Crack, crack. It twisted its neck and slowly lowered its gaze onto Shen Yingqing. Yi Shi had just chased out and witnessed this horrifying scene. Red eyes? She was momentarily stunned, her mind flooded with knowledge about zombies. The super virus could evolve. After infecting a person, it could also cause zombies to ascend in rank. Their level was reflected in the color of their eyes. Ordinary zombies had grayish-white eyes, unable to see, but retaining some hearing. Once evolved to level 1, their eyes turned light red. Level 2 was red, just like the one before her now. Level 3 was a red-black hue, with red tinged by black. At level 4, the zombie's eyes would revert to pure white, devoid of pupils. At level 5, they began to shift to light purple. Level 6 was deep purple, and at level 7, black. The fourth stage of zombies was a decisive threshold, commonly referred to as advanced zombies. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, Yi Shi had seen the highest level of zombies, level 7, slain by Wang Chen. However, rumors spoke of level 8 and 9 zombies. Such creatures had nearly human traits, making them difficult to distinguish. Ultimately, they were defeated by Wang Chen's greatest adversary, the formidable boss Yan Wang. The heads of those two zombies were presented to the base as a gift by Yan Wang. However, those remained mere rumors. She had never laid eyes on the heads of the level 8 and 9 zombies. Returning to the present, while a level 2 zombie might not lead to their total annihilation, it would still be a formidable challenge. This was because the level of a zombie did not equate to the powers of human abilities. A level 2 zombie required at least 4 level 2 ability users to confront. Yi Shi glanced at Shen Yingqing, who possessed level 2 ice abilities, then at Pei Hongqing, with level 2 wind abilities, and finally at Ishiran, who had level 1 fire abilities. Could they manage it? The level 2 zombie still retained its vision, clearly seeing the few living individuals before it. Its crimson eyes widened in excitement. Hiss! It roared like a beast, leaping down from the cargo truck, lunging at Shen Yingcheng. Having been a soldier, Shen Yingcheng had excellent physical attributes and narrowly evaded the zombie's bite. Yet this action undeniably excited the level 2 zombie even more. Its bulging muscles strained against its suit.
Wait.
Yishi squinted, noticing its groin area was torn. And what was worse, it was wearing patterned underwear. She nearly shielded her eyes from this unexpected sight. Shen Yingcheng had already summoned an ice blade, quickly engaging the level 2 zombie in combat. Pei Hongqing and Yixiran rushed in, attacking the zombie from behind. However, the level 2 zombie had tough skin and flesh, or perhaps it simply felt no pain. Pei Hongqing aimed a knife at its forehead, but the zombie's crimson eyes caught the movement, and it deftly avoided the attack. The knife nearly struck Shen Yingcheng's forehead, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Hongqing! Shen Yingcheng shouted, forcefully kicking the restrained level 2 zombie away.
Bang!
The level 2 zombie flew back, crashing into the cashier's counter. Shen Yingcheng wiped his sweat and called out to Yan Ziming, who was not far away. Go tell Yi Yan and the others to get in the car. Yan Ziming nodded repeatedly and dashed inside.
Yi Iran.
Seeing Yi Shi standing not far away, exclaimed in exasperation, Do you want to die? Hurry and run. Not only him, but Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingcheng also frowned at the sight of the zombie. Yi Shi realized that at this moment, everyone lacked a clear understanding of the zombie's level. The level 2 zombie before them was evidently no ordinary foe. Observing the three's tense stance against the level 2 zombie, she instinctively thought that perhaps, in her previous life, Shen Yingcheng and the others had faced a similar situation, completely unaware of the true strength of the zombies they were battling. All they thought about was ensuring that at least one team member survived. The more Yishi pondered, the heavier her heart felt. Watching Shen Yingcheng and the others entangled once more with the level 2 zombie caused her head to throb.
Xiaoxi.
Yan Ziming had brought Yi Yan and Fu Ruoqing to Yishi's side. Fu Ruoqing's face was pale as she gazed at the level 2 zombie surrounded by Shen Yingcheng and the others, her voice trembling. It's so strong. It's a mutated zombie. I've never seen one before. Yi Yan looked over, her expression equally grim. Indeed, I've never encountered a zombie with red eyes before. Yan Ziming spoke solemnly. You three go back to the car first. We'll handle this, and then we will join you.
All right. Ye Yan nodded.
Grasping Yishi's hand as they made their way out, she understood that remaining at this level of zombie would only serve as an impediment. Yan Ziming quickly escorted the three back to the SUV, then hurried to the trunk to retrieve his gun before rushing back into the supermarket. Inside the SUV, Yishi, Yi Yan, and Fu Ruoqing could clearly see the fight unfold. Pei Hongqing had armed himself with a firearm and tossed one to Shen Yingcheng. Shen Yingcheng swiftly loaded it, aiming a shot at the forehead of the level 2 zombie.
Bang!
The gunshot rang out clearly, but it missed the zombie.
Bang! Bang!
A series of shots followed, all evaded by the zombie. If this continued, the surrounding zombies would be drawn to them. Shen Yingcheng's expression changed as he looked at Pei Hongqing and Yixiran. Surround it. Let's finish this quickly. The three were the main combatants of the group. Pei Hongqing and Yixiran quickly repositioned themselves to encircle the level 2 zombie. Hiss! The level 2 zombie glared at them with its crimson eyes, issuing a threatening roar like a beast. Shen Yingcheng frowned, his voice low. Attack. The three simultaneously launched their assault against the level 2 zombie. The level 2 zombie exhibited astonishing agility, leaping and narrowly brushing past Shen Yingcheng before rolling on the ground. Among their attacks, only Pei Hongqing's dagger found its mark, stabbing into the neck of the level 2 zombie. The level 2 zombie was filled with rage. With a ferocious roar, it yanked the dagger from its neck and hurled it towards Shen Yingcheng. Shen conjured an icy barrier to defend himself, but the fragile layer of frost shattered. The dagger clattered to the ground. The level 2 zombie emitted an even more resounding and furious roar, a sound that even Yishi, who was in the SUV,
could hear.
Her expression shifted. A sense of foreboding washed over her. There were likely accomplices lurking nearby. Chapter 14. Believe it or not. Yi Yan was momentarily stunned. Staring at her, Xiaoxi Yu, Yishi pressed her lips together and solemnly explained, Sister, in the animal kingdom, wolves use their howls to attract their pack. This is an instinct of social animals. Zombies, having mutated from the dead, still retain such instincts. Is that so? Yi Yan was uncertain. Fu Ruoqing was equally astonished by this explanation. It was the first time she had encountered such a notion, glancing at Yishi with surprise. The truth was, Their understanding of zombies was limited. They only knew that a terrifying virus had swept across the globe before the apocalypse began, leading to infections and subsequent deaths. After which the deceased turned into mindless monsters attacking the living. Yi Yan furrowed her brow. If what you say is true, we must escape immediately. Yes. Yi Shi glanced towards the Lingnan district. Zombies, after evolving, possessed intelligence. The advanced zombie had appeared in Lingnan, while a level 2 zombie was now present in Jiangbei. Was it possible that the level 2 zombie was summoning the advanced one, or perhaps other level 2 or 3 zombies? The latter hypothesis seemed more plausible. However, even if they encountered level 2 or 3 zombies, Sheningcheng and the others would still struggle to cope. As for her, she had focused on physical training during the apocalypse and had yet to recover much strength. Defeating a level 2 zombie would be a challenge. It was best to conserve energy and prioritize their escape. If that is the case, should we call Brother Ingqing back? Fu Ruoqing looked towards the supermarket where the battle was still raging, preparing to push the door and exit the vehicle. But not far away, several ordinary zombies began to converge towards the sound. Her expression changed, and she hesitated to get out. Yi Shi decisively opened the door and said to the two, "I'll go call them. You stay in the car." Xiao Shi?
Ye yan eklaymet in surprise.
Seeing the approaching zombies, she tried to grab Yi Shi, but it was futile. All she could do was watch as Yi Shi sprinted towards the supermarket. At a distance of about 10 to 20 meters, an ordinary zombie charged towards Yi Shi at full speed. Yi Yan's pupils constricted in alarm as she shouted, "Xiao Shi, be careful." In the next moment, with a loud thud, Yi Shi swiftly dodged, and the ordinary zombie crashed into their cargo truck. Without looking back, she continued her dash toward the supermarket. Yi Yan and Fu Ruoqing were momentarily stunned. Yi Shi was remarkably fast, a side of her they had never witnessed before. Yi Yan bit her lip and murmured, "Well,
My sister used to dance.
is that why she's so quick? What kind of logic was that?" It was a somewhat acceptable explanation, at least. Fu Ruoqing glanced at Yi Yan, understanding her desire not to elaborate further, and refrained from probing. After all, Yi Shi's earlier actions had indeed been annoying. Inside the supermarket, the level 2 zombie had been knocked back several times by Sheningcheng and his companions, yet its tough skin made it difficult to inflict serious harm. Sheningcheng, Pei Hongqing, and Ishiran were all drenched in sweat. Damn it! What's wrong with this zombie? It's as slippery as an eel.
Yir iran pantet.
Looking at Sheningcheng and Pei Hongqing with a wry smile, my powers are nearly spent. Shen Ingqing turned to Pei Hongqing at this remark. Pei Hongqing's expression darkened. He could not hold on much longer. This zombie was exhausting them. The guns they had recently acquired were proving ineffective, as it dodged with an almost unfathomable speed. Furthermore, aside from the initial 3 shots that missed, Shen Ingqing dared not fire again. The noise would easily attract the ordinary zombies they had just managed to disperse. They couldn't afford to be encircled by a horde of ordinary zombies while still grappling with this one. Ishiran contemplated suggesting they flee, but as he glanced outside, he saw Yi Shi rushing in. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Are you crazy? Why are you coming back?" Yi Shi ignored him. Turning to Shen Ingqing and Pei Hongqing, that zombie just called for its companions, and without a doubt, others of the same level are on their way here. We should leave immediately. Both Shen Ingqing and Pei Hongqing were momentarily taken aback. Zombies of the same level? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, dangerously scrutinizing Yi Shi, deliberately asking, "Then tell me, what level is this zombie?" "Level 2, Yi Shi answered frankly. She cast a glance at Shen Ingqing and added, "To kill it, you would need 3 of you." Shen Ingqing, Pei Hongqing, Ishiran clearly did not believe her, scoffing, "You're just a useless fish. What nonsense are you spouting? You've hardly killed any zombies, spending all your time at the temporary shelter, and now you're dreaming of assigning levels to them?" Yi Shi shot him a glance. "Believe it or not, if you die here, I want to be the one to retrieve your body." "You?" Ishiran was infuriated, stepping forward as if to confront Yi Shi. "Enough." Shen Ingqing pulled Ishiran back, his gaze darkening as he said to Pei Hongqing, "Let us go. I'll trust Yi Shi this once." This decision was not solely based on Yi Shi's revelation about the zombie's level. It was also because his own abilities could not be sustained much longer. Rather than continue to exhaust themselves trying to kill this red-eyed zombie, it was wiser to retreat. After all, they had already secured the supplies they needed. Whether they killed this level 2 zombie could be assessed based on their capabilities. Pei Hongqing cast Yi Shi a glance. After a moment of silence, he nodded and quickly adjusted their strategy, agreeing to distract the red-eyed zombie. Shun Ingcheng took Yi Shi and Ishiran, calling for Yan Ziming, and they exited the supermarket. The truck door closed and Yan Ziming and Ishiran drove out first, crashing into several ordinary zombies that were approaching. Shun Ingcheng returned to the SUV, turning it around to wait for Pei Hongqing at the supermarket entrance. Fu Ruoqing was tense. Focusing intently on the supermarket, her brow furrowed. Brother Ingcheng, Brother Hongqing slowing down. The red-eyed zombie has caught up. This meant that Pei Hongqing was unable to contain it alone. Shen Ingcheng frowned and instructed Fu Ruoqing, "Get ready to drive." "Okay."
Fu Ruoqing quickly replied.
Shen Ingcheng exited the vehicle once more, heading back towards the supermarket.
Yeyan anjiosli graspet yejir's hand.
Yi Shi frowned, gazing towards the supermarket. 2 minutes later, Shen Ingcheng and Pei Hongqing emerged, but the situation was dire. Pei Hongqing had blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly injured, and he was slower than Shen Ingcheng. Shen Ingcheng jumped into the passenger seat, but Pei Hongqing was suddenly seized by the level 2 zombie.
Hongqing! Bang!
A gunshot erupted loudly in their ears. Then came the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. Chapter 15. The first time Pei Hongqing's pupils constricted as he felt the weight on his shoulder vanish. Something splattered on the back of his head, soaking him. Turning to look, he saw the zombie that had gripped him, now reduced to a mangled heap on the ground.
Speed!
A woman's clear voice rang out ahead. Pei Hongqing took a breath and quickly climbed into the vehicle, slamming the door shut. The vehicle sped away, leaving the level 2 zombie lying motionless on the ground. Motionless, utterly lifeless. It was not only Pei Hongqing who felt this way. Shen Ingcheng, somewhat bewildered, turned to glance at Yi Shi, who had just set down her submachine gun. Their eyes met, and she flashed a grin. "Not bad, right?" Shen Ingcheng, who had missed several shots at a level 2 zombie, barely managed to avoid a dire fate, with his eardrums still ringing. Meanwhile, Pei Hongqing, who was deeply engrossed in the chaotic driving of Fu Ruoqing, felt a tumult of emotions within him. Yi Yan, equally perplexed, had not noticed Yi Shi's swift actions earlier. The speed at which she had aimed and fired was astonishing. The loud gunfire had resonated in front of her, leaving her head buzzing. She looked at Yi Shi, her feelings a mix of relief and astonishment, complicated beyond measure. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow, wiping the remnants of zombie brain matter from the back of his head with a tissue, remaining silent. He had permitted Yi Shi to accompany them yesterday, curious to see what mischief she intended to continue. Little did he anticipate that the very person he aimed to eliminate would end up saving his life first. Pei Hongqing cast a complex glance at Yi Shi. Shen Ingcheng inquired, "Are you all right?" Pei Hongqing shook his head, indicating he was fine, though he admitted to feeling fatigued from excessive energy use. Shen Ingcheng then turned his gaze toward Yi Shi, his expression equally intricate, asking, "You know how to use a gun?" Upon his question, Pei Hongqing's scrutinizing gaze returned to Yi Shi. Yi Yan, too, was filled with confusion. Even Fu Ruoqing, driving at a swift pace, couldn't help but glance at Yi Shi through the rearview mirror, all awaiting her response.
Yevi, seemingly indifferent, ape-lined.
"I learned by watching short videos. That was my first time using it, and it seems I didn't make any mistakes." Hearing this, Pei Hongqing's expression darkened. He had genuinely felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell just moments ago, so close to death. Not by the jaws of a zombie, but by Yi Shi's shaky hands. Yi Yan, with a furrowed brow, disapproved, "Cece, that's far too dangerous." Yi Shi replied, "I promise there won't be a next time." Yi Yan was left speechless, overwhelmed by her sister's significant transformation today. With this in mind, she looked apologetically at Pei Hongqing. "I'm sorry, Hongqing. Cece has been reckless. Let me help you." Pei Hongqing, wearing a grim expression, muttered, "Thank you." Yi Yan shook her head, placing her hand on his, releasing her healing power. A soft white light emanated from her hand and flowed towards Pei Hongqing's body. Yi Shi observed closely. Her sister's healing ability could alleviate some of the weariness caused by overexertion of powers. As she watched Pei Hongqing visibly relax from his previously furrowed brow, Shen Ingcheng appeared to be in slightly better shape than Pei Hongqing, opting not to receive any healing. Fu Ruoqing drove at a breakneck speed. After covering several kilometers, her brow finally relaxed a bit, and she couldn't resist glancing back at Yi Shi a few more times. Shen Ingcheng asked, "Do you want to switch?" Fu Ruoqing pursed her lips and shook her head. "I'll keep going. We can switch after about 30 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Shin Ingchung sensed something amiss and questioned, "Are there zombies pursuing us?" Fu watching nodded, her tone serious. "It feels the same as that red-eyed zombie. Within a 2-kilometer radius of our exit, there are at least three. Three. Shin Ingchung's expression changed dramatically as he recalled Yi Shi's earlier words. The roar of the red-eyed zombies was a call to their companions. He glanced again at Yi Shi, and Pei Hongqing shared Shin Ingchung's thoughts, his expression darkening further. "Your earlier assessment was correct." Yi Yan looked at Yi Shi, her brow knitted with worry and unease, realizing the zombies could indeed summon their kind. Yi Shi dismissed the anxious gazes of Shin Ingchung and Pei Hongqing, teasingly addressing Yi Yan. "It's just animal instinct. This is all thanks to you making me watch Animal World. That was only because you always claimed to have no interest in biology, and failed every test."
Yeon retorted helplessly.
Yi Shi smiled. "Well, your method worked. I've clearly remembered the survival principles from Animal World, haven't I?" At this, Shin Ingchung and Pei Hongqing fell silent. The principles of the animal kingdom, survival of the fittest, mirrored the harsh realities of their current world. It was unclear whether Yi Shi spoke with intention or merely by coincidence. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, his gaze toward Yi Shi laden with deeper meaning. Shin Ingchung observed Yi Shi, lost in thought. Fu watching, hearing the exchange between Yi Shi and Yi Yan, felt a pang of suspicion. She found it hard to believe Yi Shi's claims. Coincidence could account for one instance, and chance for another, but what about a third? Yi Shi had never killed a zombie before, yet she had acted decisively, shooting straight at the zombie's head, displaying no signs of a novice handling a firearm. Was it all an act during the past month when she seemed to be dragging them down? But why would she do that? Fu watching was baffled, glancing at Shin Ingchung, who was evidently also perplexed. In stark contrast, Yi Yan quickly accepted Yi Shi's explanations, feeling that her sister's transformation was undeniably positive. Yi Shi lounged back, closing her eyes. At that moment, she cared little for the opinions of Shin Ingchung and others. They were not foolish. Her performance today had sufficiently conveyed her sincerity in attempting to change. As long as she refrained from causing trouble and hindering the team, they would not think of abandoning her in favor of Yi Yan. Naturally, she had no intention of leaving Shin Ingchung's team. She could wander alone, but Yi Yan could not. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival was incredibly challenging for lone wolves. Moreover, Yi Yan's powers were inherently meant for the benefit of the team. Hours later, the group returned to their temporary residence. Having driven ahead, Ishiran and Yan Ziming were unaware of Pei Hongqing's earlier ordeal. However, upon exiting the vehicle, Yan Ziming distinctly sensed something amiss about Shin Ingchung and Pei Hongqing. More specifically, their gazes occasionally lingered on Yi Shi, drawing attention. He stroked his chin, puzzled. Could it be that Yi Shi had caused trouble again? Chapter 16. A dog's eyes see no worth. Phew. Thankfully that red-eyed zombie did not pursue us. Upon entering the villa, Ishiran plopped down onto the sofa, exhaling in relief as he patted his chest. Fu watching shot him a glance. That red-eyed zombie is dead.
Huh?
Yan Ziming instinctively looked at Fu watching. Dead? Ishiran, appearing unsurprised, replied matter-of-factly. It must have been killed by Brother Shin and Brother Pei. Too bad, I didn't see it. Just then, Shin Ingchung and Pei Hongqing entered through the door. Upon hearing Ishiran's words, they were at a loss for words. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, recalling the zombie brain matter in his hair, and frowned. You explain it to them. I need to take a shower. Shin Ingchung nodded. Ishiran, puzzled, asked, what is there to explain? Is Brother Shin going to share his experience of killing that red-eyed zombie? No. Shin Ingchung shook his head. Ishiran was even more confused. Shin Ingchung, his expression serious, stated it was Yi Shi who killed the zombie. She saved Hongqing's life. What? Ishiran leapt from the sofa, incredulous as he pointed at Yi Shi, who was pouring water in the kitchen. Her? She killed a zombie? A mutated one? He couldn't believe it. Prior to this, Yi Shi had never killed a single zombie. How could one possibly defeat a mutated zombie, which is significantly stronger than an ordinary one? In the kitchen, Yi Shi heard Yi Shi Ran's loud outburst and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Yi Yan, feeling helpless, reassured her, Little Shi, you need not take it to heart. Shi Ran is merely upset about what transpired previously and still holds a rather unfavorable impression of you. Yi Shi nonchalantly replied, Sister, I do not care about their opinions of me. Regardless, I will certainly fulfill the promise I made to you.
Hearing this,
Yi Yan felt a wave of relief and affectionately gazed at her. Yes, sister believes in you, little she. Yi Shi nodded and took a long drink of water, quenching her thirst after a day without it. In the living room, Fu Ruoqing, noticing Yi Shi Ran's disbelief, added, Brother Ing Cheng has no need to deceive you. She ran. We were all quite surprised, but it was indeed Yi Shi who fired a crucial shot when Brother Hong Qing was nearly caught by that red-eyed zombie. This statement was not an exaggeration. She had witnessed it firsthand. Had Yi Shi not fired, Pei Hong Qing would undoubtedly have been bitten. Yan Ziming pondered for a moment before stating, I trust what Brother Ing Cheng said, for when we went to retrieve weapons, Yi Shi had already killed a zombie. He glanced towards Yi Shi in the kitchen, paused briefly, and continued, She dispatches zombies with remarkable efficiency. All in all, Yi Shi's performance today was entirely beyond his expectations. How is that possible? Yi Shi Ran still could not believe it. That mutated zombie had entangled both Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing for quite some time, without yielding. How could Yi Shi possess such formidable prowess? It was merely luck, Shi Ran. Do not overthink it. Yi Yan interjected, sensing Yi Shi Ran's disbelief and hastily offering an excuse for her sister's extraordinary display. She tugged at Yi Shi, urging her to speak. Yi Shi took another sip of water, looked at the fuming Yi Shi Ran, and remarked, Indeed, it was just good fortune. Compared to you, Yi Shi Ran, I fall quite short. After all, I lack any special abilities and am merely a lazy and useless person. Yi Shi Ran, taken aback, thought, Is she belittling herself to praise me? The sarcasm was too much to bear. She, without any special abilities, could kill a mutated zombie, while those with abilities couldn't manage it. What did that say about them? Infuriated, Yi Shi Ran coldly glared at Yi Shi. If you truly possess such skill, then kill a few ordinary zombies, and I might regard you with a bit more respect. Why would I need your respect? Yi Shi raised an eyebrow. After all, only a dog looks down on others. Why you dare call me a dog? Yi Shi Ran was incensed, charging toward Yi Shi to retaliate. Shen Yingcheng's expression changed. She ran, but before he could intervene, she was already in front of Yi Shi, throwing a punch. Yi Shi Ran, with her grievances, cared little for gender distinctions when angered. Yi Yan was startled and wanted to intervene, but it was too late. Yan Ziming averted his gaze, unable to watch. Yi Shi Ran was indeed volatile and prone to impulsive reactions. This time, Yi Shi was genuinely going to get hurt. Fu Ruoqing shared the same thought, but did not look away. In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Yi Shi Ran's fist was about to impact Yi Shi's face, she deftly evaded, raising her elbow to strike Yi Shi Ran's chin with blinding speed. Yi Shi Ran screamed, clutching her jaw in agony. Shen Yingcheng and Fu Ruoqing exchanged bewildered glances, while Yan Ziming stood in shock. Yi Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Shi withdrew her arm, feigning a pained expression as she frowned at Yi Shi Ran. Apologies, it was a reflex. You call that a reflex? You nearly broke my jaw. Yi Shi Ran, on the verge of tears from the pain, seethed.
Little she.
Yi Yan shot a disapproving look at her sister and hurried over to heal Yi Shi Ran with her powers. Yi Shi Ran's eyes were red from the pain, tears streaming down her face. Yi Yan comforted her. I'm sorry, Shi Ran, little she didn't mean it. The healing abilities soon alleviated the excruciating pain in Yi Shi Ran's jaw. Gritting her teeth, Yi Shi Ran glared at Yi Shi. You may not have intended it, but you certainly did it on purpose. Her resentment was palpable. How on earth did you acquire such strength? I never believed you could shoot a mutated zombie to save Pei Hongqing, but after that hit, I am beginning to question everything.
Yevi, adopting a nonchalant demeanor.
Turned and resumed her task of pouring more water. Yi Shi Ran was beside herself with rage. Shen Yingcheng placed a firm hand on her shoulder, furrowing his brow. Enough. Regardless of whether it was an accident or luck, it is an undeniable fact that Yi Shi saved Hongqing today. If you still have energy, why not help unload the weapons from the vehicle? Fine, Yi Shi Ran replied, feeling frustrated. Thankfully, Yi Yan's healing had dulled her pain. She feared that if she saw Yi Shi again, she would be unable to restrain herself. Choosing to heed Shen Yingcheng's words, she obediently went to assist with the weapons. I will help as well, Yan Ziming chimed in, following Yi Shi Ran. Shen Yingcheng glanced at Yi Yan and the others. You all have worked hard today. You should rest upstairs. Yi Yan turned to him. Senior, should I also heal you? You have expended a significant amount of energy today. Shen Yingcheng contemplated and acknowledged. Dealing with that red-eyed zombie indeed drained me. If you feel it is necessary, then proceed. All right, senior, Yi Yan replied, quickly moving toward him. Shen Yingcheng did not refuse further. Fu Ruoqing had already gone upstairs. Yi Shi remained, drinking water, while observing Yi Yan treat Shen Yingcheng. Although she had not awakened any abilities in her previous life, she understood that exhausting one's powers was not inherently a negative outcome. Her sister's healing abilities could only relieve the fatigue that came from depleting one's powers. They could not replenish them. Generally, there are two ways to restore one's abilities. The first is to wait for them to regenerate naturally, which typically takes a shorter time for lower-level abilities, akin to cooldown times in video games. A first-level ability user usually takes 2 to 3 days to fully recover, while a second-level user requires 5 to 6 days. The second method is to find external sources for replenishment, such as zombie cores. The second-level zombie they encountered today held a core that could not only rapidly replenish an ability user's energy, but could also assist them in breaking through to the next level, a valuable resource. However, she had earlier worried that the high-level zombies in the Lingnan district might approach, and had shot the second-level zombie in the head, leading to its core's destruction.
Now,
Realizing she had awakened a blank space ability, she thought it prudent to seek out a core to experiment with. All right, senior, Yi Yan concluded her treatment. Shen Yingqing nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Yan shook her head and walked over to Yi Shi. You should go rest now, little Shi. Okay. Yi Shi replied, pouring herself another glass of water before following her sister upstairs. Shen Yingqing watched the two sisters ascend the stairs, deep in thought. Once upstairs, Yi Yan pulled Yi Shi back into their room and promptly locked the door. She furrowed her brow and scrutinized Yi Shi with utmost seriousness.
Yevi.
Feeling puzzled by her sister's intense gaze, asked, Sister, what's wrong? Little Shi, is there something you are hiding from me?
Ye Yan invited.
Not one to be easily deceived. She had noticed the changes in her sister, and the elbow strike delivered to Yi Shi Ran had been profoundly shocking, far beyond what one might expect from someone who had never trained. It is more akin to Shen Yingqing. Yi Shi is aware that her peculiarities cannot be concealed. Aside from the matter of reincarnation, she finds herself unrestrained regarding certain information from her past life about the apocalypse, such as the levels of zombies. After a moment's contemplation, she turns to Yi Yan and says, Sister, I truly have changed. Just yesterday, I discovered that I have awakened a special ability. Yi Yan looks at her in surprise. A special ability? What kind of ability? It's hard to describe. I call it the blank space. However, it is not a tangible space. Nothing can enter it besides myself. Yi Shi sits on the bed and continues, yet the time within is different from that outside. 2 hours inside equate to just 1 minute outside. Since last night, I have begun training within this space, and the results manifest directly upon my body. It feels akin to some form of body-enhancing ability. A spatial body-enhancing ability? Yi Yan listens, intrigued yet concerned. Little Shi, your ability is indeed quite strange. Usually, when people awaken their powers, they suffer from severe fever leading to unconsciousness. But yes, it is indeed quite different. I don't quite understand it myself, but it is undeniably real. Yi Shi then retrieves the scissors she practiced with yesterday and says, Sister, take a look. With that, she throws the scissors which, rather than flying gracefully like a dart, embeds itself 2 centimeters deep into the door panel. Yi Yan is astonished. She rushes over to inspect and, upon seeing the scissors lodged firmly, can no longer doubt her sister's claims. Truly remarkable. But how did you practice throwing darts in that space? Aren't you unable to bring anything inside? Yi Shi is momentarily taken aback and quickly clarifies, I wasn't practicing darts, I was training my arm strength. Yi Yan returns, taking her sister's hand and rolling up her sleeve to examine her arm. It remains slender and delicate, showing no significant difference from before. Little Shi. You all right, sister? Yi Shi hastily pulls down her sleeve, gazing at her with earnestness. You need not worry. Just know that I possess the ability to protect myself. In the future, I will grow stronger, strong enough to shield you from any harm. Little Shi. Yi Yan's eyes well with tears as she tightly grasps her sister's hand. Yi Shi is surprised, wondering why her sister is suddenly crying. Sister, why are you crying? I'm just so happy, Yi Yan replies, embracing her tightly. It feels like the familiar little Shi has returned. Sister.
Ye just no se tingles.
Before the apocalypse, the two sisters had relied on each other for many years, knowing each other all too well. In her past life, Yi Yan had sensed something was off but never got to see the old little Shi again before her death. Yishi dares not dwell on such thoughts and softly reassures Yiyan, sister, you need not worry anymore. I will always be here.
Yeyan, tears flowing.
Looks at her and smiles. Does this make me seem overly sentimental? Not at all. Yishi shakes her head, wiping away her tears. You are simply more emotional. Yiyan chuckles, her laughter gentle and warm like the sun. Yishi reflects, see? No wonder Yiyan awakened a healing ability, even without using her powers. Just seeing her smile is healing. 15 minutes later, Pei Hongqing descends after his shower, damp and with wet hair. He scans the surroundings and, noticing only Shin Yingqing, approaches him lazily. Thinking about Yishi? Shin Yingqing glances at him. Everything that has transpired today, her behavior, feels rather peculiar. However, I am relieved that she did not cause any trouble for us. Pei Hongqing squints slightly, scoffing. Old habits die hard. It's only the first day. We should observe her for a bit longer to see what her true nature is. Indeed. What are your thoughts on what she mentioned regarding the levels of zombies? Shin Yingqing ponders. I have a gut feeling that what she said is true. Or perhaps she knows something more. I share your sentiments. Under the cold fluorescent lights, Pei Hongqing's phoenix eyes appear particularly cold and menacing as he looks at Shin Yingqing. My suggestion is to call her out and ask directly. From her demeanor today, it is evident that she does not intend to conceal anything, nor has she shown an inclination to disclose it voluntarily. Perhaps she is simply waiting for us to initiate the conversation? Chapter 18. A small suggestion. Half an hour later, Furuoqing knocks on the door. Sister Yen. It's time to eat.
Coming.
Yiyan emerges from the bathroom, towel drying her hair. She notices Yishi still seated on the bed, motionless, and suspects her sister has entered that blank space. She approaches and gently pats Yishi's shoulder. Little Shi, can you hear me? It's time to go eat. Inside the blank space, Yishi has just completed 500 push-ups when she hears Yi Yan's voice seemingly right beside her. She feels Yi Yan's gentle pat on her shoulder. Startled, Yishi quickly exits the blank space, opening her eyes to see Yi Yan's hand still resting on her shoulder.
Yeyan smiles.
Little Shi, weren't you training? I was, Yishi replies, but upon hearing you call, I came out. You can hear me? Yi Yan is somewhat surprised. I thought I would have to wait for you to come out on your own. I feel as though this blank space is similar to a mental realm. My spirit enters it while my body remains outside. However, the fact that training within can yield results for my physical body is certainly worthy of further exploration. Currently, apart from the spaciousness and the azure liquid that replenishes her stamina, the space holds nothing else. Even if she wishes to investigate, she can only begin with this azure liquid. Previously, after training, she used the liquid to restore her energy, but hesitated to use it again for fear of depleting it, preferring to allow her body to recover naturally. Upon her last visit, she noticed the liquid's level in the pool had slightly risen, reminiscent of a gradual recovery after using an ability. It seems her power is not so different from others. It can restore itself. Just as Yi Yan went to shower, she had entered once more for training, pushing herself to exhaustion before absorbing the liquid again, hoping to expend more of it. She plans to slay a low-level zombie to collect a crystal core for experimentation. Little Shi, you can do it. Yi Yan, witnessing her sister's vibrant spirit, feels her own mood lift. The fact that Yi Shi is awakening and becoming independent brings her immense joy. However, Yi Yan suddenly recalls something and takes Yi Shi's hand, saying, Little Shi, your ability is rather unique. It cannot be seen or touched, and if disclosed, others may find it quite mystical or simply conclude that you have awakened spatial powers. Yi Shi gazes at her sister. Are you suggesting I should keep my powers a secret?
Yeyan notes, her konger evident.
It would be best to tell others that you have no powers at all, or that you have awakened enhanced physical endurance. Sister, my ability remains unclear, and aside from you, I do not intend to disclose it to anyone else. Even if I had no powers in my past life, I understand that the more unique an ability is, the more likely it is to attract attention. If necessary, she can merely act as though she has been diligently training in front of Shin Yingqing and the others. They are all intelligent individuals, having formed a team to survive together for just over a month. They are unlikely to be so clueless as to pry relentlessly for answers. Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, Yi Yan breathes a sigh of relief. That is good. However, given what Yi Shi has done today, it will surely raise suspicions with Shin Yingqing and the others. She advises Yi Shi, when we go to eat, be prudent about what you can and cannot say. I understand, sister. If I cannot trust Shin Yingqing and the others. Last night, she would not have suggested going to Zhongbei district, allowing Pei Hongqing and Yi Shiran to avoid a fatal calamity. These two, alongside Shen Yingqing, constitute the most vital combat strength of the entire team. In her previous life, had Pei Hongqing and Yi Shiran survived, their later abilities would likely not have been inferior to those of Shen Yingqing, who posed as a rival to Wang Chen. During the decade of the apocalypse, she had witnessed powerful wind and fire ability users at levels 5 and 6. However, setting aside thoughts of the future for now, her current situation with Yi Yan in Shen Yingqing's team remains the most favorable choice. The sisters descended the stairs, and Yi Shi immediately spotted Shen Yingqing in the kitchen, donned in an apron, cooking. Fu Ruoqing assisted by bringing dishes to the dining table. Pei Hongqing had already changed into a fresh and clean outfit, sitting at the table with arms crossed, resembling a lord awaiting his meal. Yi Shiran and Yan Ziming had just emerged from the restroom, their clothes still dusted from their recent organization of supplies. Yi Shiran, not noticing Yi Shi's arrival, was lured by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. He swallowed hard, wondering if Shingo was cooking today.
Fu Ruoqing chuckled. Indeed.
The supermarket has a large freezer. Although there was a power outage, some vegetables like pumpkins, potatoes, and onions were well preserved. I brought some back, and Shunga decided to whip up a few dishes. With less than 5 days into the apocalypse, the world had plunged into darkness. Power, internet, water, and gas had all ceased. Regardless of the supermarket, the meat in the freezers would vanish the quickest. Finding any undamaged vegetables was indeed a stroke of luck. Moreover, given the villa's somewhat remote location and age, the kitchen relied on a gas canister, which allowed for a few fresher ingredients these past couple of days. Otherwise, the usual fare consisted of various canned goods and instant meals. This meal marked the second improvement in their diet over the last month. Yi Shi glanced at the table, noting a plate of stir-fried pumpkin with cured meat, shredded potatoes with sausage, and onions with cured meat. It seemed that the main dish today was stir-fried cured meat. In that fleeting moment, she regretted not awakening a true spatial storage ability. Had she done so, worries about food would be a thing of the past. Shortly, Shen Yingqing emerged from the kitchen with the last 2 dishes, a large platter of steamed duck and another of steamed chicken. Yi Shiran, unable to resist, quickly picked up his chopsticks and tossed a piece into his mouth, ignoring the heat as he gobbled it down. With a sigh, Shen Yingqing removed his apron and gestured for Yi Yan and Yi Shi to sit down and eat.
Ye Yan nodded,
pulling Yi Shi to sit beside her at the same spots they had occupied for dinner the previous night. Of course, the food was not the focus. Shen Yingqing opened a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for everyone to celebrate the successful completion of their supply retrieval mission. He raised his glass, looking around at everyone, especially Yi Shi, and said warmly, "Today, we owe much to Yi Shi for helping us find numerous weapons." As Yi Shi savored the fragrant duck, which she had not eaten in nearly a decade, she looked up at Shen Yingqing, who had acknowledged her, and smiled. "I merely offered a small suggestion. Ultimately, the decision rests with you, Captain Shen." While she had indeed added a touch of temptation to her suggestion, it was merely luck.
Geen je fijne disbelief.
Do you really think you can replicate the success next time? Yi Shiran scoffed, grabbing a duck leg, glaring defiantly at Yi Shi. Yi Shi continued to eat, too indifferent to spare him another glance. Pei Hongqing narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes, raising his wine glass in a meaningful toast to her. "Regardless of luck, your timely shot today indeed saved me. Thus, I extend my gratitude." With that, he downed the contents of his glass in one gulp. Chapter 19. A Bet.
Pei.
Yi Shiran was taken aback that Pei Hongqing would thank Yi Shi. Hearing this, he felt a surge of indignation. He hastily finished the duck leg and shot Yi Shi a fierce glare, saying to Pei Hongqing, "Pei Go, you needn't apologize to this useless fish. Over the past month of the apocalypse, how many times has she nearly perished? Each time, it was you, Shunge, or I, and Yan Ziming, who saved her. If anyone should be thanking anyone, it should be her, Yi Shi, who owes us all thanks."
She won.
Shen Yingqing's voice turned solemn as he cast a stern glance at him. "We are a team. Regardless of who faces danger, we must come to each other's aid. There's no need for gratitude. Such remarks should cease from now on." Yet this situation was unique. Yi Shi had indeed contributed to this mission. Had she not reminded them, they might not have returned alive. He recalled Fu Ruoqing's words. The path back had seen them encounter zombies resembling the red-eyed variety. One alone had exhausted all their abilities, and the thought of facing several was unimaginable. The shot Yi Shi fired to save Pei Hongqing had been pivotal. He saw no issue with Pei Hongqing expressing gratitude. Ishiran, chastised by Sheningcheng, felt even more perplexed. Why had Sheningcheng and the others suddenly altered their stance towards Yishi upon their return? It was a complete 180-degree turn. He couldn't comprehend it and could only continue eating to mask his vexation. In truth, Yishi was not surprised by Pei Hongqing's gratitude. He was cunning and shrewd. This move was merely a way to sweeten her up, while Sheningcheng's words signified that she was now an accepted member of the team, acknowledging her growth. In summary, they were all clever individuals. After finishing her meal, Yishi set down her chopsticks and looked at Sheningcheng with feigned seriousness. Captain, you are correct. It was only yesterday that I began to awaken to the realization that I am a part of this team. My survival thus far owes much to everyone's assistance. Therefore, I have decided to share what I know about the levels of zombies. Both Sheningcheng and Pei Hongqing paused at her declaration. Was Yishi so easily led? Fine, he thought. I shall see what she has to say. Ishiran remained skeptical of Yishi's statement. He was well aware of her actions since joining their team over a month ago. Aside from their travels, she had preferred to remain idle at the temporary base. Just yesterday morning, during their journey, she had nearly caused him to meet his demise at the hands of a zombie out of spite. Such a vindictive and foolish woman could not possibly comprehend the levels of zombies. She must have been concocting tales out of boredom while idling at the base. Yishi chose to ignore Ishiran's remarks, addressing Sheningcheng and the others. If humans have awakened abilities with levels, why can't zombies? Moreover, if I recall correctly, this isn't our first encounter with mutated zombies. We previously encountered a similar one. You may not have seen it, but I did. It too had red eyes. Albeit a lighter shade than today's red-eyed zombie. Its speed surpassed that of ordinary zombies, and it possessed keen vision and olfactory senses. As she spoke, she elaborated, explaining that the first zombie chased their vehicle alongside others but failed to catch up, which they had likely overlooked. Pei Hongqing squinted. Today, you confidently asserted that the red-eyed zombie was a level 2 zombie. What was your basis for that claim? Was it merely the color of its eyes? You've all read those apocalyptic novels, haven't you? My hypothesis is that these zombies have levels akin to human abilities.
Not only that,
but perhaps they even possess cores within their brains, just as described in the books. Upon hearing her words, Sheningcheng furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. All of this was merely conjecture on her part. There was no definitive evidence from Yishi to substantiate this notion. She even brought up apocalyptic novels. They were living in a genuine apocalypse now. How could that possibly relate to those fictional tales? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes. Since Yishi began to speak, he had not missed a single expression on her face. It was evident that traces of deception were present. Yet, intertwined within those lies was a thread of truth. This woman had never spoken in such a half-truth manner before. Yishi, you really do have a penchant for nonsense. What else with the apocalyptic novels, crystal cores, and zombie levels? Clearly, all of this is just a product of your idle imagination. Ishiran looked at Yishi with derision. Next time, could you please make your fabrications a bit more credible? This only serves to make you appear utterly ridiculous. What if it's true? Yishi responded, gazing at Ishiran with a hint of melancholy. We could place a wager. If my conjecture proves correct, you, Ishiran, will have to serve me for an entire month. When I direct you east, you must not venture west, and in front of others and behind their backs. You must obediently refer to me as sister. Will you take the bet? But if I'm wrong, you have to leave the team.
Iran. Yeyan interjected.
Frowning as she interrupted him, little she is indeed changing. Perhaps what she says holds truth. If little she wishes to leave the team, then I will accompany her. We are sisters, inseparable no matter the circumstances. Her tone was resolute. Previously, she had expressed her stance in front of Sheningcheng and Pei Hongqing. But now she laid it bare. It was all because of the words Ishiran had yet to utter. Hearing Yi Yan's declaration, Ishiran swallowed back the fierce words he had just prepared to direct at Yishi. Yi Yan was not one to jest. Even he, in his foolishness, recognized that Yi Yan was an irreplaceable presence within their team. Without her, how could he have the audacity to confront zombies? In summary, Yi Yan could not be separated from their group. Yishi was also not someone to be easily dismissed. With this thought, Ishiran cast an irate glare at Yishi, gritting his teeth. Fine. I won to let you leave. Just as you said, if you lose, you'll be my servant for a month. I'll elevate you to the skies, and you must not descend. You will call me boss in front of others and in private. None of this brother or sister nonsense.
I disdain that.
Boss is far superior. Yishi found herself firmly beneath his heel, compelled to be his subordinate. Oh, I didn't realize you had such a fondness for being the boss. I have no objections. Yishi shrugged her shoulders, a smile gracing her lips. I just hope you, Ishiran, want to go back on your word and be unable to accept defeat. Chapter 20. Unable to accept defeat? You are the one who cannot accept defeat. Ishiran exploded once more, declaring vehemently, if I cannot accept defeat, I shall sever my head and present it to you as a ball to kick.
All right.
I'll remember those words. Yishi concluded, turning her gaze to Shin Yingqing. Captain, I believe this matter holds considerable value for verification.
What if it truly is the case?
Shin Yingqing furrowed his brow, responding gravely. If it is true, it would be beneficial for us. After all, our greatest enemy at present is the zombies. The red-eyed zombies that appeared today have already overwhelmed us. What if others emerge in the future? Green-eyed, blue-eyed, or purple-eyed ones? How will we discern their levels of danger? Yet, he felt that Yishi's conjecture lacked concrete evidence and was far too unreliable. Hongqing, what are your thoughts? Shen Yingqing inquired, looking towards Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Yishi, responding coolly, let us verify it. Go find a red-eyed zombie and kill it. If it indeed possesses the crystal core that Yishi mentioned, then her conjecture would be more than half correct. Where do we find a red-eyed zombie? Fu Ruoqing frowned, saying, we've been to Jiangbei district once, on our return. I genuinely sense the emergence of other equally strong zombies. If we venture there again, it would be akin to courting death. Yan Ziming suggested, then let us try the Lingnan district? The Lingnan district? Yishi's lips twitched, turning to Shin Yingqing and stating, the red-eyed zombie I previously encountered was in a small town called Qingxi that we passed on our last journey. The existence of leveled mutated zombies has long been understood by the ability users in the past few years. Level 1 red-eyed zombies are stronger than ordinary zombies, and their numbers will gradually increase, becoming the mainstream zombies. As the virus lingers in the brains of zombies longer, they will naturally develop crystal cores, which is the key to the evolution of level 1 zombies. The small town we passed through had a modest population, with only 300 to 500 visible zombies.
Now,
a month into the apocalypse, there must be at least one ordinary zombie that has evolved into a level 1 red-eyed zombie, right? As for advanced zombies, they still belong to a realm of incredible rarity and are unlikely to be encountered in a small town. Yi Yan glanced at her sister, agreeing. The small town has a low population, so the danger level is not as high. We might be able to find a level 1 zombie there. It's far better than risking a return to Jiangbei district. Lingnan district is too close to Jiangbei. I fear those few level 2 zombies may be summoned by their companions, which would lead to complications. Shen Yingqing pondered deeply, appearing contemplative. Very well. I concur with this proposal. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yishi before addressing Shen Yingqing. Yingqing, we can make the trip tomorrow. Shen Yingqing had already analyzed the pros and cons of the situation. Hearing Pei Hongqing's suggestion, he tightened his brow and replied solemnly, all right. Everyone, rest well tonight. We'll set off for Qingxi tomorrow morning. Back in their room, Yi Yan looked at Yi Shi with concern, asking little Shi. About the zombie levels, it's not just a fabrication, Yi Shi assured her seriously. Yi Yan paused, puzzled. Then how did you know? In a dream, perhaps? Yi Shi replied, struggling to articulate the concept of reincarnation or a past life. She settled on the notion of a dream. Yi Yan was left bemused by her words, exclaiming, this explanation is indeed less credible than your previous conjectures. Indeed, Yi Shi was not foolish. If someone had told her in the past that they had a dream revealing the apocalypse was imminent, she would have deemed them insane. Dreams were merely dreams. How could they hold any weight? Far less credible than her conjectures. However, I believe you, sister. Yi Yan grasped Yishi's hand, her gaze gentle yet resolute. Little Shi, no matter what you say, I believe in you. Yes, I know you do, sister. That's why I spoke honestly. I had a dream yesterday, revealing many elements of the apocalypse, and I can't shake this feeling that it's genuine, almost like a precognitive dream. Precognitive dream?
Yeyan eklemet in surprise.
Could this be the awakening of your powers? Yishi sat on the bed, spreading her hands. Who knows? All I know is that I did learn certain things through that dream. Now, we just need to confirm them. Yi Yan's eyes brightened a little. Leaning closer as she couldn't help but ask, little Shi, did you see how the future of the apocalypse unfolds? The future of the apocalypse? Yi Shi's expression shifted slightly. Not wishing to conceal anything from Yi Yan, she replied solemnly, aside from the zombie crisis, there is also a climate crisis. It will be incredibly challenging for survivors to endure. Hearing this, Yi Yan felt her breath quicken. Is there truly no glimmer of hope? Of course there is. Yi Shi raised her eyebrows, her tone lifting as she earnestly told Yi Yan, Sister, in the future, a super base will emerge in the apocalypse. That will be the place where all survivors begin anew. It is our true beacon of hope. The super base amalgamates the most advanced scientific technologies from around the globe, a gem of humanity amidst the vast ocean of adversity. Even though it is constructed underground, within its confines, we can still behold the sunlight, the moonlight, and the mountains and seas. In that era, those with extraordinary abilities will exist as a new breed of humanity, no longer fearing the zombie virus. Even if bitten or succumbing to death, they shall not metamorphose. Not only that, they have developed an antidote that serves as the nemesis to the zombie virus. Soon, the global zombie scourge will be eradicated. In 3 to 5 years, life on the surface will be restored, and survivors will be able to return to their former lives above ground. Everything will reset and restart. All will embrace the dawn of a new epoch. Will that day truly arrive? Yi Yan listened to her description, her mind involuntarily painting such vivid imagery. A sense of yearning and hope stirred within her. In the early days of the apocalypse, she had fantasized that someone would come to end this horrifying nightmare. Yet over the past month, the experiences and encounters she endured plunged her into a profound despair. She was not inherently strong. If not for the thought of her sister Yi Shi still needing her, she might have long since collapsed under the weight of it all. Now, Yi Shi's words undoubtedly bestowed upon her a renewed sense of hope. Sister, trust me. In the days to come, we will strive to survive together. As long as we live, there will be hope. Yi Shi was steadfast in this belief. The life she led in her previous existence, controlled and suffocating, had been utterly despairing. But in the end, she broke free. Now, everything begins anew. She believed she could lead Yi Yan to alter the tragic fate that Wang Qin had toyed with in their past lives. The sisters would live robustly, awaiting the day the apocalypse would finally conclude. The following day, at 3 a.m, in the room, Fu waking jolted awake. Chapter 21. The Pursuit. Ha! The sounds of zombies' cries pierced her ears, alarmingly close. Fu waking was drenched in cold sweat. She swiftly threw off her covers and leapt from the bed, rushing to the door to find Shen Yingcheng on the 3rd floor. However, she first encountered Yi Shi, standing by the window in the corridor. Fu waking paused for a moment, surprised to see her. Yi Shi frowned slightly, explaining, I got up to use the restroom and sensed movement outside. You should go wake the captain and the others. All right. Fu waking didn't have time to ponder how Yi Shi could sense such things. She dashed upstairs, knocking on the door of Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing's room. The two quickly emerged. What's wrong? Shen Yingcheng asked, his gaze fixed on Fu waking. Zombies. The mutated zombie we encountered during the day is dangerous. I sense it is nearby our villa.
Furuking panted. What?
Pei Hongqing's expression shifted slightly. Is it chasing us from the Jiangbei district? Fu waking shook her head. I'm not certain. We had traveled a distance, and I didn't feel their presence anymore. But just now, while I was sleeping, I distinctly heard the cries of zombies. She was certain she couldn't be mistaken. A mutated zombie was indeed drawing nearer to their villa. The danger was approaching. Remembering how Shen Yingcheng and the others had failed to subdue the 2nd-level zombie, her anxiety deepened. As a psychic ability user, she could sense the disparity in strength between them and the mutated zombie more acutely than the others. It was a subtle, indescribable feeling, yet undeniably, as Yi Shi had said, to kill a red-eyed zombie, 3 Shen Yingchengs would be required. If a zombie of the same level as the red-eyed one from Jiangbei were to close in on them now. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow.
Gripping Furuking's shoulder. Stay calm.
Can you sense its position now? Fu waking nodded, pointing towards the corridor window. It's approaching from that direction. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, glancing at Shen Yingcheng. I'll go downstairs to get a gun. There's no need to be cautious this time. We've already cleared the surrounding zombies. Shen Yingcheng nodded. I'll head downstairs to take a look. He then instructed Fu waking, wake everyone else and gather them in the living room downstairs to prepare for battle. Understood. Fu waking replied, hurrying to rouse Yan Ziming and Ishiran. Pei Hongqing descended first. On the 2nd floor corridor, he caught sight of Yi Shi gazing out the window. He merely glanced at her silhouette before continuing downstairs. By the window, Yishi sensed someone watching her from behind, a prickling feeling causing the hairs on her neck to stand on end. It must be Pei Hongqing coming down. However, she did not turn around, concentrating her attention on a certain direction outside the villa. Not far away, about 100 meters, lay a thicket. The darkness obscured her view, and apart from the trees, she could see nothing else. Yet, she could hear rustling sounds, something crunching on fallen leaves and twigs as it approached. The pace was neither fast nor slow, comparable to the second-level zombie they had encountered earlier that day. It was highly likely to be a zombie of the same level. If it were a third-level zombie, given her current abilities, she might not even perceive its approach. Ultimately, the lack of physical training in her present body was evident. "What do you see?" Shen Yingqing's voice emerged beside her. Yishi squinted, not turning to face him. "There's a zombie approaching from the thicket. It's likely of the same level we encountered during the day." Shen Yingqing's brow furrowed. "How do you know?" "I can hear its movements and the collisions with the trees, quite similar to what we heard during the day." "What if it's a third-level zombie? How would you differentiate?" "I cannot discern that." Yishi shrugged, not concealing her thoughts. Only someone like Fu Waking, a psychic ability user, can sense higher-level zombies. Thus, both psychic and healing ability users are indispensable within a team. The issue is that Fu Waking has yet to grow. She lacks understanding of zombie levels. She can only sense that a dangerous zombie is approaching us through her 5 senses and intuition. However, I recall that in my past life, Fu Waking's psychic power had only reached level 3 when she died. Because Wang Chen's team had a level 5 psychic ability user, Fu Waking became dispensable to him. Upon hearing Yishi's words, Shen Yingqing's brow deepened. He contemplated her words. At a distance of over 100 meters, he felt nothing. It was Fu Waking who had come to alert them. But how did Yishi perceive? Could it be that she had awakened her abilities? Shen Yingqing's doubts had yet to be validated when Yishi suddenly tapped his arm, lowering her voice. "Look over there, it's coming out of the thicket." Shen Yingqing froze, following her pointed direction. Indeed, he saw a figure moving towards them. In the darkness, he couldn't discern its full form, but it was clear that danger was drawing near to them all. Shen Yingqing's voice turned grave. "Let us head downstairs and prepare for battle." Yishi signaled an okay gesture to him. "You tell Fu Waking to keep an eye on its direction. Otherwise, it'll vanish in the blink of an eye. I'll go wake my sister." Just then, Fu Waking and the others came down from the 3rd floor. After acknowledging Shen Yingqing, he directed Fu Waking to Yishi's position. In fact, before Yishi could return to her room, Yi Yan emerged. The commotion from upstairs had startled Yi Shiran awake. Hearing footsteps outside, she hurriedly got up to check the situation and found everyone gathered together. "What's going on?" she asked, bewildered. Yishi tugged her downstairs, explaining as they walked, "A second-level zombie is approaching us."
"What?" Yeyan exclaimed, astonished.
"Why is a second-level zombie coming towards us?" Confusion clouded her face. Yishi paused for a moment, glancing at herself and then at Yi Yan, perhaps sensing the human scent lingering around us. Yi Yan wore a puzzled expression, failing to grasp her meaning. Yishi shook her head. "It's nothing. I was just rambling. I'll head downstairs first." "Okay," Yi Yan replied, following her descent. Yet, Yishi was preoccupied with pondering the reason behind the appearance of that second-tier zombie. What she had just told Yi Yan was no jest. It was simply difficult to articulate. Some evolved zombies possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, akin to that of a dog. They had previously entered a supermarket, and during their scavenging, they had perspired, leaving drops of liquid on the floor. Zombies with mutated olfactory senses could detect and memorize that scent, relentlessly pursuing it. However, these were merely her conjectures. Until she encountered the zombie formally, no one would believe her. What if it was merely a pitiable second-tier zombie that had accidentally lost its way? Chapter 22. Yishi ran for 30 seconds, but faltered. How could a second-tier zombie be heading our way? Yishi stood outside the window, utterly bewildered. The sound of the instant noodle lid being torn open echoed hauntingly in the darkened living room. Everyone was anxious about being seen by the zombie, thus refraining from turning on the lights or lighting candles. However, under the moonlight streaming in through the window, Yishi turned to see Yishi seated at the dining table, opening 2 containers of instant noodles and pouring hot water into them. He exploded in fury, glaring at Yishi. "You lazy good-for-nothing. What on earth are you doing? Is it time to eat?" Are you possessed by a starving ghost? Yeshi met Ishi's gaze and that of the others. How can we fight zombies if we're not well fed? This could very well be a second-tier zombie. Her words rendered Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing speechless. Earlier in the day, even when fully nourished, they had failed to defeat a single red-eyed zombie, let alone now that they had just awakened. Perhaps she had a point. I'll prepare noodles for everyone. Yan Ziming interjected, swiftly collecting several packs to bring to the dining table. Yi Yan hurriedly handed over the boiled water, affirming, Xiao, she is right. Our villa is enclosed by walls. Even if that zombie approaches, it will take time. Instead of waiting idly, we might as well eat something. Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing had barely regained their abilities. Engaging in battle now would be even more taxing than during the day. Of course, they could use guns. The issue, however, was that it was nighttime and they were not particularly adept marksmen, with poor visibility likely leading to wasted ammunition. In that fleeting moment, Shen Yingcheng weighed the pros and cons and took large strides towards the dining room. Pei Hongqing and Fu Ruoqing followed suit. Only Ishi remained frozen in place, incredulous. Brother Shen, Brother Pei, do you actually believe such nonsense? Suddenly, his stomach grumbled in response. I'm losing my mind. Ishi shot an annoyed glare at Yeshi, who was slurping her noodles. Ultimately, he could not resist, moving to sit beside Pei Hongqing and began to eat the noodles Yan Ziming had prepared. The room was cloaked in darkness, yet it was punctuated by the eerie sounds of slurping. Outside, several meters away, a red-eyed zombie twitched its nose, locking its gaze onto the villa ahead. The scent of human flesh wafted through the villa. Fu Ruoqing pressed her lips together, setting down her half-finished noodles, and peered outside. It's coming.
Ha!
Ishi was taken aback by her words, hastily finishing his noodles in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, he quickly seized the gun tucked at his waist. Gazing seriously at Shen Yingcheng, Brother Shen, shall we go out and take a look? Yes, Shen Yingcheng replied, rising with a submachine gun in one hand and another firearm at his waist, leading Ishi out the villa door. Yeshi swiftly finished the half-bowl of noodles Yi Yan had been unable to consume. Grabbing a nearby tissue to wipe her hands, she then retrieved the dagger Shen Yingcheng had given her earlier, saying to Yi Yan, I'll go take a look. Stay here and don't go out. Shall she? Yi Yan looked at her with concern. Yeshi offered her a reassuring glance before stepping outside. Pei Hongqing shot her a glance, but quickly followed after her. Yan Ziming remained behind, feeling compelled to protect Yi Yan and Fu Ruoqing. Yi Yan did not venture out. As a healer, her abilities were indeed quite fragile. She had previously attempted to wield the dagger that Shen Yingcheng had given Yeshi, but lacked the strength to pierce through a zombie's skull, nearly falling victim to a bite. Fu Ruoqing's situation was somewhat akin, though she was slightly stronger. At least Fu Ruoqing could eliminate a few zombies with the dagger and could drive. As Yeshi glanced at the time, it was 3:30 in the morning. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck her. Their villa was 100 kilometers from the Jiangbei district. Driving would take at least 3 hours at best. Given their cautious pace earlier, they would not arrive at their destination until around 8 or 9 o'clock. If they encountered a second-tier zombie attack and had to flee, they would not return to the villa until 4:30 in the afternoon. The return journey alone would consume another 3 hours. Now, at 3:30 in the morning, if that zombie had followed them from Jiangbei, it would mean it had been chasing for 15 hours? At a speed of 6 or 7 kilometers per hour, it was comparable to that of an average person running. Such a pace seemed implausible for a zombie, as the virus damages the brain and makes the body movements exceedingly uncoordinated. Hence, the ordinary zombies everyone encountered did not move swiftly, let alone maintain a steady running pace. This implied that the pursuing zombies' speed should not be underestimated. They needed to devise a strategy to counter it. Yeshi decisively turned back, bypassing Pei Hongqing to return to the villa, calling out for Yi Yan. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow upon her return, wondering what realization she had come to. Suddenly, outside the villa, Ishi's furious shouts erupted. Pei Hongqing's expression shifted, swiftly rushing outside. Upon reaching the villa's exterior, he witnessed Shen Yingcheng engaged in combat with the zombie. He focused intently and realized that the creature was indeed the red-eyed zombie. It was smaller than the one they had encountered in the supermarket, slender in form, yet extraordinarily agile, evading several of Shen Yingcheng's ice blades. Ishi attempted to chase after it, ready to clap and ignite flames, but he could not even get close. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow, drawing his handgun and taking aim.
Bang!
The first shot hit. However, it struck the zombie's shoulder. The injured zombie felt no pain. It merely paused momentarily. When it lifted its head again, Its crimson eyes were fixed intently on Pei Hongqing. With a guttural growl, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a gaping maw, emitting a menacing roar akin to that of a beast. Observing this, Shen Yingqing turned to Pei Hongqing. I'll draw its attention, you shoot. Understood. Pei Hongqing replied promptly, swiftly drawing another firearm. With both hands ready, Shen Yingqing utilized his ice blades to successfully capture the zombie's attention. As the creature dodged the incoming ice blades, it could not evade Pei Hongqing's gunfire. This time, unlike in the supermarket, Pei Hongqing did not hesitate to fire. Narrowing his eyes, he unleashed a barrage of bullets. Even in the darkness, out of the 5 shots fired, at least 3 found their mark. The red-eyed zombie, realizing it had been deceived, let out a roar and shifted its focus onto Pei Hongqing, launching an assault. Pei Hongqing began to evade, yet his wind abilities had recently been depleted. The zombie's speed was overwhelming. While he could manage to dodge once or twice, it soon became exhausting, sweat beading on his forehead as he gasped for breath. Witnessing this, launched a rear attack. With a swift motion, a palm struck the zombie's clothing. In an instant, sparks ignited. It worked! Shiran exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. The clothing of the zombie caught fire. However, it was still moving quickly. In another swift motion, the flickering flames were extinguished. Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingqing were taken aback. While Shiran exclaimed in frustration, it barely lasted 30 seconds. Suddenly, a clear and loud shout rang out from behind. Get out of the way. Chapter 23. Who will dig? Shen Yingqing, Pei Hongqing, and Shiran were momentarily stunned. Looking up, they saw a massive quilt soaring toward them. What the hell? Isn't that my quilt? Shiran cried out, instinctively rolling aside. Both Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingqing dodged just in time. The enormous quilt descended upon them, enveloping the red-eyed zombie completely, limiting its movements. It began to emit furious hisses. Shen Yingqing, his eyes narrowing, prepared to unleash his ice blades, but realized his powers were depleted. The ice blade he intended to conjure had shrunk to merely the size of a thumb. Any attempt to launch it would only result in tearing the quilt. His expression shifted as he swiftly grabbed a dagger and charged forward. Pei Hongqing followed suit. The two moved in tandem, one tackling the zombie, the other decisively wielding the dagger. The sound of the blade piercing flesh and the cracking of the skull resonated simultaneously. At last, the zombie beneath the quilt ceased its movements. Gasping, Pei Hongqing tore open the quilt, meeting the lifeless gaze of the red-eyed zombie. Its mouth was agape, as if it were attempting to cry for help. It was dead. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brows and glanced at Shen Yingqing, who let out a sigh of relief. His powers had barely recovered, depleted from their earlier struggle with the zombie. Even after delivering the final blow with the dagger, his hands trembled slightly from exhaustion. Shiran hurried over to inspect. Is it over? Shen Yingqing nodded. He glanced at Yi Shi, who stood a distance away, feeling a mix of emotions. It was Yi Shi who had shouted to clear the way and had thrown the quilt, providing them the opportunity to slay the red-eyed zombie. Otherwise, with its agility, Pei Hongqing could have continued firing, but it wouldn't have guaranteed a swift conclusion to the battle. Get up. Shen Yingqing extended his hand toward Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing grasped it, using the support to rise. Both were drenched in sweat, though not entirely disheveled. They were indeed drained from the exertion of their powers. Who the hell took my quilt? Shiran fumed, looking up to see Yi Shi standing there. Yi Shi shrugged. I don't know. Why don't you ask Yan Ziming? Yan Ziming, standing at the door, raised his hand silently. It was me, Shiran. Shiran's anger dissipated instantly. He had assumed it was Yi Shi's doing and was ready to unleash his frustrations upon her. Since it was Yan Ziming, he decided to let it go. After all, they would be sharing the same quilt at night. Fu Weiqing and Yi Yan emerged, drawn by the commotion outside. Is it dead? Did it transform into a mutated zombie, like during the day?
Fu Weiqing inquired eagerly.
Shen Yingqing nodded. Yes. Fu Weiqing's brow furrowed, and she fell silent, shifting her gaze to Yi Shi. Yi Shi glanced at the red-eyed zombie and remarked, Isn't this the perfect opportunity to verify my speculation about zombie levels? Why don't you both dig into its brain?
Gross.
Shiran shot her an incredulous look. You proposed this theory. Why aren't you the one to dig? Yi Shi casually shot him a glance. Who said I could do something so cruel? I'm a girl, after all.
Ugh.
Shiran nearly retched at her words. He retorted, Don't use being a girl as an excuse. Shaoqing didn't act so delicate when killing zombies.
Oh,
Yi Shi turned to Fu Waking. Then, why don't you go dig? Fu Waking's expression changed, and she firmly refused. I don't want to. Ishiran is stronger. Let him do it. Xiaoqing, you. Ishiran stared at her in disbelief. Fu Waking rolled her eyes, unable to contain her frustration. Why did these two have to drag her into their banter? Ishiran's earlier comment made it seem as if she were not a girl at all. She was afraid of killing zombies, let alone digging into one's head. I'll do it. Yan Ziming stepped forward. He looked at Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. Brother Shen, Brother Pei, you're both exhausted. Leave this laborious task to me. The two nodded and stepped back. Yan Ziming brandished his dagger, poised to strike the zombie's head, and then looked up at Yi Shi. Where do you think the crystal core should be located? When Brother Shen stabbed earlier, he didn't damage it, did he? Probably at the back of the head.
give it a try.
That's how it's usually depicted in novels, Yi Shi replied, raising her hands in a nonchalant manner. Yan Ziming nodded. Without hesitation, he severed the entire head of the zombie. Then, flipping it over, he used the sharp dagger to slice open the back of its skull.
Ugh.
Ishiran could no longer contain his nausea and leaned against the wall to vomit. The others, however, didn't find it as unbearable. The stench emanating from this particular zombie was indeed several times stronger than that of an ordinary one. Yi Yan's face grew pale as she clutched Yi Shi's hand tightly. Noticing her sister's distress, Yi Shi forced her to face the gruesome scene, whispering, "Sister, this is crucial. If you wish to level up your powers in the future, you must do this."
Xiaoxi?
Yi Yan was taken aback by her words.
Sure.
Yi Shi's eyes flickered as she continued to observe. Yi Yan bit her lip and swallowed hard, her hands clammy with cold sweat. Yet, under Yi Shi's insistence, she found herself unable to look away from Yan Ziming as he excavated the zombie's brain. The brain matter was thoroughly smashed and scattered across the quilt. The light blue fabric was now marred with stains, littered with bits of flesh. Just a glance made one want to retch.
Ye yang glanje tatyevi.
Only to find her sister unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the repugnant scene unfolding before them. Since yesterday, her sister had transformed, exhibiting a newfound strength.
Ye yang sitit hermind.
Refusing to dwell on it further, and continued to observe Yan Ziming as he searched for the crystal core. Yan Ziming felt equally nauseated as he dug through the brain, pulling out clumps of matter. The overwhelming odor was nearly enough to make him regurgitate the instant noodles he had eaten that morning. Found anything? Shen Yingcheng inquired solemnly. Yan Ziming shook his head, his hands weary. Nothing. It's all just brain matter. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes at Yi Shi. What do you think? Yi Shi glanced at the mass of brain matter that Yan Ziming had extracted. Why don't you keep searching? Yan Ziming regarded her silently. Upon returning from his bout of nausea, Ishiran heard this, and was infuriated. He glared at Yi Shi, grinding his teeth. You useless piece of trash. Your speculation was wrong. We wasted so much time and nearly lost our lives. Found it. Chapter 24. Who is truly useless? Yan Ziming's voice rang out once more. Ishiran was taken aback. Shen Yingcheng, Pei Hongqing, and the others turned their attention to Yan Ziming. He had extracted a gelatinous, oblong object from the brain of the zombie with his dagger. This object was about the size of half a ping-pong ball and felt solid when prodded with the dagger. Quick, fetch a bottle of water. Shen Yingcheng suppressed his emotions and softly called out to Fu Ruoqing. Fu Ruoqing hurriedly ran into the villa. Water was brought out. Shen Yingcheng approached Yan Ziming with the water. Yan Ziming used a dagger to scrape away the blocky substance. As the mineral water poured down, the repugnant liquid on the block was washed away, revealing its original color, red.
Crystalline.
Shen Yingcheng bent down to pick up the crystal core, observing it with a complex expression before turning to Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing stepped forward, took the crystal core, and examined it. They had witnessed it firsthand. This object was indeed excavated from the brain of a red-eyed zombie, precisely as Yi Shi had speculated. Pei Hongqing's breath quickened involuntarily. He looked at Yi Shi, pondering the purpose of this object. In that fleeting moment of inquiry, he felt an inexplicable anticipation of receiving a crucial answer that could alter their destinies. Shen Yingcheng shared the same bewilderment. What was the significance of this crystal core from the zombie? Yi Shi's hypothesis, undeniably correct, held great importance. It could serve as a criterion for assessing the strength of zombies in the future, determining whether to continue the fight or prioritize their survival and flee. Ishiran stared intently at Yi Shi, wearing an expression that seemed to question how she would further elaborate. Haven't you all read those apocalyptic novels?
Ye retorted.
Ishiran scoffed. Do you think we are all as idle as you? Before the apocalypse, Brother Shen had just returned from military service. Pega was working at a large corporation, and I was busy with classes. Who has the time to waste on such trivialities? Thus, when the apocalypse struck, you found yourself utterly unprepared. Yishi crossed her arms and glanced at him dismissively. But through my conjecture, discovering the crystal core is indeed true, right? Shouldn't you start calling me Sister Shi? You're just lucky. You guessed right by chance. Ishiran's face flushed with indignation. There was absolutely no way he would call Yishi, whom he deemed useless, sister.
Oh.
So you can't handle losing, huh?
Ye vi shuruk, unfazet.
I already anticipated this outcome. You certainly won't concede.
You.
Ishiran gritted his teeth, glaring at Yishi, utterly enraged. I refuse to accept it. You merely stumbled upon this by accident.
Ye jir slips taichet.
She was too indifferent to engage with the sore loser. She turned to Shen Yingcheng and said, in novels, such crystal cores typically replenish abilities. Why not give it a try? Replenish abilities? The 4 words detonated in the minds of Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Yan Ziming and Fu Ruoqing shared the same sentiment. Yi Yan had already heard Yishi mention it once, and hearing it again was still hard to believe. Only Ishiran, arms crossed, remained skeptical of Yishi's words, scoffing. This time your story is even less credible. How do you expect to replenish abilities with such a large object? Grind it into powder and swallow it? Shen Yingqing's gaze darkened as he looked at Yishi, inexplicably sensing that she might have a solution. This object was certainly not meant to be ingested, considering it was extracted from a zombie's brain. Everyone present had witnessed the situation. Who could possibly consume it? Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, glanced at Yishi, then said to Ishiran, Shiran, you have a good bite, come over and see if you can eat it. Brother Pei? Ishiran's expression fell apart, incredulity written all over his face. Yan Ziming turned to Yishi, asking, in the novels you read, how do they typically use crystal cores? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Yishi seized the opportunity, casting a casual glance at Shen Yingcheng and the others, and said leisurely, it's generally said that you hold it in your palm. Calm your mind, and you can absorb the energy within the crystal core. As for how to do it, I haven't tried it. You can find out by testing it yourself. The crystal core rested perfectly in Shen Yingcheng's hand. Upon hearing Yishi's nonchalant tone, he felt uncertain. From their first encounter, he had found Yishi somewhat peculiar. Her subsequent actions within their team had been bothersome. Even he, known for his patience, was growing increasingly exasperated with her. Yet, since the night before last, everything Yishi had done seemed to carry a hint of guidance. It was a strange sensation. She must have some knowledge of the situation. From informing them about the J Bureau in Zhongbei to summoning level 2 zombies in the daytime, and now the zombies level and the crystal core in its brain, these instances indicated that Yishi possessed critical information about the apocalypse. As for where she acquired it, he was uncertain. During the past month, Yishi had spent most of her time quietly residing at the temporary shelter. When she finally moved, it caused chaos. Just the other day, while transitioning from one temporary shelter to another, her actions nearly led to Ishiran being bitten. This enigmatic woman, could her words be trusted or not? Shen Yingcheng was hesitant to take risks. I'll give it a try. Yi Yan stepped forward, standing before Shen Yingcheng, addressing everyone. Since this hypothesis was proposed by Xiao Shi, and she hasn't awakened any abilities, I possess healing abilities. I used a considerable amount today while healing everyone, so I can conduct this experiment. As she volunteered, Shen Yingcheng and the others fell silent. Yi Shi, however, smiled. Her smile stemmed from Yi Yan's trust in her.
No.
What if the crystal core is flawed?
Sister Yan. What will happen to you?
You are an essential member of our team. Ishiran was the first to voice his dissent.
Ye jir slips taichet.
Her expression darkening as she shot him a cool glance. The team leader and Pei Hongqing were the main combat forces in their group, while Yan Ziming was crucial for logistics and even Fu Ruoqing, with her psychic abilities, served as the best alert system. Only Ishiran, with his first-level fire abilities, was neither here nor there. It wouldn't matter whether he was present or not.
So, why not let him try? You.
Ishiran was once again infuriated by her words, nearly spitting blood. His eyes reddened with rage. Even if I'm useless, I'm still more valuable than you, Yishi.
Oh.
But as a useless person without abilities, doesn't that leave only you, the second least useful, to conduct this experiment? Yishi crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. her words cutting deeper. The main issue was her frustration. Otherwise, she could have seized this opportunity to let Yi Yan absorb the crystal core. Ishiran's interference had wasted precious time. Ishiran was beside himself with rage. You're the real waste. I'll try it.
Hoarding interrupted Iran.
He took the crystal core from Shen Yingqing's hands and, under the astonished gazes of everyone, turned to Yi Shi and asked, I just need to concentrate, right? Yi Shi was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Pei Hongqing, who had been contemplating how to eliminate her during the day, was now beginning to trust her words. Yi Shi furrowed her brow slightly and replied, yes, just imagine it as a power bank. Concentrate, and use your abilities to absorb and mobilize it. Hongqing? Shen Yingqing looked at Pei Hongqing with evident disapproval. Pei Hongqing was certainly not foolish. He had been observing Yi Shi's every action. When Yi Yan suggested trying it first, Yi Shi had shown no reaction. Yet when Ishiran expressed his intent, she was less agreeable. Thus, there was only one possibility. The crystal core was indeed valuable. As he summoned his extraordinary abilities to engage with the crystal core, a sudden surge of energy began to seep from the core, infiltrating the palm of his hand. Gradually, at an astonishing pace, it filled his parched channels of power. The absorption rate was relentless. In less than 30 seconds, he felt his energy pathways completely invigorated, even experiencing a tingling sensation akin to soreness and swelling. This sensation closely mirrored the transition from level 1 to level 2, but had its own distinct flavor. Hongqing? Shen Yingqing's cool voice resonated in his ears. Pei Hongqing paused momentarily, abruptly halting the absorption of energy. Brother Pei, are you alright? How do you feel? Ishiran stepped forward, her anxious gaze fixed on Pei Hongqing. Your face is flushed. Are you unwell? Pei Hongqing replied, no, it's not discomfort. On the contrary, I am on the brink of a breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, he extended the crystal core towards Shen Yingqing, suppressing his excitement, and smiled. I believe there is indeed a potent energy within. After activating my powers, it absorbed into my body, revitalizing my energy pathways. I can even sense that if I continue to absorb, I could ascend to the 3rd level of extraordinary abilities. At his revelation, shock washed over Shen Yingqing, Ishiran, Yan Ziming, and Fu Ruoqing alike. An upgrade. This was inherently a daunting task, as their extraordinary powers would regenerate based on their levels after depletion. For Shen Yingqing, Pei Hongqing, and Yi Yan, their level 2 powers were achieved through unexpected breakthroughs. Initially, they had no comprehension of levels. It was only after exhausting their powers and feeling utterly fatigued and sore that they realized their energy pathways had expanded and their abilities had grown more potent. Shen Yingqing, for example, could initially only condense small ice cubes. After his upgrade, he could conjure ice blades. Yet, due to the limited energy within his pathways, the frequency with which he could utilize those blades was equally restricted. He could only use them about 30 times before depleting his energy. Pei Hongqing's wind-based abilities were less impressive than Shen Yingqing's ice powers. Leveling up merely enhances speed without augmenting the lethality of his wind blades. This had previously caused Pei Hongqing some frustration. Now, with a crystal core potentially facilitating his breakthrough to level 3, how could one not be astonished and elated? Is this even possible? Ishiran still found it hard to believe. Yi Shi scoffed, then why don't you give it a try? Fine, I will.
Iran,
Provoked by her words, reached for the crystal core in Shen Yingqing's hand. Shen Yingqing dodged, frowning as he admonished her, Shiran, don't act recklessly.
Iran froze.
Embarrassment washing over her, Brother Shen, I just wanted to give it a go. We are yet to fully comprehend the crystal core. We cannot use it carelessly. What if it is meant for one person only? If you experiment and something goes awry, what then? Shen Yingqing frowned, passing the crystal core to Pei Hongqing. Since you are the first to experiment, you shall utilize this core. Moreover, if your wind abilities break through, it would be beneficial for our team. Pei Hongqing comprehended Shen Yingqing's intentions. There was no doubt he trusted his words. Thus, he resolved to proceed with the experiment.
Mihile, yevis tut silanti besideyan.
Observing the unfolding scene with a leisurely demeanor, Pei Hongqing focused once more on absorbing the crystal core's energy. Having previously filled his energy pathways, this time the sensation of soreness and swelling was even more pronounced. His face flushed deeper, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Yi Yan looked on nervously, grasping Yi Shi's hand, whispering, Cici, everything is alright, right? Yi Shi replied affirmatively. He is breaking through. This is a normal reaction. Hearing this, Yi Yan finally exhaled in relief. Yet, Ishiran remained anxious, glancing at Shin Ingcheng. Brother Shin, look at how red Brother Pei's face has become. Didn't he exhibit this during his last breakthrough? Shin Ingcheng maintained his composure, casting a glance at her. You have never experienced a breakthrough. You are unaware of the process. His reaction is normal. I felt similarly when I ascended to level 2. He speculated, perhaps the more intense the reactions during the upgrade, the greater the power of the abilities thereafter. Now, we await the outcome of Pei Hongqing's upgrade. However, he also observed Yi Shi whispering to Yi Yan. Judging by her tone, it seemed likely that her knowledge stemmed from something she encountered while they were away from their temporary shelter. Yet, without her disclosure, they could not resort to coercive measures. As long as it benefited the team, a little secrecy was permissible. Pei Hongqing was unaware of how long his flushed and sweat-drenched state would persist. Yi Shi sighed. Had I known, we should have returned to the villa before allowing him to upgrade. Now, it seems we could be waiting indefinitely. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Yet Shin Ingcheng and the others heard her. Ishiran, infuriated, glared at Yi Shi. You have no conscience. Brother Pei is upgrading here because of you.
Shiran.
Shin Ingcheng grasped Ishiran's shoulder, speaking firmly. This cannot be blamed on Yi Shi. They were indeed eager after acquiring the crystal core. At his words, Ishiran, who had been poised to unleash further insults upon Yi Shi, found herself forced to swallow her words, feeling a surge of frustration. Yan Ziming glanced at Shin Ingcheng. Ishiran, Yi Shi, and Yi Yan proposing, shall we move Brother Pei into the villa? He seems unable to cease. Finally, he directed his gaze towards the crystal core tightly grasped by Pei Hongqing, noticing a subtle lightening of its color. Shin Ingcheng observed Pei Hongqing, whose eyes were tightly shut and body motionless, evidently immersed in his upgrading process. Yi Shi's observation was astute. It was uncertain how long Pei Hongqing would remain in this state before awakening. It was already past 4 in the morning. If they lingered, dawn would arrive, and they could not leave him at the entrance. After a moment's contemplation, Shin Ingcheng said to Ishiran, come with me. Let us carry Hongqing into the villa. Ishiran hesitated. Carry him in? Yes. He stepped behind Pei Hongqing, preparing to loop his arm under his armpit. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Pei Hongqing abruptly opened his eyes, launching a swift counterattack in an instant. Chapter 26. Uneased, Shin Ingcheng instinctively raised his hand to block the attack. However, Pei Hongqing was too swift. Although he managed to deflect the blow, his arm was left tingling from the impact. Hongqing? He staggered back several steps, gazing at Pei Hongqing in astonishment. Pei Hongqing panted heavily, his face flushed, and his dark eyes sparkled with a bluish light in the shadows, mingled with suppressed excitement. I have upgraded, he declared, uttering those 4 words. Shin Ingcheng's eyes brightened. The weight he had been carrying finally lifted, and a smile broke across his face. Congratulations.
Hongqing.
Brother Pei? Ishiran exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Pei Hongqing. Were you just practicing on Brother Shin? You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were transforming into a zombie after absorbing that crystal core. Speak not such nonsense. Pei Hongqing scolded, raising a hand to lightly thump him on the head. You'll understand when you undergo your upgrade. Ishiran rubbed his sore forehead, feeling utterly speechless. Why did Brother Shin always echo Brother Pei's words? When I upgrade, everyone else awakened their powers within a day or 2 of one another. Yet, here Pei Hongqing was already at level 3 while he remained at level 1. The mere thought of it left him feeling quite frustrated and slightly irked. Just now, I could sense the disparity after your ability upgrade. The difference from the 2nd level is quite pronounced. Shin Ingcheng glanced at Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing acknowledged with a sound and unleashed a gust of wind blade. The wind blade was imperceptible in the darkness, yet it surged forth, tousling Shin Ingcheng's hair. A whistling sound echoed, and everyone heard the rush of wind. In the next moment, crack,
bang!
A tree, as thick as a palm, 10 meters ahead, crashed down with a thunderous noise. Shin Ingcheng and the others were stunned at this spectacle. Is this the power of a level 3 wind ability? It seems overwhelmingly strong. If that tree were the head of a zombie, it could be severed in an instant with the wind blade. Ishiran's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Pei Hongqing. Pei Ge is incredible. To achieve such a feat from such a distance. Pei Hongqing smirked slightly, stating that after reaching level 3, his power channels expanded to twice that of level 2. Not only has his speed increased, but he can also wield the wind blade. With the destructive capability demonstrated just now, he could use it 3 times. After all, abilities are not endless. They must be utilized judiciously based on one's own capacity. Shun Ingcheng was mildly astonished. Can a level 2 crystal nucleus contain this much energy? Yes, but it should be, because I am nearly at my limit. This crystal nucleus can no longer absorb even a tiny bit of energy. Pei Hongqing opened his hand, revealing the crystal nucleus to Shun Ingcheng. Upon picking it up, Shun Ingcheng noticed that the once red crystal had now turned transparent white. This must signify that the energy is depleted. He turned to Yi Shi, asking if this could still be used. Yi Shi yawned, squinting at the spent crystal nucleus, and casually remarked, I don't know. Perhaps we should keep it as a trophy? After all, level 2 zombies are quite difficult to deal with now. Shun Ingcheng pondered, discerning the underlying meaning in her words. This used crystal nucleus should not be discarded. It might have other uses. He nodded in understanding and addressed the others. Let us all return to the villa and rest. Yan Ziming inquired, Brother Shen, do we still proceed with the plan to head to Qingxi town today? Yes. We shall proceed as planned, but delay our departure by 3 hours. Shun Ingcheng clenched the useless zombie crystal in his hand. It has now been confirmed that Yi Shi's speculation was correct. These mutated zombies indeed possess crystal nuclei that can replenish the abilities of us ability users or facilitate upgrades. This news is undoubtedly significant for them. Moreover, as Yi Shi mentioned earlier, the number of these mutated zombies should not be too high. It is not easy to encounter even a single level 1, shallow, red-eyed zombie. They cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Furthermore, with Pei Hongqing's upgrade, their offensive capabilities have significantly increased, providing an added layer of security to their team. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms and addressed Shun Ingcheng and the others, I concur. Now that we understand the value of the mutated zombie crystal nuclei, we should swiftly hunt a few more mutated zombies to acquire their nuclei and enhance our team's overall ability. After his upgrade, he felt invigorated. Even after expending a third of his energy with that wind blade, he did not feel as fatigued as before. Perhaps soon they could revisit the Jiangbei district. After all, there are several level 2 zombies there. With his current abilities, taking them down should pose no issue. With the 2 main combatants in the team voicing their agreement, the others naturally had no objections and nodded in approval. Subsequently, everyone returned to the villa to rest. Back in her room, Yi Yan looked at Yi Shi and could not help but ask, Cece, how did you come to know that the zombie crystal nuclei could upgrade abilities? She had been holding back her curiosity downstairs, fearing their conversation would be overheard. Yi Shi replied, Sister, have you forgotten? I told you before sleeping that I had a dream about the future apocalypse, and the crystal nuclei were mentioned in it. Oh? But you were in Jiangbei during the day and… I didn't clarify. I had that dream the night before last, Yi Shi added before yawning. Sister, I'm going to sleep a bit more. You should rest too. We can discuss things when we wake up. Yi Yan sighed. All right, sleep well. Yi Shi was fortunate to have been sleeping soundly lately, drifting off as soon as her head hit the pillow. It was primarily due to the exhaustive training she underwent in the void space. Having faced level 2 zombies without sufficient rest, she now desperately needed to recuperate. Watching her sleep peacefully, Yi Yan could only sigh and tuck her in. However, she found herself unable to sleep. Needing to process the revelation about the zombie crystal nuclei and their potential for upgrades. The scarcity of mutated zombies means the nuclei will become exceedingly rare. Her abilities also require enhancement, yet she has no means to kill zombies herself. Should she wait for Shun Ingcheng and the others to do it for her? Contemplating this, her temples throbbed, uncertain of what to do. Yet in truth, she was not alone in her concerns. Fu were watching shared similar thoughts. The events of the night had profoundly unsettled her. The sudden appearance of level 2 zombies and the encroaching sense of danger left her feeling uneasy. She yearned to elevate her spiritual abilities, akin to Pei Hongqing, to provide better and quicker warnings for the team. However, slaying mutated zombies is evidently no simple task. Chapter 27. The hunt begins zimming. Do you think that this time, Yeshi, the so-called useless fish, might have accidentally hit the mark again? Back in his room, Ishiran, who had lost the bet, lamented to Yan Ziming as he dragged him towards the bathroom. He refused to accept defeat, insisting that Yishi's insights were mere guesses. After all, he had not witnessed any real prowess from her during this time, just some clever tricks. Yan Ziming, looking exasperated, replied, I believe that's not a question for you to ponder. Whether she guessed correctly or actually knew, The key point is that the zombie abilities indeed present a valuable opportunity for us ability users. We must strive in this direction, hunt more mutated zombies, and swiftly enhance our own ability levels. That makes sense. Ishiran stroked his chin, contemplating his own abilities. If he could quickly upgrade, he would no longer be limited to merely producing a small flame that burned for less than 30 seconds. The primary issue was the speed of the mutated zombies. Unlike ordinary zombies, they moved swiftly, preventing his flames from igniting quickly. So, Zimming, what do you think? Ishiran continued, but as he turned, bang. The bathroom door slammed shut. Yen Zimming had gone to shower. Ishiran was left speechless, turning back to see his empty bed. His sheets had become the burial shroud for that level 2 zombie downstairs. In the adjacent room, Shen Yingqing gazed thoughtfully at the mutated zombie corpses outside the surrounding walls. Pei Hongqing emerged, towel drying his hair. What's on your mind? Still contemplating the crystal nuclei? Shen Yingqing turned to him. How are you feeling now? Pei Hongqing squinted slightly and replied, better than ever. I believe if you use this crystal nucleus, you could also break through. Shen Yingqing regarded him with mild curiosity, asking, what made you suddenly trust Yishi's words? It's simple. Pei Hongqing leaned against the window, stating, Yishi has indeed changed significantly. When we went to get weapons yesterday, she killed a zombie with a clean and decisive technique, completely unlike someone who is inexperienced. Including the time she saved me with a gun. Using a submachine gun is no easy feat, and she claimed it was her first time. Desire to cover up her flaws. Pei Hongqing concluded. Pei Hongqing remarked, at present, it indeed seems that she is transforming for the better, and we can trust her for now. Shen Yingqing nodded slowly, sensing the same. However, he could not ascertain how long Yishi could maintain this state. Pei Hongqing patted his shoulder, stating, tomorrow, during our journey to Qingxi, after locating the crystal core, you should enhance your abilities. After all, within our team, your powers possess the greatest lethality. Shen Yingqing shook his head. The primary concern lies with Yi Yan and Fu Ruoqing. Their abilities are crucial. Even so, you must strengthen yourself first. If you do not grow stronger, who will protect them? Pei Hongqing continued. Moreover, regarding Yi Yan, perhaps we need not worry about her ability upgrades at all. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips. Shen Yingqing grasped his implication. You mean Yishi will take action? Indeed, Pei Hongqing intoned thoughtfully. Since she expressed her desire for change, she has been fundamentally different from before. How many secrets does she harbor within? He then shifted the conversation, directing his gaze towards Shen Yingqing. In any case, I will keep a close watch on her during this period. Our other objective will be to hunt mutated zombies, acquire crystal cores, and enhance our powers. Meanwhile, in the Jiangbei district, a 20-member team had just arrived to gather supplies. A modified military Hummer came to a slow stop. As the door swung open, a tall man of unremarkable appearance descended, squinting his eyes at the nearby JC Bureau. A man beside him leaned closer, speaking with a tone of flattery. Brother Wang. Just a few more steps ahead is the JC Bureau in Jiangbei. Should we send a few people over? There aren't many weapons inside the JC Bureau. Bring a few people with me to take a look. Wang Chen exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He never anticipated he would have a second chance at life. Just hours ago, he had blinked and returned from 10 years in the apocalypse to the present. He quickly recounted everything that had transpired in his previous life, with his first thought being the firearms located closest to him at the Jiangbei JC Bureau. For someone who had just awakened their powers and had not yet upgraded them, this represented an undeniable advantage in combat. He needed to seize the firearms and ammunition stored there to catch up with Shen Yingqing's team. He knew that in his previous life, the strongest ability user at the Apocalypse base, Yi Shi, was part of Shen Yingqing's team. Their destination was City B. As long as he followed the current route, he would soon encounter Shen Yingqing's team. At that point, he would have the opportunity to eliminate Yi Shi and acquire her unique abilities. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. He urged those around him. Hurry up, do not waste time. Let us quickly bring back the supplies. After that, he would continue pursuing Yi Shi. Yes. His subordinates hurriedly gathered their things to head towards the JC Bureau. However, when Wang Chen and his team reached the entrance of the JC Bureau, he sensed something was amiss. Why were there corpses of zombies at the entrance? Each bore knife wounds to their necks. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped him as he quickly stepped inside. The further he ventured, the more zombie corpses he encountered, evidently slain by knives. Wang Chen's expression changed drastically as he hastened toward the weapons cache. His subordinates were puzzled by his sudden sprint. One of his underlings, Lu Gang, chimed in, "Brother Wang, is the weaponry you mentioned really here? But there's nothing. It's all empty." Wang Chen's eyes widened in rage as he fixed his gaze on the zombie corpses strewn about the floor, unable to contain his anger. He slammed his fist against the wall, gritting his teeth. "Someone got here before us." "What?" Lu Gang looked bewildered. "But Brother Wang, didn't you say that no one knew about the weapons here?" Wang Chen did not respond, equally perplexed. In his previous life, he had only arrived here after 3 months, and the firearms had still been present. Why were they missing now? Someone had taken them ahead of him. But who else could possibly know of their existence? Wang Chen's expression darkened as his mind raced. After much contemplation, only one possibility emerged. One of his former teammates had also been reborn and had gotten there first to seize the weapons. But who could it be? Wang Chen squinted, racking his brain to figure out who would be capable of such an act. "Brother Wang, what should we do now? If the weapons are gone, was our trip for naught?" Lu Gang's face reflected his discontent. Originally, their group had numbered over 30, but now only 20 remained. If this continued, who knew how many would survive? What could they do if the supplies had already been taken? Wang Chen impatiently replied, "Aside from the weapons, there's a large supermarket nearby. Let us gather supplies and move on." With that command, he turned grimly to retrace his steps. Behind him, Lu Gang and the others exchanged worried glances, their expressions somber. Yet they had no choice. Wang Chen was indeed the strongest among them, having awakened lightning abilities. He had also led them to acquire numerous supplies along the way. Without other options, they could only follow Wang Chen's lead if they wished to survive. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lu Gang's mind, darkening his expression even further. And he hastened to urge the others to catch up with Wang Chen. 100 kilometers away, at a temporary villa. After 2 hours of slumber, Yishi awoke. Stretching lazily, she noticed Yi Yan sleeping beside her and felt quite pleased. In truth, after the events of last night, she had already devised alternate plans. Yi Yan could not venture out to battle zombies alone. She needed the team. However, given the current circumstances, each individual required crystal cores. When would the team be able to upgrade Yi Yan with the cores they had found? Thus, she resolved that during their visit to Qingxi, she would propose splitting up to hunt zombies. She could take on a few level 1 zombies herself and later distribute the cores to Yi Yan for upgrades. Reflecting on this, she glanced at the time. There was still half an hour until their assembly. She decided to enter her space for further training. After all, Yi Yan would undoubtedly wake her when it was time to depart. At 6:30 in the morning, the group gathered downstairs. After a quick meal of self-heating rice, Shen Yingqing produced a map and addressed everyone. "Returning to Qingxi town will take us 3 hours. After that, we will proceed along another route towards City B and will not return to this temporary location." Ishiran eagerly raised his hand to ask, "Brother Shen, aren't we going back to Jiangbei to hunt mutated zombies? Aren't there more mutated zombies there, making it easier to obtain crystal cores?" "You certainly have an imaginative mind," Shen Yingqing replied. "Both Jiangbei and Lingnan are central urban areas with the highest concentration of people. Mutated zombies can summon their companions. Even if we were all upgraded to level 3 abilities, we might not escape from a horde of over a dozen level 2 and 3 zombies. It would be tantamount to delivering ourselves as food." Shi crossed her arms, unreservedly dismissing Ishiran's proposal. Pei Hongqing cast her a glance and remarked to Shen Yingqing, "Indeed, it is not worth taking such risks. Although I have upgraded to level 3 abilities and can take down a level 2 zombie, it is still a challenging feat. They are not to be underestimated." Shen Yingqing nodded, addressing Ishiran. "Currently, our understanding of mutated zombies is still insufficient. We should strive to find level 1 zombies and, when necessary, work together to defeat level 2 ones. Our utmost priority is to ensure our safety." "Fine," Ishiran slumped back. Yet he shot an irked glare at Yishi. Ever since the incident with the crystal cores yesterday, she had captured the attention of both Brother Shen and Brother Pei. An hour later, everyone had finished packing their supplies into the cargo vehicle. Yan Ziming and Ishiran drove the truck at the rear while Pei Hongqing and Fu Ruoqing took the lead in another SUV. Yi Shi and Yi Yan remained in the SUV driven by Shen Yingqing, sandwiched between the two vehicles. As they gazed out the window, under the bright daylight. Their description is indeed slow, yet they are remarkably sensitive to sound. As a vehicle sped by, they swiftly turned their heads to pursue. Often, they would cease their movements, once the noise vanished. The road leading back to Qingxi town was pristine, with few obstructing zombies and vehicles in sight. Around 11 o'clock, the cars began to enter the town. This town was not particularly large, housing only a few hundred residents. Were it not for the navigation indicating it as a town, one might mistake it for a mere village. The group parked their vehicles in a relatively zombie-free area outside the town. Upon disembarking, Yishi squinted, surveying the wandering zombies in the distance. Given the town's modest size, they divided into two teams. Shun Yingcheng glanced at everyone and continued. She ran, Ruo Qing.
Ziming, follow me. Ye Yan and Yevi, accompagné Pi Hongjing.
After speaking, he tossed the walkie-talkie to Pei Hongqing, who caught it and signaled an okay gesture. Shen Yingcheng instructed, be mindful of the time. Regardless of whether you encounter mutated zombies, we must regroup at this location in 3 hours. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. She subtly adjusted her black cap. Yi Yan handed her a lollipop, gently saying, your favorite lychee flavor. I secretly picked up many at the supermarket yesterday. Thank you.
Cease.
Yishi smiled, unwrapping the lollipop and taking a couple of licks. Yi Yan then offered another to Pei Hongqing. Hongqing, would you like one? Pei Hongqing glanced at Yishi, smirking slightly, and replied coolly, candy is for children. Yishi, feeling slightly attacked, thought Pei Hongqing was being unnecessarily harsh. However, seeing that he no longer regarded her with a venomous gaze, she chose to let it slide. Yi Yan chuckled, affectionately ruffling Yishi's hair, and remarked to Pei Hongqing, little she will only turn 20 next month. She is still quite the child. Coughing, Yishi choked a bit. What's wrong? Yi Yan asked with concern. Do you need some water? Yishi shook her head. It's nothing. I just realized that even after 10 years, my sister will still see me as a child. In reality, she was already 30. Yi Yan smiled gently at her. Not at all. I feel you are maturing. Perhaps soon, you'll become incredibly strong. She sensed Yishi's determination. Yeah, Yishi replied, adjusting her cap to shield her slightly flushed cheeks. She felt shy from her sister's praise. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, observing the interaction between the sisters.
Let us go, he said.
Yi Yan took Yishi's hand and followed behind him. The three of them, along with Shen Yingcheng's team, split into two paths as they entered the town. While walking, Pei Hongqing asked Yishi about the characteristics of first-level zombies.
Yevi Joswali replied.
If you see a zombie with light red eyes among ordinary zombies, akin to having pink eye, that's it. They are not as agile as second-level zombies, but they are quicker than ordinary ones. The eyes are essentially the reflection of the crystal core within the mutated zombie's brain. For instance, the second-level zombie we killed at dawn had a dark red core, while the first-level zombie's eyes indicate a light red core. Other categories follow suit. However, so far, no other types of zombies have appeared. Moreover, these people currently only trust her preliminary guesses, she added casually. Perhaps in the future, we might encounter higher-level ones with different eye colors. Pei Hongqing squinted thoughtfully, looking at her with a hint of intrigue. What is the title of that apocalyptic novel you read? Why do you ask? Yishi's lips twitched as she fabricated a title. The Zombie King Fell in Love with Me? Pei Hongqing paused, seemingly finding the title rather absurd. Or perhaps, Wang Chun, am the protagonist of the apocalypse.
Pei Hongqing suggested.
It could also be Lin Cece as the Sea King in the apocalypse. After tossing out 3 titles, Yishi waved her hand dismissively. I've read too much. I forgot. Pei Hongqing's lips twitched slightly as he regarded her coolly. Yishi, unfazed by his scrutiny, met his gaze and said, would you like to read it? It's probably long gone into the mouth of some zombie. Just asking, Pei Hongqing replied, lowering his gaze and continuing onward. Yishi exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat exasperated with the conversation. Their dialogue came to an end as they entered the town, where the presence of zombies increased. The trio had to tread carefully to avoid detection. Fortunately, their mission was to locate mutated zombies, not to eliminate them or gather supplies. As long as they remained cautious, they would not attract the zombies' attention, for they were, after all, blind and acted solely on sound. Before finding the mutated zombies, Pei Hongqing wished to conserve his abilities. He opted to lead Yi Yan and Yishi along safer routes. I think I see something.
Yi Yan exclaimed,
suppressing her excitement as she pointed to a building across the street. Look, there's a first-level zombie, standing by the window. It seems to be watching something below. Yishi had mentioned that mutated zombies possess sight, prompting her to quickly glance down at the street below. She spotted another zombie with light red eyes wandering nearby, two of them. Yishi's gaze sharpened as she gripped her dagger tightly. She glanced at Pei Hongqing, questioning how to proceed. Without his presence, she could have acted immediately against the two. Now, she had to be a bit more discreet, which was slightly annoying. Pei Hongqing whispered, "First, deal with the one on the ground, then we'll check the building." Understood. Yishi motioned for Yi Yan to step aside, addressing Pei Hongqing. "You go. We'll wait for you here." Pei Hongqing acknowledged her subtle display of humility, but felt somewhat displeased at being pushed out front. He narrowed his eyes and shot Yishi a cool glance before swiftly charging toward the first-level zombie 10 meters away. A gust of wind rushed past, tousling Yi Yan's hair as she tucked a stray strand behind her ear, watching Pei Hongqing's retreating figure with admiration. So fast. Yishi was about to explain that this was merely standard procedure for a wind-type ability user when she suddenly noticed a first-level zombie passing not far behind them. Rounding the corner, she scanned their surroundings and saw that the spot where the sisters stood was clear of zombies.
예비 죽겠다 예얀.
Heading towards the location of the first-level zombie, little Shi,
예얀 queried, puzzled.
Yishi released her grip, saying, "Sister, be careful. I'm going to take down a first-level zombie." With that, she dashed forward. Yi Yan was taken aback by her speed. In the blink of an eye, Yishi had plunged her dagger into the back of the unsuspecting zombie's head. Immediately, the dagger in Yishi's grasp seemed to come alive, deftly extracting a crystal core from the zombie's skull without the need for the cumbersome searching that Yan Ziming had to endure. It was precise and swift. Yishi even rinsed the crystal core with the mineral water she carried, quickly returning to Yi Yan's side. "Sister, look." A first-level zombie's crystal core, light red. She placed the core into Yi Yan's hand. Yi Yan was astonished, still reeling from her sister's swift and clean execution of the task. "How could you be so quick? Is this the result of your training in that blank space? Impressive."
예얀 exclaimed involuntarily.
Yishi noticed that Pei Hongqing had already retrieved his crystal core and hurriedly advised Yi Yan, "Put it away, sister. Don't let anyone know you have a crystal core." "But little Shi, this is yours, sister. My abilities haven't been revealed yet. Have you forgotten?" Yi Yan gazed at her, hesitating, but... Chapter 29, Hide. There are no buts. Rest assured, sister, I can certainly retrieve the crystal core myself. Just don't let anyone else know. After speaking, Yishi placed the crystal core into the small backpack that Yi Yan carried with her.
Alright, 예얀 replied.
Pei Hongqing is back, Yishi whispered. Pei Hongqing strode over, casting a glance at the two of them before heading upstairs. "Okay."
예비 nodded.
Urging Yi Yan to stand behind her, conveniently concealing the expression on Yi Yan's face. There was no option. Pei Hongqing was astute in reading faces. Just last night, he must have sensed her approval regarding Yi Yan's use of the crystal core, prompting him to offer to conduct the experiment himself. Yi Yan's curt expression had yet to be concealed, making it easy for Pei Hongqing to notice something amiss. However, Pei Hongqing did not pay attention to the sister's actions. His focus remained on the first-level zombie upstairs. The first-level zombie he had just dispatched moved with greater speed than an ordinary zombie, and it was visible, making it a bit more troublesome to deal with than common zombies, yet simpler than a second-level zombie. The only issue was his inexperience in extracting crystal cores, which took him some time. The critical moment was when he killed the first-level zombie downstairs, and the upstairs one noticed him. Once he obtained the crystal core, he realized the upstairs zombie had vacated its position by the window. To prevent it from escaping, he needed to hurry upstairs to check. Yishi followed closely behind Yi Yan as they entered the building with Pei Hongqing. The houses in this small town were primarily residential, typically constructed to a height of 4 or 5 stories. The first-level zombie they had seen earlier appeared at the window on the 3rd floor. Yishi remembered the floor, but as the three entered, they first encountered ordinary zombies. Pei Hongqing swiftly dealt with 2 zombies that lunged from a room on the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found 2 rooms. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow, showing signs of difficulty. "I will open the door to the left room," Yishi declared, promptly retrieving a thin wire from her pocket and advancing to pick the lock. Both Pei Hongqing and Yi Yan were taken aback. With a click, the lock opened in mere seconds. Yishi then proceeded to open the second door, glancing at Pei Hongqing. "Be prepared. It may attack first." Understood. Pei Hongqing had no time to inquire about her lockpicking skills, immediately concentrating on forming a wind blade at the door. With a crack, the second door swung open. A guttural moan from within the room signaled the presence of zombies. Yishi quickly lowered her head. Pei Hongqing's gaze sharpened as he spotted the first-level zombie. And he acted swiftly. The upgraded wind blade was indeed formidable. Before Shi could raise her head, she heard a thud. The first-level zombies had rolled to her feet, its pale red eyes wide open and unblinking. Shi ignored it, her hair standing on end, and shouted to Pei Hongqing, who was about to enter. There are other mutated zombies in the room, second level. As her words fell with a bang, the bedroom door was burst open by the second-level zombie. Pei Hongqing's expression shifted dramatically as he lunged into the room, taking action. Shi looked up, observing the struggle between Pei Hongqing and the zombie, her mind racing in confusion. This small town was not large, yet she had already encountered several first-level zombies today. And now a second-level zombie had appeared. The number of mutated zombies exceeded her expectations. Yi Yan grasped her hand, anxiously saying, "What should we do, Xiaoxi? This is a second-level zombie." Pei Hongqing had already expended a considerable amount of abilities when he killed the first-level zombie. He should be able to hold his own. "No problem, sister. Stay alert and watch your surroundings. I will go help." After advising her, Shi entered the room. The interior was already in chaos. In 100 square meter space, there was hardly enough room for Pei Hongqing to utilize his wind-based abilities effectively.
Եվի թիկտենետ her grip on her dagger.
Of course, she had no intention of attacking just yet. She needed to wait for the right moment. Charging in recklessly might not yield a decisive strike. Pei Hongqing was fully focused on the second-level zombie before him. Although he had ascended to the third level, the previous consumption of his abilities meant he could only barely contend with the second-level zombie now. Breathing heavily, he felt for the pistol tucked at his lower back. This was not the villa. He could not afford to fire shots easily. Otherwise, the zombies would be drawn to him. Especially now that second-level zombies had appeared in the small town. If he attracted more second-level zombies, it would be disastrous. "Hey, Pei Hongqing, I will distract it. You absorb the crystal core you just obtained from the first-level zombie." Shi's clear voice suddenly rang out from not far behind him. Pei Hongqing was taken aback. Before he could respond, he saw a figure darting swiftly towards the second-level zombie. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Pei Hongqing's brows knitted tightly as he stood up to restrain Shi. Shi shot him a glance. "If you don't quickly absorb the crystal core to recover, none of us will survive." Pei Hongqing grimaced, reluctantly releasing her and retreating to a corner of the wall. He swiftly took out the crystal core from the first-level zombie he had collected downstairs to replenish his abilities. The absorption of the crystal core was rapid. He concentrated, not paying attention to Shi and the second-level zombie situation, but he could hear the second-level zombie becoming increasingly agitated as Shi evaded its attacks. At the doorway, Yi Yan shouted for caution. Time ticked by. Finally, Pei Hongqing suddenly opened his eyes, witnessing Shi fleeing in a disheveled manner. In the next moment, he rushed forward, targeting the second-level zombie's neck, shouting, "Wind blade!" With a whoosh, the sound of slicing through the air resonated alongside the cracking of the neck. The intermingled sounds of Shi's labored breath echoed throughout the room. Thud! The second-level zombie, previously enraged and glaring at Shi, was now rendered headless, its head rolling to the ground.
Xiaoxi.
Yi Yan hurriedly rushed into the room, helping Shi to her feet, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?"
That was terrifying.
The second-level zombie nearly clawed you. "I'm fine," Shi waved her hand. "Sister, hand me a bottle of water."
I am utterly parched.
Yi Yan quickly handed her a bottle of mineral water. Shi gulped it down, wiping the sweat from her brow, glancing outside. The commotion they had caused had already attracted the zombies upstairs. She swiftly pulled Yi Yan into the room. Pei Hongqing had retrieved the crystal cores from both the first and second-level zombies, casting a complex glance at Shi.
Եվի փոսետ.
Shaking the bottle of water in her hand. "Want some?" Pei Hongqing replied, "No need. Let us head downstairs."
All right.
Shi wiped her sweat again, stepping aside for him. "You go first. I'm out of energy." In such a small room, evading zombies was quite taxing. Had it not been for Pei Hongqing's presence, she would have swiftly and decisively extracted the crystal core from the second-level zombie. However, the cores had to be submitted, which felt rather pointless. It was better to let Pei Hongqing handle it. Pei Hongqing exited first, dispatching all the ordinary zombies that had come downstairs. Yi Yan followed closely behind, holding Shi's hand as they descended. "Be careful." Chapter 30. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yi Yan exclaimed in alarm as another first-level zombie appeared at the doorway, lunging towards Pei Hongqing with great speed, claws bared. Yi Shi could even see the bits of flesh stuck between its teeth. Pei Hongqing evaded swiftly, not getting hit. However, the first-level zombie shifted its target to Yi Yan. Faced with the shallow red eyes of the zombie, Yi Yan was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Moreover, she was in a position directly in front of the zombie. Pei Hongqing dared not unleash a wind blade, otherwise, he would risk severing Yi Yan's head as well. With a swift motion, Yi Shi yanked Yi Yan back, driving a dagger directly into the first-level zombie's temple. The zombie froze in place. Before encountering Yi Yan, there was an unsettling silence that terrified her. This scene also startled Pei Hongqing, who stood at the door. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yi Shi. After Yi Shi drew her dagger and flicked her wrist, she felt a tingling sensation. Ugh, it was numb. Pei Hongqing thought to himself, how long does this girl intend to keep up the act? Xiao Shi, is your hand all right? Yi Yan, regaining her composure, looked worriedly at Yi Shi's wrist. Yi Shi inhaled sharply. She had exerted too much force, causing a slight numbness. It's not a big deal. That's a relief. Yi Yan sighed, feeling guilty. It's all my fault. I was so frightened that I forgot to evade. Pei Hongqing stepped forward, dispatching a level 1 zombie and extracting its crystal core. Don't overthink it. Let's head back. All right. Yi Yan nodded, quickly pulling Yi Shi to follow Pei Hongqing. As the trio emerged, they noticed an increase in the number of zombies wandering the streets outside. The crackling sound of the walkie-talkie strapped to Pei Hongqing's waist broke the silence. He hurriedly continued running in the direction they came from, moving swiftly. Yi Yan struggled to keep up, while Yi Shi deliberately slowed her pace, unperturbed. She cast a glance at a nearby level 1 zombie, which had just turned its gaze towards her, eyes gleaming with the excitement of spotting prey. Sister, you keep running. I'll take care of this zombie and catch up. With that, she broke free from Yi Yan's grasp and dashed towards the level 1 zombie. Yi Yan was momentarily stunned, glancing back at Pei Hongqing and then at Yi Shi, who was intent on confronting the zombie. With no other option, she followed Pei Hongqing's path, as it was less crowded with zombies. Although she wielded a dagger, she had never faced a zombie alone before. Previously, she had only practiced her courage with the assistance of Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. 2 minutes later, Yi Shi discarded the head of the level 1 zombie, rinsed the crystal core with her remaining bottled water, and stowed it away. She jumped off the vehicle, evading an approaching ordinary zombie, and swiftly made her way back to where Yi Yan was. Yi Yan was panting heavily, having just paused to catch her breath when a zombie lunged at her. Instinctively, she dodged and continued running. The ordinary zombie wasn't very fast, and she managed to escape momentarily. However, the next second, she felt a grip on her shoulder. Don't come any closer.
Ye Yan instinctvel vavet her dagger bakird.
Sister, it's me. Yi Shi blocked the blade, looking at her helplessly. It's fine. Xiao Shi. Yi Yan was somewhat dazed and quickly grabbed Yi Shi's hand to continue running. I think I just heard a cry for help from the seniors. They might be in trouble, and Pei Hongqing went to assist them. Really? Yi Shi focused her attention and indeed heard distinct sounds of fighting not far away. She pulled Yi Yan into an alley, urging, this way. Yi Yan hesitated for a moment, but had no choice but to follow her. A few minutes later, they spotted Shen Yingcheng and the others. Fu Ruoqing was supporting Shen Yingcheng, who was leaning against a nearby wall.
Pei Hongqing, Yi Ran.
An Yan Ziming were engaged in a fierce battle with a level 2 zombie. Upon seeing this, Yi Yan rushed towards Shen Yingcheng.
Senior, how are you?
Sister Yan, hurry. Senior was just injured on the arm.
Fu Ruoqing exclaimed urgently.
Yi Shi stepped closer to inspect. Shen Yingcheng was indeed in a dire state. His entire right arm was drenched in blood, with a gash measuring a full 20 centimeters. His arm trembled slightly, and sweat dripped from his face, a testament to his pain and exhaustion from using his powers. Yi Yan hastily activated her abilities to heal him, but such a large wound could only be temporarily staunched, as even her powers were insufficient to restore the severed blood vessels completely. She quickly paled and collapsed to the ground. Yi Shi rushed to support her, pressing a crystal core into her hand. Sister, use this. All right. To heal Shen Yingcheng, Yi Yan focused her energy to absorb the core's power. The process was simpler than she had anticipated. The energy from the level 1 zombie's crystal core flowed into her body like water, replenishing her power channels. While she couldn't break through to a higher level, she replenished her energy almost instantaneously. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yan released her powers again to heal Shen Yingcheng. This time, the 20-centimeter wound visibly closed at an astonishing rate, restoring him to his former state. However, this depletion of her powers left Yi Yan feeling faint once more, while Shen Yingqing's blood loss could not be quickly remedied. He coughed twice, and his pallor improved slightly. Fu Ruoqing wiped the sweat from his forehead. "How are you, Yingqing?" "I'm much better. Go help Hongqing," Shen Yingqing insisted, trying to rise. Yishi glanced at Pei Hongqing and the others. "I'll go. I run fast." With that, she dashed into the fray, just in time to witness Yixiran being flung aside by a zombie. He flew past her, spitting blood. What the heck? Yishi thought. Realizing how severely injured they all were, this would surely exhaust her sister. Yan Ziming soon collapsed as well, though he did not vomit blood, likely due to his tough constitution. Beads of sweat formed on Pei Hongqing's forehead as he locked onto the level 2 zombie before him, which was far more challenging than the one they had encountered in the building. Although he still had some powers left, subduing it was proving to be quite taxing. A moment later, he caught sight of Yi Shi approaching. "Are you recharging?"
Yi Shi asked.
Pei Hongqing's lips twitched.
"Can you hold on?"
Yi Shi glanced at the imposing level 2 zombie, furrowing her brow. "I should be able to manage. Give you a minute."
"All right."
Pei Hongqing nodded. They had worked well together before, and their communication remained smooth. Yi Shi took a deep breath and swiftly charged towards the level 2 zombie, drawing its attention. Compared to the corridor earlier, the space was more favorable for maneuvering. Her only goal was to buy Pei Hongqing some time. However, one should not underestimate the challenge of leading a zombie away. It was a true test of skill. Chapter 31. Severe Injury. Crisis. Especially when facing a level 2 zombie, which was no ordinary foe and possessed a degree of intelligence. Initially, it followed Yi Shi with its gaze, but upon realizing it could not catch her, the clever brute let out a furious roar and lunged at the fallen Yan Ziming. "This is bad." Yi Shi's expression changed. Seeing that the zombie refused to cooperate, she quickly pursued it, plunging her dagger into the back of its neck. With a crack, the sharp blade severed its spinal cord. The zombie swung around to grab Yi Shi, but she pushed off its back with her legs. The dagger was pulled free, and due to the severed spine, the zombie's head grotesquely slumped down. "Wind blade!" A familiar low shout echoed. A strong gust surged towards her. Yi Shi quickly retreated. With a crunch, the level 2 zombie's head fell to the ground, followed by its massive body collapsing as well. Just as Yi Shi prepared to exhale in relief, she looked up to find ordinary zombies surrounding her. Goodness! This was the rhythm of a zombie siege. The commotion from their earlier battle had drawn the attention of countless zombies. Yan Ziming staggered to his feet and shouted towards everyone, pointing to an alley. "That alley leads out. Run!" Everyone froze for a moment, but regardless of their injuries, they scrambled to follow Yan Ziming's direction. How could they not run? All the zombies in town were converging on this spot. Even the ordinary ones. They are all injured, some severely, and their powers are completely depleted. Clearly, the best course of action is to flee. Yi Shi also runs. Moreover, she is burdened with the head of a second-tier zombie, as the crystal core has yet to be extracted. Including this one, it marks the second capture. It could potentially end up in Yi Yan's hands. She must secure it. I, Yixiran, am struggling to move forward, limping along. Yan Ziming wishes to assist him, yet he himself is grievously wounded and cannot offer support. The zombies are closing in. Suddenly, a figure darts past him. Before either of them can react, Yi Shi grabs Yixiran by the back of his collar and drags him towards the alley's exit. Yixiran is bewildered. Yan Ziming is even more so. However, upon seeing the approaching zombies, he casts aside all other thoughts and hastens to follow. Once everyone has navigated through the narrow alley, Pei Hongqing pulls a stall from the side to block the path of the pursuing zombies. He then catches up to Yi Shi and hoists Yixiran onto his back, continuing to run. Yi Shi is utterly exhausted. It took every ounce of her strength to drag Yixiran, who weighs around 170 to 80 pounds. With Pei Hongqing's assistance, her burden lightens, allowing her to run faster. After a few minutes, the group of 7 escapes the small town. But the zombies are still in pursuit. They cannot afford to hesitate. Those capable of driving rush to the front seats. With a press of the gas, they reverse. Bang! 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 The truck driven by Pei Hongqing crashes into a horde of approaching zombies. The first off-road vehicle is driven by Fu Ruoqing, followed by Yan Ziming. These two vehicles lead the way. Pei Hongqing glances in the rearview mirror and sees 200 to 300 zombies trailing behind. Among them, at least 4 or 5 are first-tier zombies. Regrettably, the priority must be the safety of their comrades. Pei Hongqing's gaze sharpens, and without hesitation, he accelerates to catch up with the 2 leading off-road vehicles. Ishiran has sustained serious injuries. Once in the vehicle, Yi Yan absorbs the remaining energy from the crystal core and immediately begins to treat him. Ishiran initially cries out in pain, but gradually the agony subsides, and his furrowed brows relax. Shen Yingqing turns to glance at him and asks Yi Yan, "How is he?" Yi Yan replies, "A few ribs are broken, but, fortunately, his internal organs are unharmed." Ishiran breathes a sigh of relief, touching his neck. Thankfully, it is not broken. Just moments ago, Yi Shi had dragged him by the collar, causing immense pain. He narrowly escaped death at the hands of the zombies, only to nearly perish at the hands of Yi Shi. She must have done it on purpose. Yet, one cannot deny that she saved his life. Yi Shi is in Yan Ziming's vehicle. Since Ishiran had been dragged by her earlier, he certainly requires treatment upon boarding. Thus, she refrains from crowding into that area. Yan Ziming's condition is barely manageable. Surely, he won't cause an accident? Yi Shi thinks to herself, scanning her surroundings. They have already left the confines of Qingxi town and observed few zombies. However, this is not a place where they can stop and rest freely. They must continue driving. Yet, Yi Shi senses the vehicle swaying slightly. She looks at Yan Ziming and asks, "Can you still hold on? Shall I take over?" Yan Ziming, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replies, "Can you drive?" Yi Shi responds, "I was about to take my driving test before the apocalypse. I practiced for a few days on the second driving course, so I should manage just fine." Yan Ziming is indeed struggling to maintain control. He exhales and says with difficulty, "All right, then you can give it a try. I'll tell you how to drive." The vehicle then gradually pulls over to the side. Yi Shi moves from the back seat to the driver's position, while Yan Ziming struggles into the passenger seat. His fatigue is purely from the depletion of his powers. He prepares to instruct Yi Shi on how to drive. However, once Yi Shi starts the engine and floors the gas pedal, the vehicle accelerates wildly. The sudden force pushes Yan Ziming back, and before he can utter a word, he loses consciousness. Yi Shi glances at him, surprised. "Really? He fainted?" She is puzzled, nudging Yan Ziming, but he remains unresponsive. Deciding not to dwell on it, she continues driving. His fainting is actually more convenient. She need not waste time asking questions or fabricating stories to distract him. It's just an off-road vehicle. Surely, she can handle it. After all, in her past life, she even piloted a helicopter. It was merely a matter of being unskilled, leading to a crash. Pei Hongqing's truck trails behind. He notices that Yan Ziming and Yi Shi have switched places, and he also observes Yi Shi's erratic driving skills, swerving unpredictably. If he were to speed up even slightly, he would collide with them. Fortunately, after traveling 50 kilometers in the lead vehicle, Fu Ruoqing stops at a gas station. Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing follow suit. "Is everyone all right?" Shen Yingqing exits the vehicle to check on all team members. Upon opening the door to Yi Shi's vehicle, he discovers Yan Ziming is unconscious. His expression changes, and he urgently calls for Yi Yan. Yi Yan employs her healing abilities, stating he is merely exhausted.
He will be fine.
Upon hearing this, Shen Yingqing breathes a sigh of relief and turns to Yi Shi. "You drove?" Yi Shi sheepishly touches her nose and explains, "I practiced for the driving test before the apocalypse, and seeing him nearly collapse, I switched places. As expected, right after I took over, he fainted. Otherwise, I would have flipped the vehicle with him." Just as Yan Ziming regains consciousness, he thinks, Chapter 32, fainted. Yan Ziming feels an overwhelming sense of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, he cannot bring himself to admit that he fainted from the shock of Yi Shi's sudden acceleration. After all, he is a man, and that would be too humiliating. Shen Yingqing confirms that everyone is fine, and finally relaxes. Pei Hongqing steps down from the truck and glances at Yi Shi before turning his attention to Shen Yingqing. "Is everyone all right?" Shen Yingqing nods. Yi Yan has treated everyone. Ishiran's condition is stable. Pei Hongqing glances at the small store at the gas station. "I will go inside to clear out the zombies. Shall we rest here for a bit?" "Sounds good," Shen Yingqing replies, stretching his shoulders. Although Yi Yan's healing has saved his arm, he has lost too much blood and still feels a bit dizzy. He needs a moment to recuperate. Yi Shi opens a bottle of mineral water and gulps it down. She is parched. Just as this thought arises, she realizes she has been excessively thirsty. Could it be due to the physical exertion? She closes her eyes and enters a blank state, rushing over to the fluid pool to absorb some liquid.
Moment latte.
The fatigue from the earlier battle dissipates entirely. Little Shi, Yi Yan's voice calls to her. Yi Shi quickly withdraws her hand, returning to reality. Upon opening her eyes, she sees Yi Yan standing before her. Her complexion is somewhat pale, clearly a result of expending her powers. Sister, why don't?
Yedi gestures towards Ye Yan's backpack.
Yi Yan shakes her head. It's all right. I will recover soon. No need to waste it. Earlier, she had used one crystal core to replenish her powers twice, each time in a full state, to save Shen Yingcheng. Yixiran's injuries primarily involve broken ribs, which are serious but manageable. However, under her treatment, he has returned to normal and is now energetically searching for food and water. Yi Shi gazes at Yi Yan with some concern. So, sister, your abilities are crucial to the team. Otherwise, in that situation, Shen Yingcheng could have died there. He was losing blood. For zombies with acute senses, that was too enticing. Otherwise, the noise from the fighting wouldn't have attracted so many zombies. Thankfully, we emerged from this ordeal unscathed. Little Shi, we must still heed the senior's arrangements regarding this matter. Yi Yan spoke, glancing in the direction of a small shop. Pei Hongqing had finished dealing with the zombies and suggested they head over there to rest and have something to eat. Shen Yingcheng was also gesturing for everyone to come over. Yi Shi furrowed her brows slightly, choosing not to say more, and followed Yi Yan towards the shop. The group of 7 quickly gathered again. Yixiran rubbed his neck, casting a complicated glance at Yi Shi. This time, it was indeed Yi Shi who had acted in time, dragging him along until Pei Hongqing arrived to help. He hesitated, contemplating whether to thank her, though he didn't particularly wish to owe her a favor. Yan Ziming and Fu Ruoqing prepared self-heating rice for everyone. Silence enveloped them as they ate. Once they finished, Shen Yingcheng turned to Pei Hongqing. How was the situation on your end when you entered the town? Pei Hongqing produced a level 1 zombie crystal nucleus and a level 2 zombie crystal nucleus, placing them on the table. We eliminated 3 level 1 zombies and 1 level 2 zombie, though I used 2 of the level 1 crystal nuclei to replenish my abilities. Shen Yingcheng nodded, producing 2 level 1 crystal nuclei. These are the results from the 4 of us. And there us also me and Xiao Shi.
Ye Yan purset her lips, atting.
Xiao Shi killed one while Hongqing was dealing with a level 1 zombie, so I took a crystal nucleus to replenish our abilities for healing. Shen Yingcheng glanced at Yi Shi in surprise. She took a bite of her meal, explaining, it was just luck. She resumed eating. Shen Yingcheng observed Yi Shi. After witnessing her series of actions today, he understood that she was not merely lucky, she was intentionally concealing her prowess. Regardless, she had indeed contributed significantly. What a pity. Yan Ziming sighed. The crystal nucleus from that level 2 zombie Pei Ge killed hasn't been retrieved yet. Otherwise, we would have 2 crystal nuclei to upgrade Shen Ge and Yan Jie to level 3 abilities. The recent battle underscored just how crucial it was to upgrade their abilities and highlighted who in the team needed to enhance their powers urgently. Hearing this, Shen Yingcheng frowned, agreeing that it was indeed unfortunate.
Xiao Shi?
Yi Shi timidly raised her hand. When I was running, I happened to grab the head of that level 2 zombie. It's currently under the back seat of the vehicle. Everyone was taken aback, staring at her in astonishment. Yixiran's eyes widened. You had the time to carry a zombie's head, but not to grab me by the collar or pull my arm.
Yi Shi shot him a cool glance.
You're too heavy, you're not easy to carry by the head. If you were just a head, I could manage. How infuriating. Yixiran was incensed by her comment. The gratitude he had felt moments earlier vanishing. You're absolutely toxic. Yi Shi ignored him, shrugging her shoulders. Regardless, I brought back the head. She was unconcerned about Yixiran's remarks, as her primary motivation for saving him was that the team could not afford to lose a combatant. I'll go take a look. Yan Ziming stood up, vaguely recalling that Yi Shi had indeed brought something with her to the vehicle. Though he wasn't certain it was a zombie-ass head, as his attention had been consumed by the exertion of driving. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Yi Shi, acknowledging her cleverness. Yi Shi chuckled lightly and shrugged. What could I do? Level 2 zombies are so difficult to kill, and everyone is injured. Wouldn't it be a waste not to bring back the crystal nucleus? Xiao Shi. You're truly attentive, Yi Yan praised sincerely. Her sister was indeed becoming more impressive. After a moment, Yan Ziming returned, holding the head of the level 2 zombie. Pei Hongqing deftly extracted the crystal nucleus from the head and placed it alongside the others.
Now,
They possessed 2 level 2 zombie crystal nuclei and 3 level 1 zombie crystal nuclei. Shen Yingqing looked at everyone. The acquisition of these crystal nuclei is the result of our collective effort, but this battle made it clear what the team truly needs. Therefore, one of the level 2 crystal nuclei will go to me, and the other to Yiyan. We will upgrade our abilities first. When we find another level 2 crystal nucleus next time, we will provide one to Ruoqing, Xiran, and Ziming. As for the 3 level 1 nuclei, we will reserve them for replenishing abilities. Does anyone have objections to this distribution? No, everyone replied in unison. This was indeed the most reasonable distribution for now. Shen Yingqing nodded and handed one of the level 2 crystal nuclei to Yi Yan. She hurriedly accepted it, looking at everyone with warmth. Thank you all. I will strive to upgrade and aim to break through to level 3, providing everyone with better and faster healing. Very good, Yishi found herself satisfied with this arrangement. Of course, the crystal nucleus in her pocket and the one in Yi Yan's backpack would never be surrendered. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, interrupting Shen Yingqing as he was about to speak. Yi Shi instinctively turned to look, discovering a small car had careened in from nowhere, colliding violently with the rear of their truck. The truck lurched uncontrollably forward.
bang!
Another crash echoed as it collided with one of their SUVs. Yi Yan and the others rose to see what was happening. Shen Yingqing drew his handgun, glancing at Pei Hongqing, who narrowed his eyes dangerously and readied his weapon, preparing to advance. From the car behind the truck, the door swung open, revealing a man and 2 women. Lin Yujia? Yi Shi's pupils dilated in shock at the sight of the woman stepping out of the passenger seat. Lin Yujia was the cousin of Lin Cixi, a woman of similar ilk. This woman had always been by Lin Cixi's side, conspiring and tormenting countless ability users and innocent girls, including her sister Yi Yan. The thought darkened Yi Shi's expression, her fists clenching involuntarily. Xiao Shi? Yi Yan, standing beside her, sensed her sister's shift in mood. Why does your face suddenly look so grim? She inquired softly, glancing at the individuals emerging from the car. Do you know them? Have you had previous conflicts? Her question drew the attention of Fu Ruoqing and others nearby. Ishiran crossed his arms, wearing a look of glee, eager for the unfolding drama. With a personality as wretched as hers, she must have offended many in the past. Looks like her enemies have come knocking. Yi Shi ignored him, turning to Yi Yan with urgency. The woman getting out of the passenger seat is Lin Yujia. Sister, keep your distance from her. She then addressed Yan Ziming. You two, stay away from her. Yan Ziming was taken aback, having never expected Yi Shi to so seriously warn him. Who exactly was Lin Yujia? Everyone was puzzled by Yi Shi's words. Yet, she refrained from elaborating, having already devised a strategy. No matter what, she had to find a way to eliminate Lin Yujia. She could not allow her to unite with Lin Cixi. In her past life, aside from her sister's death, it was Yan Ziming who had been thoroughly manipulated by these 2 sisters. That was why she had made the warning. As for Fu Ruoqing, Shen Yingqing, and Pei Hongqing, they were not lacking in intellect. In the post-apocalyptic world, the most unpredictable element was the human heart. They had experienced enough over the past month. Shiran was of no concern. His mind was simple. Men and women were the same in his eyes. Power was paramount. Lin Yujia's tricks would be of no use on him. Apologies for the disturbance. The man introduced himself, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. I am Lu Wenfeng. This is Lin Yujia, my girlfriend, and this is Lu Hong, my sister. We escaped from Hongxi Town, adjacent to Qingxi Town. Lu Wenfeng, of average appearance, introduced himself and those beside him. Shin's expression darkened as he slowly holstered his pistol, coldly interrogating, What do you want with us? Lin Yujia, possessing a delicate beauty, spoke gently, Dear brothers, we have not encountered any living souls for a long time on our escape. We were simply overjoyed to find you, and couldn't help but follow. We genuinely mean no harm. Lu Hong, a girl of unremarkable appearance, stood silently behind Lu Wenfeng, her lips pressed together. Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow slightly. Their lengthy explanations seemed to skirt around the main issue. He glanced at Qing, who narrowed his eyes as he assessed the trio before him, sneering, No ill intentions. Yet you smashed our vehicle like that? His words were far from polite, hinting at a reckoning. Lu Wenfeng's face stiffened immediately. Lin Yujia hurriedly offered an apology. I'm sorry, brother. It was my fault for calling out too late, which caused my boyfriend to accidentally fail to brake. Can't drive? Even a dog could do better.
Yi Shiran interjected mockingly.
Indeed, their truck had sustained damage, and the SUV had also been involved in a series of collisions. I'm so sorry. Lin Yujia bowed deeply in apology, her eyes soon brimming with tears. We truly did not mean to cause trouble. In these dire times, encountering others brings us immense joy. Lu Wenfeng frowned. Pulling his incessantly apologizing girlfriend closer, he addressed Thiengcheng and Dongqing. We've explained our situation. We merely wish to inquire where you are headed, and if we might accompany you. We do not take on passengers, Pri Hongqing replied curtly before turning to the others. Get in the vehicle. We are departing.
Ye Yan quickly urged Ye Shi to follow suit. Ye Shi squinted,
her gaze fixated on Lin Yujia. The aroma of tea emanating from her is truly tantalizing. As anticipated, neither Shantan nor Pri Hongqing were swayed by a woman's gentle words. Their rejection was resolute. After all, many men had been toyed with by Lin Sisi and Lin Yujia in their past lives. Shen Yingcheng, however, remained steadfast, his focus solely on upgrading his abilities, unaffected by the presence of women. Otherwise, he would not have risen to become one of the 10 most powerful abilities in this apocalyptic world, rivaling the male lead, Wang Chen.
Hongqing, Yi Shiran will drive the truck.
Ziming will take the SUV, while Ruoqing, Ye Yan, and Ye Shi will accompany me.
Shen Yingcheng swiftly assigned roles.
There was no hesitation. Everyone quickly boarded their vehicles. Witnessing this, Lin Yujia grew frantic. She tugged at Lu Wenfeng's sleeve. Why are you still dawdling?
Go speak with them.
Look at their vehicle. It must be laden with supplies. The 2 men who spoke to us are armed. If we align with them, our chances of survival will increase. Lu Wenfeng hesitated, but they just rejected us. Pressing further might anger them. Lin Yujia bit her lip, gazing at him with desperation. What are we to do, Wenfeng? Our supplies are nearly depleted. We cannot possibly survive until the next city. Will we truly starve here? You lack abilities as well. Fine. I will approach them again, Lu Wenfeng said through gritted teeth, preparing to call out to Ningcheng and the others. However, the SUV roared to life, showing no signs of stopping. In an instant it sped away, leaving only a cloud of exhaust behind. Lu Wenfeng's expression soured. He intended to pursue the other vehicle, but it was the same scenario. The SUV continued on without pause. Lin Yujia rushed over, urgency in her voice. Wenfeng, get in the car and follow them.
We can speak with them when they stop.
Lu Wenfeng hesitated, then quickly urged Lu Hong to board the vehicle. Chapter 34. You should give it a try. The truck driven by Hongqing trailed behind. Yi Shiran, reclining in the passenger seat, munched on a leftover sausage. Suddenly, through the rearview mirror, he spotted a dilapidated little car following closely. Peiga, the envious adversary, is tailing us. Adversary? Pei Hongqing glanced at the rearview mirror, then turned his gaze quizzically toward Yi Shiran. Earlier, when you and Skingdup stepped out, the dead fish specifically warned Jia and Ziming to steer clear of that Lin Yujia woman. Judging by her clenched jaw, it seems she bears a grudge against her. Is that so? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes. Did she mention anything else? Yi Shiran shook his head, nothing more.
I see, Pei Hongqing replied nonchalantly. Yi Shiran looked back again, asking, Pei Ge,
should we shake them off? Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. No rush. If they wish to follow, let them. Initially, he had little interest in these travelers and was prepared to lose them, but Yi Shiran's words shifted his perspective. Since Ye Shi's arrival, she had shown no malice toward anyone in their group, and even with Yi Shiran, she engaged in playful banter. It was rare for her to issue a warning. Could it be that this Lin Yujia was connected to the information she possessed regarding zombie levels? However, Lin Yujia seemed not to recognize Ishi. Otherwise, she would have introduced herself first. In summary, he sensed an intriguing mystery worth unraveling. It would be prudent to allow them to follow for now and discern the reason behind Jia's alertness. According to their original plan, they would depart from Qingxi and head directly toward B City via another route. The supplies in their vehicle were sufficient to sustain them for 2 days until they could reach B City through a shortcut. Yet, now that they sought second-level zombie cores to enhance their abilities, Yingcheng had to alter their strategy. Before darkness fell, they needed to find a suitable resting spot to upgrade their powers before addressing other matters. When the vehicle halted, Yishi alighted and noticed Lin Yujia's small car closely trailing behind Ri Hongqi's truck. How did they follow us? Ye Yan inquired, puzzled. Yingcheng furrowed his brow. I will assess the situation. He strode directly to Lu Wenfeng's vehicle.
Pei Hongqing stepped out, pulling Yingcheng back. Don't get involved.
If you approach them, they'll think we are easy to deal with.
Shen Yingcheng paused, contemplating whether to allow them to follow. Indeed, Hui Hongqing whispered, let the others keep an eye on our supplies. Their vehicle likely carries little food and poses minimal threat, hence their persistent following. Chess' gaze flickered. Indeed, as Hongqing suggested. Otherwise, this group would not be so relentlessly tailing them. The stop they chose was near an open field with no buildings in sight, and few zombies were around. Ignoring Lu Wenfeng's group, Shen Yingcheng turned to Yan Ziming, prepare some food. Yan Ziming nodded, and Froqing joined in to assist with the meal preparations. Yishi narrowed her eyes, watching Lin Yujia, who had yet to exit her vehicle. She anticipated Lin Yujia's pursuit. It was advantageous for her. If she did not follow, how would she have the opportunity to take action? With a slight smile, she harbored her own strategy, turning to Yan's sister. Would you like some meat? Yan paused. Choshi, are you referring to sausages or something? No, I mean real meat. Yishi replied, gesturing toward the field ahead. I just spotted some wild rabbits. Perhaps we can catch a couple for a feast. Is that possible? They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. We won't know unless we try. With that, Yishi brandished her dagger and leaped down into the field. It was 5 in the afternoon. There was still daylight, and the situation in the field was clear. Hui Hongqing immediately noticed Yishi's descent into the field and, narrowing his eyes, approached Yan, asking, what is she going to do? Xiaoxi said she wants to catch rabbits. Yi Yan sighed helplessly, but I didn't see anything. She had caught something. Pei Hongqing's cool voice echoed in her ear. Yi Yan was utterly astonished and quickly turned to look at Yishi. Indeed. She saw her approaching with a plump and large rabbit. This was incredibly swift. Little Shi had only been gone for a mere 2 minutes. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms and remarked, she found the rabbit's nest, and just as that rabbit was making its escape. This could be considered a skill of survival in the wilderness. However, judging by her adept manner earlier, she must have captured quite a few wild rabbits before. Yishi was carrying the hefty rabbit back, a male weighing around 5 pounds. In this apocalyptic era, the viral outbreak had only infected humans and humanoid creatures, as well as larger carnivorous beasts, some of which had mutated. However, smaller herbivores such as chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, rabbits, and field mice remained unscathed. A decade into the apocalypse, these animals were still essential sources of meat for all survivors. In the nearby town of Qingxi, many households raised chickens, ducks, geese, or pigs and dogs, yet most had become fodder for the zombies. Little Shi, what a fat rabbit! Yi Yan exclaimed with delight as she watched Yishi return with the rabbit, her eyes sparkling with surprise. It seems we can enhance our meal a bit today. Indeed. Yishi replied, glancing at Pei Hongqing. You know how to kill, right? Skin and gut it? Pei Hongqing cast her a sidelong glance. How do you know I can? Yishi blinked innocently, because you seem quite skilled at dispatching zombies for their cores. With that, she swiftly slit the rabbit's throat and shoved the gasping creature into his arms. What the hell? Where did this rabbit come from? Ishiran exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the dead rabbit in Pei Hongqing's arms. Peiga, did you just catch a rabbit? Why didn't you call me along? We could have caught several. Pei Hongqing's lips twitched as he tossed the dead rabbit into Ishiran's arms and proceeded to skin it for roasted rabbit. Huh. I can't do that. Yiran protested, Bijilderet. I can. Yan Ziming, who had spotted the rabbit in Ishiran's grasp, chuckled. This is just perfect for improving our dinner tonight. Shun Yingqing approached, eyeing Pei Hongqing. Did you catch it? Where? Let's go see. Just one rabbit was hardly enough to share among 7 people. Pei Hongqing gestured for him to look at Yishi. Shun Yingqing paused, surprised. Yishi caught it? Yes. Pei Hongqing had no interest in claiming that credit. Ishiran stared at Yishi in disbelief. This lazy fish can catch rabbits? Were you just waiting by the tree? Yishi narrowed her eyes playfully, pointing toward a spot in the field. Do you see that hole? That's a rabbit burrow. If you set a fire to smoke them out, they will come running. It's quite easy to catch one, after all. A single rabbit wouldn't be enough to fill your teeth, would it? Chapter 35. So cruel, what did you just call me? Yiran applauded, glaring at Yishi with fiery eyes. Yishi crossed her arms, unhurriedly stating, can't handle the truth? From now on, that is your name here. After all, everyone witnessed your loss in the bet, yet you refused to admit it. ISNT, this name rather fitting for you? You. Ishiran was rendered speechless by her words, his face flushing with indignation. You want me to call you sister? No way. Furious, he jumped down from the field ridge, walking away while throwing harsh words at Yishi. So what if you caught a rabbit? It's not like you're the only one who can. Oh.
I eagerly await your attempt.
Jej replied dismissively, her tone nonchalant.
The more indifferent she appeared, the angrier Ishiran became, and he dashed toward the rabbit burrow with determination, evidently resolved not to return without a rabbit. Shen Yingqing sighed and turned to Yan Ziming. Give me the rabbit.
You go help Ishiran. All right.
Yan Ziming nodded and passed the rabbit over before quickly following Ishiran. The two, one adept in fire and the other in earth, complemented each other well for rabbit catching. Having been a soldier and trained in the wilderness, Shen Yingqing noted that Yi Shi had dispatched the rabbit with remarkable precision, just as Pei Hongqing had said. He quickly skinned the rabbit, cleaned out its insides, and skewered it with a metal stick for roasting over the newly kindled fire, basting and turning it as it cooked. Yi Shi observed Shen Yingqing's skilled movements and felt confident that today's roasted rabbit would be exceptional. Content. She settled on the field ridge, watching Ishiran and Yan Ziming chase after the rabbit. Her gaze occasionally drifted to Lin Yujia's vehicle. Lu Wenfeng was too apprehensive to exit the car, especially after witnessing Yi Shi kill the rabbit and Shen Yingqing prepare it. With their firearms visibly at hand, they appeared quite formidable. Yet Lin Yujia continued to softly encourage him. Wenfeng, look at this marvelous opportunity. They all stopped to rest. And you saw just how much supplies they have. If we could join their group, we wouldn't have to struggle so much for resources. But their manner of killing the rabbit is so cruel, she added, feigning a look of distress and turning away. Lu Wenfeng frowned slightly. They are so strong. They previously refused to let us join them. If we approach now, I fear it might provoke them. This is the apocalypse. It's no longer a lawful society. They could easily kill us. In truth, he was just being cowardly. Lin Yujia couldn't help but smirk inwardly, blaming him. A month ago, she could have chosen any suitor, yet she had agreed to accompany Lu Wenfeng on this trip. To make matters worse, he had brought his sister along. Not only that, but they insisted on sharing a room. Were it not for the fact that Lu Wenfeng lived in a centrally located house set for demolition, potentially earning millions in compensation, she wouldn't have bothered with this insufferable loser. In the months since the apocalypse, Lu Wenfeng had been utterly useless, merely leading them to evade zombies, having hardly killed any himself. Now, finally encountering Shen Yingqing's group, she was determined not to let this chance slip away. Otherwise, continuing to linger with this worthless Lu Wenfeng would inevitably lead to their demise. With renewed resolve, Lin Yujia's gaze returned to Shen Yingqing's group. She could discern that the most authoritative figure was the tall, handsome man whose swift method of killing rabbits spoke of military training, with a firearm strapped to his waist. The second was the man with phoenix eyes, clearly cunning and not to be trifled with. These two were the backbone of the group. As for the other two men, one appeared rather reckless, while the other was straightforward and honest. The reckless one seemed inexperienced, while the honest one was undoubtedly the prime target for her schemes. Moreover, as Lin Yujia glanced at Yan Ziming in the field, she calculated that he was an ability user. Though not as strong as the other men in the group, he was still the best leverage for her to remain within their ranks. Regarding the other three women, aside from the one who had just killed the rabbit, the other two seemed easily swayed. With a little finesse, she could surely win over at least three of them to agree to let her stay in the group. However, this relied on one condition. Lin Yujia glanced at Lu Wenfeng and his sister, Lu Hong, and thought resolutely, I must first get rid of these two. She suddenly had a thought and immediately turned to Lu Wenfeng with reddened eyes, speaking softly. Wenfeng, if you truly do not wish to go, then I shall go instead. I would rather be struck down than starve to death, or be bitten by a zombie. With that, she pretended to push the door open to exit the vehicle. Yujia. Lu Wenfeng quickly stopped her, grasping her hand. Please, let us wait a bit longer until nightfall. I promise I will try again, all right? Lin Yujia looked at him with tearful eyes. Really? It's almost dark, and they have begun to eat.
Yes.
Lu Wenfeng replied earnestly. Yujia, do not worry. Even if I must swallow my pride once more, I will ask again. They truly had no food left. If they did not plead with Shen Yingqing's group for some, they would be unable to sleep from hunger tonight. Seeing his agreement, Lin Yujia wiped away her tears. All right, I will wait for you. Rest assured. Lu Wenfeng promised, gripping Lin Yujia's hand tightly. In the back seat, Lu Hong remained silent, pursing her lips as she glanced at Shen Yingqing and the others, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, the aroma of roasted rabbit from behind Yi Shi wafted through the air. Meanwhile, in the distant fields, Ishiran and Yan Ziming were still struggling by the rabbit burrow.
Shen Yingqing chopped the roasted rabbit into pieces and placed them on a plate, instructing Fu Ruoqing, go and call Shiran and Zimming back for dinner.
All right.
Fu Ruoqing went to summon them, only to return with 2 dirt-caked men. What the hell is this rabbit? Has it become a spirit? Why is it so difficult to catch?
Yi viran climate.
His face coated in dust and blackened from his own fire, his tone filled with frustration. Half an hour had passed, and they had not even managed to pluck a single hair from the rabbit. Yen Zimming lamented, my abilities are nearly depleted, and I only managed to graze its backside. In any case, this wild rabbit was certainly not easy to catch. The thought made him somewhat admire Yishi. Chapter 36, she agreed.
Yi viran remarket. Ha.
That dead fish has merely been lucky. He patted the dust off his head, washed his face, and retained his usual stubborn demeanor. Yishi shot him a cool glance. If you cannot afford to lose, why not strive harder? Use your abilities to catch one for everyone to enjoy. As for the one I caught by chance, I assure you it will not be appetizing. You should refrain from eating it. After saying this, she casually took a small piece of rabbit leg and began to gnaw. The enticing aroma was undeniably alluring. Why should I not eat? You nearly got me killed today. Even if you caught it by chance, this rabbit is still a form of compensation due to you. Ishiran rushed forward, justifying his actions as he seized another rabbit leg and began to munch, his expression defiantly challenging Yishi. Yishi rolled her eyes at him, childish. Afterward, she opened her self-heating rice and added 2 pieces of roasted rabbit meat to her bowl. It must be said that Shen Yingqing's grilling skills were commendable, at least better than her own. This roasted meat is exquisite. Ishiran could not help but lick his fingers after finishing, looking at Shen Yingqing. Brother Shen, could you prepare a few more tomorrow? Shen Yingqing raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. If you can catch one, I will cook it for you.
All right.
Tomorrow, Brother Pei will accompany me to catch rabbits. Ishiran, invigorated by the roasted rabbit meat, enthusiastically addressed Pei Hongqing. Brother Pei, your wind abilities are swift. You can surely catch one in a flash. I will attract them, and you can capture them. Pei Hongqing leisurely peeled the rabbit's head, casting a cool glance at him. I upgraded my abilities just to catch rabbits for you? Ishiran scratched the back of his head and chuckled. I was merely thinking of improving everyone's meals. Otherwise, Brother Shen's culinary skills would go to waste. After finishing the rabbit head, Pei Hongqing dusted off his hands. We will see tomorrow.
Yi viran insisted.
Then I will ask again tomorrow. Ultimately, they had to catch a rabbit to dispel the disdain directed at him as a good-for-nothing. As everyone was enjoying their meal, Lu Wenfeng and his group suddenly exited their vehicle and walked towards them. Yi Yan furrowed her brow slightly and whispered to Yishi, the senior has already rejected them. Why are they still approaching? Yishi glanced at Lin Yujia, who was hiding behind Lu Wenfeng, and smirked coldly, sister. Some individuals possess a naturally thick skin and are adept at manipulation, particularly when it comes to winning over men. Are you referring to that Lin Yujia? Yi Yan recalled her sister's earlier warning to keep her distance from this woman. Yes, Yishi affirmed, her gaze coldly fixed on Lin Yujia, who was approaching. Pei Hongqing leaned against the vehicle, observing the interaction, and noted the evident disdain Yishi held for Lin Yujia. Lu Wenfeng had now approached them. He gazed at the roasted rabbit meat and self-heating rice on Shen Yingqing's small table, unable to suppress a gulp. Shen Yingqing scrutinized him. I believe I made myself clear at the gas station. Did I not? I understand. Lu Wenfeng stiffened under Shen Yingqing's piercing gaze, halting 2 meters away from them. Swallowing hard and cautiously saying, my girlfriend, my sister, and I have minimal demands. We merely wish to accompany you, and we promise not to disturb you. If there is anything you need us to do, we can assist. We are just hoping you could lend us some food. His gaze remained fixated on the half-full plate of rabbit meat. Lin Yujia quickly chimed in, Dear brothers, during these arduous times in the apocalypse, we do not seek much help from you. We only ask to borrow some of that food so we can accompany you. When we reach the next location where supplies can be found, we will promptly return what we owe you. Her tone was gentle and soft, exuding an entirely harmless demeanor. Any normal man would likely feel sympathy. However, Shen Yingqing merely shot her a glance and asked Lu Wenfeng, can you kill zombies? Lu Wenfeng nodded fervently, yes. How many have you killed? 5, maybe 6, I can't remember clearly.
Oh.
Shen Yingqing then glanced at Lin Yujia and Lu Hong. What about them? Have they killed zombies?
No.
Lu Wenfeng pulled Lin Yujia closer, explaining, Yujia is timid. I've been protecting her all this way.
My sister as well.
TSK. It has been over a month since the apocalypse began. You alone can keep 2 people alive. That is somewhat impressive, Pei Hongqing remarked with a smirk as he surveyed the 3 of them. Captain. Shi called out to Sheningqing. Sheningqing turned to her. What is it? Shi smiled. It is indeed rare to encounter fellow survivors in this apocalypse. Perhaps we should let them accompany us? Upon hearing her words, Yi Yan was taken aback, but refrained from questioning Yi Shi's reasoning. Yi Shiran expressed confusion. Is this fish out of water? Isn't she supposed to dislike Lin Yujia? Why would she want to keep them around? I agree. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes meaningfully at Yi Shi and lazily added, keeping them around could indeed provide them with tasks to complete, such as catching wild rabbits. This remark nearly made Yan Ziming burst into laughter. Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujia both appeared somewhat embarrassed. Catch wild rabbits? They absolutely cannot. However, they could not voice their objections outright, for fear that refusing would result in being denied the opportunity to accompany them. Sheningqing furrowed his brow slightly. He understood Pei Hongqing well enough to know that keeping Lu Wenfeng's group around must have ulterior motives. He paused, glancing at Fu Ruoqing and the others. What do you all think? Fu Ruoqing responded, I have looked at the map. The next town is not far, just over 50 kilometers away, and there is a supermarket. They could go there to replenish supplies. In other words, she did not agree with sharing their provisions with Lu Wenfeng's group. Yan Ziming remarked, I have no strong opinions. I will defer to your arrangements, Brother Shun and Brother Pei. Yi Shiran cast a glance at Yi Shi, finding her agreement rather peculiar, and said, then let's stay. I am curious to see what this lazy fish, Yi Shi, is planning. What about Yi Yan? Sheningqing inquired, turning to her. What is your suggestion? Yi Yan smiled slightly, replying, Senior, I trust Xiao Shi. If she says it's fine, then it's fine. She understood that her sister must have her own plans. Very well, Sheningqing nodded, glancing at Lu Wenfeng and the others. Ziming, please fetch 3 bowls of instant noodles for them. Ziming nodded and turned to retrieve 3 containers of noodles from the back of the SUV, handing them to Lu Wenfeng. Thank you, Brother Shen. Lu Wenfeng accepted the noodles, though a hint of embarrassment tinged his expression. The sensation of being given something felt rather uncomfortable, yet he had no choice but to express his gratitude to Sheningqing. Afterward, he quickly ushered Lin Yujia and Lu Hong back toward the vehicle.
Wait.
Sheningqing called out to Lu Wenfeng, his tone stern. You can accompany us. But our team does not tolerate useless members. Your girlfriend and sister are incapable of dealing with zombies. That is your responsibility. If they hinder us, Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujia's expressions shifted, understanding the underlying warning. This meant that even if they joined Sheningqing's team, they could be discarded at any moment. Given the current circumstances, they had no other viable options. Lu Wenfeng could only grit his teeth and respond, Rest assured, Brother Shen. I will take good care of my girlfriend and sister. All right, Sheningqing replied, resuming his meal with a piece of rabbit meat. Lu Wenfeng hurried back to the vehicle with the 2 women. Once the door closed, Lin Yujia bit her lip, eyeing the incoming noodles, and could not help but say, Wenfeng, there's no hot water. How are we supposed to eat? The noodle blocks could be consumed directly, but they were far less palatable when not properly soaked. Lu Wenfeng, still slick with cold sweat from his earlier exchange with Sheningqing, felt his back damp with anxiety. He had feared that Sheningqing would change his mind and turn hostile. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm. With food on the way, he was reluctant to return again. Lin Yujia was furious with his indifference. In truth, she too was intimidated by Sheningqing and his companions, who still bore the bloodstains from slaying zombies, emanating a foul odor that testified to their prowess. Now, she hesitated to approach them, deciding to bide her time for an opportunity. However, the instant noodles were indeed difficult to swallow, prompting her to look at Lu Hong, who sat in the back. Xiao Hong, why don't you go ask that tall, honest-looking guy or the girl sitting by the kettle for some water? Lu Hong pursed her lips, countering. Why don't you go? I don't wanna. I can eat it dry, Lin Yujia retorted and began to crunch on the noodle block. Fuming, Lin Yujia grasped Lu Wenfeng's arm, saying, Wenfeng, look. You're a guy, so it's fine for you. Xiao Hong and I are girls. I'm saying this for her benefit. Noodles need water to be palatable. If we drink all our water, won't we choke later? That would be a bigger problem. Lu Wenfeng paused, considering her reasoning, then turned to Lu Hong. Xiao Hong, you're younger. They won't harm you. Go ask for some water. Brother, she exclaimed. His tone had taken on a commanding edge. Biting her lip, Lu Hong reluctantly opened the door and got out. After dinner, Yi Yan pulled Yishi aside, whispering, Xiao Shi, weren't we supposed to keep our distance from Lin Yujia? Why did you suddenly agree to let them follow us? To watch the show. Yishi replied with a smile. Sister, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. All right. Yi Yan accepted her sister's confident tone and did not press further. Pei Hongqing, observing from a distance, had overheard the sisters' conversation. He had agreed to the arrangement after noticing the mischievous glint in Yishi's eyes when she consented. Clearly, she was scheming something likely targeting Lin Yujia. With this understanding, he decided to go along for the ride and witness the unfolding drama. Excuse me, could you lend me some hot water for my noodles? Lu Hong approached Fu Ruoqing, who was packing up, her nervousness evident. Fu Ruoqing glanced at her. This girl had been trailing behind Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujia, appearing quite introverted. However, she seemed far more agreeable than the other two. Unable to resist, Fu Ruoqing handed her the kettle of hot water. There's some left. Take it. Lu Hong quickly bowed, saying, Thank you, sister. You're welcome. Just remember to return the kettle. Okay. Lu Hong nodded eagerly and hurried back toward the vehicle, nearly jogging to avoid spilling the water. As she opened the door, Lin Yujia excitedly took the kettle and poured water into her noodles. Lu Hong held her bowl, watching as Lin Yujia emptied the kettle entirely, leaving her with barely a drop, insufficient to even wet her noodles. Meanwhile, Lin Yujia's noodles were fully submerged. Lu Hong was left dumbfounded. After all her efforts to retrieve the water, it had all gone to Lin Yujia.
Sorry, Xiao Hong, Lin Zu the Apolit.
I didn't expect there wouldn't be enough for 2 servings. Lu Hong bit her lip, gazing at Lin Yujia's overflowing bowl. Sister Yujia, can't you share a little bit with me? Lin Yujia looked troubled. But that's just enough for 1 bowl, and it's tricky to manage in the car. If you really want to eat, I can give you my portion instead. She then glanced at Lu Wenfeng, sweetly asking, Wenfeng, would you mind getting me a bit more water? Lu Wenfeng frowned at her request, turning to Lu Hong. Look, I'm fine without water, so you can manage too. Besides, your noodles have absorbed some moisture. You'll be fine. Just eat it without making a fuss. Unable to reprimand his girlfriend, he redirected his frustration toward his sister. Lu Hong swallowed her grievances, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Minutes later, the vehicle was filled with the aroma of Lin Yujia's perfectly cooked noodles, along with the slurping sounds as she ate. Lu Hong was left struggling with her dry noodle block, nearly choking. The most infuriating part was that Lin Yujia's broth, which she could not finish, ended up entirely in Lu Wenfeng's bowl. All Lu Hong had to show for her efforts was nothing. Xiao Hong, return the kettle. Lu Wenfeng ordered again. Okay. Lu Hong replied flatly, taking the kettle and stepping out to approach Shen Yingcheng and the others. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yujia narrowed her eyes, whispering to Lu Wenfeng, See? I told you it's easier for Xiao Hong to ask for things. Lu Wenfeng nodded, realizing that perhaps due to her youth, Lu Hong posed little threat in Shen Yingcheng's eyes. Lin Yujia, however, was quickly calculating her next move. When she saw Yan Ziming take the kettle from Lu Hong, her target had become clear. He was the most suitable candidate to manipulate, appearing honest and soft-hearted. Chapter 38. Forced into a corner regarding abilities and crystal cores. Shen Yingcheng refrained from discussing these matters openly in the presence of Lu Wenfeng and his companions. Furthermore, given the inconvenience of camping in the wild today, neither he nor Yi Yan rushed to level up after obtaining the crystal core. Shen Yingcheng glanced at Yi Shi and the others, stating, Tonight, we will take turns keeping watch in pairs. After a good rest, we shall seek a temporary shelter tomorrow night and prioritize leveling up. The group had no objections to this arrangement. Yi Yan, recalling that Yi Shi might enter the blank space to cultivate at night and would need someone to wake her, volunteered, Then I shall team up with Xiao Shi. Yi Shi looked at Yi Yan, understanding her intent to cover for her, and felt a surge of gratitude within. Look at her sister. Always thinking of her. All right, Shen Yingcheng agreed, turning to the others. The rest of us will handle the first half of the night, Shiran and I, while Hongqing and Ziming will take over the latter half. Watching, make sure to rest well and recover your abilities. Okay. Shiran had no objections to this division but couldn't help glancing at Pei Hongqing, eagerly asking, Brother Pei, shall we catch rabbits tomorrow morning? Pei Hongqing shot him a sidelong glance, replying, Depends on my mood. Shiran's expression fell instantly. It seemed there would be no chance to catch rabbits and retaliate against the arrogant Yi Shi. Pei Hongqing ignored him further, yawning before climbing into the truck to sleep. Yan Ziming followed him into the truck. Shen Yingxing turned to Yi Shi and Yi Yan, solemnly instructing, there may be wild wolves prowling nearby at night. If you need to use the restroom, wake us up and do not wander off alone. Yi Yan nodded. Rest assured, senior. After a brief acknowledgement, Shen Yingxing glanced at Yi Shi, who was munching on a lollipop, his expression somewhat complicated. Had it been a few days ago, he would never have allowed the two sisters to keep watch together. Yet, Yi Shi's performance today had genuinely astonished him. He had personally experienced the speed of a level 2 zombie, and yet she managed to attract its attention so swiftly without getting caught or injured. Such prowess was undoubtedly not possessed by the former Yi Shi. Or perhaps she had always had such abilities, but had been concealing them. These thoughts eluded him. The only certainty was that, as Pei Hongqing had stated, Yi Shi's current transformation posed no threat to their team. Although her messages were often cryptic, their reliability was remarkably high. For now, Yi Shi seemed to be worthy of trust. Shen Yingcheng closed his eyes, refraining from further contemplation, and turned to rest in the truck. Hey, you useless slacker. Ishiran also climbed into the truck, but couldn't help shouting at Yi Shi, deliberately warning. Keeping watch is no simple task. You better not cause any trouble. Yi Shi crossed her arms, squinting her eyes with a cold smile, in this desolate wilderness. Not a single zombie is in sight. If I were to cause trouble, I'd certainly lure those wild wolves here to tear apart a man who can't handle defeat. You? Ishiran's eyes widened in anger. Who was she trying to scare? If she truly possessed such abilities, why had she been hiding behind Sister Yen for over a month? Just empty bravado from a useless slacker. Don't believe me? You can try. Yi Shi scoffed, glancing toward the distant fields and forests as if she truly possessed such power. Ishiran's expression shifted dramatically. His heart skipped a beat. Was she being serious? If she really attracted wild wolves, wouldn't they all be doomed? All right, Xiao Shi. Yi Yan pressed down on Yi Shi's hand, helplessly saying, stop scaring him. His face has gone pale. Ishiran, with his pale face, felt utterly humiliated. This useless slacker was indeed just putting on a show.
Sharon.
Shen Yingqing called from the truck, urging him to come in and rest. Don't delay the night watch. Ishiran's simmering anger was abruptly extinguished. He shot Yi Shi a vicious glare, warning, just you wait. I will settle the score with you next time. After delivering his threat, he immediately jumped into the truck, slamming the door shut. Yi Shi couldn't be bothered to spare him another glance. The loudmouth would always resort to empty threats. She pulled over a small stool and sat down beside the campfire, her gaze sweeping over the truck where Lin Yujia was. Lin Yujia was not asleep. Instead, she had exited the truck with Lu Wenfeng. For some unknown reason, they headed toward the small woods behind the ridge. Yi Shi narrowed her eyes, crunching on her lollipop. Yi Yan sat down beside her, quietly asking, Xiao Shi, aren't you going to train a bit? Not in a hurry. Yi Shi replied with an amused smile, gesturing toward the direction Lin Yujia and Lu Wenfeng had taken. Sister, what do you think they are up to over there? Yi Yan paused, looking over in confusion. It was too far. She couldn't see anything. Maybe they went to the restroom?
얘 연습해줄라텟. 예비스니렛.
Who would go that far to use the restroom? They specifically ran toward the woods. Lin Yujia had previously used numerous tricks to attract attention in Wang Chen's group. Yi Yan now understood her sister's words, astonished as she looked in the direction the two had left, whispering, Xiao Shi, is it really possible at this time? Just wait and see, Yi Shi replied, finishing one lollipop before grabbing another. Yi Yan sighed softly, saying, Xiao Shi, you should train first. Don't worry too much about others. Yi Shi slowly closed her eyes, immersing herself in the blank space. After completing 1,000 push-ups, Yi Yan's voice reached her ear, Xiao Shi, they are back. Yi Shi opened her eyes to see Lu Wenfeng pulling Lin Yujia back from the distant woods. As they approached, she noticed Lin Yujia's disheveled hair, her top unbuttoned, and her short skirt hiked up, revealing her fair thighs, reluctantly holding hands with Lu Wenfeng. Lu Wenfeng was still trying to coax her, yet Lin Yujia maintained a frown. Any adult could tell what the two had been up to just by looking at them. Yi Yan had never been in a relationship, but her keen female intuition made her frown slightly. She sensed something was off and said to Yi Shi, Xiao Shi. It seems like Lin Yujia was forced by Lu Wenfeng. Upon hearing this, Yi Shi's pupils dilated in shock.
Goodness. So.
Lin Cici's tactics against Yan Ziming were all learned from Lin Yujia. What a performance! Her sister's first reaction was to assume Lin Yujia was coerced. But if Lin Yujia was unwilling, they were all here now. If she simply shouted, could Lu Wenfeng truly do anything to her? Yet Lin Yujia's demeanor suggested otherwise, leading one to misconstrue the situation. More crucially, after Lin Yujia approached, she wore an expression of grievance, casting a glance toward the sisters before ducking into the truck. Lu Wenfeng, seeing them, appeared guilty as if he had committed a wrongdoing, sheepishly rubbing his nose before entering the truck as well. After witnessing this scene, Yi Yan couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoxi, the apocalypse is tough. It's even harder for girls to survive. Perhaps Lin Yujia isn't as bad as we imagined?
Indeed. Yi replied.
Lin Yujia's recent tactics were indeed aimed at garnering sympathy from her and Yi Yan as fellow women. Chapter 39. It's here. In her previous life, when she was part of Wang Chen's team, Yi Shi had witnessed Lin Sisi employing this very tactic. At that time, she and Yi Yan were already within the group and, as a healing ability user, had been the object of Wang Chen's blatant affection. Initially, Yi Yan's treatment within the group was quite favorable. Several of Wang Chen's subordinates even referred to her as sister-in-law daily. Yi Yan, already shy, found it difficult to handle such teasing and even tried to distance herself from Wang Chen. During that period, other women in the group also began to show interest in Wang Chen. Wang Chen's prolonged pursuit of Yi Yan yielded no results, and with the necessity of having a healer in their ranks, he could not exert pressure on her. Thus, he turned his attention to other women.
Yi Yan,
with her innocent disposition and lack of interest in Wang Chen at that time, remained oblivious to this undercurrent. She had intended to alert Yi Yan but found herself trapped within her own body, unable to voice her thoughts. Eventually, when Wang Chen grew weary of other women, he callously orchestrated their demise, sending them to feed the zombies, only to return, eager to court Yi Yan once more.
Yi Yan, fortsatte således enhancing her abilities.
Continued to disregard Wang Chen, which only intensified his desire to conquer her. From that moment on, he lost interest in any other woman and devoted himself to winning Yi Yan's heart. Eventually, he resorted to using her safety as a tool for manipulation, claiming that as long as Yi Yan stayed with him, he would protect her and her sisters from harm. Naively, Yi Yan believed him and agreed to explore a relationship. Little did she know, this marked the onset of a nightmare. Wang Chen was not a faithful man. Once Yi Yan was his, he began to indulge in affairs. During missions, he would engage with other women and even had his sights set on Yi Yan herself. However, fearing a fallout with the team's sole healer, he refrained from acting on his impulses. Yi Yan remained blissfully unaware, while Wang Chen's underlings, fully aware of his escapades, would return and mockingly refer to Yi Yan as sister-in-law, praising Wang Chen's supposed devotion, even recounting tales of how he resisted the advances of two other women. As Yi Yan navigated her first romance, Wang Chen played his part convincingly, with the support of his subordinates, rendering her oblivious to the deceit. It was not until Lin Sisi's arrival, 3 years into the apocalypse and 2 years into Yi Yan's relationship with Wang Chen, that the facade began to crumble. Wang Chen heroically rescued Lin Sisi, and Yi Yan vividly remembered Lin Sisi's disheveled appearance, evoking a sense of compassion in her. Consequently, Yi Yan did not oppose Wang Chen's desire to care for Lin Sisi, knowing the struggles a girl faced alone in the apocalypse. However, as Wang Chen's interactions with Lin Sisi grew increasingly intimate, Yi Yan began to sense something amiss. Wang Chen claimed that Lin Sisi resembled his deceased sister, asserting that his attentiveness stemmed from a desire to care for her memory. Yet, who would care for a sister in such a manner? When the truth unraveled, Wang Chen attempted to justify his actions, asserting his deep love for Yi Yan and suggesting that her sister's presence in their group was a testament to his affection. He urged her to be magnanimous, insisting that Lin Sisi posed no threat to Yi Yan's position. Yi Yan, bewildered and heartbroken, sought advice, while the entity trapped within her could only watch helplessly as she urged Yi Yan to endure, suggesting that as long as Wang Chen favored her, their status in the group would remain unchanged. Reflecting on these events filled her with rage against her past self for uttering such words. Ultimately, she could only observe as Yi Yan continued to be manipulated by Wang Chen. At last, Wang Chen discovered a healer even more formidable than Yi Yan, one brought back by Lin Sisi, who was enamored with him. This new healer surpassed Yi Yan's abilities by 2 levels. In a bid to secure the new healer's allegiance, Wang Chen callously sacrificed Yi Yan, pushing her into a horde of zombies. As a bystander, the trapped entity coldly joined in the collective condemnation of Yi Yan's demise. But she could never forget the look of despair and betrayal on Yi Yan's face as she was torn apart. Every recollection of that moment was a piercing reminder of her complicity in Yi Yan's fate, reinforcing her guilt as she recognized Wang Chen and Lin Sisi as the true villains. Xiao Shi? After a long silence, Yi Shi finally spoke up. Yi Yan sensed something was amiss and turned to find her sister's eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What's wrong, Xiao Shi?" she inquired. Yi Shi shook her head. "Nothing."
Sister.
Just recalling some unpleasant memories. Yi Yan's earlier sympathy for Lin Yujie resurfaced, dragging her back into painful recollections that fueled her anger and helplessness. She understood Yi Yan's nature, soft-hearted and trusting of what she perceived. Even if she warned Yi Yan against Lin Yujie, her sister would likely dismiss it, believing her sibling's judgment was clouded. With such a disposition, Yi Yan could be regarded as innocent and kind-hearted, yet one might also label her as naive. If Yi Yan were not her sister, she might have acted decisively to expel someone like her from their group. Survival in the apocalypse demanded harshness and rationality, not idealism. "Xiao Shi, perhaps you should train a bit more?" Yi Yan gently suggested, sensing her sister's unusual mood. "All right, I will. You keep watch. And call for me if anything happens." "Sure," Yi Yan replied tenderly. "But don't overexert yourself." Yi Shi nodded, closing her eyes to enter a meditative state. This time, as she trained, she contemplated how to make Yi Yan see Lin Yujie's true nature, using her as a means to refine her sister's character. After completing 2,000 sit-ups, inspiration struck her. She had a plan. At 12 o'clock, Yi Yan awakened Yi Shi, signaling it was time to return to rest. Shen Yingcheng and Yi Shiran were set to take over the night watch. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, Yi Shi yawned awake. Yan Ziming had prepared breakfast outside, while Yi Shiran continued his relentless pursuit of rabbits, appearing quite disheveled. However, he had learned from his previous mistakes, shamelessly enlisting Pei Hongqing's help. With his wind blades, Pei Hongqing effortlessly dispatched a couple of rabbits, leading to a successful catch. Yi Shiran beamed with pride as he showcased his spoils to the freshly awakened Yi Shi, boasting, "Look, I'm far more capable than you, lazy bones." Yi Shi rolled her eyes in response. "I'm not sure about your rabbit-catching skills, but your audacity is undeniable. You flaunt the fruits of someone else's labor as your own. Truly, a man who cannot accept defeat." "You!" Yi Shiran was left speechless, his hands trembling with indignation as he clutched the rabbits. Yi Shi shot him a skeptical glance. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Fuming, Yi Shiran threw the rabbits at Shen Yingcheng and declared, "Brother Shen, you take care of these. I'll catch a few more myself." Determined, he resolved to prove himself by personally catching a few rabbits to show her. Yi Shi spread her hands innocently, declaring, "I cannot be blamed for this. It is his stubbornness. He insists on playing despite his inability to accept defeat." Shen Yingcheng felt a deeper sense of helplessness, for Yi Shi spoke the truth. Yi Shiran's temperament was too easily provoked by mere words, and it was high time for a change. Pei Hongqing cast a sidelong glance at Yi Shi, noting her strong desire for retribution. Her relentless torment of Yi Shiran was merely a form of payback for his prior provocations. Nonetheless, their antics resembled the playful skirmishes of children, harmless in essence. The focal point shifted as Pei Hongqing's gaze fell upon the vehicle occupied by Lu Wenfeng and his companions. He inquired of Shen Yingcheng, "Did you notice anything unusual while you were on watch last night?" Shen Yingcheng followed his gaze, his brow furrowing as he spotted the woman named Lin Yujie in tears. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, sneering, "What a coincidence. I heard it too. But why she cries? Who would bother to ask? They are not so kind-hearted." Yi Shiran, known for her fiery temper, had scolded Lin Yujie for crying outside the vehicle, questioning whether she craved danger and intended to attract wild wolves or distant zombies with her sobs. Lin Yujie, frightened by the reprimand, turned pale and quickly returned to the vehicle. Pei Hongqing's initial reaction was that the woman was putting on quite a show. Now, from Shen Yingcheng's words, it seemed that Lin Yujie was not only theatrical, but also adept at fishing for sympathy. However, her methods appeared overly eager and somewhat clumsy, as well as misdirected. After dispatching 2 rabbits, Shen Yingcheng prepared a pot of rabbit soup for breakfast. The other rabbit was preserved in a jar to be roasted later when they found a place to rest for the night. He instructed Furuwatching to summon Yi Shiran for a meal, but Yi Shiran stubbornly declared she wouldn't eat until she personally caught a rabbit. Shen Yingcheng's expression darkened, and he sent Yan Ziming to inform her, "Since you are so fond of catching rabbits, you may stay here and not accompany the group." Only then did Ishiran hurriedly dash back, fearful that Shin would truly abandon her in this desolate place. Yishi relished the rabbit soup, unable to suppress her admiration for Shin Yingqing's culinary skills. However, this delectable treat also attracted Lu Wenfeng and his companions, who watched with longing as Yishi and the others savored the rabbit soup, their mouths watering. Brother Shin, Lu Wenfeng stammered, suppressing his embarrassment. We are a bit hungry too. Lin Yujia, with red-rimmed eyes, gazed longingly at the pot of rabbit soup, the savory aroma wafting to her nostrils. Unable to bear it any longer, she averted her gaze and tightly clasped her hands, trying to resist. Lu Hong, the girl among them, was equally tempted but dared not meet Shen Yingqing's gaze. Shen Yingqing glanced at Lu Wenfeng and instructed Yan Ziming, get them some food. After finishing his meal, he set down his disposable utensils and addressed Lu Wenfeng. We will reach the next village or town before noon. You can find your own food then. Understood. Lu Wenfeng replied eagerly as he accepted 3 bottles of milk and bread from Yan Ziming, nodding repeatedly before turning back towards the vehicle. Lin Yujia bit her lip, hesitating as she looked at Shen Yingqing and the others. Ishiran shot her a glare, protectively covering the remaining rabbit soup with a pot lid. What are you still staring at? This rabbit meat is not for you. Lin Yujia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her face alternating between pale and flushed. And she quickly turned to follow Lu Wenfeng. Having observed the unfolding drama, Yishi smirked slightly, realizing Lin Yujia's intentions. After last night's events, Lin Yujia had likely been testing whether her sympathy-seeking tactics would bear fruit. It was evident that her plan had failed. In their group, Ishiran, the tempestuous dog, valued strength over gender and was fiercely protective of their resources. Previously, when Yishi had received provisions from Yi Yan, Ishiran had disapproved. Now that Yishi was reluctantly accepted by them, Lin Yujia and her companions were clearly outsiders. Yishi, who had shared food with the group for over a month, was already hesitant to share with them, let alone with these 3 newcomers. Lin Yujia's ploys were evidently ineffective among their ranks. Watching Lin Yujia board the vehicle, Yishi narrowed her eyes, contemplating her next move. It seemed her plan would involve dividing and conquering. Returning to the vehicle with a mortified expression, Lin Yujia was met with Lu Wenfeng's concern. Do not dwell on it. We are at their mercy right now, and we must endure a little. When we reach the next collection point, we can gather more supplies ourselves. Yes, Lin Yujia replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wenfeng, the people in their group are far too fierce. I merely glanced at that pot of rabbit meat. We haven't had fresh meat in ages.
Don't think about it.
Just eat, Lu Wenfeng reassured her. I will certainly bring back more food like ham and canned goods. But Wenfeng, Lin Yujia said anxiously, they will need supplies too, right? As you said, food like that must be in high demand. They are so domineering. How could they allow us to gather anything? Lu Wenfeng fell silent. Having witnessed Shen Yingqing's group escape the zombie horde unscathed in Qingxi town, he suspected they were anything but ordinary. At the very least, their combat prowess far exceeded that of their small team. Since the apocalypse began, Lin Yujia and Lu Hong had relied on him to scavenge for food to survive. But food would eventually run out. Now that they had discovered Shen Yingqing's team could be relied upon, he believed in the strength of numbers and sought temporary refuge. Moreover, Shen Yingqing's group had firearms. Yet, he hadn't anticipated their insular nature. After asking twice for permission to accompany them, they had finally consented. But the experience of having to humbly request food had been quite unpleasant. What if they reneged when they reached the supply-gathering site? Lu Wenfeng pondered, glancing at Shen Yingqing. This man, referred to as Brother Shen, was the leader of the group, and his words commanded respect. Since he had spoken, it was unlikely he would refuse to share even a morsel of food. After their meal, Lu Wenfeng comforted Lin Yujia, saying, I will negotiate with Brother Shen again. I believe he is not unreasonable. Yes, Lin Yujia replied, absent-mindedly nibbling on her bread. The dry texture was unappealing, and upon seeing Yishi savoring the rabbit soup, she could not help but swallow hard, gritting her teeth with determination. She must swiftly integrate into Shen Yingqing's group. She had grown weary of subsisting on bread, instant noodles, and ate treasure porridge. In the back seat, Lu Hong listened to Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujia's conversation without adding her own thoughts, focusing instead on her bread and milk. For her, having something to eat was sufficient to stave off hunger. It was already quite satisfactory. She was not greedy. Even if the rabbit meat smelled delicious, she had never considered asking for it. The apocalypse was harsh, and Shen Yingqing's group was strangers to them. They were merely following along. The fact that they hadn't been driven away was a testament to Shen Yingqing's kindness. However, Lu Hong couldn't help but glance at Lin Yujia, who was begrudgingly chewing on her bread, feeling that she was rather ungrateful. After finishing breakfast, the group continued their journey. Yi Shi yawned, nestled comfortably in her seat, and closed her eyes, slipping back into the blank space. She was perhaps the most diligent among the group. Whenever there was a moment of respite from battle, she would retreat into the blank space to train. 4 hours outside equated to 20 days within. In the past 20 days of physical training, she had completely drained the azure fluid from the pool, leaving not a single drop behind. Yi Shi gazed at the empty basin, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation as she reluctantly departed from the void. This suggests that while the space could indeed steal time, it was not without its limitations. The fluid in that pool represented such constraints. Should she exhaust all her energy without replenishing it with the fluid, the fatigue would weigh heavier than in reality, requiring more time to recuperate. This peculiarity seemed to reflect the unique restrictions of this space. Only upon absorbing the fluid would her exhaustion truly dissipate. It felt like a cycle of absorption and release, necessitating the expulsion of the fluid consumed during her training. The fluid could alleviate the fatigue incurred from her exertions. Moreover, Yi Shi discovered an intriguing fact. If she reached the pinnacle of exhaustion during her first training session, the absorbed fluid would enable her to train for 5 hours. During the second, 10 hours, and during the third, 15 hours, each session cumulatively enhancing her endurance. Once the fluid was entirely depleted, it would gradually replenish in the pool, though the duration needed for it to fill again remained unexamined. As the vehicle came to a halt, Yi Shi opened her eyes. She glanced down, squeezing the muscle in her arm. Another point of curiosity lingered. Despite her prolonged training in this space, her muscles in reality had not significantly increased. Her physique appeared as it had days prior to her regimen, yet the sense of strength was undeniably tangible. Was this not the extraordinary aspect of the Void's abilities? At least it did not transform her into a muscular figure akin to a Barbie doll.
예리타체 탈진.
Reflecting on her physique from a past life, muscles that were robust and well-defined, yet not to an exaggerated degree. Her skin bore a healthy bronze hue, radiating vitality, albeit marked with scars that detracted from its aesthetic. Nevertheless, as a girl, the desire for beauty persisted. This blank space seemed to cater to such whims. Preparing to disembark, Shen Yingqing unfastened his seatbelt and quietly reminded Yi Shi and the others to wait. Yi Shi peered out the window, spotting the entrance to a nearby town. In the distance, a few wandering zombies were visible. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, if their vehicle were to continue towards City B, they would need to access the highway. Yet, the highway was not entirely unobstructed. They would have to divert through the narrow paths of the town. Currently, the path meandered through the town, which was sparsely populated, and the number of zombies they could avoid was limited. Additionally, due to the potential for zombie cores to enhance their abilities, Shen Yingqing and the others had altered their plans. They were no longer in a rush to reach City B and were more amenable to making stops along the way. Thus, Shen Yingqing intended to spend the night in this town, allowing Yi Yan to absorb the zombie cores and upgrade their abilities. As the group alighted from the vehicle, Yi Shi estimated the distance to the nearest habitable house. Approximately 100 meters away stood a 3-story bungalow, its front door ajar, likely indicating that the owner had succumbed to infection. They planned to take refuge in that house for the night. Shen Yingqing gestured towards the bungalow Yi Shi had observed, instructing Hongqing and Shiran, "Accompany me to clear the nearby zombies." Pei Hongqing and Shiran acknowledged his command, and there were no objections from the rest of the group. Lu Wenfeng and his companions followed suit, overhearing Shen Yingqing's instructions. Lu Wenfeng approached cautiously, inquiring, "Brother Shen, is it safe to leave the vehicle here? What if there are still survivors nearby?" Shen Yingqing cast a calm glance his way, assuring him, "Tonight and tomorrow, we will have someone on watch. The 3 of you will also take turns keeping watch." Lu Wenfeng turned his gaze towards a small convenience store not far into the town, contemplating their next move. Shen Yingqing understood his intention and replied, "If you seek supplies, go ahead. Whatever you find belongs to you. It has nothing to do with us." In essence, they were expected to fend for themselves. They would not assist, nor would they intervene should trouble arise. After all, they were not a cohesive team, and allowing them to accompany them was already a generous concession. Lu Wenfeng's face lit up with excitement. He had been waiting for Shen Yingqing to say this. With that, he felt relieved that the supplies would not be at risk of being seized. Naturally, they were not in a hurry to enter the town. They would wait for Shen Yingcheng and his team to finish clearing the nearby zombies before proceeding. An hour later, Yishi finally saw Shen Yingcheng and his companions return. Chapter 42. Stealing My Sister. In truth, Shen Yingcheng's approach to clearing the zombies was rather straightforward. He first sent the swift Pei Hongqing to assess the number of wandering zombies in the vicinity. Subsequently, they would corral the zombies into a designated area and set them ablaze with Yixiran's fire. Despite the simplicity of these actions, executing them required a harmonious team effort. Some zombies would inevitably escape and require Pei Hongqing to deal with them manually. Over the past month, they had developed a well-coordinated system, which usually took at least 2 hours to complete. This time, with Pei Hongqing having advanced to level 3, the efficiency of handling zombies had significantly increased. When Yixiran returned, he gazed at Pei Hongqing with envy, exclaiming, "If only I were at level 3 like Brother Pei." Shen Yingcheng shot him a glance, assuring him, "Once you obtain a level 2 core, I'll upgrade you." "Thank you, Brother Shen." Yixiran beamed, his enthusiasm palpable. He even gleefully flaunted his newfound powers to Yishi, exclaiming how exhilarating it was to possess abilities that some laid-back individuals would never comprehend.
Yevi crosset her arms.
Narrowing her eyes at his boastful demeanor. "Honestly, I can't bear to lose, so there are some things I refrain from saying out of concern for your pride." Yixiran stared at her in bewilderment. "What do you mean?" She retorted, "As a team member, I kindly suggest you find a village to hunt a pig and consume its brain for a boost. After all, you are in dire need of it." With that, Yishi tugged at Yi Yan and strolled away towards their temporary lodging, too disinterested to cast Yixiran another glance. Infuriated, Yixiran contemplated chasing after her for scolding, but he hesitated, recalling how she had elbowed him a few days prior. She had insisted it was unintentional, yet it had certainly stung. Thus, he refrained from pursuing her, instead venting his frustrations to Yan Ziming, lamenting, "That useless, lazy fish dares to call me brainless. Who does she think she is?" Yan Ziming regarded him silently. It was not merely a matter of intellect. Primarily, he was outmatched by Yi Shi. Through his observations over the past few days, he concluded that if Yixiran was a feisty dog, then Yi Shi was a cunning cat that held no regard for the canine. The dim-witted Yixiran was being toyed with, yet he persistently sought her attention. In any case, as a bystander, he found their verbal sparring rather entertaining. Upon reaching the temporary lodging, Shen Yingcheng glanced at Lu Wenfeng, stating, "Weren't you supposed to search for supplies? You can continue ahead." He added, "However, the zombies we cleared are those wandering outside. As for the ones inside the houses, how you handle them is entirely up to you." Lu Wenfeng forced a smile, responding, "I understand. Thank you, Brother Shen." With that, he led Lin Yujia and Lu Hong towards the convenience store. Shen Yingcheng had other matters to attend to. He left Yan Ziming, Yi Shi, Yi Yan, and Fu were watching at the temporary lodging and took Pei Hongqing and Yixiran to explore the town further, primarily seeking any mutated zombies to eliminate. Once Shen Yingcheng and Lu Wenfeng's group moved further away, Yishi turned to Yi Yan, saying, "Sister, I'm heading out for a bit." Yi Yan understood that she needed to venture out in search of mutated zombies and cautioned, "Be sure to take care of yourself." "I will," came the response. After promising, Yishi donned her cap and stepped outside, lollipop in mouth. Yan Ziming and Fu were watching observed her departure, without further inquiry. They had been closely monitoring Yi Shi's recent behavior, which did not suggest she was heading out to face certain doom. With Yi Yan not intervening, they felt no need to voice their concerns. Even should she encounter a second-level zombie, Yi Shi possessed the capability to defend herself. However, this time she deliberately trailed Lu Wenfeng and his companions for a short distance, watching as they searched fruitlessly through a small convenience store. Lin Yujia, with reddened eyes, lamented, "No wonder they disdain coming here. There's nothing to eat. What shall we have for lunch and dinner? Should we ask them for food?" Lu Wenfeng reassured her, "Yujia, let us venture further. There should be other stores." "I'm not going. I'm tired and want to rest." "You can go by yourself," Lin Yujia retorted, sulking as she turned back. Lu Wenfeng hurried after her. "Let me accompany you back first, then I'll come out with Xiao Hong to search." Lin Yujia remained silent. Yi Shi hid around a corner, observing the trio as they headed back to their temporary shelter. After escorting Lin Yujia home, Lu Wenfeng and Lu Hong resumed their quest for supplies. Yi Shi meandered about, eventually circling back near the temporary shelter. She noticed Lin Yujia squatting at the entrance, glancing back inside, seemingly waiting for someone to emerge. When Fu were watching and her sister appeared, Lin Yujia feigned ignorance. Only when Yan Ziming exited did she rise. At the moment they brushed past each other, Lin Yujia's legs buckled, and she fell into Yan Ziming's arms. Startled, he instinctively reached out to support her. But she appeared frail and pitiful, apologizing, "I'm so sorry, I think I have low blood sugar." Yan Ziming, who had never even held a girl's hand, blushed in confusion, stammering a response before hurriedly seating her on a nearby chair. After this, he turned to retreat indoors. Yet Lin Yujia grasped his hand, her eyes glistening with tears. "Brother, I truly feel unwell. Could you give me a piece of candy?" Yan Ziming, now flustered, quickly withdrew his hand. Just a moment. He dashed back inside to request a lollipop from Yi Yan and returned to present it to Lin Yujia. She beamed at him. "Thank you, brother. You're so kind." The compliment made his ears flush, rendering him unable to meet her gaze as he swiftly retreated indoors. Watching him flee, Lin Yujia allowed a triumphant smile to grace her lips. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, her suspicions confirmed. Lin Yujia was employing a strategy of divide and conquer, with Yan Ziming as her first target. Unfortunately, a plan so well executed seemed almost too easy. With a slight squint, she leisurely approached Lin Yujia, savoring her lollipop. Lin Yujia, toying with her own candy, felt a surge of pride. Look at that. Regardless of the man, a little manipulation always ensnared them effortlessly. Yan Ziming's reaction had revealed him to be a naive youth, easily swayed. Just a few words had earned her a piece of candy. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such a gesture would have been trivial, and any man offering her a lollipop would have found himself on her blacklist. Yet, in this new world, even a single piece of candy was a coveted commodity, and she had effortlessly obtained it from Yan Ziming, revealing his vulnerability to her charm. Just as she prepared to unwrap her lollipop, an unexpected hand appeared, snatching it away. Lin Yujia was taken aback. Looking up, she met Yi Shi's mischievous gaze, coldly demanding, "Did you steal the lollipop my sister left for me?" Chapter 43. The Rise of the Villainous. Suddenly deprived of her candy and confronted with accusations of theft, Lin Yujia froze for a moment before hastily shaking her head. "No, I didn't steal it. My brother gave it to me."
Brother?
"Who is your brother?"
Yevi.
Lollipop in mouth, narrowed her eyes like a villainess, sneering, "Call him out to confront me. I want to know how he came to possess my sister's lollipop." At that moment, Shen Yingcheng and others returned, accompanied by Lu Wenfeng and Lu Hong. Lin Yujia trembled, her face paling as tears streamed down her cheeks, exuding an air of utmost victimization. "I really didn't steal it," she sobbed, her plight seeming to amplify Yi Shi's villainous image. "Yujia!" Lu Wenfeng rushed forward, embracing her with concern. "What's wrong? Who has bullied you?" Lin Yujia glanced at Yi Shi, immediately retreating her gaze in fright, and continued to cry silently. Internally, however, she was elated. The opportunity had presented itself so unexpectedly. Now was the perfect moment to garner sympathy from Shen Yingcheng's team. But she needed to cry convincingly, not too loudly, as to ruin her image. Ideally, this would serve a dual purpose, to make the woman who snatched her lollipop the target of disdain from Shen Yingcheng's team.
Yevi.
Shen Yingcheng, noticing Lin Yujia's silence, furrowed his brow and directed his inquiry at Yi Shi. "What is going on?" Pei Hongqing also regarded her with curiosity. What trick was this girl playing now? Yi Shi nonchalantly waved the lollipop in her hand, stating, "It's nothing serious. Just that I discovered someone has stolen the lollipop my sister left for me." The word stolen caused Shen Yingcheng's brow to furrow in disgust as he turned his gaze toward Lin Yujia. Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, Lin Yujia quickly looked up, her expression pitiful as she cried, "I didn't steal it. I just felt faint from low blood sugar and that older brother inside gave me a piece of candy. I had no idea it belonged to someone else." With her explanation, it became clear to everyone present. Lin Yujia had low blood sugar, and Yan Ziming had given her candy, which was actually kept hidden by Yi Yan for Yi Shi. The entire team was aware that Yi Yan had taken candy from the supermarket, and Yi Shi had not concealed it when eating. Even Yi Shiran had not remarked on the sister's actions, as he deemed those few bags of lollipops unworthy of his attention. But once it escalated to accusations of theft, the situation changed entirely. Their group could not harbor a thief or a traitor. As for why Yan Ziming had the candy, had he pilfered it from Yi Yan to give to Lin Yujia? Shen Yingcheng's frown deepened upon hearing Lin Yujia's words. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow. casting a knowing glance at Yi, suspecting her intentions. It seemed she had witnessed something, and was deliberately concocting this charade to slander Lin Yujia. Yet, Lin Yujia's cunning speech had swiftly absolved her of responsibility while feigning deep victimization. Lu Wenfeng, believing Lin Yujia's words, turned to Shen Yingcheng, "Brother Shen. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Why don't we call the others inside for a confrontation? Yujia has never stolen anything. She is very well behaved." Lu Hong, hearing this, shifted slightly aside, remaining silent. Shen Yingcheng nodded, instructing Yixiran call Ziming and the others out. Yixiran hurried inside to call for help. The kitchen of the house was located within, accompanied by a small courtyard.
Yan Ziming, Furuking.
And Yian were inside preparing lunch and organizing some supplies that had been moved over. It was only upon Yixiran's shout that they became aware of the situation outside. Yan Ziming's expression changed dramatically, and he quickened his pace towards the door. Upon stepping out, he saw Lin Yujia crying pitifully in Lu Wenfeng's arms, a sight that indeed tugged at one's heartstrings. Yan Ziming's brows furrowed deeply as he approached the group. As Lin Yujia noticed him coming, she wiped her tears and tried to suppress a smile that threatened to break through. Judging by Yan Ziming's earlier behavior towards her, he must have come to defend her. With so many eyes upon them, this woman named Yi Shi had clearly misunderstood and bullied her, which surely would incite disdain from everyone. "The candy was given to her by me," Yan Ziming stated calmly, explaining to the crowd. "When I was about to step out for supplies, she suddenly leaned into me, and I had no choice but to catch her and help her sit on a chair by the door. Then she claimed to feel unwell due to low blood sugar and called me brother, asking if I could give her a piece of candy. I remembered that Yan Jia had some, so I went to ask her for one, not realizing I should have first consulted with Yi Shi." He then turned to Yi Shi, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry, Yi Shi. I should have asked for your opinion first." Yi Shi responded with a nonchalant "Oh," waving her hand dismissively. "That's fine. I forgive you." However, her gaze shifted meaningfully towards Lin Yujia. "So the candy was requested from you and Yan Ziming? How did you know he had candy? And why do you call him brother so intimately when asking for it? Does your boyfriend know? Also, it seems you just had bread and milk for breakfast, and it's barely noon. How could you be experiencing low blood sugar so soon?" Lin Yujia's expression froze instantly. She had initially felt triumphant, confident that Yan Ziming would stand by her side. But she never expected him to provide such detailed explanations. And Yi Shi's inquiries were blatantly revealing to everyone that she was trying to seduce Yan Ziming. I'm just not feeling well," she stammered, panicking and unsure how to respond. She had never anticipated Yi Shi would confront her so boldly. Looking up, she noticed not only Shen Yingcheng and the others, but even Lu Wenfeng, who had been holding her, had a slightly changed expression, his gaze now holding an unusual intensity. How could this happen? Lin Yujia was thoroughly flustered, feeling as though the situation had spiraled completely out of her control. What kind of straight man was Yan Ziming to be so detailed in his account? And that Yi Shi, she sensed that Yi Shi seemed to be targeting her.
Why?
Lin Yujia was utterly bewildered. All she knew was that if she didn't come up with a way to handle this, she was truly doomed. Yujia Yu. Lu Wenfeng, finding it hard to believe, had just begun to voice his concerns when Lin Yujia suddenly closed her eyes and fainted. "Yujia." He became frantic, quickly pinching her acupoint, but there was no response. "Brother Shen, Yujia has not been in good health. She may truly be unwell today." Lu Wenfeng pleaded with Shen Yingcheng. "Can we wait until she wakes up to discuss this?" "All right." Shen Yingcheng gestured towards a small house behind their temporary lodging, speaking in a calm tone. "There's a small house with no zombies. You can take her and your sister over there to rest." "Thank you, Brother Shen." Lu Wenfeng was in a hurry, swiftly carrying the unconscious Lin Yujia towards the small house. Lu Hong glanced awkwardly at Yi Shi and the others, feeling extremely uncomfortable, and could only lower her head and hurriedly follow Lu Wenfeng. Chapter 44. Not done playing yet? Xiao Shi. Yian looked at Yi Shi helplessly. "That candy was indeed requested by Ziming, and I handed it over casually." Seeing Lin Yujia, who had just fainted, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Yi Shi knew that Yi Yan would say this. In her previous life, Lin Yujia's tactics had been effective in such scenarios. She turned to Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. "What do you think? Is it really just about a piece of candy?" Shen Yingcheng cleared his throat lightly, addressing Yi Yan. "The candy is not the main point. The key lies in Ziming's description." Lin Yujia approached with ulterior motives. He had not expected Yi Shi's reaction to be so swift. directly exposing Lin Yujia's intentions to seduce Yan Ziming. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, glancing at Yi Shi with a playful smirk. I actually think Lin Yujia's performance isn't as good as yours. I accept your compliment, Yi Shi replied, her hands raised in a gesture of openness. Indeed. I witnessed Lin Yujia ignoring Fu Weiqing and my sister, deliberately fainting in Yan Ziming's arms, calling him brother and asking for candy, which left Ziming blushing. That's why I decided to expose her sinister intentions. After all, if she wants to play the villain, she might as well go all the way. Hearing Yi Shi's words, Yan could not help but express her surprise. So you saw it all, Xiaoxi? Yan Ziming's face flushed again. But this time it was genuine embarrassment as he hurriedly explained to everyone, I'm sorry, I was a bit dazed at the time. When she said she felt unwell due to low blood sugar and couldn't stand, I thought I could help by offering her a piece of candy. I truly didn't realize Lin Yujia had ulterior motives. How could I have such worth? He grew increasingly frustrated. So that's how it is. Ishiran clapped his hands, his eyes lighting up with understanding. Finally, as adults and with Yi Shi's clear explanation, he grasped the situation. However, Ishiran glanced at Yan Ziming's ordinary, honest face and then at the handsome Shen Yingcheng and the dashing Pei Hongqing, unable to resist saying, it's strange though, if she wanted to seduce someone, shouldn't she have chosen Brother Shen and Brother Pei first? They are the strongest in our team. Though this statement was somewhat unflattering, it was also the truth. Yan Ziming sighed. Perhaps I appear a bit more approachable? That must be it. Fu Weiqing paused, analyzing seriously. Brother Yingcheng and Brother Hongqing seem hard to approach, difficult to provoke. Lin Yujia is cunning, seeking to target the one in our team who appears easiest to manipulate. She referred to a person, not specifically men, which naturally included the three of them. In the current apocalyptic world, it was primarily women who would more easily exhibit kindness. Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brows slightly. Looking at Yi Shi, his tone serious, you did well in this matter, giving everyone a heads up about Lin Yujia's intentions. Let's be clear, such a woman, even if she were to join their team, would pose a threat. In fact, the opposite is true. If she can use seduction to join the team, she can just as easily use those same methods to incite discord and undermine their unity. What Yi Shi was doing was merely helping them preemptively eliminate factors that threatened the cohesion of their group. Shen Yingcheng's voice turned colder as he addressed everyone. Tomorrow we move out and ensure they leave our team. Brother Shen, what if they follow us? Ishiran replied impatiently, if they tag along, they will bring us trouble. Agreed. We'll avoid them tomorrow night, Shen Yingcheng stated, then turned to Yi Yan. Tonight, use the level 2 zombie crystal core to upgrade.
Yi Yan nodded. Alright.
The meal isn't ready yet. I'll go check. Yan Ziming scratched his head and, having said this, walked back inside.
Fu Weiqing followed suit.
Meanwhile, Yi Shi's gaze was fixed on the small house where Lu Wenfeng and the others were. Who couldn't he see that Lin Yujia had pretended to faint? She narrowed her eyes, intending to check it out further. Not done playing yet? Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow as he watched Yi Shi. She shot him a glance. You want to come along? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, his probing gaze fixed on her. Your animosity towards Lin Yujia is quite apparent. It surely cannot be as simple as just a conflict between the two individuals, can it? Indeed, within the entire team, this particular vixen is the most perceptive. The slightest change in her expression is easily detected by him. Yi Shi believed she had concealed her emotions quite effectively. Yet she could not hide from Pei Hongqing's keen gaze. After a brief pause for contemplation, she met Pei Hongqing's gaze and coldly remarked, there is no past conflict. But there is enmity, an enmity that wishes for her demise. Pei Hongqing was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had merely posed a casual inquiry, not expecting her to be so candid. Moreover, it was his first time witnessing such intense murderous intent radiating from Yi Shi's countenance. After speaking, Yi Shi made her way towards the modest dwelling where Lu Wenfeng and the others were situated. Pei Hongqing observed her retreating figure, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he stepped forward to follow her. Ishiran, noticing the situation, remarked to Shen Yingcheng, Brother Shen, it seems that Brother Pei and that lifeless fish are heading towards Lu Wenfeng and the others. Shen Yingcheng glanced in the direction they had departed, saying, they know what they intend to do. You should continue with me to search for mutated zombies. Understood. Ishiran decisively shifted his focus. At that moment, he truly had no time to ponder the grievances between Yi Shi and Lin Yujia. His sole desire was for his abilities to advance. Thus, When Shun Ingcheng mentioned seeking mutated zombies, he was filled with fervor. Inside the modest dwelling, Lu Wenfeng placed the unconscious Lin Yujia upon the sofa and turned to Lu Hong, instructing, Xiao Hong, please fetch some water. Lu Hong responded affirmatively and began to search the premises. Suddenly, as the kitchen door swung open, a middle-aged female zombie lunged forth with a horrifying shriek.
Yung.
Filled with terror, fled outside. Lu Wenfeng's complexion shifted dramatically as he instinctively seized a wooden stool and hurled it at the zombie. Yet, the creature was oblivious to pain, continuing its advance towards him and Lin Yujia. Gritting his teeth, Lu Wenfeng frantically searched for a weapon to slay the zombie. Remembering the kitchen, he attempted to lure the creature in that direction. However, in the next moment, the zombie abruptly pivoted and lunged toward the unconscious Lin Yujia on the sofa. Yujia, run! Lu Wenfeng shouted instinctively, panic coursing through him. The zombie's growl reverberated above him, and Lin Yujia, unable to maintain her facade, opened her eyes to meet the grotesque visage of the zombie. She screamed in terror and tumbled off the sofa, her face ashen. In a flash, Lu Wenfeng grabbed a kitchen knife and aimed it at the zombie's head, delivering a fierce blow. The knife became lodged in the back of the zombie's skull, shattering its cranium, yet it still managed to move, turning its head to snarl at Lu Wenfeng. With a sudden burst of energy, it lunged at him. Brother! Chapter 45. The assault. Lu Hong, having witnessed the zombie emerging, instinctively ran outside. When she turned back to check on the scene, she saw the creature pouncing on her brother. In a state of sheer panic, she screamed. Seeing Lu Wenfeng being overpowered, she dashed inside, grabbing anything within reach to strike the zombie on the head. With a resounding thud, the zombie was knocked down by her explosive strength. Breathless, Lu Hong quickly called out to Lin Yujia, go to the kitchen and grab a knife. Lin Yujia, her face a mask of fear, saw the knife embedded in the zombie's head and the repulsive liquid oozing out. She retreated repeatedly and bolted towards the door, exclaiming, I'll go get help. Lu Hong's expression changed dramatically. Realizing Lu Wenfeng was unable to shake off the zombie, and with the kitchen being a considerable distance away, she rushed forward, yanking the knife from the zombie's head. A foul liquid sprayed forth, the blade coated in a gruesome mixture of brain matter and blood. Suppressing her disgust, Lu Hong swung the knife fiercely at the zombie's neck. With a decisive chop, the creature's head was severed cleanly, its hand, which was poised to harm Lu Wenfeng, fell limp. Lu Wenfeng, gasping for breath, quickly scrambled to his feet, checking his arms to ensure he had not been injured, sighing in relief. When he looked up, he saw Lu Hong, trembling and clutching the knife. Xiao Hong, he hurried over, taking the knife from her trembling hands. It's all right. I'm here. You did well, brother. Lu Hong's pupils widened in shock, her body shaking uncontrollably. I killed the zombie. Yes, you did. That was your first kill, and you did remarkably well. Lu Wenfeng continuously encouraged her. Lu Hong bit her lip, her mouth tasting of blood, gripping Lu Wenfeng's hand tightly. Observing her pale complexion, Lu Wenfeng could not help but sigh inwardly. It was his fault. For the past month, he had shielded Lin Yujia and Lu Hong, preventing them from confronting zombies. Yet he never anticipated a day where he would nearly fall victim to one. When the zombie had lunged at him, ordinarily, he would have had the strength to evade it. However, having just carried Lin Yujia from the other side, he had exhausted much of his stamina. Coupled with the fact that he had not eaten all day, he had been momentarily slow to react. Were it not for Lu Hong's intervention, he might have been bitten. In such circumstances, a bite would undoubtedly spell doom.
He dared not dwell on that thought.
After calming Lu Hong, he said, do not think too much. It was a zombie, not a human. By killing it, you prevented me from being bitten or injured, thus saving my life. You acted correctly. Rest for a moment while I go find your sister-in-law. With that, Lu Wenfeng stepped outside. Lu Hong, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her senses and rushed after him. Brother, earlier you saw her being attacked by a zombie, yet you still want to go after her? If she wishes to join Brother Shin's group, let her. Otherwise, next time, she might seduce another man to betray you. Xiao Hong. Lu Wenfeng's expression darkened as he shot her a cold glare. Do not speak of your sister-in-law that way. Brother, Lu Hong was perplexed. At this point, you still think of her? Have you forgotten how they humiliated us? They have long seen through Lin Yujia's true nature.
Slap.
A resounding blow struck her face. Lu Hong was utterly bewildered, staring at Lu Wenfeng in shock. Brother, you hit me? Lu Wenfeng's face hardened. Xiaohong, you must not speak of your sister-in-law in such a manner. I know better than you what kind of person Yu Jia is. Those people in Brother Shin's group have always been dissatisfied with us joining them. How can we trust their words? Brother, I truly believe you've lost your mind. Lu Hong covered her face, her eyes reddening with tears. Since you started dating that woman, you've changed completely. Lu Wenfeng gazed at her solemnly. Xiaohong, there are things you do not understand. I will explain later. For now, I must go find your sister-in-law. Please tidy up the house. I will return shortly. With that, he disregarded Lu Hong's protests and dashed outside. Frustrated, Lu Hong could only cover her face and weep within the house. Not far away, Yi Shi, having finished her lollipop, observed the unfolding drama and felt a pang of pity for the young girl named Lu Hong. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18, her character naturally somewhat introverted. It was only after witnessing her brother being overpowered by a zombie that she unleashed such remarkable strength to decapitate the creature. Yet, regrettably, Lu Wenfeng seemed more concerned about Lin Yujia, his girlfriend. Knowing well that Lin Yujia was terrified and would flee at the slightest hint of danger, he still sought to chase after her. Suddenly struck by a thought, Yishi glanced at Pei Hongqing, who was beside her munching on snacks, and mused. Is this how all love-struck individuals behave? Pei Hongqing's lips twitched slightly. I wouldn't know. I am not acquainted with such individuals.
Indeed.
Yishi assessed his features and remarked, someone with your looks must have numerous admirers. How could you possibly act love-struck? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, staring intently at her. Are you complimenting me? Or are you implying my appearance attracts attention? That depends on which interpretation you prefer, Yishi replied, turning to walk towards their temporary accommodation. Unexpectedly, another captivating drama unfolded. Indeed, just a few steps outside, I caught sight of Lin Yujia nestled in Lu Wenfeng's embrace, weeping softly. Lu Wenfeng comforted her, assuring, It's all right, Yujia, I truly do not blame you. I understand your fear. It is only natural to flee in such a situation. Lin Yujia, feeling utterly wronged, replied, Wenfeng, I didn't faint on purpose. You know I have hypoglycemia.
How could they say such things about me?
Lu Wenfeng, patting her back with concern etched on his face, responded, I understand. They never wanted us to follow, and thus concocted a scheme to drive us away. Wenfeng, you are so kind. Thank you for believing in me.
She sobbed.
Let us return and rest for now. We can discuss everything else later. As Lu Wenfeng embraced Lin Yujia and turned towards the temporary accommodation, he suddenly felt a wave of awkwardness upon noticing Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing standing not far away. Lin Yujia, catching Yi Shi's gaze, shivered involuntarily and weakly expressed to Lu Wenfeng, Wenfeng, I feel that Yi Shi has always looked at me with disdain.
Yes.
I can sense it, he replied. Surely, what happened earlier was a deliberate scheme on her part. Shen Ge and the others are undoubtedly aligned with her. Lin Yujia was seething with indignation. Their meticulously crafted plan had been thwarted by Yi Shi's interference. Yet, she was acutely aware of Yi Shi's motives. She simply did not want Lin Yujia to join their team, fearing that her presence would overshadow Yi Yan's role within it. From the moment she laid eyes on Yi Yan, she recognized that they were kindred spirits, both women reliant on men for survival. Chapter 46. Am I inadequate? Lu Wenfeng also found it peculiar. Why was that girl, Yi Shi, so antagonistic towards Yujia? Yujia, you don't know Yi Shi, do you? He inquired.
No.
Lin Yujia shook her head. She had never encountered her before. Lu Wenfeng furrowed his brow. I see. In that case, I will go out to find something to eat. And later, I will ask Yi Shi why she is targeting you. Given their current predicament, it was essential to maintain alignment with Shan Yingqing's team. Thus, it would be best to clarify any misunderstandings. All right. Lin Yujia leaned into his embrace, her eyes glimmering with a myriad of calculations. With Yi Shi's meddling, her scheme had faltered. She needed to devise alternative means to secure her place within Shan Yingqing's group. After observing Lu Wenfeng and Lin Yujia's unfolding drama, Yi Shi lost interest and turned back towards the temporary lodging. Pei Hongqing, however, was curious about her behavior. Despite her earlier declarations of wishing ill upon Lin Yujia, she now appeared to be more of a spectator, not genuinely attempting to harm her. It was as if she were waiting for the opportune moment. Yi Shi sensed Pei Hongqing's gaze upon her, but paid it no mind, as she pondered ways to undermine Lin Yujia. In truth, eliminating the key members of the protagonist group, Wang Chun and Lin Sisi, was no simple task. She had attempted it in her previous life. After Yi Yan's demise, she struggled for 3 years to escape the clutches of a mysterious force. From that point on, her mind was consumed with a desire for vengeance against Yi Yan, with Lin Cixi marked as her first target. Compared to Wang Chen, who possessed formidable strength, Lin Cixi, surrounded by a throng of admirers yet lacking true power, was an easier target. All she needed was to bide her time until the other men left, presenting her with the chance to eliminate Lin Cixi. After waiting for 2 long years, she finally found an opportunity when Lin Cixi was accompanied by a sycophant named Wenxiu. Wenxiu's father was a general at Base A, and although he possessed no abilities himself, he relied on the protection of his father's capable subordinates. However, despite his shortcomings, he fancied himself a domineering figure, ensnaring Lin Cixi in his father's base. Yi Shi endured great hardship to infiltrate as a servant and, upon finding Lin Cixi, prepared to strike, only to be discovered by Wenxiu. Consequently, she was forced to eliminate him first. Just as her dagger was about to pierce Wenxiu's neck, she found her body once more under the control of that mysterious force. The dagger retracted and plunged into her own shoulder. Had she not fled swiftly, she would have been caught by Wenxiu. Initially, she believed someone was protecting him, leading to such a result. After waiting for half a month, she finally saw another chance. Lin Cixi was taken away by other sycophants, while Wenxiu recklessly pursued them alone. She trailed him closely and, upon witnessing him fall into her trap and lose consciousness, attempted to finish him off. Yet again, the outcome was the same. Her still recovering shoulder received yet another dagger wound. Frustrated, she nearly spewed blood in anger. She had no choice but to drag Wenxiu out of the trap, pretending to be his rescuer, thus temporarily staying by his side. It must be said, Wenxiu's father's influence proved advantageous. Not long after, Lin Cixi had to return to her father's dominion. Another opportunity arose for her to target Lin Cixi through a different admirer, Gu Qian, an ability user of the gold element. During a confrontation with a level 5 zombie, Gu Qian lost an arm while protecting Lin Cixi and was left in a precarious state. Yi Shi utilized Wenxiu's identification to locate Gu Qian, knowing he lacked any resistance. Without hesitation, she raised her dagger, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But what was the result? The same mysterious force once again seized control, and she stabbed her own thigh. These were merely the initial 3 attempts. She had also had opportunities to eliminate Lin Yujia, but the outcome remained unchanged. She could not bring herself to harm anyone from the protagonist group. Thus, for many years after awakening, she had contemplated various means to break free from that force and exact her revenge. Would this lifetime yield a different outcome?
Concluding Karaverie, Yevi Narovet Hareas.
Determined to find a moment that night to test her resolve against Lin Yujia, at the temporary lodging, Yan Ziming and Fu Ruoqing roasted the rabbit captured by Yixiran that morning. By the time Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing returned, Xin Yingcheng and the others had already gathered around the dining table, ready to feast. Yixiran could not help but lament, this town is far too small. After wandering for ages, not a single mutated zombie in sight. The absence of mutated zombies means no crystal cores for upgrades. When will I ever achieve success? The more he pondered, the more despondent he became, rendering the rabbit meat tasteless. Xin Yingcheng cast a glance at him, offering a level 1 zombie crystal core. You can try using this first and see if it enhances your abilities. Thank you, Brother Xin. I knew you were the best. Yixiran exclaimed joyfully, clutching the level 1 zombie crystal core as if it were a treasure, immediately closing his eyes to absorb it, neglecting his meal. The others exchanged helpless glances. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing glance at Yixiran. With his eyes shut, Yixiran concentrated intently on the crystal core. However, curiously, no matter how hard he tried, the core remained unresponsive in his hands. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, bewildered, and looked at Xin Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. Why can't I sense any abilities within this crystal core?
Huh?
Pei Hongqing inquired. Let me take a look. Yixiran handed the core over, and Pei Hongqing, with a slight focus, merely stirred his mental energy, causing the energy from the core to swiftly enter his body. In just a second, he halted the absorption, returning the core to Yixiran. This crystal core is fine. That's impossible. Couldn't he feel anything just now? Yixiran's face fell, looking as wilted as a withered cucumber. Could it be that I am incapable? Give it to me. Xin Yingcheng took Yixiran's crystal core for a test, frowning slightly. It is indeed fine. He cast a questioning glance at Yishi, who, along with Pei Hongqing, turned to her for answers. Yishi leisurely gnawed on a chicken leg, casting a sidelong glance at Ishiran and bluntly added fuel to the fire. The captain and Pei Hongqing are capable, but you are not. You ought to reflect on yourself. Ishiran, already feeling utterly frustrated, found her words stoked the flames of her anger. Her eyes brimmed with bloodshot fury as she gritted her teeth and retorted, "Even if I am lacking, I am still superior to you. A useless slacker. Someone without any abilities will inevitably be completely eliminated in this apocalyptic world."
Sharon.
Shen Yingqing's expression shifted, and he reprimanded coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Yishi. Brother Shen?" Ishiran was incredulous, seething with indignation. It was she who had been insulted first. Why was she being compelled to apologize? She refused to accept it. Chapter 47, however. Regarding the childlike Ishiran, Shen Yingqing felt an overwhelming headache. Ishiran's temper was indeed explosive, and she often failed to grasp subtle implications. Yishi's words clearly held deeper meanings. Pausing, he handed a crystal nucleus to Yan Ziming and instructed, "Ziming, you are also a level 1 ability user. Try to absorb the energy within this nucleus." Afterward, he firmly pulled the standing Ishiran down into a seat. Speaking in a low voice, "What's the rush? Observe carefully. We can analyze and discuss any issues." Yet Ishiran, feeling utterly humiliated, wanted to voice her grievances but succumbed to Shen Yingqing's warning gaze, forcing herself to sit in silence, shooting daggers at Yishi. If looks could kill, Yishi would surely be in grave danger today.
All right.
Yan Ziming took the crystal nucleus, recalling the method Yishi had previously described for absorbing it, channeling his abilities to connect with the nucleus. In the next moment, he distinctly felt a surge of power emanating from the nucleus, invading his palm and coursing through his energy meridians. The speed was overwhelming, beyond his control. The energy flooded his meridians, inducing an intense sensation of swelling and pressure. There, the crystal nucleus was indeed potent. Was he not on the verge of a breakthrough? Yishi observed with a smirk, savoring the moment as she watched Ishiran. Ishiran was stunned. She saw Yan Ziming, eyes tightly shut and face flushed, resembling Pei Hongqing during his ability breakthrough. This left her utterly speechless. Why could Yan Ziming, also a level 1, achieve a breakthrough while she could not even sense the energy within the nucleus? Ishiran sat there, feeling as though her heart had been dealt a crushing blow, unable to recover for a long time. Both Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing were equally taken aback by Yan Ziming's sudden advancement, having presumed that only a level 2 nucleus contained sufficient energy for their upgrade. They were astonished to discover that a level 1 nucleus sufficed as well. Moreover, Yan Ziming completed his upgrade in a brief span of 3 minutes. As the flush from his upgrade faded, he abruptly opened his bright, clear eyes and beamed at Shen Yingqing and the others. Suppressing his excitement, "I have advanced to level 2 abilities." This proclamation was the final straw for Ishiran. She sprang up, unwilling to accept the reality. Her face pale as she dashed outside. "Shiran." Shen Yingqing's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly rose, addressing the group, "Continue without me. I will bring her back." With that, he hurriedly pursued her. Yi Yan, exasperated, glanced at Yishi. Knowing that Shiran has a childlike temperament, why do you constantly provoke her? Yishi tilted her head, blinking innocently as she replied, "Sister, I merely spoke the truth. Besides, she is a child. Am I not one too? You did just say that I will always be a little one in your eyes." Such sophistry. Yi Yan chuckled, bemused as she flicked Yishi's forehead.
Yevi, fazet.
Returned a cheeky smile. Pei Hongqing, deep in thought, glanced at Yishi before producing a crystal nucleus for Fu Ruoqing, saying, "You should give it a try as well."
All right.
Fu Ruoqing's eyes gleamed. Ever since Yan Ziming's successful upgrade, she had felt an irresistible urge to attempt it herself. Just as she was about to mention it to Shen Yingqing, he dashed off after Ishiran, leaving her feeling somewhat frustrated. Fortunately, Pei Hongqing remembered her. Fu Ruoqing quickly accepted the crystal nucleus, took a deep breath, and slowly closed her eyes, focusing intently on the nucleus. After a few seconds, a distinctive flush appeared on her small round face, indicative of her upgrade. "Congratulations, Ruoqing," Yi Yan exclaimed with genuine delight.
Furuoking nodded, continuing, "Moreover,
Compared to my level 1 state, my energy meridians have widened significantly. It feels like advancing to the next level will not be so easy. Thus, She was left uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Yishi narrowed her eyes, peeling a lychee-flavored lollipop and popping it into her mouth, remarking, "This exemplifies individual differences. Typically, it correlates with the strength of one's abilities as they develop. Abilities such as ice, wind, fire, thunder, and metal are all among the more destructive types. The upgrade of these abilities primarily necessitates a sufficiently robust physique. Without the need for elaboration, Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing both possessed impressive physiques, flaunting 8-pack abs. But what of Yixiran? Even if she were to leap around, she might only boast a 6-pack. Yet her temperament was far too impulsive, and she had not mastered her level 1 abilities well, let alone exhausting her abilities thoroughly for the sake of the team, as Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing had repeatedly done. In simpler terms, Yixiran's method of releasing her abilities was not conducive to better exhausting her energy. To put it bluntly, Yixiran was simply not clever enough. She did not think creatively like Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing to maximize her abilities' lethality. The flames she conjured in her palm extinguished in less than 30 seconds. Thankfully, ordinary zombies were not swift. Otherwise, in the past month, Yixiran would have been unable to eliminate a single zombie with her meager abilities. As for the intensity of ability growth, upon hearing this, Fu Ruoqing's heart raced, and she eagerly turned to Yishi, asking, "Does this mean my abilities will become formidable in the future?" "Indeed," Yishi replied, casting a glance at her and solemnly stating, "The mental abilities that grow stronger are invariably powerful, just as your perception range should have expanded considerably after your upgrade." However, Chapter 48 However, what? She paused, piquing Yi Yan's curiosity. Yan Ziming set down his chopsticks, and Fu Ruoqing felt her heart leap to her throat, anxiously watching her. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes slightly as he awaited her response. Yishi spoke leisurely. Upgrading a psychic ability is far more challenging than enhancing ordinary powers. You are currently at level 2. To ascend to level 3, a mere handful of level 2 zombie cores will not suffice. Is that so? The process of upgrading my ability is so complicated? Fu Ruoqing bit her lip, her brow knitting tightly. As a psychic, her offensive capabilities were limited, rendering her incapable of hunting those mutated zombies. The thought of waiting for Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing made her frown, leading her to a bitter smile. If upgrading were this difficult, what would it matter if she became powerful later on? Who says it doesn't matter? Yishi gazed at her. You are trapped in a misconception. Every ability can be developed. With a little effort and exploration, your power can achieve far more, including slaying zombies and even humans. Slaying zombies? Humans? The 5 words left Fu Ruoqing dumbfounded. Could she truly attain such formidable prowess? You must have a bit of confidence in yourself.
Io undicesimo sincerely encouraged Fu Ruoqing.
The potential for growth in psychic abilities is undoubtedly beyond your imagination. Is that so? Fu Ruoqing's pupils quivered slightly. She could distinctly sense that Yishi's words were not mere flattery or empty promises. It was as if Yishi possessed knowledge of how far psychic abilities could evolve, offering encouragement grounded in her own experiences. The unwavering sincerity in her tone compelled Fu Ruoqing to start believing in what Yishi said. Meanwhile, among the listeners, Yi Yan trusted Yishi the most and quickly inquired, "So, Xiaoxi, can my healing abilities also be used to kill zombies? I don't want to harm people, but I do want to eliminate zombies." She hoped to upgrade her powers independently rather than relying on Yishi or Shen Yingqing for cores. Sister, your situation is quite unique," Yishi faltered. Healing abilities truly were an anomaly among powers, seemingly only capable of saving lives. However, expressing such sentiments might disappoint her sister. After a moment's contemplation, she cleared her throat and said, "The greatest strength of healing abilities lies in their later stage development, where they can heal wounds inflicted by zombies, preventing the transformation into one." As those words left her lips, Yi Yan's face registered shock. Fu Ruoqing and Yan Ziming also found it hard to believe, including Pei Hongqing, who was momentarily stunned by Yishi's revelation. The prospect that healing abilities could mend wounds caused by zombies and halt their transformation was profound. In this apocalyptic world, the shared enemy for all surviving humans was the zombie virus. If healing practitioners could achieve such feats in the future, it would signify a viable solution to the zombie virus, potentially ending the apocalypse. But is this true? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, regarding Yishi with suspicion. He doubted that this girl was making such claims to persuade them to provide Yi Yan with more cores for upgrading. Is it real? You're not just spouting nonsense again, are you? Did you read that in some book? Came Yixiran's mocking inquiry from outside. He had stormed out in frustration earlier but returned with his arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. Shen Yingqing followed behind, wearing an expression of resignation, having overheard Yi Shi's words. However, he too questioned the validity of her claims. Yi Shi lazily leaned back in her chair, responding nonchalantly, "I stand by my words. Believe it or not. If you don't want to believe, that's perfectly fine. I'm not forcing you to accept my words. Listen if you wish, or disregard it entirely." Yi Shiran remarked, "This woman never fails to be infuriating. If it weren't for Xinge, I would have tossed her into a pile of zombies tonight. By the way," Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, "I have some delightful news for you. Within the 10 minutes you ran away from home, Watching has also leveled her ability to level 2. What? Yi Shiran's eyes widened as he turned to Watching. Xiao Qingzi?
Furuoking guardly chuckled. Yes.
I am now a level 2 psychic.
Damn it.
Yi Shiran was utterly unsettled. He looked at Shen Yingqing. Go, ISNT, there one more core left? I want to try again. He refused to believe he could be so unlucky. If Watching could do it, why couldn't he? Shen Yingqing, with a sigh, handed Yi Shiran the remaining level 1 zombie core. Yi Shiran grasped the core and quickly pulled up a chair to sit down. He then closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, determinedly trying to absorb the energy from the core. Channel your abilities to connect with the core. The energy within it will trigger and automatically be absorbed into your psychic channels. Pei Hongqing's calm voice resonated in his ear. Yi Shiran's brow tightened further as his psychic energy emanated from his palm, making contact with the core he clutched. In the next moment, streaks of psychic energy seeped from the core, penetrating his palm. I've got it. Yi Shiran suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming excitedly, I can feel the energy entering my body. That's excellent. Keep going. Shen Yingqing smiled, a hint of pride on his face. Yi Shiran, holding the core triumphantly, turned to Yi Shi. See? I'm capable, right?
Oh.
Then why couldn't you do it the first time? I just didn't master the method. But now I understand. Ultimately, it was your foolishness that caused the problem. Yi Shiran gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Shi. A real man doesn't argue with a woman. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. A fish who lacks even a power. With that, he snorted and turned back to his chair to continue absorbing the energy. Shen Yingqing sighed and glanced at Yi Shi. Yi Shi stood up and addressed Yi Yan's sister. Don't you want to upgrade? Let's head to your room. I'll accompany you. All right. Yi Yan stood up, addressing Shen Yingqing and the others. Then senior everyone, I'll head upstairs first. Shen Yingqing nodded. Yan Ziming and Watching also acknowledged her departure. Pei Hongqing crossed his arms, observing Yi Shi's retreating figure, his brow raised in contemplation, as if pondering her hidden intentions. Is she concealing something? Perhaps Yi Yan's upgrade was distinct from theirs. Hongqing? Shen Yingqing patted Pei Hongqing's shoulder. Pei Hongqing withdrew his gaze to look at him. Shen Yingqing frowned. When I chased after Yi Shiran, did Yi Shi mention anything to you? Yes, she indeed spoke of some abilities. Pei Hongqing glanced at Yan Ziming. Repeat what Yi Shi said. Yan Ziming nodded and promptly recounted Yi Shi's statements to Shen Yingqing. Upon hearing that Yi Yan's healing abilities could potentially cure the zombie virus in the later stages, Shen Yingqing's breath caught and his pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 49 Mutation. Downstairs, Shen Yingqing and the others were engaged in discussion, but Yi Shi held no interest in their conversation. Yi Yan sat on the bed, absorbing the energy from the core, entering an upgrading state. Yi Shi settled on the floor, retrieving the level 1 zombie core she had previously sought in secret. Pondering how to study it, the blank space could also be considered a power, but without psychic channels or the ability to output energy. How could she absorb the energy from the core? Yi Shi stroked her chin, contemplating carefully before deciding to close her eyes and attempt to absorb it. Clearly, there was no effect whatsoever. After half a day of closing her eyes, she felt nothing. Resolutely, she entered the blank space to search for a solution. Upon entering, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Opening her palm, she was astonished to find the level 1 zombie core lying quietly in her hand. This works too? Yi Shi was taken aback. She inspected the core repeatedly in disbelief, then returned to reality to check the core she was holding. After repeating this process twice, she finally confirmed this core could indeed be brought into the blank space. Yi Shi was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly took the core to the azure fluid pool. In the morning, she utilized a fluid, and now it has partially replenished, approximately 5 millimeters in depth. She pondered whether, since this fluid resembled a supernatural essence that could be absorbed by the body, placing a crystal core within it might yield additional effects.
Adhering to the principle of bold conjecture and cautious verification, Yishi carefully picked up a small amount of the fluid and let it drop onto the crystal core. However, the fluid simply slid off the core and pooled in her palm, being absorbed by her body. It seemed that the fluid had no effect on the crystal core. She then decided to submerge the entire crystal core into the small pool. With a dull thud, the crystal core hit the bottom of the pool. Yishi leaned in to observe any reaction from the core. At that moment, the edges of the pool suddenly became heated, causing her to retract her hand instinctively, losing her balance and falling onto the blank ground. Immediately, almost like magic, the originally 2-meter wide and 30-centimeter deep pool expanded by an entire meter before her eyes, transforming into a square pool with 3-meter sides. Yishi's pupils flickered in astonishment as she quickly rose to inspect the pool. Once again, she was taken aback. The fluid, which had previously condensed back to a 5-millimeter depth, now completely filled the entire square pool, almost overflowing its edges. Hastily, she reached into the pool to locate the crystal core. Upon retrieving it, she discovered that the red color of the first-level zombie crystal core had entirely faded, rendering it transparent. This indicated that the supernatural energy within the core had been completely expended. Goodness, does that mean every time I toss in a crystal core, this pool will enlarge? If it grows by 1 meter each time. She glanced around the infinite blank space, suddenly struck by a sense of speechlessness. The most peculiar aspect of this space was its seemingly infinite nature. No matter where she traversed, in whatever direction, as long as she thought of this small pool, she could return in an instant. In simpler terms, within this realm, she possessed the ability to teleport with intent. It was as if the entire space revolved around this small pool as its central coordinate. However, this was also a terrifying notion, considering the surrounding expanse of whiteness. Staring at it for too long was unbearable. Therefore, every time she engaged in running or exercising, she kept her eyes shut. By not looking, she could run indefinitely. When utterly exhausted, she would simply think of returning to the pool's edge to absorb the fluid energy for recovery. But if the only change is the pool growing larger, isn't that rather monotonous? Yishi propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the fluid-filled pool, feeling somewhat puzzled. Oh well, she shook her head to reassure herself. Possessing supernatural abilities was certainly better than having none. At worst, she could simply engage in more training. After all, in the end, the results of her training would directly reflect on her physical form in reality. Just then, she heard Yi Yan calling for her from outside. Yishi set aside her thoughts about the blank space and hurried out to check on Yi Yan's progression.
Consequently,
she failed to notice that the azure fluid in the pool behind her was gradually spilling over the edge. Upon returning to reality, Yishi opened her eyes to find Yi Yan's flushed face before her. Xiaoxi, I've successfully leveled up to a 3rd-level supernatural ability.
Yi Yan exclaimed joyfully.
Embracing her in excitement. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Congratulations. Yishi quickly responded. Sister, tell me what it feels like to upgrade to a 3rd-level healing ability. Yi Yan slowly released her, pondering for a moment before saying, like Pei Hongqing and the others, my supernatural meridians have expanded. But there seems to be a slight difference. My original meridians were merely transparent, yet after this upgrade, I can sense that their color has transformed into a golden hue. Golden supernatural meridians? Yishi was taken aback. The emergence of color in supernatural meridians indicated a mutation, typically seen in 4th to 5th level supernatural beings. Yi Yan had just ascended from 2nd to 3rd level. Such a mutation was improbable. Yi Yan nodded, continuing, after the upgrade, the energy within my meridians is abundant. I can feel it. Just like the injuries Senior suffered yesterday. I can not only heal them in one go, but also treat similar injuries 3 times. Even a severed limb, I can reattach using my supernatural ability. Reattaching a severed limb was a capability typically possessed by 4th-level healing supernatural beings. Yishi furrowed her brow, recalling Yi Yan's upgrade process from her previous life. Yi Yan's ascension was quite ordinary. As she had mentioned before, healing supernatural beings were born for teamwork. They were too weak to independently hunt zombies for crystal cores and relied entirely on their teammates. In her past life, when Wang Chen had a favorable impression of Yi Yan, he provided her with numerous crystal cores for upgrades, ultimately helping her evolve into a 3rd-level healing supernatural being. However, during that process, Yi Yan's supernatural meridians did not undergo any mutation. Could it be that in this lifetime, the butterfly effect has taken place? Typically, supernatural meridians serve as the storage for supernatural energy within the human body. This storage can expand but cannot shrink. The mutations of supernatural meridians generally fall into two categories. One involves the thickening of the meridian walls, and the other entails the meridians gaining color from their original transparency. The first scenario allows a supernatural being to absorb a significant amount of energy instantaneously without risking rupture. The second scenario, as described by Yi Yan, indicates that despite only reaching the third level, she possesses the energy storage capacity typically associated with fourth-level healing abilities. In her previous life, many had experienced the first type of mutation, including the top 10 strongest supernatural beings within the Hope Base, all of whom exhibited the first type of meridian mutation. However, she had only witnessed one individual undergo a change in the color of their supernatural meridians. That individual was Wang Chen.
Yevi grittet hertit.
No matter how much she wished to avoid thinking about him, he remained an unavoidable thought. The mutation of supernatural meridians was far too peculiar. Wang Chen's lightning ability, initially transparent, had suddenly turned blue upon reaching the fifth level. Moreover, the power of the lightning he released far exceeded that of other lightning supernatural beings of the same level. This was fundamentally similar to Yi Yan's current situation. Xiao Shi. Is something wrong? Is it bad that my supernatural ability has upgraded this way? Yi Yan, noticing her sister's prolonged silence, began to worry.
Yevi hesitated.
Realizing it wasn't bad, in fact, it was exceedingly fortunate.
Huh? Yeyan looked puzzled, her brow furrowing.
Why do you say that, sister? This situation of yours is known as a mutation of the supernatural meridians. She explained the two types of mutations to Yi Yan. In summary, this is a good thing. If outsiders were to discover this, you would become a highly sought-after existence. Yi Shi's concern lay precisely in this point. After all, healing supernatural abilities were not like Wang Chen's lightning abilities. If someone truly coveted them, they could simply unleash a devastating lightning strike and obliterate anyone in their path. The ultimate potential of the golden supernatural meridians in healing abilities was what intrigued her the most. Yi Yan, eager to alleviate her sister's worries, quickly reassured her, Xiao Shi, don't fret. As long as we keep this matter to ourselves, it will be fine. However, merely keeping it to themselves would not prevent discovery. Why don't you release your ability and see? Yi Shi suggested, taking a dagger and slicing her palm. Blood flowed forth.
Yeyan, alarmed,
immediately unleashed her healing ability to treat her. As soon as the ability was activated, a soft golden light enveloped Yi Shi's injured palm. In just a second, the wound completely healed, leaving no trace of a scar. Xiao Shi, even if you want to experiment, you needn't make such a deep cut. Doesn't it hurt? Yi Yan frowned, inspecting her sister's palm. Yi Shi couldn't help but chuckle. After just a moment, she had completely healed her injury. What was there to feel pain about? Yi Yan suddenly paused, realizing, it seems that this is much faster than the treatments I provided to my senior before. And there's the golden glow of the ability being released. Yes, that is the distinction. Currently, dear sister, you are merely at the third level. Once you ascend to a higher tier, the color of the released ability will gradually deepen and become distinct, easily identifiable in its uniqueness. Little Shi remarked, now that you mention it, I recall that Hong Qing and the others do not have color when they release their abilities.
Mine was just a faint white light. Indeed.
Yi Shi continued, her gaze contemplative. Shen Yingzheng possesses ice abilities, releasing ice blades that are transparent, void of any glowing aura. As for Pei Hongqing's wind abilities, they are utterly formless and invisible. Yixiran's fire abilities manifest only in flames, while Yan Ziming's earth manipulation can control soil, yet in this concrete environment, he finds himself at a loss, as cement does not qualify as earth. His ability level has not yet reached the point where he can create soil independently. As for Furuwatching, her abilities are not externally released, they are rather an enhancement of the five senses. Only you, dear sister, have seen a change in the color of your abilities release. Yi Yan furrowed her brow slightly, looking at her. Little Shi, for now. I will only treat members of our team. It should not pose too great a problem. The seniors can be trusted. I understand your intentions, sister. But we must remain vigilant, Little Shi advised, knowing Yi Yan was not adept at deception. She placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and continued, if they inquire, simply say that this is the result of your upgrade, and you are uncertain as to why it has changed. If they ask me, I will provide a different explanation. Yi Yan nodded. All right, I will heed your advice. Little Shi reflected for a moment and then shared her recent success of utilizing a crystal core to access a blank space.
Yi Yan was elated, exclaiming, "It appears, little Shi, that your unique abilities are not so different from ours. We can both utilize crystal cores for upgrades." Indeed, little Shi smiled. "In the future, we can hunt more mutated zombies to facilitate our upgrades. I shall strive to do so." Yi Yan's gentle gaze held a firm resolve as she replied, "Little Shi, prioritize your own upgrades with the crystal cores." Little Shi understood. Yi Yan was committed to the team and could not be the sole provider of crystal cores for abilities. It was imperative for Shen Yingcheng and the others to also work hard and hunt more zombie cores for Yi Yan. In another room, Shen Yingcheng's flush was gradually fading. As he opened his eyes, he could not help but sneeze. Pei Hongqing, standing on the balcony, teased him, "Is that a new skill after your ability upgrade?" With a resigned smile, Shen Yingcheng rubbed his nose, whose ability would involve sneezing. "You must have been schemed against by someone," Pei Hongqing quipped, prompting Shen Yingcheng to ponder. "Are you suggesting little Shi?" Perhaps. Shen Yingcheng fell silent, recalling what Yan Ziming had mentioned before ascending the stairs. He turned to Pei Hongqing and asked, "Do you believe little Shi's words?" Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow. Previously, it was half-truths. However, what she said today is 90% truth. The remaining 10%, which parts do you think she is lying about? Shen Yingcheng had not stayed to hear the entirety of it.
Now,
He could only make a basic judgment based on Yan Ziming's words. Pei Hongqing's gaze narrowed dangerously as he whispered, "Healing abilities can cure the zombie virus once upgraded to a certain level." Shen Yingcheng paused. "I share your sentiments. It seems exaggerated and lacks substantiation, making it hard to believe. Where did she acquire this knowledge about ability upgrades and zombie cores? What she read in novels is certainly just a ruse. They are not fools, and neither is little Shi. She merely knows they would not believe her and has crafted an excuse to guide them into validation." Pei Hongqing replied coolly, "Yes, we can only continue to observe. I will keep an eye on little Shi to see if I can extract further information from her." "Very well." Shen Yingcheng exhaled deeply, rising from the bed and approaching Pei Hongqing on the balcony. Pei Hongqing glanced at a tree 10 meters away and suggested, "Why not test your upgraded abilities?" Shen Yingcheng nodded. He raised his hand, and in the next moment, an ice blade shot swiftly from his palm, heading straight for the tree. The tree was as thick as a grown man's waist. The palm-sized ice blade embedded deeply into the trunk.
crack,
The trunk split halfway, slowly toppling in a certain direction.
boom.
The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. Nearby, Lu Wenfeng and two others instinctively rushed outside to investigate. A large tree had suddenly fallen. Anyone would be startled. Lin Yujia clutched Lu Wenfeng's arm tightly. "What just happened?" "Wenfeng, is there a zombie?" Lu Wenfeng furrowed his brow, scanning the area around the tree before finally spotting Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing on the balcony. Chapter 51. Bait. How powerful are Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing? Lu Wenfeng realized that the tree could not have fallen without reason. It must be the result of their abilities. His expression shifted as he pulled Lin Yujia back. "It's fine. I will go ask Shen Go about the situation. You go back and finish your meal." Lin Yujia lowered her gaze slightly, concealing her expression. In truth, she had also seen Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing on the balcony and deduced that they were responsible for the fallen tree. With no zombies nearby, who else had the capability? But why was Lu Wenfeng hiding this from her? The answer was evident. He did not want her to know about Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing's strength, fearing she might abandon him to join them. Lin Yujia couldn't help but smirk within. Did he think she was unaware of such trivial thoughts? However, Lu Wenfeng had indeed guessed correctly. After her failed attempt to lure Yan Ziming, she had devised a new plan to target Shen Yingcheng. This time, she intended to unleash her long-hidden secret weapon. She awaited the perfect opportunity. Lu Hong did not rush to leave with the two. She stood still, staring intently at the fallen tree, her clear eyes revealing an insatiable desire, a yearning for immense power. In stark contrast, her face bore the imprint of Lu Wenfeng's earlier slap. At the moment the tree fell, little Shi, who was speaking with Yi Yan, also took notice. Their room was adjacent to Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingcheng's. As she stepped onto the balcony to look outside, Yi Yan exclaimed with delight, "Senior, was that you using your abilities?" Shen Yingcheng smiled slightly. "Yes. Just upgraded, and it seems the effect is quite impressive. I have just completed my upgrade as well. I feel that my ability pathways are fully charged. Injuries like the one you sustained yesterday no longer require absorbing crystal core energy to heal in one go." Yi Yan also shared her excitement about her upgraded abilities. Little Shi remained silent, her focus fixated on the tree that Shen Yingcheng had felled. The power of the third-level ice blade was comparable to the lethality of Pei Hongqing's wind blades, aligning with her expectations. The combined strength of the two could barely defeat a third-level zombie. Yet, the town they were in was too small, there was not a single first-level zombie in sight. They needed to depart swiftly for their next destination. With this thought in mind, she turned to Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, suggesting, "Shall we leave for the next location tonight? We could find a temporary shelter where zombies are slightly more abundant." Upon hearing this, both Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing understood her implications. Their intention had been to stay for the purpose of upgrading their abilities, and now that the upgrades were complete, with no mutated zombies to hunt nearby, there was no reason to linger any longer. For them, swiftly collecting mutated zombie cores and enhancing their abilities had become the primary objective. After all, they still had a daunting 2,000 kilometers to reach City B. They require sufficient strength to face the myriad of unexpected circumstances that may arise along the way. Are we departing so soon? After Yi Shiran received the news of Shen Yingcheng's impending departure from Yan Ziming, he clutched the blank, translucent first-level zombie crystal nucleus, feeling utterly dejected. While everyone else had completed their upgrades, he showed no signs of evolving even after absorbing the crystal nucleus completely. Could it be true what Yi Shi, that slacker, had said? Was it that he was inadequate? Do not fret. You likely require a second-level crystal nucleus to upgrade your unique ability, Yan Ziming reassured him, patting his shoulder. Moreover, this town has been thoroughly inspected by Brother Shen and Brother Pei, and there are no other mutated zombies present. We must proceed to the next location in search of mutated zombies, or else you will lack the crystal nucleus necessary for your upgrade, right? Was Brother Shen hastening their departure for the sake of his abilities? Upon hearing Yan Ziming's words, Yi Shiran felt a surge of excitement. Yan Ziming stroked his chin, pondering. Perhaps so? It must be. Yi Shiran was utterly convinced.
Why?
Because among the entire team, aside from the ability-less Yi Shi, he was the only one who remained at the first level, who could endure that. Brother Shen must be eager to continue forward for his sake. Today, Brother Shen even promised him that he would be the first to try the next second-level zombie crystal nucleus they found. The more Yi Shiran thought about it, the more touched he became, his eyes glistening with tears. No one in his family treated him as well as Brother Shen. Henceforth, Brother Shen would be like a brother to him. Yan Ziming, perplexed, inquired, "Aren't you an only child? Where does this brother come from?" "It's a metaphor, a metaphor."
일이란 시켓.
Forget it. Explaining this to your wooden head is futile. You can't even see when someone is flirting with you. The corners of Yan Ziming's mouth twitched. You can see it? Of course. Yi Shiran tossed his bangs and puffed out his chest, confidently declaring, "When I first entered college, quite a few younger girls expressed their affection for me, even sending gifts and confessions. It's just that I had no interest." Yan Ziming, he seriously doubted the veracity of this statement. Never mind. I can't be bothered to argue with a little pup whose thought process is rather peculiar. Shen Yingcheng scheduled their departure for 1 o'clock in the morning, asking Fu Ruoqing to calculate the location of the next temporary residence, which happened to be 200 kilometers away. By dawn, they would arrive just in time. After dinner, Yi Shi pondered over Lin Yujia. Lin Yujia had to be eliminated, but she could not take matters into her own hands. As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze involuntarily swept over Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. Neither of these two was likely to serve as her instrument. Therefore, at this stage, it was best to have Lu Wenfeng and the others accompany them. Yi Shi squinted slightly, contemplating her options. She decided to go out and set a bait. "Xiao Shi, are you planning to rest?" Yi Yan asked, noticing her deep in thought. "Sister, I'm going out for a stroll." "You should sleep first," Yi Shi replied, popping a lollipop into her mouth as she walked toward the exit of their temporary residence. Yi Yan hurriedly admonished, "Come back early, don't stay out too late, and avoid places with zombies."
Got it.
Yi Shi waved her hand, her figure quickly disappearing into the darkness at the entrance. Yi Yan sighed helplessly and retreated upstairs to rest. Pei Hongqing had been lounging on the sofa, with his legs crossed, resting his eyes. Upon hearing the sisters' conversation, he opened his sharp, cold eyes and caught sight of Yi Shi leaving. After Yi Yan ascended the stairs, he raised an eyebrow, casually getting up to follow her out. Chapter 52. What to do? Yi Shi had not ventured far when she sensed someone trailing behind her. A cool breeze brushed past her ear, and she realized that it was Pei Hongqing. This cunning fox had been keeping a close watch on her these past 2 days. likely suspicious of the information she had shared regarding zombies and crystal nuclei. This only underscored that Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingcheng did not fully trust her. In their eyes, she was indeed a teammate, but merely a reserve, someone who could be expelled from the team at any moment due to a single action that might jeopardize their safety. Yishi narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at the flickering shadow reflected on the road beside her. Initially intending to visit Lu Wenfeng and his companions, she decided to alter her plans and turn towards the forest. Not far away, Pei Hongqing observed Yi Shi changing direction towards the woods. Surprised, wasn't she supposed to be looking for Lin Yujia? According to Yi Shi's earlier statements, they planned to leave the town at dawn while also shaking off Lu Wenfeng and the others. Thus, Yi Shi should have been eager to deal with Lin Yujia first. Her sudden change of direction caught him off guard. Pei Hongqing squinted and continued to follow her. 10 minutes later, Yi Shi stopped in a clearing within the woods. Pei Hongqing positioned himself behind a tree, ready to observe what she intended to do. To his astonishment, she suddenly began performing warm-up exercises, twisting her waist, stretching her legs, kicking, doing high knees in place, and expanding her chest while turning in circles. Pei Hongqing felt his mouth twitch, incredulous. She came out at night just to do these exercises? She was adjusting her breathing and physical state, starting with simple warm-ups, and then proceeded to do sit-ups. Her movements appeared quite practiced. Pei Hongqing, suspicious, counted how many she could do per minute and realized she could manage 70. Suddenly, it clicked for him. This was why Ishiran had cried out in pain after a single elbow strike. In addition to those 70 sit-ups per minute, she had done them for 10 minutes, along with push-ups. An average adult male could do 30 to 40 push-ups per minute, and he, being someone who regularly exercised, could manage 60. Yet here was Yi Shi, one they assumed was just lounging at the temporary residence, doing as many push-ups as he could in a minute. Pei Hongqing stared incredulously at the girl drenched in sweat, his brow furrowing slightly. Given her adept movements, it was clear she was not a novice at exercising. Thus, even if she spent her time at the temporary residence, she must have been secretly training her body. If she had been doing this all along, then her strength during her first zombie kill, along with her capability to wield a submachine gun and take out zombies, wouldn't seem so strange after all. However, Pei Hongqing's brow remained furrowed. Something still felt off. Unsure, he continued to observe her. Unexpectedly, she exercised continuously for a full hour. Pei Hongqing glanced at the time and suddenly lost patience in keeping a watch on her. Nevertheless, he did not leave. Instead, he leaned against a nearby tree and feigned sleep. Half an hour later, Yi Shi, panting heavily, stood up and began to head back. Pei Hongqing shifted aside to avoid her as she passed. Indeed, exercise is essential. I feel dreadful without it for even a day. Her murmured words drifted into his ears on the breeze. Pei Hongqing felt exasperated once more. In just 2 short hours this evening, he had felt speechless 3 times. Yi Shi's actions puzzled him. Was she merely out for exercise? While exercising is beneficial, why conceal it from the others? Full of suspicion, Pei Hongqing followed Yi Shi back. She did not return to the flat where Lu Wenfeng and the others were, but headed straight back to the temporary residence, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and drank while heading upstairs. He trailed behind her. Upon reaching the 2nd floor and seeing Yi Shi enter her room, he stood at the door, listening to the sounds within. Yi Yan, with a hint of exasperation, asked her, "Where have you been? Why are you drenched in sweat?"
Yevi spoke vaguely,
expressing her initial intention to explore her surroundings, but ultimately succumbing to the oppressive heat, leading her to desire a refreshing shower at home. She found herself puzzled by why she felt an inexplicable urge to conceal her thoughts. The sisters fell into silence, with Yi Shi retreating to bathe. Only then did Pei Hongqing venture into the room of Shen Yingcheng. As she entered, Yi Shi emerged just in time, catching sight of the recently closed door. A slight arch of her brow accompanied a subtle smile at the corners of her mouth. Pei Hongqing marveled at her patience, able to observe her exercise for such an extended period.
Thankfully, Yevi possessed remarkable composure.
After the day's exertions, she would surely be more agile in her movements and exhibit ample strength when combating zombies, all of which provided solid justifications for her actions. Inside the room, Shen Yingcheng observed Pei Hongqing's furrowed brow upon her return, prompting him to inquire about her well-being. Pei Hongqing replied, "I just went out with Yi Shi." Shen Yingcheng, slightly taken aback, asked, "Did you discover something?" Pei Hongqing cast him a peculiar glance and teased, "Guess what she went out to do?" Shun Yingqing paused, contemplating. What could Yi have possibly done? Considering some of her interests and Pei Hongqing's expression, he ventured. Did she go to the nearby town's bookstore to look for novels? Pei Hongqing quirked her lips, casting a sidelong glance at him. No, she went to exercise. An hour and a half. 500 sit-ups, 500 push-ups, 300 pull-ups, 15 minutes of high knees, and 10 minutes of planking. Shun Yingqing stared at her in disbelief. You must be joking. Yi did all that? Pei Hongqing scoffed. Do I seem like I'm joking? She executed those movements with remarkable proficiency, indicating she is trained regularly. After a moment of silence, Shun Yingqing remarked, It appears she has indeed hidden quite a few secrets from us. Pei Hongqing lazily leaned against the wall, her eyes narrowing with amusement, like a little fox concealing its tail. Shun Yingqing shot her a glance, thinking how ironic it was for a big fox to call someone else out. Yet, the description rang true. Both Pei Hongqing and Yi possessed an abundance of cunning. Meanwhile, Yi enjoyed a soothing bath downstairs. A sudden whim led her to enter the space without clothing, resulting in her being entirely naked upon arrival. However, she soon noticed something unusual in the space. The once barren ground around the 3-meter pool, which contained liquid, had sprouted lush green grass. Overjoyed, she hurried over to inspect the situation. Even though the grass only spanned 10 centimeters in width, it encircled the pool tightly. As she tugged at the grass, it readily detached, feeling quite real. Furthermore, when she probed with her fingers, she could feel the black soil beneath the grass. This sudden and delightful transformation left her utterly astonished. Could it be that her vacant space was capable of evolving? This change brought to mind the zombie crystal core she had recently placed in the pool. It was highly probable that the crystal core had caused this alteration. Before introducing the crystal core, no matter how much she explored the space, she could only find the liquid in the pool. After pushing the grass aside, she quickly replanted it, feeling a pang of loss for that limited area. They could not allow anything from the outside to intrude, and even if it was merely for observation, it had to be well protected. Once she absorbed the fluid and alleviated her fatigue, Yi returned to reality. In less than 30 seconds, she emerged to find the hot water in the bucket still steaming. Quickly changing her clothes and noticing the absence of anyone downstairs, she decided to step outside. Pei Hongqing stood on the balcony above, enveloped in smoke, her gaze fixed on the nearby dwelling where Lu Wenfeng and his companions resided. After hours of watching, she had yet to see Yi approach that direction. Was she no longer planning to confront Lin Yujia, or had she discovered another method? Half an hour later, Yi returned to their temporary residence, humming a cheerful tune while washing her hands in the kitchen. The household's backyard contained a well with clean water. Unfortunately, the entire family had perished and turned into zombies. Otherwise, given their geographical advantage with water, mountains, and land, living self-sufficiently away from the bustling city would not have posed much difficulty. Yet, this small town was eerily devoid of any living souls. Moreover, the majority of the zombies were elderly, with a few children aged from several to their teenage years. All were ordinary zombies, without any signs of mutation. Suddenly, Yi felt a chilling sensation creeping down her spine. Whipping around, she caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past the window with astonishing speed. Her expression shifted immediately. After drying her hands, she hastily stepped outside. Just as she crossed the threshold, a woman's terrified scream erupted from the direction of Lu Wenfeng's dwelling. Yi sprinted forward, only to see Pei Hongqing leap from the second-floor balcony, landing directly in front of her. Shun Yingqing followed suit, while her sister remained on the balcony, anxiously urging, Cici, go check what's happening. Ruoqing sensed the presence of a second-level zombie.
Furuking stod busy de yan.
After her upgrade, her perception range had widened and her speed increased. Yet, the second-level zombies possessed swift movement, swiftly entering her awareness. Pei Hongqing and Shun Yingqing did not hesitate, rushing straight towards Lu Wenfeng's residence. Yi turned to Yi Yan, cautioning, stay inside with Yan Ziming. There may be other levels of zombies around. Yi Yan's expression shifted and she replied, all right, just be careful with your senior. After exchanging words, she took Furuoqing to find Yan Ziming. Yan Ziming was now a second-level Earth-type ability user. If second-level zombies were to appear and cause harm, he could at least buy them some time. Upon reaching the dwelling, Yi encountered Lin Yujia, covered in blood and panic-stricken, as she rushed out. Gripping Shun Yingqing's arm tightly, help. Wenfeng has been bitten by a zombie. Simultaneously,
Lu Hong's frantic cries echoed from within the house. Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing hastened into the dwelling to find a small second-level zombie with blood-red eyes, fiercely biting into Lu Wenfeng's neck, relishing its feast. Lu Hong brandished a knife, attempting to save Lu Wenfeng, but the second-level zombie bared its teeth in a threatening manner, poised to pounce on her. Lu Wenfeng's neck was punctured, blood spraying everywhere, his face turning pale, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation as he fixated on Lin Yujia. Help!
Yuan criait desperately.
Kneeling before Pei Hongqing and Yi Shi, pleading earnestly, please, save my brother.
Yehi furovet herbrov.
Assessing the volume of blood Lu Wenfeng was losing along with the second-level mutated zombie's bite. In less than 10 minutes, he would undoubtedly succumb to zombification. There was no hope of saving him, even though her sister's abilities had mutated to the equivalent of a 4th-level ability user. She still lacked the means to counteract the zombie virus. At least a 7th-level power was necessary. Pei Hongqing had already taken action. A wind blade struck the small zombie's neck, severing a significant portion in an instant. The creature's body toppled to the side, yet its teeth remained clamped onto Lu Wenfeng's neck. Pei Hongqing struck again, plunging a dagger into the small zombie's head, effectively silencing it. Brother! Lu Hong, frantic and tearful, rushed forward, desperately trying to staunch the blood gushing from Lu Wenfeng's wound. Gugu Lu Wenfeng's face was smeared with blood, and he continuously coughed up more. Despite Lu Hong's desperate attempts to stem the flow, it was futile. She could only repeatedly call out to her brother. Lu Wenfeng grasped her wrist tightly, his gaze shifting towards Lin Yujia. Lu Hong turned to Lin Yujia, shouting, "Hurry over. My brother wants to see you." But Lin Yujia was paralyzed by fear, the stench of blood already overwhelming her senses. Suddenly, Lu Wenfeng remembered something, and Lin Yujia's expression darkened even further. Shen Yingcheng glanced at her. "Isn't he your boyfriend? Shouldn't you see him one last time?" Lin Yujia froze, torn between reluctance and obligation, knowing she had to follow Shen Yingcheng and the others, not wanting to leave a worse impression. As she prepared herself, realizing that Lu Wenfeng was beyond speaking, her eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed towards him. "Wenfeng.
Hold on."
Upon seeing her, Lu Wenfeng became even more agitated, blood gushing from his neck as he convulsed, gripping Lin Yujia's hand tightly. He attempted to speak, his eyes widening from black to a pale gray, as if trying to convey something. Yet, no words escaped his lips. Lin Yujia trembled, tears streaming down her face, desperately wanting to pull her hand away, but unable to do so. An overwhelming frustration welled up within her. When would Lu Wenfeng finally succumb? Just as that thought crossed her mind, Lu Wenfeng's body jerked violently before going limp, lying rigid on the ground, his eyes wide open, unseeing. "Brother?" Lu Hong could hardly believe it, still calling his name. Yet it was evident. Lu Wenfeng's pupils had narrowed from black to a lifeless gray, a clear sign of his transformation into a zombie. Before Lu Hong could lament his death further, his body suddenly jerked upright, emitting a growl reminiscent of a zombie.
"Ah!"
Lin Yujia screamed, pulling her hand away with all her might, inadvertently drawing Lu Wenfeng's attention. He turned towards her, his mouth agape, ready to bite. "Help!" Lin Yujia cried out in terror, struggling fiercely. Lu Hong was left in shock, unable to comprehend that her brother had died and become a zombie, failing to halt Lu Wenfeng's advance. A gunshot suddenly rang out, echoing in their ears. The bullet struck Lu Wenfeng squarely in the forehead. He had not yet bitten Lin Yujia when he fell back, lifeless. "Brother!" Lu Hong's heart-wrenching cry filled the air as she rushed to Lu Wenfeng's fallen body, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Yujia, in a panic, yanked her hand free from Lu Wenfeng's grasp, retreating in fear. Yi Shi crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes at Lin Yujia, sensing her guilt. It was likely Lu Wenfeng's death was somehow connected to her. Seeing Lu Hong's sorrow, Shen Yingcheng felt a pang of sympathy. No one could bear witnessing the death of a loved one. Initially intending to abandon Lu Wenfeng and his companions, he reconsidered. He knelt beside the grieving Lu Hong, saying, "Death is irreversible. You can choose to leave with us or remain in this town." Lu Hong did not lift her gaze, but Lin Yujia eagerly clutched Shen Yingcheng's hand. "Brother Shen, I want to go with you. There's no one in this town. I can't survive." Shen Yingcheng frowned slightly, pushing her hand away. "No one, but there are resources. The villagers have grown plenty of crops and there's well water. They can sustain themselves."
"No."
"I can't survive. I can't fight zombies." Lin Yujia began to cry in distress.
Yishi drew closer, holding a dagger aimed at Lin Yujia, a mocking smile on her face. Lu Wenfeng was your boyfriend. And you didn't even cry for him. Yet, you want to stay in this town? Lin Yujia halted her sobs, her complexion paling as she trembled. I am also heartbroken. Even though my relationship with Wenfeng was brief. But I want to live. If Wenfeng were alive, he would want me to survive. Yishi's voice was chilling. But she felt a resistance against her instinct to harm Lin Yujia. In her past life, she would have already harmed herself by now. I'll go with you. Lu Hong finally raised her head, wiping the tears from her face, looking at Shen Yingcheng with a quivering voice. But can you help me bury my brother? She understood there was no time for sorrow. She needed to survive, carrying her brother's memory with her. All right, Shen Yingcheng replied, gazing at Lu Hong with compassion. The young girl, not more than 17 or 18, had managed to compose herself in such a short time. A remarkable feat. They had little time to mourn their lost kin. Survival was paramount in this apocalyptic world. Shen Yingcheng led Lu Hong and Lin Yujia to bury Lu Wenfeng, while Pei Hongqing deftly extracted the crystal core from the head of a small zombie. How can a child, barely 3 years old, become a mutated zombie? He pondered, casting a questioning glance at Yishi. She, chewing on a lollipop, replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Mutation comes without warning. The only certainty is that there must be more mutated zombies nearby. One lone child wouldn't suddenly become a level 2 zombie. Evolution requires a process. Perhaps even specific conditions such as zombies fighting among themselves. In her past life, the researchers at the base had profound insights into zombies, including how mutated ones could evolve by consuming crystal cores or the flesh of those with abilities. They speculated that the highest-ranking level 8 and 9 zombies likely evolved in this manner, yet there were too few research cases. The sole person who understood level 8 and 9 zombies, Yan Wang Lufan, had vanished without a trace before her demise, leaving the research findings shrouded in ambiguity. We should explore this area further, Pei Hongqing suggested, pocketing the crystal core and heading outside. Yishi nodded, her eyes scanning the room. Upon noticing the open window in the bedroom, a smirk of derision crept across her face. Meanwhile, in their temporary shelter, Yi Yan anxiously awaited the return of Shen Yingcheng. Alongside Yan Ziming, Fu Ruoqing, and Ishiran. Suddenly, sounds from downstairs pierced the air. Fu Ruoqing's expression shifted, lowering her voice as she warned the others. It's a level 1 zombie. And not just one. There are at least 3 or more approaching us.
So many?
Ishiran's face paled. He dashed to the balcony, intending to call out to Pei Hongqing and the others in the nearby bungalow. However, to his astonishment, he spotted a small first-level zombie, approximately 5 or 6 years old, climbing up the sewage pipe towards their floor.
Damn.
Ishiran couldn't suppress an expletive, and flames erupted from his palms as he attempted to incinerate the pipe. Yet, his flames were insufficient. The pipe melted far too slowly compared to the zombie's ascent. He urgently called for Yan Ziming's assistance. Yan Ziming rushed over, and without hesitation, he drew his pistol, aiming directly at the zombie's forehead.
Bang!
The gunfire erupted immediately. The small zombie fell, motionless. Ishiran sighed in relief, but suddenly, the door behind him was kicked open with a resounding bang. Yi Yan and Fu Ruoqing quickly took cover behind Yan Ziming and Ishiran. Fu Ruoqing's face paled slightly. There were 2 first-level zombies outside. Yan Ziming shielded the 2 women, grabbing a submachine gun from the side and aimed at the door, pulling the trigger. The rapid-fire shots riddled the door with holes, and 2 bodies could be faintly seen lying outside. But the next moment, the door was struck again. Fu Ruoqing pressed her back against the wall in panic, her lips trembling, 3 for more. There were 4 additional first-level zombies outside. Not far away, a second-level zombie was approaching. Damn it. Why does it always come in hordes when it shows up? Ishiran's mind was on the brink of exploding. His abilities were useless. He could only follow Yan Ziming's lead and grasp his gun, aiming at the door. But as he turned, he spotted a first-level small zombie crouching on the balcony railing. It resembled an 11 or 12-year-old boy, blood dripping from its mouth, with a pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on him. Chapter 55, Surrounded.
Danger. Damn.
Ishiran's scalp tingled with terror. A cold shiver shot through him. Before he could raise his gun, the first-level zombie lunged at him.
Tron.
Yi Yan cried out desperately. Yan Ziming was preoccupied with the door, feeling utterly helpless. Fu Ruoqing, with a pale face, grabbed a nearby lamp and hurled it at the small zombie.
Bang.
The lamp struck the zombie's head, causing its attack on Ishiran to veer off course, crashing into the nearby vanity.
Yi Iran narrowly escaped.
Quickly grabbing his gun and joining Yen Ziming. But the blow had enraged the small zombie, which now snarled at the four of them. At that moment, another first-level zombie appeared on the balcony. This time, it took the form of an adult woman. Yet, she looked terrifying. Half of her forehead was missing, and her brain was infested with writhing maggots. A foul stench wafted towards them. One of her eyeballs hung loosely, moving only by the motion of her nose. After sniffing the air, she slowly and eerily turned her face towards Ishiran and the others.
Ugh. Furuoking raged.
Although her psychic abilities hadn't been completely drained, the extensive effort to track the approaching zombies had left her in agony. Even more frightening were the chaotic sounds of zombies howling, drilling into her mind. She felt utterly out of control, passively receiving those signals, causing her brain to throb painfully. Yi Yan hastily assisted her in finding a corner of the room to crouch down, even using her abilities to alleviate Furuwatching's suffering. But there was no respite. The zombie woman leaped down from the balcony railing, advancing towards them, her head teeming with maggots. Yen Ziming's expression darkened as he spun around, unleashing a barrage of bullets at her. But this woman was more agile than the small zombie, skillfully evading the bullets aimed at her head. Ishiran was left in shock. A shot from the side hit the small zombie that had been lunging at him from the vanity. Yet, that shot was not fatal. The small zombie continued to approach. The worst part was that at that moment, bang, their already battered door was breached. Yi Yan and the others' faces turned ashen, a wave of despair washing over them. They were surrounded by zombies. Just as the zombies were about to invade through the door, a figure leaped onto the balcony, swiftly tackling the woman zombie. Upon recognizing the person, Yi Yan exclaimed in delight, "Xiaoxi." Hearing the gunfire, Lei Shi and the others rushed back. Pei Hongqing was heading towards the front door of their temporary refuge. Lei Shi saw the zombie silhouettes from the balcony and sensed imminent danger. Without hesitation, she kicked away the small first-level zombie's body on the ground and climbed up the sewage pipe. In under a minute, she stood on the edge of the balcony railing. Hearing Ishiran curse in frustration, "Damn it, I'm out of bullets." Lei Shi's expression shifted, and she lunged at the back of the zombie. With a swift thrust, a dagger plunged into its brain, twisting violently. The zombie immediately became still. Yi Yan's voice rang out in front of her, "Xiaoxi." Lei Shi took a breath, withdrew her dagger, and surveyed the room. Aside from Ishiran still grappling with a first-level zombie using a chair, everyone else appeared to be unharmed. Pei Hongqing had also arrived through the front door, using his wind blades to decapitate several first-level zombies at the entrance, including the one Ishiran was battling. All the zombies fell. Ishiran, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Pei Hongqing glanced at Yen Ziming. "Is everyone all right?" Yen Ziming shook his head. "No injuries. Ruwatching feels unwell. It might be due to the exhaustion of her abilities. She looks pale." Yi Yan continuously used her powers to aid Fu Ruwatching, but it was evidently ineffective. Fu Ruwatching remained pale and in pain, collapsing into Yi Yan's arms, biting her lip tightly, her body trembling and convulsing.
Lei undicesimo frowned.
Hastily grasping Fu Ruwatching's hand, it could be due to her inability to control her psychic abilities. "What does that mean?" Yi Yan asked, bewildered.
Lei undicesimo explained.
"The reason psychic abilities are more powerful than others is that they are harder to control. If she can't learn to manage it quickly, it could endanger her life. And this is something we cannot assist her with. She must rely on herself." "How could this happen?" Yen Ziming's brow furrowed in concern as he looked at Fu Ruwatching. Pei Hongqing turned to Lei Shi, his voice grave. "Is there no way to help her?" Lei Shi met his gaze. "Imagine if an overwhelming amount of disordered information flooded into your mind, with everyone speaking simultaneously. That's what she's experiencing. She's not just hearing our voices. She's also perceiving heartbeats, footsteps, and breathing." Upon hearing this, Yen Ziming, Yi Yan, and Ishiran were utterly astonished. Psychic abilities are so terrifying? Pei Hongqing frowned at Yen Ziming. "First, we need to get her to bed." Yen Ziming nodded, swiftly lifting Fu Ruwatching and placing her on the bed. Once lying down, Fu Ruwatching felt slightly better. At least her body had stopped convulsing. But before they could address the situation, the sounds of fighting erupted from downstairs again. Pei Hongqing's expression changed, and he quickly turned to head downstairs. Ishiran staggered after him in a hurry. Yen Ziming's expression shifted. Shen Ge had returned, and they were likely battling a mutated zombie downstairs. Lei Shi nodded and said, "You stay here, I'll go check it out." Yan Ziming was momentarily taken aback. Before he could refuse, she dashed out the door. With no choice, he remained behind. He couldn't leave Yi Yan and Fu were watching alone. Downstairs, Shen Yingcheng was indeed engaged in combat with a mutated zombie. He quickly realized something was amiss. This mutated zombie was clearly a second-level one. According to his abilities, killing a second-level zombie should pose no problem. Yet, this particular second-level zombie moved with remarkable speed, evading his ice blades effortlessly. Several times, his icy blade grazed the neck of the second-tier zombie, merely slicing a small gash. And it was relentlessly closing in. As it approached the doorway, Shen Yingcheng felt a slight strain when suddenly, a figure behind him supported his shoulder. "I will take over." Pei Hongqing forcefully pushed him back, confronting the attacking second-tier zombie directly. The zombie's sharp teeth clamped down hard on the dagger in his hand. After a couple of grunts, it seemed to realize that he was not so easily dealt with. The zombie abruptly retreated, creating a considerable distance between itself and Pei Hongqing. A gust of wind stirred. Pei Hongqing narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes, swiftly closing in on the second-tier zombie, unleashing a blade of wind. This time, the wind blade struck true, piercing the zombie's forehead. Its entire crown was sliced open, along with a portion of its brain. With a thud, blood splattered onto the ground. The second-tier zombie glanced at its exposed brain, then at Pei Hongqing directly ahead, and in that moment, it erupted in fury. "Where is Xiaoxi?" A furious roar erupted. The second-tier zombie accelerated, charging towards Pei Hongqing. Just as Yishi emerged, she happened to witness the scene. The speed of the second-tier zombie was surprisingly on par with that of Pei Hongqing, a third-tier wind ability user. Her expression shifted slightly. As she focused on the zombie's eyes, she discerned a deep crimson tinged with a hint of black. This was a recently evolved third-tier zombie. Yishi's face darkened immediately, and she quickly warned Pei Hongqing, "Be careful. This is a third-tier mutated zombie. Do not let it exhaust your abilities."
Damn.
A third tier? Yixiran's expression changed dramatically. Shen Yingqing's countenance was hardly any better. According to Yishi's previous assessments regarding zombie levels, it would typically require 3 to 4 third-tier ability users to confront a third-tier zombie. Yet in their team, only he and Pei Hongqing possessed third-tier abilities. His powers had already been significantly depleted. An idea struck him, and he instructed Yixiran. "Go retrieve a zombie core for me." Yixiran recalled the mutated zombie corpses scattered on the second floor, nodded, and dashed upstairs. Yishi, armed with a dagger, kept her gaze fixed on the movements of the third-tier zombie and Pei Hongqing. Both were remarkably swift. She could barely keep up with their exchanges. The struggle was evenly matched for now, but Pei Hongqing's powers were dwindling. Within moments, the third-tier zombie would gain the upper hand, putting Pei Hongqing in danger. Yishi bit her lip, deciding to intervene. She gripped the dagger in one hand and readied her gun with the other, swiftly chambering a round. Then, under Shen Yingqing's astonished gaze, she dashed towards the third-tier zombie at breakneck speed. Just as Yixiran descended the stairs holding 2 foul-smelling zombie cores, he witnessed the scene. "What is that fool doing, courting death?" Shen Yingqing shot him a glance, contemplating how to assist them. He quickly absorbed the energy from the cores, and within a minute, one core was depleted, temporarily replenishing his ability pathways. However, Pei Hongqing was gradually exhausting his powers, still locked in combat with the zombie.
Yivi.
On the other hand, gained the upper hand. Though she hadn't severed the third-tier zombie's head, she had successfully dislocated one of its arms. The disarmed third-tier zombie was furiously enraged, now redirecting its aggression towards Yishi. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. The challenge posed by this third-tier zombie was beyond her expectations. After all, they had only managed to sever one arm, and it was still capable of relentless attacks without tiring. Pei Hongqing paused to catch his breath, sweat soaking his brow. When he heard Yixiran's voice from behind, "Pei Ge."
Catch.
Just then, a filthy core was tossed towards him. After catching it, he quickly began absorbing its energy, all the while keeping a close eye on Yishi, who was entangled with the third-tier zombie. Yishi excelled at drawing the zombie's attention while deftly evading its assaults. In just a matter of seconds, she dodged at least 3 lethal strikes. The zombie's claws instinctively aimed for her neck. A single swipe could tear her carotid artery, causing blood to gush forth, a delicacy for the zombie. Throughout, her movements were unceasing, and before she realized it, She had lured the zombie onto the open road several meters away. Shen Yingcheng had completed absorbing the core's energy and swiftly charged towards the third-tier zombie. Yishi seized the remaining left hand of the third-tier zombie, pinning it firmly to the ground. Observing this, Shen Yingcheng swiftly unleashed his icy blade. However, the cunning third-tier zombie severed its own arm to escape, evading Shen Yingcheng's icy strike. Yishi, holding the useless severed arm, nearly let out a string of curses. Shen Yingcheng stepped forward to assist her, asking, "Are you all right?" She wiped the sweat from her forehead and, panting, replied, "I'm fine. We cannot let it escape. Now that it has lost both arms, the three of us can surround and defeat it." "All right," Shen Yingcheng nodded, taking the lead in pursuing the fleeing third-tier zombie. Pei Hongqing, having replenished his abilities, followed suit. Before long, they cornered the third-tier zombie outside the house where Lu Wenfeng had perished. The zombie, having received a blow to its crown, let out an enraged roar. Finally, it was struck by another wind blade, which found its mark on the zombie's left leg. A subsequent icy blade struck its kidney. Yishi paused, unable to resist stopping her forward momentum. It appeared she need not advance any further. The third-tier zombie, weakened by the loss of both arms, was now being relentlessly attacked by Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. In less than 2 minutes, its head was severed by a wind blade, thudding to the ground and rolling several times. It came to rest right in front of Yishi. A smirk tugged at her lips. Why did she feel as though she had stumbled upon a great windfall? This third-tier zombie had only recently evolved, and it hardly qualified as a complete third-tier mutated zombie. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the three of them to subdue it. Pei Hongqing wiped the grime from his hands, slightly panting, and looked at Yishi. "It's dead." "Yes." Yishi bent down, decisively extracting the core from the third-tier zombie's brain. She stomped her foot on the ground, covering the splattered brain matter with dirt, revealing most of the core's original form. Pei Hongqing observed closely, noticing that this third-tier core was half deep red and half a dark crimson hue. "A third-tier core?" "Yes, but it's not fully evolved yet." "We are fortunate." She wiped the sweat from her brow and glanced towards their temporary shelter, saying to the two, "Let's discuss the rest when we return." "All right." Pei Hongqing stepped forward, picking up the third-tier zombie core that she had stepped on. Shen Yingcheng followed suit, asking him, "How do you feel?" Pei Hongqing nodded, "Still all right." After answering, his gaze fell on Yishi's retreating figure. "What happened?" Ishiran, seeing Yishi return without pause, hurriedly approached Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingcheng. Pei Hongqing displayed the core to him. Shen Yingcheng inquired, "What about upstairs? What about Yi Yan and the others?" "Xiao Qing's condition is still not great. The lazy fish said it's an issue caused by her mental abilities, and none of us can help." Ishiran had initially doubted Yishi's words. However, there truly seemed to be no other way to awaken Fu Ruoqing. He could only relay Yishi's statements to Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. Upon hearing this, the two swiftly ascended the stairs. They were met with the sight of several mutated zombie corpses strewn across the corridor, the scene a chaotic mess. Upon entering the room, they found Fu Ruoqing lying on the bed, her complexion pale, her breath faint. Yi Yan, upon seeing Shen Yingcheng and the others approach, anxiously inquired, "Where is Xiao Xi?" "She is downstairs," Shen Yingcheng replied, then gravely asked her, "Is Ruoqing's condition dire? Is your upgraded ability ineffective against her?" "No, it's ineffective," Yi Yan admitted with a face full of regret. "I have tried numerous times, yet Ruoqing remains in this state. No matter how I call her, she cannot awaken." Yan Ziming had retrieved the mutated zombie crystal cores, a total of 5, and handed them to Shen Yingcheng. Looking at the zombie crystal cores, Ishiran suddenly had an idea and said to Shen Yingcheng, "Brother Shen, why not let Xiao Qing absorb a crystal core and see what happens? If you think she hasn't died quickly enough, feel free to try." Yishi entered the room with her arms crossed, casually remarking this one sentence. All eyes turned to her. Ishiran, displeased, retorted, "This one tea do, that one tea do. You, a worthless slacker. Why don't you come up with a solution?" "Haven't I already said it? Let her make an effort herself. No one can assist her in this matter. Just like how you can't level up by having the captain help you absorb a crystal core."
Yeji's lips tightened.
It was undoubtedly true that Ishiran was a fool, as he never listened properly. Ishiran was so infuriated he could barely form a complete sentence. Shen Yingcheng intervened, firmly stating, "Since Yi Xia said so, let's not disturb Ruoqing. Let her rest peacefully in bed. We will leave when she awakens." Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Yan Ziming continued tidying up the room. Pei Hongqing glanced at Yi Shi, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Is it only psychic ability users who experience such situations?" "Yes," Yi Shi replied, "psychic ability users are indeed different from others. The higher the ability level, the more formidable it is, yet the risks increase significantly. You could understand it as a matter of controlling the ability itself. If I haven't figured out how to control this psychic ability, such situations will arise. It's somewhat akin to Ishiran, who doesn't know how to utilize his fire abilities. Who says I can't use my abilities?" Ishiran protested, instantly incensed by her remarks. Pei Hongqing pressed his face down and pushed him back, frowning. "Stop arguing. Let her finish speaking." Having his face pushed, Ishiran looked utterly helpless. Yi Shi glanced at Fu Ruoqing, who lay on the bed, and thought that she should be fine. She merely upgraded her psychic ability earlier than in her past life. The time until death was still far off. Moreover, this was merely the disorder caused by a secondary psychic ability. The symptoms were lighter compared to those arising from tertiary or higher abilities. Isn't it surprising that the abilities within our bodies can exhibit such conditions, especially given that we just encountered a crisis with mutated zombies? Had Yi Shi not shown up in time, at least one of us would have been bitten or scratched by a mutated zombie. Thinking back, Yi Yan felt a chill run down her spine. Yi Shi looked at her and softly remarked, "Sister, everything possesses duality. This includes abilities, which undoubtedly have weaknesses. It is a constraint born from natural evolution." "A constraint born from natural evolution?" Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing intently at Yi Shi. "So, does this imply that every ability has its weaknesses?" "Indeed," Yi Shi answered, looking back at him. "Abilities can also mutually restrain one another. The specifics will only become clear when we encounter them. To eliminate weaknesses, one must grow stronger faster than others, positioning oneself at the pinnacle of the food chain." Ishiran crossed his arms, scoffing. "You with no abilities speak so lightly. Do you know how difficult it is to level up abilities? Look at the mutated zombies we hunted today. 6 or 7 of them were only first level, and they nearly wiped us out." Recalling this, he felt a chill of fear wash over him, his expression darkening. Yi Shi shot him a glance, stating, "In the apocalypse, weakness is indeed a sin. Rather than ponder how challenging it is to level up, consider how to expedite the process. Zombies won't wait for you to level up before they hunt you down. They will evolve too. Eventually, when there are more third-level zombies, and you are still a first level, you will merely be fodder." Ishiran's expression shifted, his back teeth grinding audibly. Yet, he found no words to refute her, for Yi Shi's reasoning was undeniably sound. Hearing her words, Shun Yingcheng and the others fell silent. This situation was indeed unexpected. Had they not returned in time, Ishiran and the others? Shun Yingcheng furrowed his brow, casting a serious gaze over everyone as he said, "This sudden turn of events was due to my oversight. Yi Shi is correct. Leveling up must be our team's primary goal. After we finish collecting the crystal cores today, those who can level up should do so." He then looked at Pei Hongqing, asking, "What about the third-level zombie crystal core?" Pei Hongqing retrieved it and tossed it to him. Holding the third-level zombie crystal core, Shun Yingcheng declared, "Let us vote to decide who shall use this crystal core first."
Unnecessary, Yevianet.
As of now, the most potent offensive ability is still the wind system. But I suggest we give this crystal core to the one who can't afford to lose.
Ha!
Ishiran looked bewildered, and despite her calling him a loser, he questioned in confusion, "Why should it be me?" "Because you are foolish," Yi Shi replied bluntly. Ishiran instantly exploded with fury. Knowing that this useless slacker was deliberately insulting him, he raised his fist to strike Yi Shi. Without hesitation, Yi Shi delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react, collapsing before her.
Yi Iran.
Shun Yingcheng and the others, useless slacker,
Yi Iran.
unable to contain his anger, rose with the intent to battle Yi Shi. She showed no mercy, grabbing a nearby stool and smashing it against his back. "Damn it!" Ishiran cried out in pain. Shun Yingcheng's expression shifted as he moved to intervene, but was stopped by Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "Wait. Don't be hasty."
Shao Shi.
Yi Yan, in a state of panic, also wanted to intervene. Pei Hongqing restrained her, urging her to watch.
Yeyan, puzzled, wondered.
"What are we watching? Watching Ishiran get beaten to death by my sister?" Yi Shi indeed showed no mercy in her assault on Ishiran. One could even hear the sound of her kick striking his sternum, followed by the crack of a rib breaking. Ishiran, in agony, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his rage surging. Damn it, useless lacquer. If I don't kill you today, I'll write my name backward. After uttering his threats, he charged at Yi Shi, swinging his fists furiously. With a whoosh, the sheer force of his punch whistled through the air. Yi Shi sidestepped, then seized his hand, forcefully smashing his head against the wall. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Ishiran's head buzzed, and every part of him was ignited with rage. His eyes flickering with a fiery hue as he roared at Yi Shi, "I will definitely kill you." In this moment of extreme fury, his eyes bulged, and he broke free from his restraints. The next second, both palms exploded, unleashing an enormous fireball. It hurtled toward Yi Shi. Chapter 58. I Am Not Dead? That fireball was nearly half the size of a person. The moment it was unleashed, Shen Yingcheng, Pei Hongqing, Yi Yan, and Yan Ziming were all astonished. For it had been a long time since Ishiran had awakened his abilities, and he had never unleashed such a powerful force before. This time, he erupted with a violent blast. The fireball raced directly towards Yi Shi. Shen Yingcheng reacted swiftly, immediately raising a thin ice wall in front of Yi Shi to intercept the fireball's assault.
Bang!
The fireball collided with the ice wall, shattering it to pieces while extinguishing the fireball simultaneously. Yi Shi was panting, his eyes blazing with fury, fixated on Yi Shi with an intensity that suggested he wished to see her utterly obliterated. Brother Shen, she nearly beat me to death. Why are you saving her? His wrath was overwhelming, to the point where he had lost sight of his desire for revenge against Yi Shi. Yi Shi had reduced him to a pitiful state, yet she remained unperturbed, casually addressing Shen Yingcheng and the others. Did you see? His potential is incapable of handling defeat. He simply deserves a thrashing, squandering such extraordinary abilities. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a good beating. If one isn't sufficient, then several should do the trick. Yi Shi felt as though he might spit blood. His eyes rolled back as he was rendered unconscious by her words.
Chiffon.
Yi Yan, filled with concern, rushed forward to use her abilities to heal him. Casting a disapproving glance at Yi Shi, Xiaoxi, even if you must resort to such methods, you could at least give us a heads up. What if you really injure him? The moment she touched Yi Shi's skin, she found it astonishingly hot, the temperature rather alarming. Fortunately, under the effects of her abilities, the heat gradually subsided to a normal state. Yi Shi's earlier assault had indeed been ruthless. Witnessing Yi Shi's plight had genuinely frightened her, fearing that her sister might unintentionally cause his demise. For several tense minutes, her heart was in her throat. Yi Shi waved her hand dismissively. Sister, don't worry, I know my limits. I merely broke a couple of his arms and 4 or 5 ribs. Nothing vital was harmed. Just superficial injuries. Superficial injuries? Yan Ziming glanced at the unconscious Yi Shi and began to reflect. Had he ever wronged Yi Shi to the extent that she would seek revenge in such a manner? Surely not. With Yi Shi in such a dismal state, it was impossible to claim that her actions lacked personal motivation. You deliberately provoked Yi Shi, pushing him to unleash his abilities while he was out of his mind. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, assessing Yi Shi, discerning her motivations for striking Yi Shi so fiercely. Yi Shi offered no response, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Shen Yingcheng sighed, directing his gaze toward her. Yi Shi, please inform us in advance next time. At least, so we can prepare ourselves mentally. Yan Ziming silently regarded him. Captain, you've changed. Previously, when Yi Shi nearly harmed Yi Shi, you were furious.
Now,
you barely blink and stand firmly by her side. If Yi Shi wakes up and finds out, he will surely be infuriated. But then again, it no longer concerns me as long as he isn't the one taking the blows. A few minutes later, Yi Shi awakened, coughing violently a couple of times before realizing that his body no longer ached. Sister Yan? Spotting Yi Yan, he touched his chest in disbelief. I'm not dead? Not at all, Yi Yan replied, a mix of amusement and apology in her tone. I apologize on behalf of Xiaoxi. Her actions were provoked. Sister. Yi Shi interjected, frowning. There is no other reason. I simply found him irritating and wanted to hit him. Yi Shi sprang to his feet, infuriated, rolling up his sleeves. You worthless piece of trash. Just wait. I was caught off guard earlier, but now let me show you how I'll take you down. His anger surged once more. However, just as he was about to retaliate, Shen Yingcheng firmly grasped his shoulder, interrupting him with a serious tone. Forget about revenge for now. Focus on upgrading your abilities first. What? Yi Shi looked utterly confused. Shen Yingcheng handed him a 3rd-level crystal core. You heard me correctly.
This third-level crystal core is yours. Go upgrade now.
Can I really?
Ishi's expression was one of astonishment, as he had not contributed during their battle against the third-level zombies.
Yes.
We've discussed it, and decided it's best for you to upgrade first. Don't let us down, Shen Yingchun continued, urging him to the adjacent room. Ishi felt overwhelmed with gratitude, his anger dissipating as he nodded vigorously and took the crystal core into the neighboring room. Shen Yingchun followed closely behind, primarily to observe the process. After all, Ishi was different from them, being only at the first level. An abrupt leap to the third level might present unforeseen complications. Yet, since Yeshi had suggested it, it should be fine, though Shin still harbored some reservations. Once Ishi departed, the room fell silent. Yeshi yawned again, glancing at the bed where Fu Ruoqing lay, estimating that she would awaken soon. Yan Ziming, taken aback, questioned, "How can you tell?" Yeshi pointed to Fu Ruoqing's brow. She's relaxed. Yan Ziming remarked, "You're making such a hasty judgment?" Yet, it seemed that since Yeshi had declared her intention to change a few days prior, her actions had become increasingly unpredictable. Her words often concealed deeper meanings, compelling others to believe in her insights. Just then, Fu Ruoqing let out a soft sound. Her body stirred, and her eyes fluttered open. "Ruoqing, are you all right?" Yi Yan hastily approached and sat by her bedside, inquiring about her condition. Fu Ruoqing exhaled a breath of stale air, rubbing her still fuzzy head. In a hoarse voice, she replied, "I'm fine." The chaotic thoughts in her mind had finally been sorted out. She now clearly recalled everything she had heard before losing consciousness, including Yeshi's and the others' conversations. She could even detect the faint sounds of Ishi upgrading next door. However, having overly acute senses was a double-edged sword. She had to make an effort to control her powers to temporarily dull her perceptions, granting herself a brief respite. Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, glancing at Yeshi before shifting his focus to Fu Ruoqing, asking, "Have you learned to control your psychic abilities?" Fu Ruoqing's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and shame as she admitted, "Not entirely, but I've started to adapt and grasped a few basics. I need more time to familiarize myself. Today, I was negligent. I apologize to everyone," she added, lowering her head with sincere regret. In that critical moment, it was her fainting that had prevented her from issuing a warning, putting everyone in danger during the encounter with the third-level zombies. Had they faced annihilation, she would have felt an unbearable weight of guilt as the primary responsible party. Chapter 59. Is this request not reasonable? Ruoqing, this is not your fault. Yi Yan comforted the young girl, who was the same age as her sister, with gentle reassurance. You've done your best. Xiaoxi mentioned that your psychic abilities differ from ours, requiring you to adjust to a greater extent. Yan Ziming added, Indeed, Yi Yan's right. We don't blame you for this.
Pei Yongqing observed Fu Ruoqing closely, suggesting,
Rather than dwelling on guilt, it would be more beneficial to focus on mastering your powers. Yes, Brother Pei, I understand. Thank you all for your encouragement. Fu Ruoqing sighed in relief, then turned to Yeshi, who had remained silent, expressing her gratitude, and thank you, Yeshi. Yeshi raised an eyebrow, lazily responding, I didn't do anything. You did. Fu Ruoqing insisted. I absorbed everything you said, and it helped me immensely in organizing my thoughts. Even though she harbored no fondness for Yeshi, she had to concede that Yeshi's words had provided her with substantial assistance. Each of their abilities was unique, and her psychic powers required personal exploration to grow stronger. Yeshi's words had served as a guiding light, allowing her to find direction amidst her disarray. Thus, expressing her gratitude felt entirely warranted. Is that so? Yeshi feigned surprise, smiling faintly. That's splendid. It means I struck a chord. As long as you find it useful. That's all that matters. Having spoken, she glanced disdainfully at the disheveled room and remarked, I shall rest in another room.
Yi Yan remindet her, Shaovi.
There are rooms upstairs. All right, Yishi replied casually, unhurriedly, making her way outside. With a sense of helplessness, Yi Yan supported Fu Ruoqing as she rose from the bed, saying, Let us also change rooms. You still need ample rest. Mei-chan. Fu Ruoqing expressed her gratitude with a look. Thank you, Sister Yan. It's nothing. We are all teammates and should assist one another. You see, Xiaoxi is genuinely improving, isn't she? Her personality is just a bit introverted, and her manner of speaking may not be pleasant, but I hope everyone can show her a little tolerance as she gradually becomes better. As Yi Yan spoke, she cast a glance at Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming. Yan Ziming scratched his head,
Unsure of how to respond, I also believe Xiao Shi is improving.
Pei Yi.
What do you think? He asked, turning to Pei Hongqing. Yi Yan's gaze followed suit. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow and replied enigmatically, "It remains to be seen. After all, you all know what she has done over the past month. It's not reasonable to completely change one's perception based on a slight improvement in recent days." Fu Watching and Yan Ziming nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. Yi Yan, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further. After all, she was different from them. She was Yi Shi's elder sister. Regardless of Yi Shi's past misdeeds, she could always be forgiving, believing that Yi Shi would ultimately improve. Shen Yingcheng and the others, however, were dissimilar. They had no blood ties to Xiao Shi. They were merely accommodating her for her sister's sake. And it was not an easy task to change their perceptions entirely. Achoo. On the third floor, Yi Shi sneezed. Standing on the balcony, she looked down to see Lin Yujia and Lu Hong standing at the base of their temporary residence. These two had been unseen moments earlier, likely summoned to hide by Shen Yingcheng until the surroundings calmed down. After observing for a while, she saw Shen Yingcheng emerge from the building, leading the two back inside. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh erupted from below. "Ha ha. I did it. I finally leveled up to level 3. Ishiran's exuberant laughter was deafening, echoing even several dozen meters away from the building. Not only could it be heard, but Yi Shi also noticed a fireball bursting through the second-floor window, igniting a pile of firewood at the entrance. The flames erupted, illuminating the area, revealing the remnants of the level 3 zombie's arm that she had previously severed. "Xiao Shi." Yi Yan knocked on the door and announced, "The captain says we need to prepare to leave this town."
Audit. Understood. Yi responded.
Opening the door to follow her downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, everyone had gathered, including Lin Yujia and Lu Hong. Ishiran rushed up to Yi Shi, sneering, "Humph. Dead salted fish. I've noted our previous grudge, and one day I shall repay you in full." "Is that so? Very well. I shall await the day you come for your revenge," Yi Shi scoffed dismissively. Her attitude only served to further infuriate Ishiran, who clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles. Shen Yingcheng placed a firm hand on his shoulder, stating solemnly, "Have you forgotten what you promised me?" Ishiran huffed in defiance. "Brother Shen, look at her attitude. She is intentionally provoking me. And how did you acquire the level 3 crystal core?" "It was through Yi Shi's efforts," Shen Yingcheng reminded him once more.
Yi pouted.
"What of it? I can always kill a level 3 zombie later and return it to her. But giving it back won't matter. She has no abilities." She ran. Shen Yingcheng's brow furrowed deeper as he regarded him sternly. "Do not utter such words again. Although Yi Shi lacks abilities, she possesses the capacity to slay mutated zombies, which cannot solely be measured by abilities. One cannot deny her contributions to the team these past few days. Understand?" "Oh, I get it," Ishiran replied begrudgingly. After casting a glance at Yi Shi, he thought to himself that he would temporarily let go of the grudge for the sake of the crystal core. Currently, we still have 7 level 1 zombie crystal cores. Aside from Yi Shi, who cannot use them due to her lack of abilities. Each of us will keep one as a backup, while I will temporarily hold on to the remaining one. We shall distribute them as necessary. Does anyone have any objections?" "I do." Yi Shi raised her hand. Shen Yingcheng and the others turned their attention to her. Clearing her throat, she raised an eyebrow and stated, "I contributed to obtaining the crystal cores as well. Given that our team's upgrade is crucial, is it not a bit unreasonable not to allocate any to me? Though I lack abilities, my sister has them. I could always allow her to use them if I do not need them. Furthermore, I have an even better proposal. I shall not submit any crystal cores I acquire to the team." As she spoke, she shifted her gaze toward Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, continuing, "Moreover, I neither steal nor rob. This request is quite reasonable, is it not?" Chapter 60. The Ungrateful Wolf. In recent days, she had revealed her strength under the watchful eyes of Shen Yingcheng and the others. Despite lacking abilities, she could still eliminate mutated zombies. Contributing to the team without receiving crystal cores in return was evidently unfair. It seemed that Shen Yingcheng still held some skepticism towards her, given that he hadn't allocated her any cores. She boldly proposed her own demands, deliberately stating that her cores would be given to Yi Yan, using her sister as a shield. Shen Yingcheng hesitated for a moment, realizing that this distribution was indeed somewhat unjust towards her, and nodded in agreement. "All right. However, those we defeat together will remain the property of the team, and appropriate allocations will be made to you." "Okay." Yi Shi gestured, indicating her agreement with this as well. in this team, who among them did not harbor their own thoughts. She had no intention of revealing her abilities for the time being. Besides, her abilities were rather peculiar and would likely be met with disbelief. It was better to keep them concealed for now. Developing quietly and observing how her empty space would absorb more crystal cores and what effects might arise thereafter. Does anyone else have objections? Shin Ingcheng inquired, looking towards Fu Ruoqing and the others. Everyone shook their heads. At present, each member's abilities were crucial during this vital period of growth, necessitating mutual support and collaboration to hunt mutated zombies and acquire more crystal cores for upgrades. They were all aware of Yi Shi's capabilities. However, her abilities were limited to slaying a single level 1 mutated zombie. Yi Yan remained a vital healer within their team. The level 1 zombie crystal cores Yi Shi acquired would be utilized by Yi Yan, leaving no grounds for dispute. Even Ishiran, who typically held a grudge against Yi Shi, was taken aback by her words, snorting, "You assaulted fish, can still think of Sister Yen? It seems that the meals you've stolen from her over the past month haven't been in vain. You've truly raised an ungrateful wolf."
Yeji's lips tightened.
And she retorted coldly, "I find the term ungrateful wolf rather fitting for you. Utilizing the zombie crystal cores I earned through my efforts while mocking me, are you not the only one of your kind in this entire team? Damn it." Ishiran exploded again. "I know you've contributed. I'll repay you later, alright? What does that have to do with my dislike for you?" They are clearly two separate matters. He had always been clear-cut in his grievances. Kindness was acknowledged, but enmity was to be exacted. What was the problem with that? Yi Shi felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth and chose to ignore the irritating fool. Shen Ingcheng pressed down on Ishiran. "Enough. Say less. Yi Shi is also our teammate. Regardless of past grievances, as long as we unite in the future, you should not speak of her in this manner." "But she speaks of me."
Can she not?
Ishiran was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression a mix of frustration and indignation as he glared at Yi Shi several times. Yi Shi let out a derisive snort, leisurely offering him an international gesture of goodwill. Ishiran, exasperated, felt his irritation deepen. He could only grit his teeth and console himself, thinking that considering the proposal from this slacker to upgrade him, he would endure this affront for now. "Has everyone finished packing? If there is nothing else, let us prepare to depart," Shen Ingcheng announced, giving Ishiran a gentle push. "You drive." With a resigned demeanor, Ishiran trudged to the front, followed closely by Yan Ziming. Shen Ingcheng glanced at Lin Yujia and Lu Hong, who had been lingering in the corner. "You two come along." Seeing this, Lin Yujia hurriedly grabbed her small backpack and joined him, while Lu Hong bit her lip and silently trailed at the back of the group. Many thoughts raced through her mind regarding the discussions among Shen Ingcheng and the others, terms like abilities and crystal cores, all foreign to her. Yet, one thing was certain. As long as she stayed with Shen Ingcheng and the rest, her chances of survival would be assured. 3 vehicles were present. Yan Ziming and Pei Hongqing were by the truck, while Ishiran drove the SUV, accompanied by Lin Yujia and Lu Hong. Shen Ingcheng took the lead with Fu Ruoqing.
Yeyan and Yevi.
After her ability upgrade, Fu Ruoqing had increased her detection range significantly, now capable of sensing ordinary zombies within a 2-kilometer radius and mutated zombies within 1 kilometer, unaffected by the cycle of day and night. However, despite her enhanced psychic abilities, she could not maintain them indefinitely, as their use drained her energy. It was preferable to rely on electronic devices when possible. Yi Shi leaned back in the rear seat, slipping into a blank space once more. However, this time she noticed that the weeds at the edge of the pool had ceased to grow, remaining fixed in size and range. She crouched down and gently tugged at a few wild grasses, pondering whether they could only thrive after absorbing crystal cores. The grass offered no response, and as she pulled too hard, 2 stems snapped. Embarrassed, she froze with her hand raised, quietly burying the broken grass in the soil. Perhaps this could be considered a form of self-sufficiency. She then stood up and began to train her body. The repetitive exercises did not bore her. For every time she depleted the fluid in the pool, she felt her physical strength augmenting. After completely exhausting the pool's fluid for the first time, she distinctly sensed that she could independently hunt a second-level mutated zombie. Upon her second depletion, while she did not possess the ability to take down a third-level zombie, she felt she could at least hold her own against one. The newly evolved third-level zombie she had encountered earlier seemed within her reach to defeat as well. It was a rather peculiar sensation, unlike the clear hierarchical divisions of abilities that Yi Yan and the others experienced.
Her training seemed to elevate her capabilities to the same level as the zombies, embodying a raw, brute strength. In her previous life, she had never heard of anyone possessing an ability quite like hers, leaving her to explore its nuances slowly. However, just 2 hours after their departure, Wang Chen's convoy arrived at the small town. The group disembarked from the bus, each bearing varying degrees of injury, including Wang Chen himself, whose expression was cold and menacing as he squinted at the house ahead. Prepare to rest. We continue at dawn. Lu Gang approached him, puzzled.
Vanier.
What's our plan? Why must we go to City B? Wouldn't it be better to establish a base somewhere else? City B has a base. It will be the place where the apocalypse ends. Do you need me to spell it out? Wang Chen shot them a cold glance. If you wish to survive in this apocalypse, you'd best heed my words and do as I instruct. Otherwise, you won't even be able to leave this city. His words left everyone momentarily stunned into silence. A young man with bleached hair stepped forward, affirming, exactly. Without Wang Go, we'd have perished long ago. Yes. We must follow Wang Ji's lead. I need to get to the base in City B to survive. Another younger man rose, addressing the group. Now is the time for unity. We must trust Wang Go's decisions. He is our backbone. Without him, we wouldn't have even gathered supplies. Indeed. Let us stick to Wang Ji's arrangements. My family is in City B, and I must go there at all costs. Others quickly echoed the sentiment. Lu Gang's expression shifted, ready to voice his dissent, but Wang Chen's icy glare silenced him. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. But you cannot take a single item from the team. Lu Gang stiffened, hastily clarifying, Wang Go, you misunderstood. I was merely asking. I never intended to abandon the team. It was clear to him that leaving the group would jeopardize his survival. Very well, from now on, do as I say without question. I have my reasons for everything. Wang Chen commanded, assigning Lu Gang the task of leading a few people to clear out the zombies. Understood. Lu Gang reluctantly accepted the order and set off to find companions for the task. However, he soon returned, breathless. Wang Ge, there are no zombies nearby. It seems someone cleared this area before us. Wang Chen's expression darkened, a sense of alarm washing over him. Could it be Shen Yingcheng's group? But that didn't make sense. They should not have lingered here. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he examined the slain zombies. And he quickly discovered a clue. These zombies had been decapitated, indicating they were mutated zombies. The ones who extracted the crystal cores were certainly ability users. Yet, at this point in his past life, no one had been aware of the existence of crystal cores. His mind raced back to the stolen firearms in the Jiangbei district, igniting a furious blaze within him. Someone from his circle must have also been reborn. Otherwise, how could they know about the crystal cores? Even now, he hadn't disclosed anything about them to the rest of the team. They had slain a mutated zombie in Jiangbei district, but he had secretly extracted the core for his own use. No one was aware of it.
Vanier.
Lu Gang, noticing Wang Chen's shifting expressions, inquired anxiously. Should we pursue the departing group? Absolutely not. Wang Chen dismissed the thought. The opposing group had dispatched so many mutated zombies. They clearly were not easily dealt with. He was only a level 2 lightning ability user. It was wiser to bide his time until he could find Yi Shi and eliminate her. Only by defeating Yi Shi and acquiring that unique ability could he rapidly ascend to a high-level ability user. Then, he would truly be an unmatched force in this apocalypse. With this resolve, he glanced at Lu Gang. We will stick to the original plan and set off for City M at dawn. Understood. As dawn gradually broke, the vehicles slowed to a halt. Shen Yingcheng identified a relatively open and safe stretch of road and parked the vehicles, instructing all team members to disembark. While Lin Yujia and Lu Hong remained in the vehicle. Once they gathered nearby, Shen Yingcheng unfolded a map and addressed the group. Our next destination is City M ahead. This route is unavoidable. We must traverse through City M and onto this highway to continue toward City B. In essence, the peril they were about to face was exponentially greater than that outside. However, fortune smiled upon them, for by the time they reached City M, their team would consist of 4 level 3 ability users and 2 level 2 ability users. Yi Shi's combat prowess could be considered at the level 2 mark, supplemented by an ample supply of firearms and the resources they had previously gathered. To safely navigate through City M should not pose a significant challenge. Do any of you have further inquiries? After Shen Yingcheng spoke, his gaze fixated on Yi Shi.
Yeri stroket herçin.
contemplating the events concerning City M from her previous life. It seemed there were no unforeseen complications. However, the high population density in City M, coupled with the abundance of zombies, could potentially lead to encounters with advanced level 4 or 5 zombies.
Yivi?
Noticing her silence, Shen Yingcheng called her name deliberately. Yishi paused briefly and replied, "We can go, as long as we don't act recklessly. We should flee quickly if danger arises." Pei Hongqing glanced at her and asked, "Are you referring to the level 4 or 5 zombies?" "Indeed," Yishi replied candidly. "Considering our team's current combat capabilities, we can contend with level 3 zombies and evade level 4 ones. Unless we have the misfortune of encountering a level 5, we should be fine. In my previous life, the mutated zombies that killed Pei Hongqing and Ishiran at this juncture were, at most, level 4. Their demise was primarily due to the vast disparity in strength. It takes time for zombies to level up. I was aware of the emergence of level 5 zombies only 3 months into the apocalypse. It's only been just over a month now. We still have time. If we exert ourselves and eliminate more zombies, striving for an additional 2 levels, then level 5 zombies will not pose a threat. Given the current pace of our team's advancement, we have already surpassed many newly awakened supernatural beings. In my previous life, individuals with abilities only learned to leverage crystal cores for upgrades at least 6 months into the apocalypse. During the initial half-year, everyone was preoccupied with mere survival, focused solely on awakening their powers. Who would think about upgrading their abilities? My knowledge from my past life provides me an advantage here, allowing me to share insights with Shen Yingcheng and the others. Understood. Shen Yingcheng nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with this plan. Team safety comes first. We will hunt any mutated zombies we can manage. If we cannot, we shall flee. Regardless of the direction we run, remember this route to City B. If we get separated, we can regroup along this path. Ishiran and the others nodded in assent. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Lin Yujia continually glanced in Shen Yingcheng's direction. Despite successfully joining their group, she felt a profound sense of unease. Shen Yingcheng and his companions deliberately excluded her and Lu Hong from their discussions, clearly not fully accepting them. Lin Yujia furrowed her brow and bit her lip, contemplating her next strategy. The previous attempt to seduce Yan Ziming had failed. Thus, enticing another man was evidently not feasible. Perhaps it would be wiser to eliminate one of them to usurp her position, particularly that woman named Yi Yan. She sensed that Yi Yan was easily swayed by compassion, making her the most vulnerable target within the team. With this thought, a clear plan began to form in her mind. Lin Yujia. Suddenly, Lu Hong's voice broke through her reverie. Lin Yujia jumped, startled, and turned to her.
Xiaohong.
What is it? Lu Hong pressed her lips together, increasingly troubled by the circumstances surrounding her brother's zombie bite. How could a zombie possibly breach their secure room? She looked at Lin Yujia, unable to restrain her inquiry. How did my brother get bitten by a zombie? What happened? Can you explain it again? Lin Yujia stiffened slightly, her complexion paling. Xiaohong, I was equally distressed by Wenfeng's death. I prefer not to revisit the past. It pains me. I understand that. But I need to know how my brother was bitten. Why did that zombie enter your sleeping quarters? Lu Hong's gaze bore into her. Did he say anything before he was bitten?
Nothing.
Lin Yujia replied, a hint of urgency in her voice, her eyes glistening. It all happened so suddenly. I was sleeping inside the bed, while your brother was outside. When I awoke, I saw that zombie breaking through the window, lunging at me. Your brother pushed me aside, trying to escape with me through the door, and then the zombie attacked him. Xiaohong, I truly do not wish to relive this horrific scene again. Let us not discuss it anymore. If Wenfeng were alive, he would not want to see us in such pain. He would want us to survive in this apocalypse. As Lin Yujia spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Lu Hong's eyes also reddened, her throat tightening as she choked back her emotions. I know my brother would want us to be okay. Indeed. So, Xiaohong, let's put it behind us. It's all in the past. I am still here for you. I will care for you in place of your brother. Lin Yujia embraced her, offering a gentle promise. Lu Hong pressed her lips together in silence. She understood Lin Yujia's nature. Care for her? How could that be possible? She would not expect Lin Yujia to provide any support. Now that she had the opportunity to follow Shen Yingcheng, she would find a way to grow stronger on her own. Lin Yujia may have been her brother's girlfriend once, and she might have called her sister-in-law, but that was no longer the case. Her brother was gone, and Lin Yujia might soon seek another man for support. It would be a surprise if she could be relied upon. The more Lu Hong thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She pushed Lin Yujia away, saying, "It's fine. I can take care of myself. My brother is gone and you are no longer my sister-in-law. You should take care of yourself from now on." Having said this coldly, she turned her head away, avoiding Lin Yujia's gaze. Lin Yujia felt her warmth replaced by coldness, her face flushed with embarrassment and irritation. Were it not for the need to conceal the truth about Lu Wenfeng's bite, she would not bother with emotional manipulation toward Lu Hong. A girl with no skills or leverage held no value to her. She would find a reliable ally, and Lu Hong would be the first to be cast aside. With this thought, Lin Yujia's gaze once again drifted toward the window, focusing on Shen Yingcheng. He was the core of the entire team, the most handsome and formidable presence. Perhaps she should devise a plan to eliminate Yi Yan and then win Shen Yingcheng over, compelling him to submit to her. At that point, the entire team would dare not oppose her. As Lin Yujia pondered this, a smile crept onto her lips. Lu Hong turned her head and inadvertently caught sight of Lin Yujia's gaze fixed on Shen Yingcheng, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over her. Surely, Lin Yujia was already scouting for her next man. She showed no regard for her brother's death. On the other side, Yan Ziming glanced at Lin Yujia and Lu Hong in the vehicle and asked Shen Yingcheng, "Brother Shen, are we certain we want to keep them with us?" Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention towards Shen Yingcheng. Lin Yujia and Lu Hong lacked the ability to protect themselves. While Lu Hong possessed the courage to fight zombies, Lin Yujia could only scream in fear at the sight of them. Such individuals could not remain in their group. Yi Shiran was the first to voice his opinion, impatiently stating, "Having one deadweight is already bothersome enough. I cannot tolerate any more. Brother Shen, once we reach City M, let us see if there are other survivor groups, and we can drop them off. The apocalypse is not a forgiving place to survive." Each of them was exerting every effort to stay alive. It was already a considerable feat to look after oneself, let alone care for others. Furthermore, with Yi Shi's earlier experience with the burden, Shen Yingcheng immediately found himself in agreement with Yi Shiran's perspective. However, he turned to Pei Hongqing and inquired, "What do you think?" Pei Hongqing yawned lazily and coldly uttered, "Not keeping them." Shen Yingcheng, an entirely expected response. "Senior, if we abandon them mid-journey, the likelihood of their survival is slim." Yi Yan glanced towards Lin Yujia and Lu Hong, softly proposing, "We can consider Shi Ran's suggestion. Let us see if there are any other survivor teams along the way, and inquire if they might accept them." In this apocalyptic world, survival is exceedingly challenging. Previously, Yi Shi remained in the group primarily because everyone valued her as an older sister. Lin Yujia and Lu Hong, however, are complete outsiders. It is not that they lack kindness. Rather, the circumstances dictate that survival takes precedence over benevolence. Thus, even if we cannot take them in, we can still offer some assistance, allowing us to act with a clear conscience. Older sister? Yi Shi looked at her sister with a hint of surprise. It appeared her sister was not as altruistic as she had imagined. In her previous life within Wang Chen's group, her sister had not expressed such sentiments. Initially, their team comprised only 12 to 13 members, but they continually absorbed new members along their journey. By the time Yi Yan was betrayed and met her demise at Wang Chen's hands, the group had expanded to over 50 members, with women numbering fewer than 10. Although Yi Yan had sympathized with women, leading to an influx of female members, many perished during their escape. Yi Yan, observing Yi Shi's astonishment, sighed, "This is a necessity. We must prioritize our own lives first. Once we have the capacity, we can assist others." Yi Shi nodded, sensing that her sister's words were not mere rhetoric. Perhaps the actions of her sister in the past and her current transformation had influenced her perspective? "I concur with Shi Ran and Sister Yen's sentiments," Yan Ziming interjected, raising his hand earnestly to address everyone. "The primary issue is that we cannot spare anyone to protect those two. If we encounter level 4 or 5 zombies, our foremost responsibility will be to safeguard Sister Yan and Ruo Qing. We will need at least 2 individuals to protect them. With only 8 people in our team, our combat capability would be halved. Allowing Lin Yujia and Lu Hong to join us would only heighten the risks for everyone." "Agreed," Shen Yingcheng replied, folding the map. "Let us make that our temporary decision. We'll rest for half an hour before setting off again. We must reach City M before nightfall and find a suitable place to stay." "Understood," Yan Ziming and the others responded in unison. Yi Shi, chewing on a lollipop, squinted at Lin Yujia, who was seated in the vehicle, yet constantly gazing outside. Beside her, Pei Hongqing nonchalantly polished his dagger, casting a glance at her before following her gaze towards Lin Yujia. Clearly, Yishi had not diminished her hostility towards Lin Yujia. It seemed she was contemplating ways to bring about Lin Yujia's demise. Noticing Pei Hongqing's stare, Yishi did not shy away, but instead redirected her gaze towards him. Meeting his narrow, phoenix-like eyes, she raised an eyebrow and whispered, "Do you not find Lu Wenfeng's death rather suspicious?" Pei Hongqing squinted slightly. "Are you suggesting that Lin Yujia was responsible for Lu Wenfeng's death?" "Indeed. What about the evidence?" "The window." Yishi stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Upon entering, I noticed the window was open, but it could only be pushed open from the inside, not from the outside. The glass was intact, indicating it was not a zombie that broke the window. By the time we arrived, Lin Yujia had already escaped outside, while Lu Wenfeng lay at the bedroom door. If Lin Yujia had been inside during the attack, she would not have been able to escape. There are indeed numerous inconsistencies." Pei Hongqing was aware of the circumstances surrounding that time, and they aligned with Yi Shi's account. However, concluding that Lin Yujia caused Lu Wenfeng's demise based on mere speculation seemed rather hasty. "Let it go. Perhaps I'm just overthinking it," he finally said. Yi Shi lightly clicked her tongue, deciding not to pursue the topic further. Pei Hongqing's lips twitched, finding Yi Shi's deliberate hints somewhat exasperating. He could see that this girl was fishing for information, and he was the fish. In truth, Yi Shi's thoughts were not as convoluted as Pei Hongqing assumed. She understood him well. Though he appeared laid-back and indifferent, there was an underlying fervor and ruthlessness in his nature. It was evident that he prioritized his own interests over the team's collective benefits. In this harsh world, a lone wolf's survival is fraught with difficulty. Even though their team, despite not being exceptionally powerful, was among the elite among human survivor groups, they were still limited. Even Pei Hongqing, as a level 3 wind ability user, could not single-handedly hunt a level 3 zombie. The previous night's encounter with a newly evolved level 3 zombie was a testament to this. They needed teamwork to secure higher-level zombie cores swiftly. For Pei Hongqing, the essence of teamwork lay therein. Any signs of Yi Shi's actions hindering team progress had stirred his murderous intent, leading him to contemplate her elimination. The presence of Lin Yujia and Lu Hong, who were even more unfamiliar to him, elicited no compassion or sympathy in his eyes, only an extreme indifference and coldness. Consequently, she did not confide her desire to eliminate Lin Yujia to Yan. Instead, she revealed her thoughts to Pei Hongqing, knowing he would not interfere excessively with her future actions. If possible, she might even find a way to enlist Pei Hongqing to eliminate Lin Yujia. Drawing on her previous life as experience of failing to act against the protagonist group, she considered that perhaps this time, using another as hand might yield better results. With this thought, Yi Shi turned her gaze back to the vehicle where Lin Yujia sat, her eyes narrowing dangerously. City M was bound to house other survivor teams. Regardless, she was hindered by mysterious forces, rendering her unable to act against Lin Yujia directly. However, there were countless other methods to ensure Lin Yujia's demise. She would never allow Lin Yujia to survive to meet Lin Cece. As the sun began to set completely, their speed decreased as they neared City M. Sitting in the passenger seat, Fu Ruoqing utilized her mental abilities to survey the surroundings while deploying a drone to assess the road ahead. Soon, the computer screen displayed a route leading directly into City M. Fu Ruoqing felt a twinge of confusion. Yi Shi, glancing back, murmured, "This road has been cleared." Another survivor team entered City M before us. Chapter 63. Exposure. In the wake of the apocalypse, 70% of the global population has transformed into zombies, while the remaining 30% scatter across various regions, struggling for survival. City M, being so vast and a critical juncture to City B, located 2,000 kilometers away, is not surprising to host survivor teams. Shuningqing's eyes flickered as he glanced at Yi Shi before addressing Fu Ruoqing. "When we disembark, remind everyone to exercise caution. In this world, human hearts are the most unpredictable." They were transporting a truckload of supplies, akin to traveling with a cargo of gold in a pre-apocalyptic world, an object of desire wherever they went. "Understood," Fu Ruoqing replied, continuing her assessment of the road conditions. Half an hour later, they began to enter City M. The zombies along the roadside became increasingly visible. Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow, realizing they must find a street with fewer zombies to temporarily halt their vehicle. With darkness fully descending, they could not traverse the city while the zombies were active. They parked in a relatively isolated area of City M, not yet fully entering the urban sprawl. As per usual, Pei Hongqing and Shi Ran disembarked first to clear out the zombies. Yi Shi, lollipop in mouth, watched as the newly leveled Shi Ran exuberantly charged into the horde, unleashing flames, while Pei Hongqing provided support with his wind abilities. The flaming zombies fell like a cascade of dominoes, one after another, engulfed in flames. The desolate city momentarily burst forth with a vibrant display of color. The flames illuminated the darkness, and an entire block of zombies was swiftly eradicated. Shen Yingcheng casually sought a temporary refuge, where he could clearly see the position of their vehicle, and subsequently called everyone to gather. As Lin Yujia exited the car, she instinctively glanced towards the open back door of Yan Ziming's truck. Not only was it filled with supplies, but there were also submachine guns. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The sight of handguns on Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing had already shocked her, yet she had not anticipated the presence of even more firearms. Where could they have acquired such an arsenal? Lin Yujia began to ponder, speculating on Shen Yingcheng's identity. Perhaps he was a former soldier. Otherwise, how could he procure so many weapons? The more she considered, the more resolute she became in her desire to win Shen Yingcheng's favor. Suddenly, she noticed a pharmacy adjacent to their temporary lodging. Her eyes brightened, and a plan formed in her mind. After Shen Yingcheng dispatched 2 zombies in the temporary refuge, he addressed Yi Yan, Yi Shi, and Fu Ruoqing, stating that the accommodation was insufficient. The girls would take the rooms while the men would sleep downstairs. Yi Shi glanced at the dilapidated motel across the street, noting the water storage tank atop it, which might still contain some usable water resources. "I'll go check it out," Yan Ziming declared, heading straight for the motel. "It's simple to ascertain if there's water. Just check the restroom on the first floor." He soon returned, confirming that there was indeed water, sourced from a solar storage tank, and that hot water could still be accessed. In the previous town, they had been preoccupied with eliminating the mutated zombies attacking them and had not taken the time to properly clean themselves. Each member was covered in an unpleasant odor. Though they all bore the same scent as the living, they still wished to maintain a semblance of cleanliness. Shen Yingcheng nodded and informed everyone that they would relocate to the motel. He and Ziming would first clear the zombies within. There were no objections. As the group stepped outside, they were startled by a frantic scream from next door. Shen Yingcheng's brow furrowed as he saw Lin Yujia, her face pale with terror, stumbling out of the pharmacy, pursued by a zombie employee that seized her shoulder. "Brother Shen, help me!" Lin Yujia cried, lunging towards him. Shen Yingcheng's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly unleashed an ice blade, severing the zombie's head. With a thud, the creature collapsed backward. However, Lin Yujia took advantage of the momentum and lunged at Shen Yingcheng. He sidestepped, effectively evading her desperate attempt to cling to him. Caught off guard, Lin Yujia fell face first to the ground with a loud thud. In a daze, she lifted her head, only to feel a sharp pain in her nose. When she touched it, her hand came away covered in blood. In disbelief, her eyes welled with tears as she looked at Shen Yingcheng, silently questioning why he hadn't caught her. Although she didn't voice it, Yi Shi, standing at the entrance, noticed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The unrestrained laughter caused Lin Yujia's expression to shift again, and tears began to fall. The piercing laughter only deepened her humiliation, making her feel like a complete fool. She had been on the ground for 2 minutes, and not a single person, including Shen Yingcheng, had come forward to help her. Confused, Lin Yujia wondered why the tactics that had worked with Lu Wenfeng were ineffective against Shen Yingcheng. Previously, Yan Ziming had fallen for the same ruse. Shen Yingcheng, who seemed amiable towards the women in their group, should have been an easier target. Shen Yingcheng's brow knitted tightly as he cast a cold glance at Lin Yujia on the ground. "You ought to learn how to deal with zombies. Screaming when you see 1-1T save you, you'll only end up being torn apart. Don't you understand such basic reasoning?" His reprimand made Lin Yujia tremble, and tears streamed down her face.
I'm sorry.
"I understand now, Brother Shen. I'll be more careful next time."
Oh.
"Careful? Are you sure you don't mean to practice your lunging technique a bit more, ensuring your aim is precise enough that our captain can't evade you?" Yi Shi crossed her arms, watching Lin Yujia with a bemused expression. She began to question the woman's intelligence. Having already been exposed once, how could she dare to attempt the same trick again? Did she truly believe Shen Yingcheng was a fool? Or did she think all men were like Wang Chen, whose brain resided in his lower half? Oh, right. At this moment, Lin Yujia had yet to encounter Wang Chen, nor had she met her cousin, Lin Sisi. Prior to that, Lin Yujia had used these same tactics to navigate various teams. If Yi Shi had not been present, perhaps Shen Yingcheng and the others would have fallen for it. But now that she was here,
It would only serve to allow Lin Yujia to experience the embarrassment of performing for an audience. Lin Yujia's expression froze as she looked at Yi Shi with tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling. Yi Shi, I have no grievances with you. Why are you always targeting me? I never intended the things you mentioned throughout the apocalypse. Wenfeng has protected me. I just need time to adjust. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow. If you can't adjust, then why did you cause Lu Wenfeng's death? Isn't following him better than following us?
What?
Her words left everyone stunned, including Lu Hong, who stood behind Yi Yan, her face turning as pale as a sheet, fists clenched tightly, glaring at Lin Yujia on the ground. Chapter 64, Seeing Ghosts? Lin Yujia felt a thunderous jolt at Yi Shi's accusation. She had never expected her covert actions to be discovered.
How could Yi Shi know?
It was impossible. No one should have known. Lin Yujia's complexion shifted repeatedly as she hastily denied it. I didn't. Wenfeng is my boyfriend. How could I harm him? Regardless of what Yi Shi claimed, she would never admit to it. If that is the case, then how did that zombie manage to burst into your room from outside? I don't know. I can't remember. Tears streamed down Lin Yujia's face as she cried. Wenfeng was bitten by that zombie while trying to save me. If you say I caused his death because of this, then I accept it. Yi Shi let out a soft click of her tongue, gazing at her intently. Actually, I have abilities as well. At this very moment, the deceased Lu Wenfeng is standing beside you, glaring at you. He wants me to ask you one question. Why did you open the window? What? Lin Yujia trembled, freezing at her words. It was already nighttime, and the mere mention of windows made her uneasy. In that instant, it felt as though a gaze was fixed upon her back, sending chills down her spine. Her blood ran cold. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't spout nonsense. Shen Yingcheng and the others looked at Yi Shi with confusion. Ghostly abilities? What use are such powers in the apocalypse? It must be fake. Yi Yan realized that Yi Shi was deliberately trying to unsettle Lin Yujia. However, she remained puzzled. What animosity existed between Yi Shi and Lin Yujia? She could sense that Yi Shi was indeed targeting Lin Yujia. After Yi Shi finished speaking, she smiled briefly, saying it was fine if you didn't acknowledge it. Lu Wenfeng stated that he would always follow you until you provided him with an answer. After saying this, she deliberately glanced behind Lin Yujia and let out a whistle. Lin Yujia turned abruptly, only to be met with darkness behind her, rendering her unable to see anything. Yet, she could faintly hear the sound of footsteps that belonged entirely to zombies. They were certainly not ghosts. She refused to believe Yi Shi's words about some supernatural ability. It had to be a deception. All right, let's find a temporary place to rest, Shen Yingqing said, casting a glance at Yi Shi before addressing the others. Be vigilant of your surroundings, check for any other people or zombies nearby. Ensure the vehicles are locked. We will take turns keeping watch tonight. Yan Ziming and the others nodded in agreement. Before long, Pei Hongqing and Ishiran returned after clearing out some zombies. Upon seeing Lin Yujia, who was covered in blood and sitting on the ground with a look of fear and anxiety on her face, Pei Hongqing's expression shifted as he glanced at Yi Shi. Yi Shi nonchalantly returned to the house. Her mission for the day had been accomplished. And now she awaited the results. SK, why was this woman always crying? It was utterly annoying. Ishiran frowned, casting a glance at Lin Yujia, who was slowly rising from the ground. Observing her precarious state filled him with impatience and a stronger urge to abandon her. Lin Yujia wiped the blood from her face, choking back tears as she looked at Lu Hong in front of her. Xiao Hong, that Yi Shi is just babbling nonsense. You mustn't believe her. How could I possibly harm your brother? Lu Hong bit her lip, fixing an intense gaze on Lin Yujia. Did you intentionally fall just to land in Shin Ji's arms?
Xiaong.
Lin Yujia was incredulous, looking at her with a sense of grievance. If others don't know me, how can you not? I could never do that on purpose. I was simply startled and lost my balance. Lu Hong's mind was consumed by the image of her brother in his final moments. She clung tightly to Lin Yujia, initially thinking that her brother loved Lin Yujia so much that he was worried about her future even in death. But now, it seemed less like love and more like an angry accusation. From last night until now, she had been suspicious of her brother's death. The more she thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Just as Yi Shi said, the window in that room had been opened. She had been sleeping next door and knew that the windows in that house could only be opened from the inside and had not been broken by the little zombies. Coupled with Lin Yujia's repeated attempts to seduce men, it was clear that her brother's death was undoubtedly linked to Lin Yujia. But Lin Yujia would never admit it now. Thinking of this, Lu Hong's eyes flickered as she quietly said to Lin Yujia, "My brother really liked you. Even in death, he hoped you could live well. I just hope you won't let him down." After saying this, Lu Hong suppressed her disgust and pushed past her towards the temporary lodging. Lin Yujia stood frozen in place. A cold wind swept through, and not far away, the roar of zombies echoed, sending shivers down her spine. Her expression shifted repeatedly as she bit her lip and hurried to catch up with Lu Hong. It seemed her plans could no longer be executed. The people in Xiningqing's group were utterly resistant to persuasion. Showing weakness had no effect on them at all. Did it require her to wield a kitchen knife and slash at a few zombies to earn their recognition? And what was this nonsense about Yi Shi having the ability to see ghosts? She did not believe it. Yi Shi must be lying. If there were real evidence proving that she had harmed Lu Wenfeng, why not present it directly? The more Lin Yujia thought, the more grateful she felt for her earlier defiance. Otherwise, she would have been trapped in conversation. And Lu Hong, it seemed, had yet to believe Yi Shi's words. Perhaps she could still manipulate Lu Hong a little? Inside the small temporary inn, Yi Yan pulled Yi Shi aside, puzzled, and asked, "Xiao Shi, what exactly do you want to achieve? No one will believe in the ghost-seeing ability if you mention it." "Well, I didn't expect them to believe it. What you mentioned about Lu Wenfeng is true, but I have no evidence. I just wanted to test Lin Yujia's reaction to see if she was feeling guilty."
얘기 repliğe casuale.
Yi Yan, however, felt increasingly helpless. Hadn't she previously said that it seemed Lin Yujia was coerced by Lu Wenfeng? If Lin Yujia truly intended to harm Lu Wenfeng, surely there would be some hatred involved?
Yevi Po said.
Looking at her sister with a sigh, no matter her relationship with Lu Wenfeng, sister, Lin Yujia has set her sights on Xiningqing, Yan Ziming. And even you and Fu were watching. She wants to remain in our group. Yi Yan frowned, addressing Yi Shi. In this apocalyptic world, it is difficult for a girl to survive. She can't kill zombies, so she resorts to cunning tactics to stay in the group and obtain protection. I don't actually think Lin Yujia's actions are wrong. She merely wishes to survive. Chapter 65. The deal. She merely wishes to survive. Yi Shi was momentarily taken aback. Falling silent, she gazed at Yi Yan, her emotions complex. In her past life, she too had simply wished to live. You might not remember the memories of your own demise, but I do. I will forever remember the despair and pain you experienced at the moment of your death. Keeping Lin Yujia around would only lead us to repeat the mistakes of our previous lives. These were the words she longed to share with Yi Yan.
Yet,
as they hovered on the tip of her tongue, she found herself unable to articulate them as that familiar restraint resurfaced. Yi Shi could only stand there, frozen. As Yi Yan continued, there is nothing wrong with Lin Yujia's behavior. Our team is also justified in not accepting someone like her. All we can do is see if we can find another living group that might accept Lin Yujia and Lu Hong. That would be our utmost effort. What happens afterward will depend on their own fortunes. Xiao Shi? I understand, sister.
Yevi bit her lip, her fists clenched tightly.
She comprehended Yi Yan's intentions. From Yi Yan's perspective, Lin Yujia held no grievances against them, and there was no need for her to intervene in the matters between Lin Yujia and Lu Wenfeng. As bystanders, they had merely encountered Lin Yujia and her companions and assisted them within their capabilities. That was their limit. Regarding how to deal with Lin Yujia, she wanted to kill. However, due to that obstructive force, she could not act directly. She could only expose Lin Yujia's little schemes in front of Xiningqing and the others. Her previous plan was to use others to eliminate her. Of course, her current plan remained the same. It was just that how she would execute it must remain hidden from her sister, for her sister would never understand why she was so resolute in wanting to kill Lin Yujia. All right, let us rest for now. We still need to take turns keeping watch tonight.
Ye Yang Ganti caressed her face.
Yi Shi responded with a soft saying, "Sister, you go ahead and rest. I'll come back later." After speaking, she didn't wait for Yi Yan to respond and quickly turned to leave.
Ye Yan yachet her hurriyet departure.
Furrowing her brow slightly and letting out a sigh. She couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Shi was hiding something else from her. She knew her sister well. Ever since Yi Shi had declared her intention to change, she had indeed transformed, not just in actions, but also internally. It felt as though Yi Shi had matured overnight, while simultaneously harboring many secrets she couldn't share with her sister. Yi Shi descended the stairs and found Lu Hong sitting alone at the front desk of the first floor. She approached leisurely and whispered, "Do you believe my words?"
Lu Hong looked up at Yi Shi, her expression peculiar. Are you referring to the claim that Lin Yujie caused my brother's death?
Yes.
Do you have evidence? Without proof. Lin Yujie would never admit it. Yi Shi narrowed her eyes, observing Lu Hong. You can sense Lin Yujie's actions yourself. If you wish to avenge your brother, I can assist you. Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback, staring at her in a daze. You want me to kill Lin Yujie? No, it must be you. Personally avenging your brother.
Me?
Lu Hong lowered her gaze to her hands, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears as she choked out. How can I take revenge by myself? I don't even have a weapon. Deep within her heart, she harbored a profound hatred for Lin Yujie. Even in the absence of evidence, she clung to a resolute belief. Lin Yujie was undoubtedly responsible for her brother's demise. If she could personally kill Lin Yujie to avenge her brother, she would certainly welcome the opportunity. However, she looked up at Yi Shi with confusion. Why do you want to help me? You have no grievance with Lin Yujie.
Do you?
Who says I have no grievance?
예히 그리끝 할 통구, 시밀킹 콜드.
My enmity with her is no lighter than yours. Then why don't you kill her yourself? You're so capable. Lu Hong had witnessed Yi Shi slay mutated zombies. At that time, Shen Yingcheng had helped her bury her brother. On their way back, their temporary shelter had been surrounded by mutated zombies. The sight of those terrifying creatures had left her shaken. Shen Yingcheng had instructed her and Lin Yujie to hide. From a distance, she had seen Yi Shi climb up through the drainage pipe, enter through the balcony, and dispatch a zombie. Yi Shi was undeniably formidable. She felt that Yi Shi was indeed targeting Lin Yujie. Even the words Yi Shi spoke, that Lin Yujie had caused her brother's death, she believed. Yet, she remained puzzled as to why Yi Shi wouldn't take action herself. Wouldn't it be faster if she acted directly? What could the reason be? Lu Hong gazed at Yi Shi, awaiting an answer. What else could it be? I cannot allow my sister to discover this, can I? You should be able to tell what kind of person my sister is. She fails to comprehend my hatred for Lin Yujie. If she were to witness me kill Lin Yujie, she would be very displeased. Yi Shi narrowed her eyes, observing the young girl before her. If you wish to grow stronger, I can teach you and even assist you in awakening your abilities, allowing you to remain within this team. The only condition is that you must personally kill Lin Yujie. Lu Hong bit her lip. She had to admit, the proposition presented by Yi Shi was tempting. She had always desired to grow stronger, yet there was a mental barrier she could not overcome. When her brother was alive, she could rely on him.
But now,
he was dead, killed by Lin Yujie. She was utterly alone. Her brother would undoubtedly want her to live well. She had to survive. Moreover, killing Lin Yujie would also serve as revenge for her brother.
I
agree. Lu Hong looked up at Yi Shi. But you must teach me first. And what is this awakening of abilities? Hiske, you're not as foolish as you seem. Yi Shi smirked. At least you know to ask for my guidance first. Her current objective was indeed to utilize Lu Hong to take action. However, she was sincere in her offer. Whether it was teaching Lu Hong or helping her awaken her abilities, she was not jesting. She had considered this carefully. Due to limitations, the next time she encountered Wang Chen and Lin Sisi, members of the Protagonist group, she would be unable to act decisively, leading to numerous complications. It was better to cultivate a sharp blade for herself now. Lu Hong was a promising candidate. With proper refinement, she could become invaluable. Lu Hong felt her face heat up at Yi Shi's words. I know nothing. All I have is a heart that yearns to kill Lin Yujie and avenge my brother. Very well. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow and tossed her a dagger that Shen Yingcheng had previously given her. Now, I will teach you how to kill zombies and how to kill. The last two words rolled off her tongue lightly, yet they carried a chilling aura. Lu Hong felt a shiver run down her spine. As she grasped the dagger handed to her by Yi Shi, her heart raced uncontrollably. She hurried to keep pace with Yi Shi. At this hour, everyone was preparing to return to their rooms for rest. The night watch was being kept by Pei Hongqing and Yan Ziming. They were seated in a vehicle across the way. Upon seeing Yi Shi lead Lu Hong out from the temporary shelter, Yan Ziming expressed his confusion. Where is Yi Shi taking Lu Hong at this hour? Pei Hongqing squinted and pushed open the door to step out. You stay here, I'll go take a look. Yi Shi guided Lu Hong through the darkness towards a certain direction. Lu Hong carefully followed behind her, growing increasingly anxious as they ventured deeper into the alley.
See,
Shi Jia, where are we really going? Chapter 66. Enduring hardship. Don't you want to awaken your abilities? How can you do that without killing zombies? Can killing zombies really awaken my abilities? But aren't abilities supposed to have awakened when the apocalypse began? My brother and I encountered several people with awakened abilities. But when they went to gather supplies, they were bitten by zombies, and their powers didn't seem very strong. Lu Hong looked at Yishi, puzzled, doubting that she was not being misled. She wanted to grow stronger, but relying on killing zombies to awaken abilities seemed far-fetched. You don't need to concern yourself with others. Just follow my method and give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can discuss it then. Yishi continued forward, her tone earnest. She was not joking. Abilities could indeed be awakened later, though the probability was not as high, only 30%. Not everyone would be as unfortunate as she had been in her past life, attempting to awaken her abilities multiple times only to fail. In the end, she had been forced to abandon the path of awakening. Lu Hong followed Yishi for several minutes. The number of zombies wandering nearby had visibly increased. Her complexion changed, and she dared not stray too far from Yishi. Suddenly, a zombie lunged out from the front, charging directly at Yishi. She swiftly dodged and seized the zombie by its hair. The creature howled, reaching out to grab Lu Hong. Lu Hong stood frozen in place, her hand trembling as she clutched the dagger. Yishi shot her a glance and urged, "Stab it in the head." Lu Hong gritted her teeth and advanced, aiming the dagger at the zombie's skull. It was a middle-aged male zombie, but it was emaciated, with hollow cheeks and a mouth smeared with blood. Bits of flesh caught between its teeth. The stench wafted towards her, nearly making her gag. "Quickly, if you hesitate, I'll let it get to you."
You won't.
Startled, her hand trembled. Gritting her teeth, she plunged the dagger into the zombie's eye. With a squelch, the sharp blade pierced through the soft eyeball. The zombie, which had been thrashing just a second before, suddenly ceased its struggles. Lu Hong released her grip, her legs turning to jelly as she stumbled back. Seeing her pathetic state, Yishi swiftly withdrew the dagger from the zombie's eye socket and tossed it back to her. "That's one. You must kill 20 zombies tonight. And I want to always be there to hold them for you. Understand?"
I
understand." Lu Hong trembled as she picked up the dagger, struggling to keep pace with Yishi. Occasionally, she glanced back at the zombie she had just killed. In truth, killing zombies was not as difficult as she had imagined. With a bit of strength, piercing through the eyes would directly access the zombie's brain. The sensation was initially akin to cutting through pork, but once deeper, it felt like slicing through tofu. Yishi did not grant her much time to acclimatize. After sharing a few techniques for killing zombies, she instructed Lu Hong to take the initiative, starting with the third zombie. Yishi stood by, observing as Lu Hong was tackled by a female zombie, struggling on the ground, ultimately losing her grip on the dagger, which fell away. Even ordinary zombies possessed far greater strength than Lu Hong. Yet she did not give up. Even when nearly bitten, she refrained from calling for Yishi's help. Finally regaining the dagger, she plunged it into the female zombie's neck, driving it toward the brain. With a squelch, as she withdrew it, a semi-coagulated fluid dripped from the zombie's neck, splattering onto Lu Hong's cheek. She suppressed her nausea and pushed the slain zombie aside, panting as she propped herself up, excitement glimmering in her eyes as she looked at Yishi. "Sister Shi, I did it." Yishi raised her eyebrows slightly, a smile playing on her lips. "Indeed, quite impressive, stronger than I had anticipated." She had thought Lu Hong would call for help first, yet she had ultimately persevered and killed the zombie herself. Such resilience was indeed rare. Her judgment had not failed her. "Thank you, Sister Shi." Lu Hong, overwhelmed by the praise, nearly burst into tears, moved by the acknowledgement that she was not as useless as she had believed. "No need to thank me. Let us not forget that this is merely a transaction between us." Her tone was rather indifferent, making Lu Hong's expression a tad awkward. After all, their relationship was simply transactional. Yishi, not wishing to waste time, urged her to continue slaying zombies. After killing several, Lu Hong grew increasingly adept. Though her body grew wearier, her spirit soared. She transitioned from a passive to an active state of killing zombies, even surpassing the 20 zombies Yishi had mentioned. Eventually, Lu Hong collapsed to the ground, breathless and drenched in sweat, looking at Yishi. "Sister Shi, I can't go on." "I know," Yishi replied, swiftly pulling her up and hoisting her onto her back. "Let us find a place for you to rest." After saying that, she carried Lu Hong into a nearby house. Once she quickly dealt with the zombies inside, she instructed Lu Hong, "Stay here until I return." "Okay."
You own a dead.
Watching Yishi close the door behind her before she couldn't help but collapse onto the sofa. Outside,
The eerie cries of zombies echoed. Time passed, and eventually, the door creaked open again. Lu Hong jolted upright, seeing Yi Shi enter, holding a severed zombie head. Unlike the others, this zombie had red eyes, reminiscent of the one that had killed her brother, yet distinctly different. Yi Shi extracted a primary crystal core from the zombie's head and rinsed it with water from a long-abandoned kettle on the table before turning to Lu Hong. "Extend your hand."
Huh?
Lu Hong, puzzled, complied despite her lack of understanding. In the next moment, Yi Shi swiftly sliced open her palm with a clean dagger. The pain surged. Lu Hong was now even more confused. Yi Shi then pressed the crystal core against her wound and commanded, "Squeeze tightly, close your eyes, and see what you feel." Lu Hong thought, what could I possibly feel? The core was hard and somewhat painful to hold. But the next second, warmth suddenly spread through her palm. Startled, she instinctively tried to drop it, but Yi Shi firmly held her hand.
What do you feel now?
"It's so hot." Lu Hong felt the searing sensation intensifying, her face paling. "Sister Shi, what is this all about?" "This is one of the steps to awaken your abilities. If you can feel something, it indicates you possess the talent for supernatural powers, and you will awaken them soon. But before that, you must endure some pain." Yi Shi was unsure of the exact principle behind this method. It had been devised by senior researchers in her previous life. Regardless, she had tried many times, and none had resulted in the flushed face and burning sensation Lu Hong exhibited now. Chapter 67. The Living Team.
Huh?
Lu Hong was utterly bewildered. She had never imagined that awakening supernatural powers could be such a simple affair. Well, perhaps it wasn't entirely simple. The key seemed to lie with the core that Yi Shi had extracted from the zombie's head.
Ouch.
"It hurts more." Her hand throbbed, and her face turned increasingly crimson.
یکی فروبت هر بروف observing her.
"Just hold on a bit longer. Right now, you are passively absorbing the energy from the zombie's crystal core. This energy will cleanse your body, stimulating your innate supernatural talent, thereby awakening your powers. This process typically lasts about an hour. If you let go of the crystal core, it signifies failure. Do you wish to continue being weak?"
No.
Lu Hong gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. "I refuse to be weak." "Excellent. Then do not release your grip, no matter how much it hurts. I will be right here watching you," Yi Shi said, settling onto the sofa directly in front of her. Lu Hong, in agony, fell from the sofa to the ground, yet her hand remained tightly clasped around the crystal core. The force within the core was invisible and intangible, yet it distinctly resonated with her body. Gradually, she began to sense something awakening within her. She could even feel that energy coursing through her body. As time wore on, the pain intensified, yet simultaneously, her supernatural powers were awakening. An hour later, Yi Shi opened her eyes to find Lu Hong collapsed on the floor, completely unconscious, but her hand still clutched the crystal core tightly, her forehead slick with sweat. Her cheeks flushed, and her breathing still somewhat rapid. What did it feel like to forcibly awaken supernatural powers through the crystal core? Yi Shi had never experienced it, and couldn't he imagine. But seeing Lu Hong like this, it was likely akin to the descriptions of spiritual cleansing in cultivation novels. Awakening supernatural powers meant an additional conduit for supernatural energy would emerge within the body, cultivating the force through stimulation and forceful growth, akin to evolution. It undeniably brought a degree of suffering to the individual. When Yi Yan awakened her powers, she had burned with fever reaching 40 degrees for an entire day, coupled with pain, nearly pushing her to her limits. Lu Hong's current situation was considerably better than Yi Yan's at that time. Reflecting on this, Yi Shi glanced at her watch. It was already past 2 in the morning. It was time to head back. She approached Lu Hong and gently patted her cheek. "How are you feeling? Are you okay?" Lu Hong furrowed her brow, her lips moving slightly as she murmured, "It hurts."
یه ویسه لیپستایچت.
And she grabbed a bottle of water, splashing it on Lu Hong's face. It proved effective. Lu Hong jolted awake, her eyes snapping open, staring intently at Yi Shi before remaining silent for a while. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow. "What? Have you forgotten what you were doing?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hong took a deep breath and looked down at the crystal core in her hand. I think I might have awakened my powers."
Oh.
Yi Shi raised her brows and smiled. "Very well, show me what you can do. Let me see what your powers are." Lu Hong nodded, her voice still hoarse, her gaze landing on a pen resting on the table. Yi Shi's eyes followed suit. In the next moment, the pen trembled and lifted from the table. hovering towards Lu Hong like an elderly woman with a cane. Lu Hong blushed as she caught the pen, whispering, "This means I can control metal." Metal manipulation ability. Yi Shi looked at Lu Hong in surprise. This was no ordinary ability. Its lethality might surpass that of Xiningqing's ice powers and Pei Hongqing's wind powers. A delightful surprise indeed. Narrowing her eyes, she placed the dagger in her palm, directing her gaze at Lu Hong. "This is also metal. Let us see if you can make it float."
Okay.
After nodding, Lu Hong immediately focused her powers on the dagger in Yi Shi's hand. Soon, the dagger began to levitate. However, due to the limited nature of her powers, it fell back into her hand after less than 20 seconds. Lu Hong's face flushed with embarrassment. "I am sorry, Sister Shi. I can only manage this much right now." "Not bad."
Yi replied indifferently.
"This ability is quite formidable. As long as you develop it well, the future holds promise." "Really?" Lu Hong wiped the sweat from her brow. Her face filled with hope as she looked at Yi Shi. "Sister Shi, can I stay in your team? I already have powers." "I don't know. That's not for me to decide." Yi Shi rose, brushing off non-existent dust from her clothing, and wiped her dagger with a tissue before turning to Lu Hong. "You may inform them of your awakened abilities, but do not disclose that I was the one who facilitated this awakening. This matter must remain confidential, including our transaction. Do you understand?" "Sister Shi, I will remember." Lu Hong tightly clenched her fists, nodding repeatedly. She would never betray Yi Shi. The hope Yi Shi provided was invaluable. With her newfound abilities, her chances of survival in this apocalyptic world had significantly increased. The more she contemplated, the more gratitude she felt towards Yi Shi. Even if Yi Shi's intention was merely transactional, utilizing her for personal gain. "However, Sister Shi, this crystal core." Lu Hong opened her palm, only to find that the red crystal core had completely turned transparent. Just as she opened her hand, the core disintegrated into shards of glass. What was happening? She stared at Yi Shi in confusion. Yi Shi replied nonchalantly, "It's a normal phenomenon." She then proceeded to enlighten Lu Hong about the levels of zombies, cautioning her. "Everything I have told you must remain between us." "Understood."
Liu nodded vigorously.
Although she was unsure why Yi Shi wanted her to keep this a secret, she was willing to comply and committed all of Yi Shi's words to memory. "Let us head back." Yi Shi glanced at the time. If they didn't return soon, dawn would break. "Okay." Lu Hong quickly scrambled to follow her. However, just as they pushed open the door, a zombie's furious roar echoed from outside. The sound was neither too far nor too near. Yi Shi's expression shifted. Judging by the volume, it was likely a third-level zombie. Moreover, she faintly heard voices. There was more than one. A group, at least 10 people. A living human team. Yi Shi quickly assessed the situation, furrowing her brow as she glanced at Lu Hong. "You stay hidden here, and don't go outside. I will investigate what is happening." The temporary shelter was approximately 2 kilometers away. The commotion caused by the third-level zombie would likely attract the attention of Xiningqing and his team. She needed to scout the situation first. Lu Hong complied obediently, closing the door behind her. Yi Shi frowned and hastened towards the source of the sounds. A few minutes later, Yi Shi spotted a third-level zombie pursuing a group of people. The stragglers were soon caught, a pair of sharp hands piercing through their hearts. With a sickening squelch, their hearts were violently extracted, and they didn't even have time to scream. Blood cascaded down, staining the ground. With a thud, the 2 bodies fell, twitching briefly before going still. The third-level zombie, clutching their hearts, devoured them with delight. What left Yi Shi speechless was that it continued to chase the remaining fleeing individuals without pause. Its feet, hands, and mouth were in constant motion. The pursued were gradually exhausting themselves, attempting to scatter and flee. The leading young man gasped, rallying everyone. "Now attack it." As his voice fell, 3 ability users, including the young man, launched an assault on the third-level zombie. Yi Shi, hidden at a safe distance, had a clear view of the scene. Among the 3 ability users, one wielded wood abilities, another water, and the last fire. Judging by the intensity of their powers, they were all second level. Moreover, the young man with wood abilities seemed somewhat familiar. Did he resemble Ji Chu, one of Lin Cici's devoted admirers? She squinted. Her vision was not entirely clear at night. Unsure, she decided to observe further. Ji Chu was particularly memorable, as he ranked lowest among Lin Cici's admirers. In terms of strength and background, he epitomized the role of a devoted follower, quietly guarding Lin Cici's side. If Lin Cici's admirers were categorized into 5 levels, he would be at the very bottom, with minimal utility to her. Even though what abilities could cultivate plants to meet basic needs for food, what did Lin Cici care for such trivialities? Among her admirers was Wen Xiu, who could provide for her every need. Ultimately, it was Wen Xiu who attempted to imprison Lin Cici, only to be discovered by Ji Chu. Lin Cici sought Ji Chu's help, and he intended to rescue her, but was intercepted by Wen Xiu. Fearing discovery, Lin Cici claimed Ji Chu insisted on taking her away. In a fit of rage, Wen Xiu ordered Ji Chu's execution. Yi Xia disguised herself as a servant of Wen Xiu, witnessing the entire event from a distance. Ji Chu could scarcely believe his goddess would utter such words at the moment of his demise. Yet, admirers exist because of their unwavering love for the protagonist. Yi Xia had observed that until his last breath, Ji Chu harbored no resentment towards Lin Cici. His lifeless eyes were filled with regret for not saving her. He epitomized the archetype of an unredeemable admirer. As for when he first encountered Lin Cici, she was unaware. It was not a subject of her interest. Ji Chu's lowly status rendered him unsuitable for her plans to eliminate Lin Cici. Now, encountering him here could be deemed fate? Yi Xia raised an eyebrow, stroking her chin as she observed Ji Chu and his companions battling the 3rd-level zombie. Clearly, given their current prowess, they were being utterly overwhelmed. The remaining 1st-level ability users cowered nearby, trembling in fear. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi Xia shook her head in disapproval. However, she had no intention of intervening, as their survival bore no consequence to her. Ji Chu was drenched in sweat, his abilities nearly depleted. The others were in similar straits, yet the mutated zombie remained unscathed. Its abdomen had only suffered minor burns from their attacks and was pierced by wood spikes, but striking its heart was futile. They needed to aim for its brain. The mutated zombie moved with remarkable speed, seemingly possessing a degree of intelligence, toying with them. Brother Chu, what should we do? My abilities can't last much longer. If this continues, we will perish at the hands of this mutated zombie. I should have never listened to Lu Yi. That scoundrel speaks nothing but lies. Claiming there is something in the mutated zombie's brain that could enhance our powers, it's utter deceit. Ren Di, the fire ability user, turned pale, his gaze icy and filled with resentment as he glared at the shadow lurking in the corner. Ji Chu's expression was equally grim, beginning to question Lu Yi's words. With the mutated zombie having already claimed several of their teammates, he was unwilling to give up so easily. If the claims were true, then this mutated zombie deserved to be eliminated. Yet, who could have anticipated that this mutated zombie would be so strong, far beyond their capabilities? Yes, Brother Chu, we should scatter and flee to save ourselves. The water ability user, Tang Yuan, felt his legs weaken. Just moments ago, he had been lagging behind, too terrified to stop. As the sound of flesh being devoured echoed ominously behind him, the chase had not ceased for a moment. If he slowed even slightly, he would meet the same fate as the last 2 teammates. The mutated zombie was terrifying. The remaining teammates hiding nearby sensed something was amiss. How could this mutated zombie be so formidable? Lu Yi, you aren't toying with us, are you? Exactly. You better clarify how we are to deal with this mutated zombie, or we'll toss you out as bait for the zombies, hoping for a chance to escape. Once such words were uttered, this indicates that the preparations have been made. The person delivering the final words forcefully shoved the boy standing in the corner, causing him to fall to the ground without resistance. Clad in a grimy hoodie, his pants stained with dirt and blood, he lowered his head, his long bangs obscuring half of his face. Yet, one could faintly discern his prominent nose and a pair of delicately pale lips. His clearly defined jawline was marred with grime. He did not lift his head, and his lips parted slightly as he murmured, I didn't know it was that formidable. Upon hearing this, the others grew even angrier. You deliberately led us to our doom, didn't you? Damn it. Brother Chu and the others can hardly hold on any longer. Just throw Lu Yi out to buy us some time. He's useless anyway, a waste without any powers. Just dragging our team down. I agree. What are we waiting for? Let us take action. Having uttered these words, they advanced to seize the boy. He was yanked up and roughly shoved forward. Initially, Yi Xia intended to continue watching the spectacle, but upon hearing the name Lu Yi, she froze momentarily. She could not help but narrow her eyes, scrutinizing the boy being pushed around by the others. He was not tall, with long bangs obscuring his face. She was uncertain if they shared the same name.
Yet she recalled a tale from her previous life about a top researcher at the base who had developed an antidote for the zombie virus, named Lu Yi, who, like her, possessed no abilities whatsoever. Thinking of this, Yishi's gaze on the boy grew more fervent. She quickly recalled the descriptions of Lu Yi, the eminent researcher,
From her past life.
after the antidote for the zombie virus was developed, there was a report detailing Lu Ye's personal experiences post-apocalypse. It stated that he was a brilliant biologist, the offspring of esteemed researchers, but tragically lost his parents early in the apocalypse. Subsequently, Lu Yi wandered through the desolate world alone. Lacking any awakened powers, he was forced to move among various teams for survival, much like her and Yi Yan. She vividly remembered how moved she had been upon reading that article. However, it also mentioned that Lu Yi, this distinguished researcher, had lost an eye and a right hand during his struggle for survival. No one believed that someone like him could contribute to research anymore. Thus, he was essentially ostracized, with no opportunities for research, until, by chance, he was recognized for his potential and brought back into a laboratory. Yet, his disabilities posed significant challenges in conducting experiments. In the end, he nearly had a success with the zombie antidote snatched away from him. The only reason it wasn't taken was that he used himself as a subject, deliberately allowing zombies to bite him before consuming the antidote. This audacious experiment was acknowledged and praised by the base's leaders. When Yi Shi first read the report, her initial reaction was that this Lu Yi, though young, was ruthless and perhaps even mad. Yet it was precisely his madness that birthed the zombie antidote. Such a madman was indeed endearing. In that moment, Yi Shi resolved that, for the sake of Lu Ye's name, she could no longer stand idly by. Naturally, she also did not want Ji Chu and the others to benefit from the third-level zombie crystal cores. She narrowed her eyes, focusing on the individuals pushing Lu Yi, and quickly devised a plan.
Lu Ye, Hoarding.
If you don't engage that mutated zombie, you'll lead us all to our demise. Even if you don't go now, we'll all perish together. Rather than dying as a group, it's better for you to go first. After all, you were the one who said there's something on the mutated zombie that can upgrade abilities. The others relentlessly drove Lu Yi towards the mutated zombie. Ji Chu turned around and saw Lu Yi had already approached him from behind. His abilities were now nearly depleted. He could no longer hold on. Beside him, Rindy was in even worse condition. His fire abilities had drawn the zombie's ire, and he now lay on the ground, unable to rise, blood pouring from his mouth, nose, and ears. At that moment, Ji Chu cast a glance at Lu Yi, a surge of intense hatred flashing in his eyes. The predicament they faced was indeed entirely Lu Ye's doing. The reason Ji Chu had initially allowed Lu Yi to join their team was due to his knowledge of Lu Yi's parents' identities.
He had assumed that,
given such lineage, Lu Yi might possess insights regarding the zombie virus. And yet here they were, on the brink of annihilation? The more Ji Chu thought about it, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth as he addressed Lu Yi. Regardless of whether your claims are true or false, we are undeniably in peril.
Lu Ye.
For the sake of everyone's lives, it seems you must be the sacrificial lamb. With that, he forcefully shoved Lu Yi towards the mutated zombie and then turned, pulling Rindy along with Tang Yuan to scatter and escape. Seeing this, the others quickly fled in every direction. The third-level zombie narrowed its blood-red eyes at the boy who had suddenly appeared before it, sniffing the air, its sharp claws poised to strike at Lu Yi's throat. Ji Chu could not resist glancing back. Indeed, he saw the mutated zombie gripping Lu Yi's neck, lifting him off the ground. The boy struggled desperately, but could not budge an inch. Ji Chu's heart raced. Just as the zombie's other hand was about to tear Lu Yi's throat apart, a shadow suddenly darted from the front. It moved with incredible speed. Crack. The zombie's hand, which was constricting Lu Yi's neck, was abruptly severed. Lu Yi fell to the ground. Who? Ji Chu was filled with confusion, his fleeing steps involuntarily slowing. Almost immediately, the figure reappeared, this time targeting the zombie's other arm. Another crack resounded. Ji Chu could hardly discern what weapon was used. The mutated zombie's arm fell away once more. This time, the mutated zombie was thoroughly enraged, screeching as it lunged at the swift shadow. Moments later, Ji Chu saw that entangled with the mutated zombie was a woman. She was petite yet remarkably fast, evading and attacking with precision and ferocity. In mere minutes, this woman inflicted several blows upon the mutated zombie, which their group of second-level abilities could not harm. Its neck was nearly severed, its head swaying precariously. Realizing the danger, The mutated zombie instinctively halted its attack and attempted to flee. But the woman would not let it escape. A dagger struck swiftly and accurately into the mutated zombie's skull. The next moment, the creature that had sought to escape suddenly became immobile. Thud! The mutated zombie fell straight to the ground, its head rolling away. Ji Chu stood there, dumbfounded. Ren Di and Tang Yuan were equally incredulous. How could someone be powerful enough to kill such a formidable mutated zombie with their bare hands? Was this still human? The woman then stomped on the zombie's head several times. Ji Chu and the others wore expressions of disbelief. Once they regained their senses, they stood frozen, staring intently at the woman. After she had stomped on the zombie's head a few times, she walked directly towards Lu Yi. Ji Chu felt his breath hitch, instinctively quickening his pace to speak with a formidable woman. Yet, as he approached, he heard her lean towards Lu Yi and say, "Stinky little brother, what's wrong? Seeing your sister has made you so foolishly happy?"
Brother? Sister?
Ji Chu was instantly rooted to the spot, his expression darkening. Ren Di was equally stunned, wiping the blood from his mouth as he questioned, "She's Lu Yi's sister? What kind of joke is this?" The others were equally bewildered. Surely Lu Yi had a sister? No one had heard of this before. Lu Yi is not an only child, is he? It should be his cousin or something, but she is truly formidable. She actually killed the mutated zombie that had slain so many of our teammates. Indeed. If Brother Chu and the others could hold on, they wouldn't have pushed Lu Yi out to face it. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others instantly froze. Oh no! This woman is Lu Yi's sister. Did she witness them pushing him out to feed the zombie? Chapter 70. Deception, sister? The youth looked up, his gaze strange as it fell upon the woman before him, peering through his long bangs. "It's me, your sister, Yi Shi. Has your brain not been scrambled by the zombies?" Yi Shi stepped forward, cradling his face, gently brushing aside his troublesome bangs with a tender expression. "It's definitely you." Her eyes sparkled momentarily. "Isn't Lu Yi from the reports of the past life, just this boy 10 years later?" Who would have thought? The 19-year-old Lu Yi is quite handsome. With his high nose and starry eyes, his red lips and white teeth, he would have been a prime specimen before the apocalypse. Of course, she was no strange aunt. Saving Lu Yi was entirely motivated by the future antidote for the zombie virus. How fortuitous. Possessing the ability to read minds. Lu Yi, having heard her thoughts, recognized those familiar words, past life, 10 years later, antidote for the zombie virus. He hadn't anticipated that the woman before him would share the same reincarnation circumstance. Lu Yi's emotions were complex. After casting a peculiar glance at Yi Shi, he chose to remain silent. Yi Shi was elated to find Lu Yi, her mind filled with thoughts of the zombie virus antidote. Little did she know that the boy in front of her was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Seeing him silent, she assumed he was still in shock from his narrow escape. She soothingly patted his head, assuring him, "Don't worry, sister is here. No one will bully you again." Lu Yi. Upon hearing this, Ji Chu and the others. Ren Di recalled Yi Shi's swift and decisive actions in slaying the zombie, sending shivers down his spine. "Brother Chu, what should we do?" He looked to Ji Chu, recalling what had just transpired. Ji Chu's expression darkened further, his mood soured. The mutated zombie had left them utterly defenseless. This woman claiming to be Lu Yi's sister could kill the mutated zombie, indicating her formidable prowess. If they were to settle accounts, they would surely be at a disadvantage. "Let us go. Do not confront her." Ji Chu, guilt-ridden over having pushed Lu Yi out earlier, could only shout for a rapid retreat. The others were already daunted by Yi Shi's earlier display of strength, fearing repercussions. As Ji Chu spoke, they hesitated no longer and fled. Yi Shi straightened up, catching a glimpse of Ji Chu and the others retreating in disarray, a slight smile gracing her lips. Perfect. She was too lazy to waste her breath on Ji's sycophants. Turning her attention back to the youth, she intentionally asked, "Your name is Lu Yi, right?" The incident unfolded so suddenly. Seeing you pushed out to feed the zombie, I couldn't help but intervene. She resolved to create an image of righteousness and kindness in front of Lu Yi, aiming to win his favor. Once they returned, she would gradually address the matter of the zombie virus antidote. She thought in her past life, Lu Yi had lost an eye and a hand, yet still managed to create the antidote 10 years later. In this life, with his body intact, if he found a better base and laboratory, wouldn't that shorten the research time by 3 to 5 years? The end of the apocalypse would be within reach. Upon hearing her thoughts again, Lu Yi pondered,
End the apocalypse?
No.
He had no desire to end it. His deep-set eyes flickered with a strange hue before he slowly raised his gaze to Yi and softly said, I understand. Thank you, Sister Yi. Coincidentally, I also have a team. Why don't you join us? Rest assured, I want to throw you out to feed the zombies. The reason I saved you is that your experience resonates with mine. I too almost faced that fate. Yi, feigning empathy, responded with a compassionate expression. She must appear benevolent now, right? Lu Yi's gaze flickered, and he looked at her gratefully, saying, Thank you, Sister Yi, you are my savior. I will listen to you from now on. Such a good boy, Yi said, gently ruffling his hair. Internally, she mused that his hair was surprisingly soft and clean. But suddenly, she recalled something and withdrew her hand. Having just killed a zombie, her hands had yet to be washed. Was it not too dirty to touch his head? Lu Yi, let us go. Yi grasped his arm, swiftly pulling him up. As they approached the head of the third-level zombie, she deftly extracted the crystal core within. She deliberately asked Lu Yi behind her, Do you know what this is? Lu Yi nodded. It's something that allows ability users to level up.
Oh.
Did you research this? My parents previously studied the evolution and coexistence of humans and viruses. It was merely a hypothesis. I never expected it to come true. Lu Yi spoke calmly, yet Yi could distinctly sense a hint of sorrow in his tone. This was only natural, after all. Losing loved ones is a pain not easily borne, much like her own loss of Yen in her past life. Yi chose not to dwell on it, pocketing the crystal core before telling Lu Yi, Let us go. I'll take you to our team. Lu Yi followed her leisurely. Yet his mind lingered on the name Yen that she had just thought of. It sounded like it could be her sister, or perhaps a younger sibling. He squinted slightly, observing Yi's back with growing curiosity. He suddenly found himself wondering just how far she intended to manipulate him. Upon returning, Yi did not forget to call Lu Hong. When Lu Hong saw Yi return, she was overjoyed and called out, Sister Shi. Yes, this is Lu Yi, whom I just rescued. He my brother. She had decided not to clarify whether he was her real brother or not. In any case, within this team, Lu Yi would be regarded as her brother. Lu Hong paused, looking at Lu Yi, her first reaction being to ask, Sister Shi, does he have any abilities? Should we? No need, Yi interjected. He is different from you. He has other strengths. Oh, I see. Lu Hong merely cast a curious glance at Lu Yi, refraining from further inquiries. She believed Yi wouldn't bring back someone useless. This Lu Yi appeared only slightly younger than her, his demeanor rather gloomy. But he likely possessed some other special skills. Lu Yi maintained a stoic expression, not sparing Lu Hong a glance, closely following Yi. Lu Hong noticed this but did not pause, hastily keeping pace. The trio made their way back, coincidentally encountering Shen Yingqing approaching from the opposite direction.
Yi?
Shen Yingqing, surprised to see Yi accompanied by Lu Hong and a strange young boy, inquired. Yi replied unhurriedly, I took Lu Hong out to slay zombies for training. And along the way, I encountered a living team. Coincidentally, my brother Lu Yi is part of that team. As she spoke, she pulled Lu Yi over. Come. Let me introduce you. This is our team leader, Shen Yingqing. Shen Yingqing wore a bewildered expression, and before Lu Yi could speak, he questioned Yi. When did you get a brother? Chapter 71. In a coma. I've always had one. A cousin. Yi, without blinking, fabricated a tale, smiling at Shen Yingqing. Let us just say luck was on our side, granting us siblings a chance to reconnect in the apocalypse. Regarding Lu Yi's true identity, she would not disclose it to Shen Yingqing and the others. The fewer who knew about the antidote for the zombie virus, the safer it would be. Once they had the means to create the antidote, they would announce it widely. Shen Yingqing eyed her suspiciously. However, this was not the time to focus on that matter. He inquired further, what about the living team you encountered? Oh, they faced a mutated zombie. It seems they were hunting, and amidst the commotion, they disappeared. My younger brother runs slowly, which allowed me to catch him and bring him back. By the way, Yi said, casually placing her hand on Lu Yi's shoulder. Speaking in a tone of familiarity and closeness, Yi, why don't you tell the captain about the situation of the living team you just mentioned? Hearing her address him, Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. His expression softened slightly as he regained his composure and turned to Shen Yingqing, stating, I've been with them for over half a month. Their leader is called Ji Chu, and the team consists of 4 level 2 ability users and 6 level 1 ability users. However, just now, They encountered mutated zombies and lost one level 2 ability user and 2 level 1 ability users.
The Zhu.
Shen Yingcheng found the name unfamiliar, indicating that he was not an acquaintance. He inquired further, which direction did they head towards? If they are indeed of that caliber, a group should have no issue taking down a mutated zombie. But I wonder if they are aware of the significance of the crystal cores. Lu Yi glanced towards a certain direction behind him. Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow slightly, understanding the implication, and then redirected his gaze to the three of them, saying, "Since you are all fine, let us return to the temporary residence. M City is not peaceful. We have already discovered that there are still survivors active in the vicinity." Yi Shi nodded, and the group began to walk back together. Xiao Shi? Yi Yan had not been asleep and was waiting on the first floor of the temporary residence. Upon seeing Yi Shi, she quickly stood up to greet her. Yi Shi smiled at her and immediately pulled Lu Yi over, saying, "Sister, do you recognize who this is?" Yi Yan was momentarily stunned, her face a picture of confusion. Yi Shi lifted Lu Yi's long bangs, revealing the young man's handsome face.
Ah yeah.
"Our cousin. It's been so many years, hasn't he it?"
Ah yeah.
Yi Yan was puzzled for a moment, but upon receiving her sister's suggestive glance, she instantly understood. Exclaiming in surprise, "Is it really Yi? It's been ages since I last saw him. He has grown so much." Indeed. Yi Shi noted her sister's engagement in the jest, raising an eyebrow and continuing, "This is my sister, your elder cousin Yi Yan. You haven't forgotten her, have you?" Lu Yi smiled faintly, murmuring, "Yes, it's been a long time. That's all right. You can take your time to remember," she said, gently nudging him towards the sofa to sit down. Meanwhile, Yan Ziming, Yixiran, and Fu Ruoqing exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused by Shen Yingcheng's explanation. Where did Yi Shi find such a mysterious person? Seeing that Yi Yan had recognized him, Shen Yingcheng ceased to doubt and explained. Yi Shi encountered our cousin Lu Yi while she was out with Lu Hong, fighting zombies. They stumbled upon a living team entangled with mutated zombies. Yan Ziming and Fu Ruoqing nodded in understanding. However, Yixiran crossed his arms and scoffed, looking at Lu Yi and remarked, "You look rather frail."
I doubt you've ever fought a zombie.
Lu Yi glanced at him, but remained silent. Yi Shi stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Yi and, with a hint of impatience, said, "I will teach him, so please keep your mouth shut and don't meddle."
All right, I'll be keen to see how you go about that.
Remember, our team does not accommodate useless individuals, Yixiran retorted, emphasizing the last four words with disdain. Yi Shi chose not to respond further. Yi Yan observed Lu Yi sitting beside her. Her feelings were somewhat complex. She wondered why her sister had brought back such a stranger. Yet, knowing Yi Shi, she trusted there was a purpose behind it and resolved to assist in whatever way she could. Nevertheless, Yi Yan couldn't shake the feeling that this boy named Lu Yi was overly taciturn. Though handsome, he exuded a somewhat gloomy aura that was not particularly endearing. Lu Yi, attuned to Yi Yan's thoughts, remained silent. In truth, he could discern the thoughts of everyone in the room. After a brief moment, he began to form a general understanding of this group. "I'll go check on Brother Pei," Yan Ziming suddenly recalled, remembering that Pei Hongqing had gone out with Yi Shi and Lu Hong. Since they had returned without him, he felt a growing concern. Shen Yingcheng called out to him. "Which direction did Hongqing leave?" Yan Ziming instinctively glanced at Yi Shi and Lu Hong. Shen Yingcheng quickly grasped the situation. Pei Hongqing had been keeping an eye on Yi Shi's movements, and it was evident he had left to investigate what Yi Shi and Lu Hong were doing. He too was surprised that Yi Shi had taken Lu Hong to fight zombies. Regardless of the intent, this was likely a benefit for their team. Thus, he refrained from further inquiries. "Ziming, come with me to search for him. Shiran, you stay here," Shen Yingcheng instructed, and the two of them stepped out. Once they exited, Yi Shi turned her attention to the disheveled Lu Yi. "Would you like to take a shower?" This young man had just been nearly strangled by a level 3 zombie, leaving him not only with a bruised neck, but also smeared with blood, which was rather unpleasant. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Yi Shi then stood up, leading him to the bathroom. After instructing him to wash thoroughly, she also went to retrieve a set of clean sportswear for him. Just as they reached the door, they spotted Yan Ziming rushing towards them, carrying someone on his back, drenched in sweat and urgency. Shen Yingcheng had not yet arrived, but he shouted anxiously, "Yi Yan, Hongqing needs you." Yi Shi halted her actions, watching as Yan Ziming brought Pei Hongqing into the room and laid him on the coffee table. Upon closer inspection, It was evident that Pei Hongqing was in a severely burnt state, his hair standing on end. Yet that was not the main concern. The alarming issue was that he lay unconscious, covered in numerous bloody wounds. The most severe was a 20-centimeter-long gash across his chest, grotesquely deep, bleeding profusely. Yan Ziming's back was stained with his blood. Yi Yan was taken aback by the severity of his injuries and hurried forward to use her ability to heal Pei Hongqing. What on earth had happened? How had Brother Pei ended up like this? Ishiran's face darkened, disbelief etched across his features. Having known Pei Hongqing for so long, he had never seen him in such a disheveled state. Chapter 72. Placed in mortal danger. Yan Ziming's brow was furrowed, his tone grave as he recounted. We saw Brother Pei in that condition not far from the alley. At that time, he was barely alive, and there were no signs of a struggle around. Judging by his injuries, it seems like he was ambushed and attacked ruthlessly. Shen Yingcheng's expression was equally somber. It appeared that their assailants had intended to kill Hongqing, but upon noticing their approach, had fled. I saw a shadow fleeing when we found Hongqing. Who the hell is that despicable coward?
Yiran said.
Slamming his fist on the sofa in frustration. Fu, watching, unsure of what to say, wore a troubled expression. Given the circumstances as a psychic ability user, she was dismayed that she had sensed nothing despite being so close. Why had that happened? Confusion filled her mind as she turned to Shen Yingcheng and asked, Brother Shen, didn't he detect any unusual movements just now? That can only mean the assailant is stronger than you. They were adept at concealing their presence. Yi Shi interjected nonchalantly as she walked in with the fresh clothes for Lu Yi. Upon hearing her words, Shen Yingcheng and the others exchanged glances of surprise. Yi Shi said no more. She stood behind Yi Yan, her gaze fixated on the charred skin and standing hair of Pei Hongqing. Such damage could only be inflicted by lightning-type abilities. Had Pei Hongqing encountered a lightning ability user when he went out? Pondering this, she furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Yi Yan unleashed her healing powers, a soft golden light enveloping the gash on Pei Hongqing's chest. The deep wound, visible to the bone, began to heal at a remarkable pace. Within a minute, the 20-centimeter-long laceration had transformed into a faint scar, followed by the healing of his other wounds. However, the effort nearly drained Yi Yan of her entire energy reserve. Her forehead glistened with beads of sweat. After a moment, she turned to Shen Yingcheng. Her brows knitted in concern, her tone tinged with urgency. Hongqing is gravely injured. One treatment may not suffice. Shen Yingcheng nodded and swiftly addressed Ishiran and the others. Everyone, please bring out all the first-level crystal cores. Let us prioritize using them for Yi Yan. Without hesitation, Ishiran, Yan Ziming, and Fu Ruoqing retrieved the crystal cores and presented them to Yi Yan. As Yi Yan absorbed the energy from the cores, she continued to channel it towards Pei Hongqing for his treatment. Lu Hong stood nearby, observing their actions. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Xiao Hong, startling her. Turning to see Lin Yujia, Lu Hong's expression shifted slightly. What do you want? She asked. Lin Yujia hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction and quickly replied in a hushed tone, I just wanted to point out that Yi Yan appears to be releasing her powers. What is it to you? Lu Hong, noting the glint in her eyes, recognized her intentions and retorted bluntly. Lin Yujia felt disgruntled by her tone. Suspecting that Lu Hong had begun to doubt her because of what Yi Shi had said regarding Lu Wenfeng, which prompted this abrupt change in attitude. Yet, she couldn't afford to lose her temper now. She merely pressed her lips together and said softly, I'm just a bit curious. Her abilities seem to be related to healing wounds, which is quite rare, isn't it? Indeed.
Liu Hong replied curtly,
returning her focus to Pei Hongqing's condition as they all awaited his awakening. Lin Yujia scrutinized Yi Yan for quite some time, her gaze flickering before she stepped into a corner. Suddenly, Pei Hongqing gasped violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen. Hongqing! Shen Yingcheng exclaimed with relief. Rushing to support him, Pei Hongqing slowly opened his eyes, surveying the concerned faces surrounding him. After catching his breath, he hoarsely remarked, It seems I have escaped death once again. Who exactly attacked you? Shen Yingcheng inquired urgently. Pei Hongqing shook his head, his expression grim. I didn't see him. He struck from above, and I felt a powerful current strike my body before I lost consciousness. A lightning-type ability. Yi Shi interjected as she helped the exhausted Yi Yan to her feet. Moreover, he is at least of the same level as you.
He attempted to finish you off after his initial strike, but when the captain and Yan Ziming arrived, he fled. Pei Hongqing frowned slightly, a flicker of menace crossing his narrowed eyes. What was his motive for attacking me? Is he an old enemy of yours? Ishiran stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's peculiar for someone to attack so viciously upon first meeting. I don't know, Pei Hongqing replied, increasingly agitated, as if a metaphorical knife hung over his neck. Who was this person, so intent on taking his life without revealing himself? He turned to Yishi, who raised an eyebrow. Don't look to me for answers. I can't deduce who wants you dead. All I know is that the attacker is a lightning-type ability user and he is determined to kill you, likely an enemy. With that, she made her way toward the bathroom. Pei Hongqing watched her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Shen Yingqing patted his back, asking, How do you feel now? Yi Yan expended her powers twice to save your life. Pei Hongqing glanced at Yi Yan, who sat nearby, her complexion slightly pale, and murmured, Thank you. Yi Yan waved her hand dismissively, her voice gentle. It was my duty. However, your injuries are severe. The blow from that lightning strike has likely impacted your internal organs significantly, which is why I had to use more energy to treat you. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to absorb more crystal cores. Pei Hongqing nodded, replying, I feel much better now. Yi Yan exhaled in relief. That's good. She was still not entirely adept with her abilities, and since Pei Hongqing's injuries were internal, she had to release more energy for his treatment until he regained consciousness. However, it seemed he had not fully recovered yet, and after absorbing the remaining crystal cores, she would need to continue assisting him. As long as Pei Ge is all right, Yan Ziming remarked, analyzing the situation for everyone. But this close call has made it clear that M City is indeed perilous, aside from us. There are other ability users here, and they are not to be trifled with. We must leave M City as soon as possible. Fu Ruoqing, however, expressed her confusion. We upgraded our abilities by finding zombie crystal cores, so is it possible that the ability user who attacked Hongqing is in the same situation? Perhaps, Shen Yingqing mused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. If the attacker did not rely on zombie crystal cores for an upgrade but rather ascended naturally, he would be equally formidable. We must prepare to navigate through M City swiftly. Chapter 73. Unusual Sounds. In a large supermarket in M City, Wang Chen returned with a grim expression. His cleaver stained with the blood of a third-level wind-type ability user. So close, yet so far, he thought, lamenting his failure to acquire the wind ability.
Liu Gang.
Noticing Wang Chen's furious demeanor, approached him cautiously. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Wang Chen flicked the blood off his cleaver dismissively. Nothing, just took care of a zombie. Liu Gang discreetly glanced at the blood on the blade. It certainly didn't resemble that of a zombie, but rather seemed like human blood. His expression shifted, though he dared not show it. Wang Chen strode into the supermarket, where their group had grown to nearly 30 members. Upon his entrance, everyone rose respectfully, greeting him as Brother Wang. Where S. Feng Hua? Wang Chen scanned the crowd. I'm here, Brother Wang. Feng Hua, a young man wearing glasses, raised his hand and hurried forward. Wang Chen inquired, How's the packing going? Feng Hua adjusted his glasses and smiled, rest assured. We've emptied the entire supermarket and are ready to set off at any time. Good, Wang Chen replied, narrowing his eyes, his mood troubled. He was particularly vexed by his failure to obtain the wind ability and the fact that he had yet to encounter a space ability user. Additionally, healing and mental ability users were crucial to any team. This led him to think of Yishi. He had followed her presumed route from his previous life. Yet he had not spotted her figure. Could it be that his memory was flawed and she hadn't gone this way? The more he pondered, the more impatient he grew. Liu Gang, Feng Hua, and the others observed in silence, not daring to disturb him, aware of his foul mood. They had been with Wang Chen for some time now. His lightning ability was indeed formidable, having swiftly advanced to level 3 within days, effortlessly dispatching zombies with its destructive power. Furthermore, he was merciless against those who defied him or whom he disliked, which kept everyone from speaking out freely. Usually, only those like Liu Gang and Feng Hua, who were often called upon by him, dared to engage in conversation. Brother Wang. Suddenly, a voice rang out at the entrance. The young man with yellow hair, Zheng Duo, approached, flanked by a dozen individuals of varying ages and genders. Wang Chen lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes as he assessed the few attractive women among the group. He arched an eyebrow and asked Zheng Duo, Where did you find these? Zheng Duo, eager to please, replied, just survivors found nearby at a hotel. They wish to join our group and travel with us to B City. What do you think, Brother Wang? Wang Chun surveyed the newcomers, smiling slightly. The more, the merrier. Traveling together enhances the chance of survival. However, he abruptly shifted his tone, narrowing his eyes menacingly. We do not accommodate idlers in our ranks. Now, each of you, reveal your abilities or special skills. The group of a dozen behind Jing Duo exchanged glances, unsure of who would speak first. After a moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward. I am a chef. I can cook. This is my daughter. She just entered university and has no particular skills, he said, pulling his shy daughter from behind him. Wang Chun, intrigued by her striking features, cheerfully remarked, no worries. Since you can cook, your daughter can assist you from now on. His gaze swept across the others. Where there is one, there will be another. The remaining members began to introduce themselves. However, little did they know that joining this group was merely the beginning of their hellish existence. Meanwhile, at the temporary shelter, Pei Hongqing had escaped danger. Shen Yingcheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief, intending to take a brief respite before discussing their next course of action. At the bathroom door, Yishi scrutinized the boy who had just emerged. His damp hair still exuded steam, and with his clean appearance, his fair skin was even more prominent. Yet, his bangs were excessively long, obscuring most of his face and revealing only his well-defined jawline. She touched her chin, raising the scissors in her hand and snipping twice, grinning at the boy. Ai Yi, how about a haircut? Lu Yi paused, his deep-set eyes flickering, and responded with a low like an obedient puppy, lowering his head toward her. Yi Shi, exasperated, kicked a low stool nearby. You need to sit. It's difficult to cut your hair while standing. He complied and sat on the stool, his tall frame making it somewhat awkward. He resembled a child squatting. Yi Shi raised her eyebrows and, with a swift motion, she cut through his long bangs. Strands of hair floated down. Lu Yi felt a tangle of emotions. In his mind, Yi Shi's cheerful thoughts echoed. Wow, this hair is really nice. I wonder what shampoo he uses. Is it a pity to cut it? But if I don't, what if zombies attack? Those long braids could be deadly. Lu Yi, you are our treasure. You must stay safe and healthy. The antidote for the zombie virus, the end of the world, depends on you. Lu Yi's expression grew slightly tense, his demeanor peculiar. All done. Yi Shi clapped her hands, having trimmed the excess bangs and other lengthy parts of his hair, revealing his entire face.
Clean. Fresh.
With the newly styled hair, he looked strikingly handsome. He epitomized the ideal image of a charming younger brother in the eyes of many girls. Yi Shi stepped in front of Lu Yi, thoroughly pleased with her handiwork, and asked, Want to check yourself out in the restroom? Lu Yi nodded, rising to head toward the bathroom, only to bump into Yi Yan, who was approaching. Upon seeing Lu Yi's hair, Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback. The uneven lengths created a wild and untamed hairstyle. Yi Shi chuckled. What do you think?
Cease.
Isn't my skill impressive? Yi looks particularly nice, right? Lu Yi sensed Yi Yan's expression was not quite in agreement. After a brief silence, she managed to smile. Little Shi, it's good, but next time, use a professional pair of scissors. This cut is quite unsightly. Lu Yi pondered. So, just how ugly is it? He stepped into the bathroom. Yi Shi, oblivious to any issues with her skills, examined the scissors, thinking they seemed fine and sharp. Yi Yan forced a smile, unsure of what more to say. Glancing into the bathroom, she saw Lu Yi gazing into the mirror, his expression as if he had been struck by lightning. Shaking her head, she thought, poor child, perhaps he was about to cry over his new hairstyle. When Lu Yi emerged, Yi Yan gently reassured him, it's all right. Your hair grows quickly, and soon it will be long again. When that happens, Shen Ge can help you fix it. Fix what? Doesn't he look good?
Yevire tortet, turning tuluye.
I'm not kidding. This is the trendiest hairstyle in the apocalypse. 10 years from now. Lu Yi remained silent, having never witnessed such a trendy hairstyle, even a decade later. As it stood, it seemed merely a reflection of Yi Shi's peculiar taste. Next, everyone in the team paused momentarily, surprised by Lu Yi's new hairstyle, but out of politeness, no one laughed. Pei Hongqing, having learned of Lu Yi's background from Shen Yingcheng, merely squinted and assessed him and Yi Shi, saying nothing further. In contrast, Ishiran erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Dude, I think you did that on purpose. Who would create such an atrocious hairstyle? Yi Shi glanced at Lu Yi, smiling slightly. Yi, is it ugly?
Lu Yi,
aware of the friction between Yi Shi and Ishiran, graciously replied, Not ugly, I really like it. Thank you, Sister Shi.
What?
Ishiran stared at him, incredulous, as if questioning his sanity. Just as he was about to speak, a strange noise emanated from their parked vehicle across the street. Crack. The sound was particularly pronounced. Yi Shi squinted, her gaze darting toward the vehicle. Chapter 74. Save me. What is that? Ishiran abruptly altered his statement, narrowing his eyes and following Yi Shi's line of sight toward their truck. In the next moment, a piercing, shrill sound, akin to sharp claws scraping against metal, echoed in everyone's ears. Yi Shi felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps rising all over her body. Her expression hardened, and she immediately bent down to look beneath the vehicle. In the darkness, a shadow darted by. It was not human. Her complexion paled suddenly. She spun around and rushed back into the building, forcefully pushing past Ishiran, quickly pulling down the iron shutter door while urgently instructing everyone, quick. Secure all the doors and windows inside. Her serious and urgent words caused Shinicheng and the others to change color. Ishiran, having been shoved aside, exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" As he leaned against the iron door, something snagged at his clothing. He turned sharply, only to find a rat the size of a dog squatting outside the door, tugging at his clothes with its claws. Rip! Not only did the hem of his pants get torn, but the enormous rat also bared its teeth at him. Squeak! Its 4 sharp teeth dripped with thick blood, and it lunged at him with a snap.
Ye Iran, tarifiyet, stamlet bakird.
Yet he was one step too late. The sharp teeth of the rat caught his belt. With another rip, his pants were forcefully torn apart. Ishiran lunged forward, feeling a cold breeze brush past his rear, sending shivers throughout his body.
Sharon.
Shun Ingcheng rushed forward to pull him off the ground. Ishiran, dazed, touched his backside, his mind swirling.
Who am I?
Where am I? Did I save my butt? His face paled as he felt a sticky substance and, terrified, clutched Shuningcheng's arm. Brother Shun, I was bitten. Shuningcheng's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he threw an ice blade, decapitating the mutated rat. As the rat collapsed, he turned to examine Ishiran's backside, which was smeared with the rat's blood, making it impossible to tell if there was an actual injury.
Yan.
Quickly come check on Shiran. Shun Ingcheng urged anxiously. Yi Yan rushed over without delay. Yi Shi's lips curled into a smirk as she raised her foot and kicked Ishiran squarely on his rear, where his pants had torn. Damn it! Ishiran exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa, glaring at Yi Shi with unbridled fury. If I mutate, I swear I'll be the first to bite you, you deadbeat fish. I'll turn you into a zombie. Yi Shi dismissed his threat with a wave.
Fine.
Then I shall be the first to sever your head and extract the 3rd-level crystal core from your brain, and that would be your repayment. How could you? Ishiran cursed, quickly covering his behind and looking desperately at Yi Yan for help. Sister Yan, save me. Yi Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Why did he have to injure himself there of all places? She wasn't much older than Ishiran herself. How was she supposed to treat him? But the situation was urgent, leaving no room for hesitation as she gritted her teeth and prepared to step forward. There's no need. He isn't injured, Yi Shi interjected. Grabbing Yi Yan's arm, she turned to Shuningcheng and the others. What just appeared was a mutated rat. And the virus it carries is far more terrifying than the zombie virus. If bitten, within a minute, a living person will begin to mutate. Do you see any signs of mutation on him? As Ishiran continued to wail and curse, he was acutely aware that there was no sign of mutation, only the glaring footprint left by Yi Shi on his behind. Cough, cough. Shun Ingcheng swiftly shed his outer garment and draped it over Ishiran's rear, giving him a gentle push. It's all right, you weren't bitten. Ishiran was drenched in cold sweat, the searing pain in his backside nearly bringing him to tears. Brother Shun, don't lie to me. If I wasn't bitten, why would it hurt so much? Please let Sister Yen treat me. Otherwise, I might really die. I just leveled up my 3rd-tier abilities. I can't perish now. Shun Ingcheng rubbed his temples in frustration. Pei Hongqing's lips twitched as he yanked Ishiran up from the sofa. Go check in the bathroom if you have any bite wounds. If not, come back and we can treat you later. Don't worry if you die. We will ensure you receive a proper burial. Ishiran's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Pei, how have you become just like that deadbeat fish Yi Shi? Can't you say something more humane? Do something human and I'll speak human words, alright? Frustrated, Ishiran trembled all over, clutching his behind. He shot Yi Shi a resentful glare before rushing towards the bathroom with reddened eyes. Yi Shi ignored him, Her brow furrowed as her gaze remained fixed on the corpse of the mutated rat outside, which was about the size of an ordinary adult dog. Mutated rats do not appear alone. The presence of one nearby indicated that many more were lurking. They needed to seal the doors and windows and observe the situation outside. How on earth did mutated rats appear? Yan Ziming asked in confusion. Fu Waking stood nearby with her eyes closed, her brow tightly knitted. I can sense the existence of the mutated rats Yi Shi mentioned. There are indeed many. They are coming from our left at the 12 o'clock direction. Their speed is astonishing. There are too many to count. As Fu Waking unleashed more of her psychic abilities, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. She felt an overwhelming threat drawing near, her breath quickening as she struggled to maintain her balance.
Yeyan reacted swiftly, supporting her hile urgently asking Yevi, Shaovi.
How do we deal with these mutated rats? Fire. Yi Shi replied succinctly, her expression grim. She hadn't anticipated their misfortune. They had barely entered City M when they were confronted by a horde of zombie rats. These creatures were particularly troublesome and feared nothing but fire. Yet, igniting a fire in the dark of night would also attract a large number of zombies, placing them in even greater danger. Realizing this, her expression shifted again as she turned to Shin Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. First, let Ishiran start a fire while we prepare defenses. These mutated rats can gnaw through anything, iron doors, glass. Nothing can hold them back. We must find a way to lure them away. Upon hearing this, the hearts of Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing sank. Yi Shi would never joke about their lives. Moreover, the sharpness of the mutated rat's teeth and its eyes, comparable to that of an adult dog, was enough to underscore the seriousness of the situation. They were absolutely not easier to deal with than mutated zombies. Shen Yingcheng quickly regained his composure, speaking in a low voice. All right, I'll have Shiran prepare to start a fire. Hongqing, how is your recovery? Can you continue? Pei Hongqing coughed twice, his throat still somewhat hoarse. It's manageable. I can handle luring them away. However, his gaze shifted back to Yi Shi, narrowing as he asked, what would be the best bait to lure these mutated rats? Chapter 75. Carry her? Use yourself. Yi Shi did not hesitate for a moment. Her tone grave. They are no different from zombies, but they move more swiftly and in large numbers, acting as a pack. According to Fu Waking's perception, this time it should be a small-scale rat tide, which we can avoid for now. If it were a large-scale rat tide, not only us, but any living person in City M, even zombies, would become their prey. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. Just then, Ishiran emerged from the restroom. Brother Shin, I really wasn't hurt. Shin Yingcheng shot him a glance, speaking firmly. Button up your jacket and come with me to the upper floor to start the fire.
Huh?
Ishiran looked bewildered, initially wanting to say he needed to change his pants. But all their supplies were locked in the vehicle outside, and there was no way to change. Shan Yingcheng didn't allow him any time to respond, tossing him a shirt before dragging him upstairs. Pei Hongqing glanced at Yan Ziming, Fu Waking, Yi Yan, Lu Hong, and Lu Yi. You all go check the windows and close them. He then turned to Yi Shi. Are you coming with me to lure the zombies? His tone was questioning, not forceful. Yi Shi frowned slightly. I can, but... Her gaze flickered as she looked at Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing felt a jolt as she regarded him with a calculating glance for the first time, causing his right eyelid to twitch involuntarily. What do you want to say? Yi Shi remained silent. Upon reaching the door, she pulled in the corpse of the mutated rat that Shin Yingcheng had dispatched using his powers. With a crunch, she crushed the rat's palm-sized head underfoot, blood splattering everywhere. Shao Shi? Yi Yan's face paled as she looked at Yi Shi in confusion. Yi Shi remained unhurried, extracting a crystal core from the rat's shattered head and placing it by Pei Hongqing's feet. These mutated rats contain crystal cores. According to Fu Waking's assessment, we are facing a small-scale mutated rat tide, consisting of less than 1,000. The more we can kill, the more crystal cores we can collect. Her words left Yan Ziming, and the others momentarily stunned. It can be done this way?
Pei Hongqing frowned, questioning Yevi.
How can such small things compare to a first-level zombie's crystal core? Approximately 10 mutated rat crystal cores equal one first-level mutated zombie crystal core. Therefore, if we kill 200, we could obtain 20 first-level zombie crystal cores? Yi Yan's eyes brightened with anticipation as she gazed at Yi Shi.
Yevi nodded.
However, these mutated rats are not easy to kill, especially when they appear in swarms. They are particularly troublesome. We need to devise a trap. As for you guys, Before she could finish, a fireball plummeted from the upper floor outside the door. With a loud bang, flames erupted at the entrance, illuminating a circle. What greeted everyone's eyes was a throng of dozens of mutated rats huddled in the dark at the entrance. Once ignited, they scattered in all directions.
Squeak. Squeak.
The sounds were incessant.
Ah!
Lin Yujia shrieked. Everyone turned to look at her. Lin Yujia, trembling in terror, pointed towards the window. There's a rat. The window had iron bars, and a rat the size of a dog was gnawing at the iron bars, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Crack. Pei Hongqing's expression changed as he unleashed a wind blade. The mutated rat's teeth were severed, and its neck followed suit, its body plummeting down. With a thud, it fell. The sound of something landing could be heard. However, before long, another mutated rat climbed up to their window. Yan Ziming felt a sudden jolt and swiftly ran upstairs, urging Shen and the others to ignite the fire in a different direction. Yi Shi furrowed her brows. While setting fire could temporarily prevent the creatures from approaching, it did not address the root of the problem. Pei Hongqing tugged at his arm and looked at her. Do you have a plan for either luring them away or eliminating these mutated rats? Yi Shi glanced towards a direction outside the door. There's a gas station nearby. Should we draw them there and set it ablaze? This would be the quickest and most effective method. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. After completing his warm-up exercises, Pei Hongqing moved to the gate and unleashed a gust of wind to deal with the dozen or so mutated rats that had surrounded the entrance. In reality, his wind blades only struck 7 or 8 of them. The rest cunningly evaded the attack. These mutated rats were not so easily dispatched. His expression darkened as he turned to Yi Shi, signaling, "Are you ready?" Yi Shi tightened her grip on the dagger and nodded. In the following moment, the gate swung open rapidly. Simultaneously, illuminated by the flames, the mutated rats hiding in the shadows emitted piercing squeaks and lunged toward the two. With a swift motion, 2 wind blades shot forth, slicing 2 mutated rats in half as they fell to the ground. Behind them, the gate was forcefully pulled down by Fu Ruoqing and Yi Yan. Yi Yan anxiously looked at Yi Shi. Shao Shi, safety first. Yi Shi nodded and cast a glance at Pei Hongqing. Pei Hongqing took a breath, patted his back, and said to her, "Climb on. I'll carry you." "Carry me?" Yi Shi's lips twitched slightly as she replied, "No need. I can walk on my own." With that, she quickly ran toward the gas station. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, watching her retreating figure, and quickened his pace to catch up. The mutated rats behind them, sensing food escaping from the house, gleamed with excitement in the darkness. Their blood-red eyes flashing. Sniffing the air, baring their sharp teeth, they turned and sprang after Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing on all fours. On the rooftop, Shen Yingcheng and Ishiran, who were setting fire, witnessed this scene. Ishiran exclaimed, "Didn't they say Brother Pei was drawing the mutated rats away? Why is that useless fellow following them? Is he delivering food?" Shen Yingcheng, clutching a piece of alcohol-soaked cloth, gestured for him to ignite it and said, "Hongqing has his own reasoning for doing this. Yi Shi is not a capricious person. You should not always assume the worst of her." Ishiran looked at him strangely. "Brother Shen, I don't know when it started, but you and Brother Pei seem increasingly supportive of that good-for-nothing Yi Shi. Is she really that great? Don't forget how she dragged us down over the past month. Who can guarantee she won't falter again in the future?" As Shen Yingcheng tossed the flaming cloth out the window, simultaneously using an ice blade to slay a mutated rat, he glanced back at Ishiran and said, "Shiran, you can see Yi Shi's transformation. You just refuse to accept it. One must ponder carefully, since she expressed her desire to change. What evolution has our team undergone? Is this transformation not attributable to her? Including the collective enhancement of our team's abilities, how do you think your Tier 3 powers came about?" He paused before continuing. "Concerning the apocalypse, Yi Shi possesses knowledge far beyond our comprehension. Her presence is more beneficial than detrimental for our entire team. You should learn to think rationally and avoid acting on impulse." Chapter 76. Fatal Attraction. Ishiran gritted his teeth, feeling quite resentful, yet he had to admit that Shen Yingcheng was correct. He did not believe Yi Shi could suddenly become better. From the outset, her actions had nearly endangered his life, and she had contributed little to the team. He believed everyone should strive to become stronger and survive in this harsh apocalypse, rather than adopting Yi Shi's lethargic attitude. Previously, Yi Shi had been the type to allow herself to become a burden, comfortably enjoying the fruits of others' labor, even if those results stemmed from her sister's willing sacrifices. He found that intolerable. Naturally, even if he was displeased, he would never, like Yi Shi before, push her out to meet her demise. In any case, reflect well on this. Everything Yi Shi is doing now is indeed for our team's benefit. She has become one of us. And I hope Shiran can soon let go of past grievances between them. Shen Yingcheng urged him helplessly. Even inmates serving sentences in prison have opportunities for redemption. Why can't Yi Shi have one? Human nature is inherently selfish, and he was no exception. Yi Yan was significant to their team, and initially, he had tolerated Yi Shi until she endangered the lives of team members and acted to remove Yi Yan from the group, prompting him to consider allowing Pei Hongqing to eliminate Yi Shi. However, in the time that followed, Yi Shi had demonstrated change through her actions. These changes struck him as somewhat peculiar. Yi Shi knew much about zombie classifications and crystals, as well as the mutated rats downstairs, which raised suspicions. After all, she had spent the last month with them. How did she acquire this information? Including her insistence on claiming the crystals she had procured herself during the last distribution. It appeared to be for Yi Yan's sake, but he harbored a suspicion. Did Yi Shi possess some unique ability? Perhaps an analytical one, akin to seeing zombies or mutated rats and having information flash in her mind. Though strange, it wasn't impossible. After all, the apocalypse had occurred. As for why Yi Shi concealed her abilities, it was evident she did not fully trust them. Compared to the straightforward Yi Yan, Yi Shi was far more cunning.
Yet,
He saw no issue with this. Over the past month, their interactions with Yi Shi had not been as extensive as with Yi Yan. Their distrust of Yi Shi naturally resulted in her distrust of them. However, as long as they were part of the same team, this dynamic could change. Yi Shi's attitude towards Ishiran was notably different. She no longer harbored obvious animosity towards him and had even saved him. Moreover, just recently, she had proactively offered to elevate Ishiran's powers with the Tier 3 crystal. From these two instances, it was clear she was quite composed and rational. In contrast, Ishiran, by nature, was impulsive and easy to anger. I understand. Brother Shen, for the sake of the team, I will try not to dislike her.
Ishiran said begrudgingly.
Shen Yingcheng glanced at him. It's not about trying. It's imperative that you change your attitude towards Ishi. Brother Shen? Ishiran looked perplexed. Is it not permissible for me to have a natural aversion to her? Shen Yingcheng's gaze sharpened, and he said solemnly, before Hongqing was injured today, I saw Yishi take Lu Hong out. She claimed to be teaching Lu Hong how to kill zombies and returned with a so-called cousin Lu Yi. Don't you find anything suspicious about that? Ishiran frowned. Isn't just bringing back a cousin? One could only say she was lucky. Shen Yingcheng rubbed his weary temples, realizing that conversing with Ishiran was truly exhausting. This guy had a one-track mind and couldn't see beyond it. He was beginning to form a hypothesis. Yishi wouldn't just teach anyone or bring people back randomly. Perhaps she harbored thoughts of leaving the team. If that were the case, they would find themselves in a very passive position. To put it bluntly, for the sake of himself and the team, he needed to keep Yishi around, just as he had previously endeavored to retain Yi Yan. Alas, Brother Shen, could you refrain from leaving half your words unspoken? Ishiran, waiting for him to finish, suddenly spotted dozens of mutated rats leaping onto the rooftop of the second-floor building across from them, racing in a single direction. They were situated on the 4th floor, precisely positioned to witness the astonishing scene unfolding below. In the narrow alley across, the numbers were not to be underestimated. As they multiplied relentlessly, a swarm so dense it resembled wild dogs catching the scent of blood, frantically charging forward. The high-pitched squeaks pierced the night air, sending chills down one's spine. Shen Yingcheng's expression shifted as he seized Ishiran's arm and urged her to descend. As he spoke, he did not forget to toss the burning clothes outside when shutting the door. On the 1st floor, Yi Yan and the others gazed at the tide of mutated rats flowing outside, their expressions grim. The sheer quantity was overwhelming. Lu Hong's face turned ashen, her concern evident as she questioned, can she, Jia, and the others truly manage? Yi Yan pressed her lips together. Worry etched on her face as she turned to Fu Ruoqing, asking, Ruoqing, can you sense the number of these mutated rats? Fu Ruoqing shook her head. I can't differentiate. But I can definitely feel a vast mass of mutated rats surging in one direction nearby. Outside the iron gate, another mutated rat, having noticed their presence, halted. Its blood-red eyes, the size of marbles, fixated on them for a moment before it oddly twitched its nose, as if sensing a more enticing prey elsewhere, and resumed its pursuit in the direction of the horde.
As the tide of mutated rats passed, the earth trembled subtly. In a corner, Lu Yi observed the scene, his dark eyes flashing momentarily with a glint of cold detachment. Nearby, at a gas station, Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing also sensed the ominous presence behind them. Pei Hongqing's complexion darkened as he smirked wryly. Is my bait really that effective? Yi Shi shot him an incredulous glance. You flatter yourself. These mutated rats are not stirred into frenzy by you. Pei Hongqing squinted, puzzled. What else, apart from living flesh, could possibly attract them? More delectable food.
Yi replied.
Exasperated. For rats, what food isn't appetizing? Pei Hongqing found her reasoning rather redundant. Yi Shi halted her steps, not continuing forward. What's wrong? He asked, perplexed. Yi Shi remained silent, her gaze fixated on a supermarket plaza a few meters ahead, where mutated rats were incessantly pouring in. Chapter 77. The Mutated Beast. Pei Hongqing, following her line of sight, was instantly struck with horror. In the plaza stood a colossal creature towering over 2 meters, a giant tiger. But upon closer inspection, he tightened his breath, his pupils constricting. No, it wasn't a tiger. It was a cat. A sharp, piercing meow erupted. In the darkness, the massive figure raised its forepaw, furiously swatting away the waves of mutated rats that lunged at it. With a resounding thud, the mutated rats were obliterated, splattering into mush upon the concrete. Some, in a frenzy, attempted to gnaw at the giant cat's paws, ears, and fur. Yet in the next instant, the giant cat shook its coat violently, flinging the rats off like mere nuisances. Thud, thud, one by one they fell to the ground. The giant paw struck down again, effortlessly dispatching several mutated rats. Furthermore, it opened its gaping maw, voraciously devouring the rats that dared to approach.
Crack.
One rat's head was severed cleanly between its sharp teeth.
Crack.
The remnants, including the skull, were swallowed whole. Witnessing their kin being consumed only fueled the rage of the mutated rats, their squeaks growing increasingly loud, clearly rallying their companions.
Ye's completion shifted repeatedly.
Earlier, when she sensed the rats stirring, she had a faint inkling that their nemesis had appeared. If it were a level 3, there might still be hope. But to her dismay, it was a level 4 mutated cat. Initially, she had intended to seize some mutated rat cores amidst the chaos. Now, it seemed prudent to flee. After all, attempting to snatch mutated rat cores from the jaws of a level 4 mutated cat was a fanciful dream for her at this moment. Yi Shi pressed her lips together and decisively turned to Pei Hongqing, declaring, "We must leave immediately. These rats have gone mad upon seeing the mutated cat." What started as a small rat wave could easily escalate into a massive horde, numbering in the tens of thousands. The very thought of tens of thousands sent shivers down their spines. Even Pei Hongqing, typically composed, felt his breath quicken as he matched Yi Shi's hurried pace, asking, "Should we leave M-City quickly?" Indeed. Yi Shi gritted her teeth, watching the relentless tide of mutated rats surging towards the mutated cat, her heart filled with reluctance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to score big. Though formidable, the level 4 mutated cat could hardly withstand a massive wave of mutated rats. Creatures of this magnitude had transcended mere animals. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they would be deemed mutated beasts, endowed with a certain degree of intelligence. Besides possessing unique abilities, they also wielded a perilous skill, the self-detonation of their cores. When cornered, they would choose to perish alongside their foes. But who could predict how long this confrontation would endure? With tens of thousands of mutated rats flooding through, M-City would be devoid of any survivors. Fear gripped her heart. She dared not gamble. Pei Hongqing could sense her trepidation but refrained from probing further. The two swiftly returned to their temporary refuge. The surrounding mutated rats had vanished, all summoned elsewhere to confront their adversary, the mutated cat. What happened? Shun Yingcheng inquired. Observing the grim expressions on Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing, his heart sank. Were they injured? No, Yi Shi replied, casting a glance at him. We must leave at once. A massive mutated rat tide is about to erupt here, numbering in the tens of thousands. Remaining in M-City is perilous. The faces of Shun Yingcheng and the others paled instantaneously. Just a mere handful of mutated rats had already sent chills down their spines. The thought of such a vast number was terrifying. If they stayed, they would be devoured to the bones. Shun Yingcheng steadied his breath and decisively instructed everyone. Prepare to board the vehicle and leave. But where do we go?
Fu Ruoqing expressed her concern. We cannot traverse City in such a short time. Shen Yingqing turned to Yi Shi, asking, what about retreating from City?
Yegi furrodet her brov, her tone grave, retreat.
The farther, the better. Mutated rats are inherently social creatures. With such a summoning, who knows how many might emerge from the shadows? The best course of action is to distance ourselves from City. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. Shen Yingqing recognized her seriousness. Realizing the urgency of their departure could not be delayed. He swiftly turned to Fu Ruoqing, commanding, get in the vehicle and check the route. Yes.
Fu Ruoqing complied.
Climbing into the vehicle, Yan Ziming hastily went to start the truck. Ishiran, with a complex expression, shot Yishi a glance but chose to remain silent. Following Yan Ziming, Yishi entered the house and exchanged a glance with Lu Hong. Lu Hong understood, her gaze flickering as she glanced at Lin Yujia, who was huddled in a corner, trembling. Impatiently, she urged, are you coming or not? I'm coming. Lin Yujia bit her lip, flustered, and hurried to catch up with Lu Hong. Yishi did not spare her another glance, calling out to the slender boy in the corner, let us go. The boy responded with a soft following her. The riot of mutated rats, the emergence of the level 4 mutated cat. Even at a distance, Wang Qin, in the supermarket, could feel the abnormality. Brother Wang. Zheng Duofeng rushed back towards the supermarket in a frenzy, shouting, where's Brother Wang? Feng Hua's expression shifted, grabbing his arm. What's the rush? Brother Wang is busy. Don't disturb him. Heavens! This is hardly the time for business. I recently witnessed a large swarm of mice, astonishingly massive, comparable in size to an adult dog. They scurried towards the expansive plaza of a supermarket located 2 kilometers away. It was utterly terrifying. They rushed past, leaving even the zombies utterly devoured. Zheng Duo, drenched in sweat, his face ashen and breathless, recounted his harrowing experience, adding that there was even a tiger towering over us, standing on all fours. If we don't flee now, we might very well be consumed. He was in a state of panic. However, Feng Hua could hardly believe his words, thinking it was a figment of his imagination. How could such creatures possibly exist? It's true, I'm not lying. You must call Brother Wang immediately. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open with a violent force. Wang Chen emerged, his trousers hastily pulled up, wearing a grim expression, glaring at Zheng Duo and Feng Hua. What's all this noise? Are you seeking death? Brother Wang, please don't be angry. Feng Hua hurriedly soothed him, pressing down on Zheng Duo's head. This guy is just drunk and rambling about seeing mice larger than dogs and some giant tiger. What? Wang Chen's demeanor shifted instantly, his face reflecting sheer dread. Without even fastening his belt, he seized Zheng Duo by the collar, demanding fiercely, where did you see this? Be clear. Zheng Duo, startled, trembled and pointed shakily in the direction of the supermarket. The sky began to rumble ominously. It seemed that everything around them was not as perilous as Yi Shi had described. Would a horde of mutated mice truly come? Shen Yingqing sensed an eerie silence on the road ahead. No, to be precise, the silence was unsettling. Not a single zombie was in sight. He continued driving toward the exit of City. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted. Shen Yingqing slammed on the brakes, staring ahead.
Boom!
The once smooth road collapsed, revealing a massive sinkhole. Chapter 78. Recognition. Fu Ruoqing was bewildered. The events occurred too suddenly for her to process. Fortunately, Shen Yingqing was not driving fast. He halted, and the 2 vehicles behind him urgently came to a stop as well. Frowning at the deep pit ahead, he queried Fu Ruoqing, is there only this route? Fu Ruoqing quickly replied, this is the only way out of City. We can temporarily divert in another direction. After saying this, she pointed to a muddy road sloping down to the right. Shen Yingqing shifted his gaze, began to reverse, and then turned onto the muddy path. The 2 vehicles behind followed suit without hesitation. The tremors continued. After accelerating a few dozen meters down the muddy road, the vibrations began to diminish until they were no longer felt, at which point the 3 vehicles came to a halt. Shen Yingqing immediately exited the vehicle and looked back toward the highway. In the distance, he saw the road they intended to leave collapsing continuously, extending for over 10 meters. What on earth is happening? Yan asked, puzzled. Fu Ruoqing furrowed her brow, maneuvering a drone to fly in that direction, capturing all the footage. Yi Shi glanced at the display screen. The collapsed section of the highway was extensive and at least 5 to 6 meters deep, teeming with scurrying mutated mice.
It was the mutated mice that caused this.
Furuoking exclaimed.
Shen Yingcheng, Pei Hongqing, and the others gathered around.
Damn.
Ishiran touched his arm. Why are there so many? No wonder I've felt goosebumps all over. Countless. Shen Yingcheng recalled the 4 words Yi Shi had spoken, and his breathing grew heavier. Should we continue? Yi Yan frowned, looking at Yi Shi. Little Shi, if the mutated mice win, will they scatter when the tide recedes? The lair of the mutated mice lies within the city as sewers. This collapse indicates that their numbers are overwhelming, and the situation remains uncertain for the immediate future. Yi Shi's expression darkened. In her previous life, she had only heard of such mutated mouse swarms and had never encountered them firsthand. When she did come across a few, it was just a handful of mutated mice. Given the current scenario, they could only wait for the swarm to pass before continuing through M City. We need to find a safe haven. Shen Yingcheng surveyed the group. Not far off was a small village, suggesting they could take shelter there for the time being until they assess the situation in M City. The others nodded in agreement. They all got back into their vehicles and proceeded forward. By now, daylight had broken, and they could clearly see the village houses 2 to 3 kilometers away.
Meanwhile,
Brother Shen, there are living people in the village.
Huh.
Shen Yingcheng glanced at her, asking, what is the situation? Fu Ruoqing turned the computer screen toward him, revealing 2 vehicles and several individuals who appeared to have arrived before them. Should we continue onward? Yes. Living people are not necessarily a bad thing. We can evaluate the situation and perhaps form an alliance to traverse M City together. In the back seat, upon hearing Fu Ruoqing's words, Yi Shi cast a glance at the computer screen and vaguely recognized the figures captured by the drone. How familiar they looked. She stroked her chin, her eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed to be the team of Ji Tiango. It appeared that Lin Yujia had found her footing. Ji Chu and the others had narrowly escaped from M City. They had just settled in this area and cleared the zombies from the small village when Rindi rushed in, exclaiming, Brother Chu, another group has arrived outside. Ji Chu immediately stood up, his brow furrowing. What is going on? 3 vehicles, 2 SUVs, and a medium-sized truck. They seem to have brought a considerable amount of supplies. Tang Yuan looked out the window, his eyes glimmering with greed. That truck is excellent. It would perfectly replace our broken vehicle. Replace? Do you think a group capable of transporting supplies is ordinary? Haha, Brother Chu, I was just joking, Tang Yuan chuckled. Ji Chu pushed him aside, frowning as he gazed out the window, prepare to call all team members. We need to meet them. Rundi nodded and hurried out to gather the others. Their team had dwindled from over a dozen members due to that mutated zombie, leaving only 7. Once everyone was assembled, they headed toward the location where the vehicles had stopped. Upon seeing Yi Shi and Lu Yi disembarking from the opposite vehicle, Rundi exclaimed, grabbing Ji Chu, Brother Chu. It's them. Ji Chu had initially focused on the young man stepping out from the driver's seat but was drawn away by Rindi's words, shifting his attention. Upon seeing Yi Shi and Lu Yi, his pupils constricted and his breath faltered momentarily. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Given how formidable Yi Shi was, it was evident that this team was not one they could contend with. Ji Chu's gaze flickered, and he swiftly devised a plan. He led all his team members toward Shen Yingcheng and the others, instinctively calling out, Lu Yi. This shout caught Shen Yingcheng off guard as he turned to Lu Yi. Do you know him? Lu Yi responded mildly, yes. Yi Shi's eyes narrowed with a smile. Not only do we know each other, but when I found my brother this group was about to use him as zombie bait. If I hadn't arrived in time, I wouldn't have my brother today. What? The revelation stunned everyone. Yi Yan exclaimed, Little Shi, did a lot happen when you went to find Yes. In short, this group of guys couldn't handle the mutated zombies themselves, so they intended to use others as shields. Quite impressive. She crossed her arms, succinctly summarizing Ji Chu's team's disposition. Shen Yingcheng and the others immediately grasped the situation. As Ji Chu approached, he was the first to greet Shen Yingcheng with a warm smile. Hello, I'm Ji Chu. I never expected to encounter a living team in M City. It seems our luck isn't particularly dire. In adherence to the principle of not striking a smiling face, Shen Yingcheng lightly replied with an before stating his name. Shen Yingcheng. Shen Yingcheng? Suddenly, a youth sprang forth from the crowd, exclaiming, Brother Shen? He looked at Shen Yingcheng with astonishment. Upon hearing this address, Shen Yingcheng was equally puzzled and asked the youth, Do you know me? It's me. Don't you remember, Brother Shen? 10 years ago, I lived next door to you. Back then, you often tutored me. The youth beamed with joy, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Shen Yingcheng.
Xiaodi?
Shun Yingqing paused in surprise, scrutinizing the youth before him. You are Rendi? Yes. Brother Shun. You still remember me. Rendi was nearly moved to tears, excitedly looking at him, marveling at the chance for them to reunite. Chapter 79. A promise. The unexpected recognition caught everyone off guard. Yi Shi couldn't help but muse. Hers was a feigned recognition, while Shun Yingqing's was genuine. It seemed the path ahead would entail further complications. She squinted her eyes, scanning the faces in the group. Unsurprisingly, their numbers would likely swell once more. Such a situation did not bode well for her sister, Yiyan, who preferred smaller groups. If Shen Yingqing decided to join forces with Ji Chu, their small team of 9 would burgeon into a 17-strong unit. She would need to contemplate whether it was prudent to remain in this alliance. Yiyan's healing abilities were unique. She wished to keep them concealed from so many. Moreover, she held little fondness for Ji Chu's group. Not only due to their earlier decision to push the powerless Lu Yi into danger against a level 3 mutated zombie, but also because of G's sycophantic behavior, which would undoubtedly lead to chaos upon encountering Lin Cixi and her entourage. I never expected you and Brother Shen to know each other. Why don't we sit down and chat? Ji Chu suggested with a broad smile. Shen Yingqing could easily discern that Ji Chu had ulterior motives for wanting to speak further. However, he recalled Yi Shi's description of this group. Even recognizing an old neighbor like Xiao Di wouldn't sway his judgment too swiftly. After some contemplation, he looked at Ji Chu and nodded slowly. Seeing his agreement, Ji Chu immediately invited him inside. Pei Hongqing exchanged a glance with Yi Shi before following suit. I want to hear what they're discussing. Yi Shiran remarked to Yan Ziming before hastily joining them. Xiao Shi? Yi Yan turned to Yi Shi. Should we go and see what is happening? Yi Shi fixed her gaze on her sister. Do you truly wish for our group to grow larger? Yi Yan hesitated. Xiao Shi, what do you mean? Ji Chu possesses wood-based abilities. Rendi has fire powers, and there's another with water abilities. The rest are all level 1 ability users. Given this situation, how do you think Shen Yingqing will proceed? Are you suggesting that our senior will consider collaborating with Ji Chu's team?
Yes. Yevi lanet closer. Lojerin her voice.
In reality, having a larger group isn't necessarily advantageous for us. I have a plan. If Shen Yingqing truly intends to team up with Ji Chu, once we pass through M City, I want us to leave this group. What? Yi Yan stared at her in disbelief. Xiao Shi. Didn't we already discuss that if we leave the team that was before? Yi Shi interjected, her tone resolute. Sister, we are growing stronger and more capable. I'm also training Lu Hong. Eventually, the 4 of us, you, me, Lu Yi, and Lu Hong, will be able to set out together. But Xiao Shi, you know my abilities. Apart from healing, I struggle to even kill a zombie. And as for Lu Yi, I'm unaware of his background. I don't understand why you wish to keep him around. He appears to be just a child, likely never having killed a zombie. Moreover, there's Lu Hong. You've only taken her out once, Yi Yan argued. She has awakened her powers. Yi Shi interrupted. So, sister, she will become strong quickly. Really? Yi Yan was incredulous. But how is that possible? Lu Hong didn't have abilities before. She didn't, but I have a method to help her awaken. Yi Yan was taken aback. Staring at her sister, Xiao Shi, are you suggesting that you can help someone without abilities awaken their powers? Yes, Yi Shi whispered. In any case, sister, that's my plan. I know you've faced life and death alongside Shen Yingqing for over a month, and it's hard to let go. But this is the apocalypse. Our goal is to survive. Do you remember what I said about the super base? Heading to City B is correct, but it's far away, and the dangers along the way are unknown. Previously, we were too weak, and our abilities upgraded too slowly, forcing us to stay with the team. Now you possess level 3 healing abilities, and I can independently kill a level 3 mutated zombie. We are both growing stronger. And with Lu Hong's future development, just the 2 of us will suffice to protect you and Lu Yi. But Yi Yan frowned, still hesitant. We could encounter level 4 or even level 5 zombies. Being within a team might offer more safety. Furthermore, based on my understanding of our senior, he will have his own considerations. You mentioned Ji Chu. He despises those who betray their teammates, and he may not agree to merge teams. What if he does agree? Yi Shi gazed intently at her. Sister, I need you to give me an answer now. Yi Yan bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before sighing. All right. If it's truly as you say, we will leave the group and go our own way. That's the answer I was waiting for. Yi Shi exhaled in relief. She feared her sister might suddenly become obstinate at this moment. Yet, She sensed that a significant part of her sister's agreement stemmed from her trust in Shen Yingcheng. Meanwhile, her own feelings towards him were laden with distrust. Based on Shen Yingcheng's character in his past life, his team was not smaller than Wang Chen's. Thus, upon his return to life, her inclination was to remain within this team for a while, allowing Yi Yan to develop cautiously rather than remaining indefinitely. Even if Shen Yingcheng was more upright than Wang Chen, he could not guarantee that all team members would remain united. In his previous life, he placed too much faith in his teammates and was unaware of the traitor Wang Chen had embedded among them, ultimately leading to his betrayal and capture. Due to these concerns, she had been deliberately providing Shen Yingcheng with numerous reminders during their recent team activities, observing his attitude. However, a person's nature does not change overnight. As a leader, Shen Yingcheng had his own considerations for how the team should evolve. Additionally, with the recent emergence of mutated rat swarms, it only served to underscore the peril of this apocalypse, far exceeding his expectations. To enhance the survival rate of team members and himself, he might temporarily set aside certain principles, just as he had tacitly allowed Pei Hongqing to take decisive action against her when she had previously hindered the group. Meanwhile, Shen Yingcheng, Pei Hongqing, Yi Shiran, and Fu Ruoqing followed Ji Chu into the house. However, as soon as they entered, Ji Chu's expression shifted slightly. He turned to Shen Yingcheng and the others, lowering his voice. Brother Shen, heed my advice. It would be best not to take that kid Lu Yi along on the road. What do you mean? Shen Yingcheng regarded him with suspicion. Wasn't he once part of your team? Do you have a grudge against him? Ji Chu forced a smile. It's not exactly a grudge, but our team, originally consisting of over 10 members, now has only 7 left, and it's undeniably due to him. Chapter 80. Taking action outside, Yan Ziming stood before the vehicle, scrutinizing the direction of Shen Yingcheng and the Ji Chu team within the modest dwelling, perplexed. Why haven't Brother Shen and the others come out yet? They are likely discussing matters of cooperation and team merging. Yi Shi had no intention of probing further. As she chewed on her lollipop, she observed Lin Yujia stealthily disembark from the vehicle and hastily approach her teammate Ji Chu, who was stationed at the entrance. Lu Hong, standing beside her, leaned in and whispered, "It seems Lin Yujia intends to join their team." "Indeed," Yi Shi replied, casting a glance at her. "Have you devised a plan for action?" Lu Hong nodded resolutely. "I have already formulated my strategy. I must act swiftly. If I wait until she is accepted by their team, the opportunity to strike will be lost." "Quite right," Yi Shi agreed, somewhat surprised by her determination. "It seems you have matured overnight. Before last night, you would have hesitated on how to approach her." Lu Hong smiled at her, saying, "Sister Shi, I am not a fool. This is the apocalypse. Once my brother was my protector, but now I am alone. You have provided me with this opportunity, and if I do not seize it, I would despise myself. You have faith in my words, including my assertion that Lin Yujia was responsible for your brother's demise," Yi Shi remarked, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. "You harbor no doubt about my statement? Because I understand Lin Yujia." Lu Hong gritted her teeth and replied, "Sister Shi, when my brother died, Lin Yujia's gaze was unsettling. Yet she is an expert at feigning innocence, and lacking evidence or the means to eliminate her, I could only proceed cautiously. In truth, I have long suspected that Lin Yujia was to blame for my brother's death." Yi Shi's words merely confirmed her suspicions. Coupled with her disdain for Lin Yujia, she was more inclined to trust the unfamiliar Yi Shi. Of course, she recognized that Yi Shi's proposition was a means of utilizing her. Yet, simultaneously, Yi Shi's offer was immensely tempting, teaching her to slay zombies and even humans, thus equipping her with the skills necessary to survive in this desolate world. Killing Lin Yujia was both Yi Shi's demand and her own quest for vengeance. Ultimately, she stood to lose nothing, merely becoming a weapon in Yi Shi's hands. Lu Hong saw no fault in this. Rather, she felt fortunate to be chosen as that weapon. Without Yi Shi, she would not have had the chance to grow overnight. "Sister Shi, I will personally ensure Lin Yujia's demise," she declared, her gaze fixed upon Lin Yujia's distant silhouette, her eyes brimming with hatred as she spoke each word with conviction. Yi Shi regarded Lu Hong, inwardly sighing in relief at her choice. Though young, the girl possessed a resilient spirit, clarity of mind, sincerity, and gratitude, qualities that made her one of the most sought-after companions in both this life and the last. "Sister Shi, shall I divert Lin Yujia's attention and initiate our plan?" Lu Hong inquired, her urgency mounting as she observed Lin Yujia engaging with Ji Chu's team members. Yi Shi placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, advising, "You may proceed, but your safety must come first. As for eliminating Lin Yujia, opportunities will present themselves again. Do you understand?" Lu Hong felt a swell of emotion at her words. The last person to show such concern for her was her deceased brother. From this moment forth, she vowed to regard Yi Shi as her elder sister and repay her kindness. With that thought, she departed from Yi Shi's side, striding purposefully toward Lin Yujia. Lin Yujia was already engaged in conversation with Ji Chu's group, seeking to assess the possibility of joining their team, as she found it increasingly futile to remain with Sheningqing's crew. Time spent there was merely wasted. Better to quickly select a new target, her new focus being Ji Chu. Within mere moments, Ji Chu's 2 younger team members were blushing in her presence. It was evident that Lin Yujia's allure remained undiminished, while the men in Sheningqing's team were utterly lacking in charm. She smiled sweetly at the 2 young men, her voice soft as she said, "Let us make a pact. When Captain Ji emerges, you must speak favorably on my behalf." One male team member reassured her, "Rest assured. We have no girls in our team. A girl as lovely and gentle as you will undoubtedly earn the captain's favor." The other chimed in, "Indeed. Captain Lu Yi took in those without abilities. Surely he will welcome you, especially since you are more useful than Lu Yi and can cook." "Exactly," Lin Yujia replied, her demeanor radiating sweetness and innocence, embodying the essence of a charming, neighborly girl. "Lin Yujia." Suddenly, a voice called from behind her. She turned in confusion to see Lu Hong hastening toward her. A flicker of alarm crossed Lin Yujia's face. Could it be that Lu Hong intended to thwart her plans? Suppressing her apprehension, she forced a smile and asked softly, "Xiao Hong, what is it?" "Come with me," Lu Hong urged, her voice urgent. "I have something to discuss regarding my brother." At that, Lin Yujia's composure faltered, though her fear did not stem from the revelation of her culpability in Lu Wenfeng's death. Instead, she feared Lu Hong might expose their romantic involvement. What if Captain Ji had a cleanliness obsession? She couldn't take that risk, knowing it could jeopardize her survival in this post-apocalyptic world. After much deliberation, she could only walk toward Lu Hong while hurriedly suggesting, "Xiao Hong, let us talk elsewhere." As she spoke, she grasped Lu Hong's arm, leading her behind a nearby building. Just as the 2 departed, the door to the room housing Shen Ingcheng, Ji Chu, and others swung open. Yi Shi narrowed her eyes, crunching her lollipop with a decisive snap as she glanced at her watch. This discussion had lasted 15 minutes. The expressions on Shen Ingcheng and the others' faces indicated they had reached a conclusion. "Sister," she called out to Yi Yan. Yi Yan approached her, asking, "What is it?" "Xiao Shi?" Yi Shi lowered her voice, reminding her, "Sister, do not forget what we discussed earlier." Yi Yan regarded her with a sigh. "Do not worry, Xiao Shi. I will not go back on my word." Though she still struggled to comprehend her sister's decision, she chose to trust her. After all, the current Yi Shi was markedly changed, entirely unlike her former self. At times, Yi Shi seemed as reliable as Shen Ingcheng. If forced to choose between Yi Shi and Shen Ingcheng, she would undoubtedly select her sister.
Yevi, Yeyan, Ziming, kom here.
"I have something to discuss with you," Shen Ingcheng called, his brow furrowed and expression grave. The 3 approached him, and Yan Ziming, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Brother Shen, did the discussion not go well? What has transpired?" Yi Shiran crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Shi as she smirked. "What do you think?" "It's about someone's recently recovered cousin, Lu Yi." "What has happened to Lu Yi?" Yi Yan asked, perplexed by the somber expressions of Shen Ingcheng, Pei Hongqing, and Fu Ruoqing. "Most likely, they believe I is a disaster, responsible for the deaths of many in their team," Yi Shi interjected with a click of her tongue, glancing at Shen Ingcheng and the others. Shen Ingcheng paused momentarily, while Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow. "It seems you are aware of some details?" "Indeed. When I arrived, I witnessed them pushing my brother toward the zombies," Yi Shi replied, casting him a knowing look. "Their resentment toward I is evident. They will undoubtedly tarnish his reputation." Shen Ingcheng fell silent, exhaling deeply before addressing Pei Hongqing. "Hongqing, perhaps you should explain." "Very well," Pei Hongqing began, addressing Yi Shi, Yi Yan, and Yan Ziming at a leisurely pace. "They assert that the deaths of the team members are linked to Lu Yi. However, they also mentioned a more significant matter. Lu Yi claimed that mutated zombies possess something in their brains that can enhance abilities. Isn't that the crystal core?" Yan Ziming mused, finding no surprise in that information. Yi Shi recognized this too. It was no revelation if others had discovered it.
But how did it connect to the notion of a disaster? Fu were watching frowned, adding, if that were the extent of it, there would be no issue. However, they claimed that when they encountered Lu Yi, his team had already been slaughtered by mutated zombies. Apart from Lu Yi, only an older man remained alive. This man, later bitten by a mutated zombie, had previously pointed at Lu Yi, declaring him a scourge and a harbinger of disaster, insisting that Lu Yi must be eliminated. Given such accusations, why did they still choose to keep Yi Yan expressed her skepticism, primarily because she trusted her sister's judgment. Lu Yi gave her a sense of a brooding youth, but surely he could not be as catastrophic as they claimed. They had initially spared Lu Yi out of compassion, stating that they had no intention of hunting mutated zombies for the sake of upgrading their abilities. However, once they set out, they encountered a series of unfortunate events. Within a mere week, their team had nearly faced total annihilation on 3 separate occasions. Pei Hongqing, with a peculiar expression, glanced at the young man standing beside the off-road vehicle, reflecting on the misfortunes that had befallen them since Yi Shi brought him back. Mutated rats appeared. They encountered a level 4 mutated cat, and ultimately, their path was obstructed by a road collapse. Initially, they had dismissed such absurdities. Yet, after experiencing everything within those few hours since accepting Lu Yi, they were compelled to believe. Upon hearing their words, Yi Shi's lips twitched slightly. With her arms crossed and her eyes narrowed, she looked at Shen Yingcheng and the others, questioning their intentions. So, after 15 minutes of discussion with Ji Chu's team, you simply wish for my brother Ai to leave? Pei Hongqing gazed deeply at her, asking to be frank, is he truly your cousin? Yes, Yi Shi replied firmly, locking eyes with him and stating decisively, Lu Yi is my brother. Regardless of what you say, I cannot cast him aside. Her unwavering attitude left Shen Yingcheng with a headache. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Yi Yan and said solemnly, we wish to hear your perspective. Is Lu Yi truly your brother? Yi Yan was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip as she looked at Yi Shi, opening her mouth as if to speak. Shen Yingcheng continued seriously, Yi Yan, in the past, we could afford to be skeptical. But now, in this apocalyptic world, many possess abilities of all kinds. Perhaps Lu Yi himself is unaware of any disastrous attributes he may have. We say this for the sake of the team.
Do not shield her just because Yi Shi wishes to.
Lu Yi was of similar age to Yi Shi. He speculated that perhaps there was a special bond between Yi Shi and Lu Yi, which justified her bringing him back under the guise of kinship. However, given the current circumstances, it was clear that Lu Yi was ill-suited to continue traveling with them. Yi Yan was bewildered. She had initially devised a plan with Yi Shi. If Shen Yingcheng decided to join forces with Ji Chu, the sisters would leave the group. Yet, she had not anticipated that the issue would revolve around Lu Yi. She frowned, looking at Yi Shi. Yi Shi, adopting a completely indifferent tone, shrugged and said, Sister, it's fine. If they want you to choose, then make your choice. Upon hearing this, Yi Yan understood her sister's intent. Regardless of the reasons, Yi Shi was determined to keep Lu Yi. Yi Yan could only sigh helplessly. Raising her gaze to Shen Yingcheng and the others, speaking with gravity, I apologize, Senior. Ai is very important to Xiao Shi, and Xiao Shi is equally important to me. Therefore, her decision is my decision. I will support her, even if this choice meant parting ways with their current team. However, upon hearing her words, Shen Yingcheng and the others looked troubled. Ishiran could no longer contain his agitation, exclaiming, Sister Yan, this is not a trivial matter. It concerns the lives of so many of us. What if Lu Yi truly is a harbinger of disaster? Our entire team could be dragged down by him. Sister Yan, I believe you should reconsider. Fu King looked at Lu Yi, frowning as she remarked, I don't know why, but I can't shake the feeling that there is something off about this Lu Yi. It's a sensation I find hard to articulate, akin to a sixth sense. I feel uneasy when I meet his gaze. The mental abilities were indeed acute, but was this sixth sense overly heightened?
Yevisiket.
From what she knew of Lu Yi in her past life, he was undeniably mad, a scientific madman. Yet, this very madman held the key to their future. Even if they claimed Lu Yi was a disaster, she could not bear to abandon him, let alone the absurdity of such claims. If Lu Yi were truly a harbinger of doom, how could he have achieved such feats in his past life? He would have long since perished. It was ludicrous to think that a disaster could only harm those around him. If such a thing were true, Lu Yi's development of a cure for the zombie virus would not have been widely celebrated, nor would he have been hailed as the savior of the apocalypse.
Human nature can be treacherous. As long as one possesses sufficient strength and power, seizing a scientific achievement is trivial for those in the upper echelons of super bases. Nevertheless, Yi Shi addressed Shen Yingcheng and the others with a calm demeanor, stating, "If you insist on expelling I, then so be it. I will leave with him." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Shen Yingcheng and the others changed. Ultimately, those words had to be spoken. After hearing her sister's statement, Yi Yan could not help but sigh, adding, "Seniors, I understand that you do not trust Xiao Shi and do not wish to accept Lu Yi. If that is the case, then we must part ways. Sister Yan, you wish to leave?" Yi Shiran looked displeased, casting a glance at Yi Shi. If she wanted to take the harbinger of disaster away, so be it. Why must she follow suit? Did she not fear being harmed by him? Staying with them would be the best choice. They could all protect her. What a joke. Without you, could I not protect my sister?
Ye scoffed.
Turning to Shen Yingcheng and the others, coldly stating, "Since we've reached this point, let us be straightforward and clear. In the past month, I must admit I have caused you considerable trouble. However, simply informing you about the levels of mutated zombies and the fact that zombie cores can upgrade abilities is enough to make amends. There is no need for you to constantly seek my sister's advice, as she only heeds my counsel now. If you wish to expel Lu Yi from the team, that is fine. I will take my sister and leave your group, which is also perfectly acceptable. From the beginning, my sister was only accepted because she happened to possess healing abilities. Furthermore, after these days, you have shown little trust in me. A forced relationship bears no sweetness and may even turn rotten. Rather than escalating tensions further down the line, it's better to part ways now and ensure we each fare well." She articulated her firm stance and determination in the calmest of tones. Upon hearing this, Shen Yingcheng and the others fell silent.
Why?
Because Yi Shi was right. Even in just a few days, her contributions to the team had more than compensated for her previous shortcomings. Had she not disclosed the levels of mutated zombies, they might have remained stuck in Jiangbei district, wasting time against a level 2 zombie. Clearly, Shen Yingcheng, Pei Hongqing, Yi Shiran, and Yan Ziming combined could not have taken it down. Moreover, at that time, their abilities were nearly exhausted, and even if they tried to retreat, preserving everyone else's lives would have been precarious. When Yi Shi suggested leaving, wasn't Pei Hongqing nearly bitten by that level 2 zombie? Had she not retrieved that batch of guns from the Jiangbei Bureau, blowing the level 2 zombie's head off? Pei Hongqing could have very well met his end there. Then there was the matter of the zombie cores. They were still exploring the potential for ability upgrades, and Yi Shi's guidance on the cores was crucial in confirming their significance for enhancing team strength, including later, when they were besieged by zombies in Qingxi town and had to flee, as well as during their encounter with the level 3 zombie in the previous town. Yi Shi had played a pivotal role in their survival. Reflecting on this, Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow, gazing deeply at Yi Shi, and solemnly stated, "I know you possess this capability. I must admit that there exists a lingering distrust within me towards you. Yet Yi Shi, it was you who initially concealed secrets from us, fostering a sense of mistrust. This predicament renders it difficult for me to place my complete trust in you. You are not akin to Yi Yan. He must concede that he harbors a slight prejudice against Yi Shi. This bias primarily stems from his skepticism regarding the sources of information related to zombie levels and the crystal cores. He has long believed that Yi Shi is shrouded in numerous secrets, failing to fully trust them. He, too, shares the sentiment, albeit his trust in Yi Shi is somewhat higher than that in Pei Hongqing and Yi Shiran. However, his act of bypassing Yi Shi when distributing crystal cores, which she lacks the abilities to utilize, clearly demonstrates his subtle distrust towards her, indicating that she has not been fully integrated into their team.
To him,
Yi Shi represents a reserved teammate, while Yi Yan is the one who has truly experienced life and death alongside them.
Now,
Yi Shi audaciously proposes to take Yi Yan and separate from their team, which leaves Shen Yingcheng somewhat exasperated. He decides to candidly address these matters with her, seeking to uncover the source of Yi Shi's knowledge regarding the zombie levels and crystal cores. Yingcheng is correct in his assertion. Pei Hongqing squints slightly, directing a penetrating gaze at Yi Shi, and coldly remarks, "The issue of trust is not solely rooted in our distrust of you. It also encompasses your lack of trust in us.
Yevi,
The reason you divulge information about zombie levels and crystal cores is primarily because you require us to grow stronger, to forge a formidable team capable of safeguarding Yi Yan and yourself, is it not?" Indeed,
Yevi una basetli aknoletges.
I do have this objective. Mutated zombies are not easily vanquished, and it necessitates a united effort from the team to slay more of them and acquire crystal cores for my sister's advancement. However, you all stand to benefit from this as well. As she speaks, she glances at Ishiran, scoffing. Even he has attained level 3 abilities. Can you honestly claim that the primary beneficiaries of this endeavor are not yourselves? Regarding my secrets. She pauses, then turns her gaze back to Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, stating coolly, every individual possesses their own secrets. I am willing to share, however. Whether you choose to listen or believe is entirely your prerogative. Of course, I do not deny that I lack complete trust in you. For rather than depending on your enhanced abilities to protect my sister, I would prefer to strengthen myself to safeguard her. Why should I rely on you and be at your mercy? To put it bluntly, our relationship is one of mutual exploitation. None of us is more noble than the other. This declaration renders Shen Yingcheng and the others utterly speechless. Yi Yan, too, is taken aback by her sister's forthrightness. Observing Shen Yingcheng's reaction, her emotions become exceedingly complex. It is true that Shen Yingcheng and the others have tolerated Xiaoxi's past actions due to her healing abilities. Subsequently, it has become evident that the senior, Hongqing, and Shiran harbor reservations towards Xiaoxi. In a team, if there is no foundational trust among members, it is indeed unnecessary to remain together. Yi Yan sighs, turning to Shen Yingcheng and the others. Senior, Xiaoxi is not wrong. I can sense that while everyone's attitude towards Xiaoxi is shifted, it does not mirror the trust one receive. Xiaoxi is my biological sister. I have no one else. Thus, I must apologize to all of you.
Yenya.
Ishiran protests with a frown, his urgency palpable. This is merely about Lu Yi. It should not escalate to such a degree. He looks at Yi Shi. Are you not seeking an apology from me? Fine, I can apologize. This is not about Shingo or the others. It is my long-standing distrust of you. I fear you may revert to your previous ways, potentially plunging our team into greater peril. That is why I have always disliked you and resisted you. If you agree to abandon Lu Yi and remain with Yan Jia and the team, I will amend my stance. From now on, you shall be my sister. Can I at least call you Shijia? Yi Shi's lips twitch, her expression one of disdain as she coldly laughs. Do you truly believe you hold any sway over me? An apology and a change of address. Do you think I would alter my decision based on that? You. Ishiran's face flushes with anger, glaring at her, grinding his teeth as he retorts, I am merely offering you an opportunity. How ungrateful can you be? Even if you can single-handedly slay a level 3 zombie, what if you encounter level 4 or 5 zombies while escorting Yanjia? How will you escape then? Wouldn't you be endangering her life? Chapter 83. The Decision.
Ha.
Yi Shi crosses her arms, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regards him. You think remaining in this team will allow you to evade level 4 or 5 zombies? With your meager level 3 abilities, even combined with Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing, you would barely suffice as a snack for a level 4 zombie. On what grounds can you assure me that my sister's safety lies within your team? Her merciless words incite a deeper flush of embarrassment in Ishiran, who, infuriated, retorts, at least our numbers can provide cover for Yan Jia to escape.
Oh.
So you all would drag your battered forms back to find my sister, exhausting your powers in the process.
Yevirai sesane yebrov.
A cold smile gracing her lips. I can see that you cannot bear to part with my sister. Do not speak so nobly. Claiming that her presence in your team guarantees her greater protection, as if she contributes nothing in return for your sacrifices. Shen Yingcheng, Pei Hongqing, and the others all exhibit displeasure at her words. Yi Yan is momentarily taken aback, gazing at her sister. Xiaoxi. I speak the truth, she asserts. I understand that Shen Yingcheng prioritizes the team's welfare, and every decision he makes is aimed at enhancing our survival in this apocalypse. He has his own considerations, believing Lu Yi to be a harbinger of disaster, and insists on expelling him. I see no fault in this and choose to respect it. As she speaks, she casts a cool glance at Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. However, I would appreciate it if you all could also respect my decision. Let's part amicably, without causing unnecessary turmoil. Yi Shi's resolve to take Yi Yan and Lu Yi and sever ties with them is unwavering. Shen Yingcheng's expression darkens, his brow furrowed. He did not anticipate Yi Shi to be so resolute, determined to leave. It appears that no amount of persuasion will sway her decision. He can only look to Pei Hongqing for support. Pei Hongqing, equally baffled by Yi Shi's determination to escalate matters for the sake of Lu Yi, had always regarded Yi Shi as an intelligent individual. Even if their relationship is one of mutual benefit, Remaining in the team would undoubtedly be the most advantageous choice for both Yi Shi and Yi Yan. The more Yi Shi defends Lu Yi, the more Pei Hongqing questions his character. Perhaps Ji Chu's assertion that he is a calamity holds truth. If that is indeed the case, why would Yi Shi foolishly insist on bringing him along, risking her sister's safety? Unless she possesses an assurance of strength that surpasses their expectations. Thus, Pei Hongqing narrows his eyes slightly and turns to Shen Yingcheng. I believe we can reconsider the matter of whether Lu Yi should leave the team. Finally, he looks at Yi Shi, calmly stating, currently, M City is plagued by mutated rats and level 4 mutated cats. You have mentioned uncertainty regarding when this will conclude and what the aftermath will entail. Even if you choose to part ways, you must traverse the city, correct? Instead of hastily deciding, why not allow us all to deliberate further? Let us navigate M City together first before making any decisions. A stalling tactic? Yi Shi raises an eyebrow, knowing full well that this cunning fox has ulterior motives. Yet, this was within her expectations. Her sister's healing abilities are exceedingly rare and invaluable to them. They would not easily permit her sister to depart. Naturally, she is not incapable of immediately taking Yi Yan, Lu Yi, and Lu Hong away. However, Pei Hongqing's assertion holds some merit. They must also navigate through M City. Even after the tide of mutated rats recedes, the scattered remnants pose a significant nuisance. The greater the number of people, the lesser the casualties. Once they have crossed M City, the crisis can be temporarily alleviated. She could lead Yi Yan and the others to seek refuge in a nearby town to level up. Yi Shi cast a languid glance at Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingcheng, casually remarking, collaborating to traverse M City is feasible. After all, you both have intentions to collect those mutated rat crystal cores, do you not? Missing this opportunity will make acquiring more crystal cores far from simple. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow slightly. The girl did not directly agree. Instead, she spoke of cooperation. Was she merely playing a game of words with him? Stubbornly determined to distance herself from their group, she seemed unaware of the complexities involved. After finishing her statement, Yi Shi ignored the group and took Yi Yan by the hand, walking toward the direction of Lu Yi. Shen Yingcheng observed the sisters' retreating figures and could not help but sigh. Addressing everyone, it appears that Yi Shi has made up her mind. We cannot force her to stay if Yi Yan wishes to heed her sister's words. Yi Shiran clenched his teeth. Then let us just snatch Yi Yan away.
Yi Liran.
Can you use your brain for once? The usually silent Fu Ruoqing could no longer contain herself, glaring at him. What good would it do to force Yi Yan to stay? She cares deeply for Yi Shi. Do you really think she would abandon her own sister for you? Shaoqing. You. Yi Shiran was speechless, taken aback by her retort. Fu Ruoqing rolled her eyes, exasperated. I don't need your approval.
I am merely stating facts.
If I were Yi Yan, I would unhesitatingly choose my sister. Yi Shiran's expression turned ashen, his face contorting with distress as he clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. Then I shall apologize to her. I will not stop until she forgives my previous ill attitude and pleads with her to stay. With that declaration, he turned around, fervently heading toward Yi Shi. Don't go. Pei Hongqing yanked him back. Yi Shiran paused, looking at him with gratitude. Peiga, this isn't my fault, is it? It's causing everyone to lose someone as healing as Yi Yan. Was it really his fault? Pei Hongqing glanced at him, neither confirming nor denying, simply stating coolly. Apologizing one to change her mind. It would be a futile endeavor. Yi Shi may appear laid back, but she possesses a frightening level of rationality. Now that she has spoken, she surely has her own plans and trump cards. Hearing this, Yi Shiran's expression stiffened. Then what shall we do now? We shall observe the situation. Shen Yingcheng replied solemnly. Yi Shi has made it clear. Before leaving M City, she intends to continue cooperating with us, not considering staying, which indicates her resolve. Forcing Yi Yan to remain would be futile. We must prepare for her departure. Once the rat tide is passed, we shall enter M City and gather more supplies. Yan Ziming paused, looking at him. Brother Shen, what about the collaboration mentioned by Ji Chu?
Sen Jingcheng froned, no que la veraschen.
I hold little affection for Ji Chu and his group. Yi Shi is correct. Ji Chu may have slandered Lu Yi. It was merely a coincidence that we encountered trouble while Lu Yi was present, creating the illusion that he is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. As this thought crossed his mind, he rubbed his temples, reflecting on how he had suddenly begun to trust Ji Chu's words and proposed removing Lu Yi from the group. Had he not brought it up, Yi Shi would not have insisted on parting ways. Suddenly, he turned to Pei Hongqing. What do you think? I concur with your assessment. We may travel together, but there is no need to collaborate with Ji Chu's group, he began, but was interrupted by a piercing scream in the distance. Pei Hongqing frowned in displeasure. Shin Yingcheng and the others looked at each other in surprise, glancing in the direction from which the sound emanated. Chapter 84. Save me meanwhile. Xiao Shi, have you truly made up your mind? Yi Yan looked at her sister, pulling her away with a sense of helplessness. Yi Shi halted, raising an eyebrow slightly, and retorted, Sister, are you reluctant? Is it for Shin Yingcheng or Pei Hongqing? It cannot possibly be, because you fancy that poor loser, can it? If it's Yan Ziming, he is big and honest enough, I could begrudgingly consider him as my brother-in-law. Xiao Shi, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Yan was both angered and exasperated. How had the conversation veered to this? It's the apocalypse. Indeed, it's the apocalypse. Since we are not choosing boyfriends or husbands for a lifetime, why must we stick with them? Yi Shi interrupted, her tone serious. Sister, trust me. There are no eternal friends in this world. People come together solely for mutual benefit at certain stages. The apocalypse epitomizes this notion. They keep you around solely for your healing abilities. But that does not mean you are irreplaceable. Once we continue on our journey, they may encounter new healers with even higher abilities. You will lose your value, do you understand? Furthermore, sister, we can entirely form our own team. In my past life, did Yi Yan not receive such treatment in Wang Chen's group? At least Shen Yingcheng and the others possess some semblance of a moral compass. They are not as treacherous as that little man. But such morals can be shattered at any moment. The attitudes of Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing towards her are telling. They belong to the same category of people, though Pei Hongqing is more overt about it, while Shen Yingcheng is more subtle, setting aside their incomplete trust towards her. Shen Yingcheng's team is indeed commendable. After all, in the later stages, Shen Yingcheng became one of the 10 strongest abilities in the super base, wielding considerable power. But she understands that it is wiser to rely on oneself than to gamble on others. She needs a team that is entirely her own, where she holds absolute authority. This way, at least she can ensure that Yi Yan does not have to grovel for survival under someone else's judgment. Moreover, she need not worry about Yi Yan repeating the mistakes of her past life. Yi Yan paused slightly. It was the first time she had heard her sister speak with such stern seriousness, demonstrating a firm resolve to leave Shen Yingcheng's group. She understood that Yi Shi's words and decisions were likely all for her sake. With that thought, Yi Yan felt her eyes welling with tears. A blend of happiness and gratitude. Her sister had truly grown up, now focused on how to protect her. And she, too, was completely convinced. Looking at Yi Shi with a gentle smile. All right, I will listen to you, Xiao Shi, and we will work hard to build our own team. As soon as she finished speaking, a blood-curdling scream from Lin Yujia echoed nearby.
Ye yan froze momentarily.
Yi Shi's gaze darted toward the source of the sound, where Lin Yujia appeared pale, clutching her bleeding neck, staggering toward Ji Chu's direction. Help me. Brother Chu, save me. Ji Chu had just emerged from the building when Lin Yujia collided into him. He was taken aback, frowning. What happened? Lin Yujia's neck was bleeding profusely, her complexion growing increasingly pale, desperately grasping his arm, trembling in terror as she stammered. Help me. Brother Shin? This girl is from your group, right? Ji Chu asked, puzzled, calling out to Shen Yingcheng. Naturally, Shen Yingcheng and the others noticed Lin Yujia and her bleeding injury. No, Shen Yingcheng frowned. She was a hitchhiker.
Not one of our team.
That does not mean we can stand by and do nothing. Rundi glanced at Shen Yingcheng. Brother Shen, do you have any medicine? Quickly get some for her. He reasoned. How could such a large truck not have any medical supplies? Shen Yingcheng did not respond, instead turning to Yi Yan. Yi Yan was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yujia to be injured so severely. Although she did not hold much fondness for Lin Yujia, witnessing her demise before her eyes was somewhat unbearable. However, even if she felt sympathy, she did not rashly step forward. Due to Yi Shi's previous remarks, her healing abilities are particularly unique and must not be easily revealed before outsiders. Yi Yan felt a surge of conflict within, pursing her lips as she glanced at Yi Shi. Grasping Yi Yan's hand, Yi Shi pulled her behind her, her icy gaze sweeping over Lin Yujia, who was wailing in Ji Chu's embrace. With a chilling tone, she declared, there is no need to save her. The moment those words escaped her lips, Ji Chu's team was left in stunned silence. Rendi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her, exclaiming, you are truly heartless. She is just like you. A girl. Even without abilities, how can you watch her die?
However, Shen Yingcheng and the others were not surprised. Pei Hongqing shot a glance at Yi Shi, convinced that Lin Yujia's current state had something to do with her. Yi Shiran, already infuriated by Yi Shi's actions, couldn't help but roll his eyes at Rindi's words. What of it? She is not one of our team members. Why should we save her? If you possess the ability, then go ahead and save her. In his eyes, regardless of gender, everyone was equal in the apocalypse. If one lacked the ability, it was merely their fate to perish. Why should anyone intervene?
Rendi,
Confronted with this wave of indifference, wore a troubled expression as he glanced at Yi Shi and Yi Shiran. He had not anticipated such cold-bloodedness from them. Turning to Shen Yingcheng, he asked, Brother Shen, you don't share their views, do you? Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow, observing Lin Yujia clutching her neck and the blood seeping from it. He replied solemnly, there is indeed no need to save her, as she has been bitten by a zombie. Bite by a zombie? How is that possible? We cleared all the nearby zombies.
Rendi protested, incredulous.
Yet Ji Chu, who was still being clutched by Lin Yujia, suddenly changed countenance, yanking her hair back. Indeed, the timeline for transformation after being bitten varied for each individual. However, the initial signs of zombification were unmistakable, changes in the eyes. The once black pupils would gradually turn grayish-white, and when the pupils completely transformed, that individual would have fully become a zombie. At that moment, Lin Yujia still had one left eye that was black, indicating that she had not yet completely transformed.
Damn.
Ji Chu's face paled, and he kicked Lin Yujia away. She writhed in agony on the ground, screaming incoherently for help, uttering phrases like, I didn't kill Lu Wenfeng. Please spare me. Almost immediately, her body began to convulse, and she spewed forth dark blood, her face contorted with unwillingness. The last remaining black pupil filled with pain and fury as she stared in a fixed direction, gasping, Lu Hong.
Yuong,
Stained with the remnants of blood from killing zombies, approached her coldly, step by step. In front of everyone, Lu Hong smiled. She slowly squatted before Lin Yujia, her eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of revenge. Each word dripped with intent. This is how my brother met his end at your hands. Now, I repay you in kind. Enjoy your fate. In a mere moment, Lin Yujia's left eye gradually turned grayish-white, and she ultimately succumbed to her demise, filled with pain and resentment. Yet the next second, she convulsively sprang from the ground, her grayish-white eyes fixated on Lu Hong, emitting a zombie-like roar. Lu Hong's expression shifted slightly as she pressed her foot against Lin Yujia's forehead, swiftly bringing down her weapon once more. With a decisive slice, the sharp knife cleaved through the transformed Lin Yujia's head, severing it as easily as chopping wood. The head rolled forward, coming to rest at Rindi's feet. He stared at the lifeless, unblinking eyes in horror, retreating several steps in fright. After dispatching Lin Yujia, Lu Hong wiped the knife she had found while searching for zombies earlier, her eyes glistening with emotion as she walked toward Yi Shi. Yet, she remained silent, her excitement still simmering. Until last night, she had never imagined she would personally avenge her brother by killing Lin Yujia. Just moments before she attacked, she had almost missed the opportunity due to her lack of control over her abilities. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. Luring Lin Yujia to the room where the zombie sounds had originated, Jia, Lu Hong looked at Yi Shi, biting her lip as she whispered, I'm sorry. Did I cause you trouble? She glanced at Shen Yingcheng and the others from Ji Chu's team, recalling their earlier comments about Yi Shi's cold-heartedness. Given this, she decided to be straightforward, making it clear that Lin Yujia was slain for her revenge, completely unrelated to Yi Shi's disposition. Yi Shi observed the apprehensive and cautious girl before her, unable to resist ruffling her hair and smiling. You merely avenged yourself. What trouble is that? Moreover, Lu Hong has helped verify that it is indeed possible to eliminate the protagonists with assistance. In high spirits, she cast a teasing glance at Ji Chu's team, demonstrating that double standards could lead to dire consequences. Both Lu Yi and Lin Yujia lacked abilities. Why was it that Ji Chu's team was willing to sacrifice Lu Yi, but felt compelled to rescue Lin Yujia? Let us not forget that the suggestion to pursue the zombie cores was a decision made by Ji Chu's team. It was akin to her earlier proposition to Shen Yingcheng. Unfortunately for Ji Chu's group, they encountered a level 3 mutated zombie on their first attempt. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, oblivious to this fact, bore the brunt of their failures. Thinking of Lu Ye's sullen character, who remained silent even in dire situations, she understood why he had faced exclusion upon joining the super base laboratory in her previous life. He was simply too naive.
She indeed wanted Lu Yi to expedite the development of a zombie antidote. While it could be seen as exploiting him, she would also genuinely protect him as a true teammate. This was her way of reciprocating for his future efforts in creating the antidote. Upon hearing her sarcastic remarks, Ji Chu's team wore expressions of discontent, clearly recognizing her defense of Lu Yi. Yet, they found themselves in no position to retort, especially considering Yi Shi's formidable abilities. Ji Chu, however, wore a grave expression as he turned to Shen Yingcheng, stating, "Brother Shen, I did not expect this woman to have a grudge against your team members. However, I believe this is not the time for such discussions. Perhaps we should sit down and discuss how to jointly approach City M? When we retreated from City M, we encountered numerous mutated rats, quite formidable and challenging to deal with. In essence, he sought to collaborate with Shen Yingcheng and the others. Without their combined strength, navigating City M amidst the mutated rats would be perilous." His comments about Lu Yi being a disaster were not unfounded. He intended to subtly hint at this in front of Shen Yingcheng and the others, aiming to sow discord against Lu Yi. Since they had already offended Yi Shi, it would be prudent to instigate a rift between her and Shen Yingcheng over Lu Yi. The best opportunity for intervention would arise from the internal division of their team. Ji Chu's scheming was astute. Shen Yingcheng glanced at Yi Shi, who was already turning to lead Yi Yan and Lu Hong back to their vehicle. His brow furrowing as he addressed Ji Chu, "The mutated rat tide cessation is uncertain. We must first observe the situation." Ji Chu's eyes flickered as he inquired, "Does Brother Shen have any insights regarding the mutated rat tide?"
No.
Before Shen Yingcheng could respond, Pei Hongqing interjected, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded Ji Chu with a smirk. His tone was frigid. "There is nothing to discuss. If you wish to traverse City M with us, you shall follow our orders." In simpler terms, regardless of Ji Chu's intentions, cooperation required adherence to their team's directives. Understood. Ji Chu readily acquiesced, offering no further justification. He sensed that Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing possessed greater strength than Yi Shi. Just for this reason, he felt compelled to cultivate a good relationship with Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. A temporary concession would not incur significant loss. On the other side, beside the off-road vehicle, Yi Yan observed the beaming smile on Ji Chu's face, which stirred a sense of unease within her. She glanced at Yi Shi and whispered, "Xiao Shi, it seems you were right. The seniors are indeed intent on collaborating with Ji Chu, rather than a partnership." It felt more like Ji Chu was stubbornly trying to attach himself to them. Given their group's capabilities, even dealing with mutated rats proved to be a daunting task. It was merely a different approach to seeking refuge. Yi Shi spoke with an air of indifference. In reality, Shen Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing were not fools. They could discern the ulterior motives of Ji Chu and his team with considerable clarity. Their agreement to collaborate with Ji Chu was anticipated by her. As for whether Shen Yingcheng would change his mind and fully embrace Ji Chu's team after passing through M City, that remained uncertain. Regardless, it would no longer concern her at that point. Yi Shi shifted her focus to Lu Yi inside the vehicle. She tapped on the glass and Lu Yi, momentarily taken aback, opened the door and looked at her. "Get out," Yi Shi instructed. "We need to settle in this village for the night. There is no need to remain cooped up in the car." "All right," Lu Yi replied, his expression slightly pensive. In truth, he was not bored because he was well aware of the discussions taking place and the thoughts of each individual, including Yi Shi's intentions to bring Yi Yan, Lu Hong, and his plans for forming a new team. Yi Shi led the three of them to a relatively clean house in the village to serve as their lodging for the night. Lu Hong glanced at Shen Yingcheng's group before realizing that by following Yi Shi and Yi Yan, she seemed to have distanced herself from them. Since their return, she had felt a bit strange about it and couldn't help but ask Yi Shi why they were keeping such a distance from Shen Yingcheng and whether it would be inconvenient. Yi Shi straightforwardly informed her, "From today onward, we will part ways with their team. We will only maintain a temporary cooperative relationship and are no longer teammates. Do you understand?" The author has something to say. "Oh, dear readers who have followed me this far, could you kindly lend a hand and give a 5-star rating to this adorable new author? I truly need it. I would willingly trade 30 pounds of my flesh for your 5-star ratings." Chapter 86. I Will Go With You. Lu Hong was taken aback for a moment, surprised yet not entirely shocked. As an outsider, she could clearly sense that Shen Yingcheng and his companions did not treat Yi Shi particularly well, especially that one named Yi Shiran, who constantly referred to Yi Shi as a useless fish. If Yi Shi was a useless fish, then what did that make her? It seemed there was no downside to leaving that team.
Lu Hong quickly accepted this reality and smiled at Yi Shi. I understand, Sister Shi. I'll tidy up the house and look for something to eat. Later, I'll check if there are any zombies nearby to practice my abilities. That's fine.
Yeyi replied, aprecian her proaktive attitude.
She appreciated the efficiency in her actions and her few yet significant words. Moreover, the absence of Ishiran's incessant chatter made the house feel particularly serene. She planned to take advantage of the quiet evening to toss the acquired Tier 3 crystal cores into the small pool in her space to observe. Meanwhile, Shen Yingcheng and his group were also settling into a house not far from Yi Shi and the others. While organizing their belongings, Fu Ruoqing furrowed her brows and looked at Shen Yingcheng, feeling somewhat disheartened. Brother Yingcheng, it seems that Yi Shi is resolute in her decision to part ways with us. She wanted to even stay together. To be honest, she was reluctant to let Yi Yan go, not solely because of her healing abilities, but because Yi Yan was truly a wonderful sister who cared for both Yi Shi and herself. Previously, she had felt that Yi Shi was a waste, unworthy of Yi Yan's affection. However, in recent days, she realized that Yi Shi cared for Yi Yan more than anyone else. She sensed that Yi Shi genuinely wanted to grow stronger to protect Yi Yan rather than rely on outsiders like them. If Yi Yan were her sister, she would likely make the same choice as Yi Shi, for in this apocalyptic world, oneself is truly the most reliable ally. She envied the sisterly bond between Yi Yan and Yi Shi. Shan Yingcheng paused for a moment and said solemnly, Yi Shi indeed possesses the capability to protect Yi Yan. Her powers are peculiar, and I suspect she may have abilities that she has concealed from us. However, we cannot force her to stay. Since it is their decision, we must choose to respect it. Finally, he glanced at Yan Ziming at the door and instructed, Ziming, go and bring some food to Yi Shi and her group. Just tell them that before we pass through M City, our team will share some of our supplies with them. Yan Ziming nodded. Okay, I'll deliver it right away. Ishiran scoffed but refrained from further comment. He hadn't anticipated Yi Shi's attitude would be so firm in insisting on taking Yi Yan away. This was highly detrimental to their team. In the future, he wouldn't dare rush forward to fight zombies. After all, sustaining injuries in an apocalypse was no trivial matter. Without Yi Yan, they would have to search for those medicines themselves, and they needed to find the correct ones, or else a single mistake could lead to their demise. Moreover, Yi Shi was indeed not entirely useless. The more he thought, the more agitated he became, overwhelmed with self-reproach. If he hadn't constantly disliked and targeted Yi Shi, she wouldn't have been so resolute in taking Yi Yan away from the team. Now everyone was. Ishiran sulked, squatting at the door, tugging at his hair in distress. Upon seeing Yan Ziming heading towards Yi Shi's group with food, he could not resist standing up. I'll go with you. Yan Ziming was taken aback. Shen Yingcheng's expression darkened. Shiran, come back. Brother Shen? Shiran halted abruptly at the door, turning to look at him, frustrated. I'm going to apologize to Yi Shi. Do you think apologizing now will be of any use? Pei Hongqing cast him a cool glance. If you had any backbone, you would stick to your dislike of her until the end. Shiran deflated like a punctured balloon, his spirit diminishing. Shen Yingcheng regarded him. You are at fault. But Yi Shi's decision to leave is not entirely your fault. Ultimately, it stems from our lack of trust in her and her limited trust in us. Trust is paramount in a team. If we cannot achieve that, we cannot continue. Although Yi Yan's departure was indeed regrettable, it was not indispensable. However, everyone could no longer recklessly hunt zombies as they once did. Reflecting on this, he reiterated to Shiran, don't hold on to the hope that Yi Yan will return to our team. Accept this reality swiftly, and when undertaking missions in the future, adjust your mindset to avoid unnecessary injuries.
Understood, Yi Viran replied sullendi.
He indeed had to come to terms with the fact that Yi Yan would not return to their team and would not provide them with healing abilities again. I'll go with Ziming to deliver supplies to Yi Shi, Pei Hongqing suggested. Shen Yingcheng looked at him quizzically. You still wish to persuade Yi Shi?
No.
Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow. As you said, once Yi Shi has made up her mind, she will not look back. No amount of persuasion will be effective, and I want to waste my efforts. I'm merely curious about Lu Hong's transformation. At this remark, Shen Yingcheng recalled the incident. Are you referring to her killing Lin Yujia? How could her transformation be so drastic in just one night? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Did Yi Shi merely take her to kill zombies last night and she suddenly had an epiphany? Fu Ruoqing pondered for a moment and remarked, today, Lu Hong's method of killing Lin Yujia still seemed quite unpracticed. It must have been a genuine overnight change.
Shen Yingqing agreed with her observation and turned to Pei Hongqing, since Yishi has already decided to part ways with us. There's no need for you to direct your curiosity towards them. I understand. Pei Hongqing sighed and, after a brief acknowledgement, stated, I will go and sort through the weapons. Shen Yingqing replied affirmatively. Yan Ziming, carrying a box of self-heating rice and canned goods, made his way towards the room where Yishi and the others were. Not far off, Ji Chu observed Yan Ziming as he walked away. And he couldn't help but stroke his chin, speculating that, due to Lu Ye's incident, Yishi and Shen Yingqing's group must be experiencing a rift. However, this was quite fortuitous for them. Rendi stared intently at the box in Yan Ziming's hands. Having seen what he packed earlier, he couldn't resist swallowing hard and said, Brother Chu, their team indeed brought a substantial amount of supplies. Shouldn't we borrow some from them? Their original intent in going to M City was to replenish their resources. Instead, they had lost many teammates without acquiring any supplies. Now, they were resorting to digging up potatoes and sweet potatoes from the villagers' fields to roast for food. Yet, such fare would eventually become monotonous, and they longed for something different to satisfy their cravings. Ji Chu glanced at him and replied, Sure. Aren't you acquainted with Brother Shen? You could ask him. He should oblige. Rendi nodded, grinning. That's exactly what I was thinking. With that, he dashed towards Shen Yingqing's room. Ji Chu paid him no mind, focusing instead on assessing Shen Yingqing's team strength. His gaze shifted to Pei Hongqing, who was striding towards the Hummer. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed Pei Hongqing's shirt flap in the wind, revealing something strapped to his waist. Could it be a real gun? Ji Chu was taken aback. Realizing that even in the apocalypse, acquiring such weapons was no simple feat, it seemed they had best find a way to integrate into Shen Yingqing's team. This would at least bolster their collective combat capabilities. If they were to encounter formidable mutated zombies again, they wouldn't have to suffer such devastating losses as before. However, he quickly diverted his gaze from Pei Hongqing, for the latter had turned around. Pei Hongqing sensed the intense scrutiny from behind. Turning, he spotted Ji Chu, who had his back to him. Pei Hongqing raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face as he drew out his handgun. It was evident that Ji Chu had noticed the weapon. In this post-apocalyptic world, competition existed not only among individuals but also between teams. Such a rare item was not concealed. Rather, it underscored their team's firepower, serving as a deterrent to those with ulterior motives. Of course, there were always those reckless enough to charge headlong into danger.
Ye, Yanya.
As Yishi stepped into her room, ready to lie down and enter her space to work on the level 3 crystal core she had obtained while rescuing Lu Yi, she reflected on her recent upgrade. After the last enhancement, the crystal core had increased the size of her fluid pool, thereby accelerating her training speed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to dispatch that level 3 mutated zombie with such efficiency. Her current awareness and control over her body surpassed her expectations. The fluid's effects were more potent than she had imagined. Upgrading the level 3 crystal core would likely further expand her fluid reservoir, making her even stronger with each cycle of absorption. Much like the energy pathways of an ability user, her fluid enveloped her entire being, reinforcing her. At this pace, based on her capacity to eliminate zombies, she would reach the 4th level and be capable of defeating level 4 zombies in less than a week. However, before she could enter her space, she heard Yan Ziming's voice calling from outside. She quickly opened the door to find him placing a box of supplies on the ground. Yan Jia, this is what Shinga sent over, some food. He said that before passing through M City, you can share the supplies in the vehicle with everyone. Just let me know what you need. He said this with a sheepish grin directed at Yi Yan. Yi Yan nodded gently, replying, Thank you. Please extend my gratitude to the senior. All right, I'll take my leave now, Yan Ziming said, not lingering as he turned to depart. Lu Hong approached Yi Yan and opened the box to reveal self-heating rice and canned goods. She then turned to Yi Shi and asked, Shijia, should we accept these supplies? Why not? These resources are indeed shared by the entire team, including the firearms I previously helped them acquire. However, we currently lack storage space, so we will temporarily keep them with them. Yi Shi noted Shen Yingqing's thoughtfulness in sending Yan Ziming to deliver the goods. There was certainly an element of goodwill involved. Lu Hong suggested then, Shijia, shouldn't we find a vehicle soon? Otherwise, we won't have anywhere to store the supplies we find.
Yes.
Let's look for one once we enter M City. Yishi thought again about her blank space and couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Why couldn't it be a storage space? But upon reflection, her current blank space was already quite sufficient. One must learn to be content. If they were fortunate, perhaps they might soon encounter a companion with spatial abilities. Xiao Shi, Xiao Hong, and a Yi. Let's eat first. Afterward, we can rest a bit and see if there are any nearby supplies to gather. Yi Yan suggested, taking out the self-heating rice for everyone. However, noticing that it was just the four of them in the room, she added, "It feels a bit lonely." Yi Shi glanced at her. The neighboring building has several zombies howling. It doesn't seem lonely, does it? It actually sounds quite appetizing.
Xiao Vi, Yeyan replied helplessly.
You know that's not what I meant. Yes, sister, you're just not accustomed to it and are a bit reluctant. But it's better to face the pain head-on than to prolong it. From now on, you can only rely on me. Unless you find me a brother-in-law and gain my approval, I will never let anyone take you away. Where is this conversation even going?
Yeyan chuckled, exasperated,
and decided to drop the topic regarding Sheningqing's team. After finishing their meal, they found it was still only midday. Lu Hong expressed a desire to go out and practice by hunting zombies, and Yi Yan accompanied her. Meanwhile, Lu Yi sat on the sofa in the living room. Casting a glance towards Yishi's room, there was no sound at all. He felt a twinge of curiosity from their interactions over the past few hours. He had gathered that Yishi was a person with many thoughts swirling in her mind. Even while sleeping, she would at least mutter her inner thoughts. Yet, after finishing her meal and retreating to her room, she had become utterly silent. What could she be doing? With a sense of intrigue, Lu Yi rose unconsciously and made his way towards her room. Yishi had already entered her blank space. Her azure fluid pool was filled to the brim. Recalling the previous instance when she had tossed in a level 1 crystal core, she surmised that it would be best to do the same this time when the fluid was nearly depleted. Thus, she began to exert herself vigorously in her training once more. Once her fluid was entirely consumed, she cast the level 3 crystal core she had brought back during Lu Ye's rescue into the pool. The next moment, she beheld a white, feather-like tendril emerging from the bottom of the pool. It was slender and delicate, akin to an octopus, attaching itself to the level 3 crystal core. Immediately, the energy from the crystal core was siphoned through the tiny tendril, which began to glow crimson as it absorbed the energy. The suction intensified, causing the crystal core to gradually lose its color. Streams of azure fluid erupted from the point where the tendril connected, spilling forth.
Gurgle, gurgle, ata visibly rapid pace.
The small pool overflowed. Yi Shi instinctively stood up and stepped back, hoping to avoid the fluid. However, the fluid spread faster and faster, and when she turned her head, she found the ground was entirely covered in the azure liquid, as if she were submerged in an ocean. The fluid beneath her feet felt icy. An endless expanse of blank space, now tainted by a second color for the first time. What was even more striking was the fluid's continuous overflow, seemingly with no intention of ceasing. Yi Shiduan found herself in a state of bemusement as she gazed at the fluid beneath her feet. The last upgrade had merely enlarged the small pool, but this time she had been provided with a third-level crystal core. Could it be that this would result in the entire area being expanded? That would be rather excessive. Wouldn't she be able to step into this space and instantly absorb the fluid? Yet, the next moment, she sensed something unusual. Why was it itchy beneath her feet? Looking down, she was astonished to see the azure fluid decomposing. The liquid transformed, changing its nature and color, ultimately breaking down into soil.
Yevi pauset, uncertain.
But continued to observe intently. Sure enough, mere seconds later, the azure fluid completely morphed into soft, black earth. She stepped several times, confirming the sensation of soil beneath her feet. Furthermore, the air was imbued with a rich, clear scent of earth. Casting her gaze around, she beheld the once white ground, now thoroughly transformed into a patch of black soil, covered by the azure fluid. Chapter 88. Raising Zombies? Almost immediately, Yishi felt a greater itch beneath her feet. Retreating towards the pool's edge, she sat down. Lifting her foot, she watched as green wild grass sprang forth from the black earth, shooting up like bamboo after a spring rain.
Goodness!
Now she understood where the soil and wild grass at the pool's edge had originated. The fluid overflowing from the pool had this remarkable effect. Did this mean her space had upgraded to one capable of cultivation? Yi Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement, though she feared it might be a fleeting joy. She hopped down from the pool and hurriedly ventured out to inspect the newly sprouted land. The wild grass was remarkably vibrant. After stepping on it, it would bend down, only to rise again with steadfast resilience once she had moved on. Returning to her original position, she estimated that the area surrounding the pool's center now extended to a radius of 500 meters, all comprising lush green land. The fluid in the pool had ceased to overflow. She attempted to carry the fluid to an area where green grass had yet to sprout, placing it down. But it did not decompose into soil there, as she had hoped. It seemed the soil and grass still required the crystal core to be placed in the pool for an upgrade, with the overflowing area evolving as a result. This indicated the mechanism for the advancement of the blank space. She could hardly contain her excitement. The ability to cultivate land and grow grass implied she could plant things. Perhaps she could try bringing something from the outside in. With that thought, she wasted no time exiting the blank space. Upon opening her eyes, she fortuitously spotted a pair of black scissors on the bedside table. Without further contemplation, she seized the scissors and re-entered the blank space. Yet, when she opened her eyes again, there was no sign of the scissors in her hand. Had she miscalculated? She was momentarily stunned, her once bright and hopeful eyes dimming in disbelief. With a mixture of laughter and frustration, she squatted down to pull at the grass. "Are you toying with me? Is the purpose of this grass to cushion my feet during exercise? That's quite the trick." Suddenly, she froze, noticing a flat, dark, dried fly corpse stuck to the back of her hand. Where on earth did this come from?
Yevi Frovnet.
Initially disgusted and ready to discard it. But soon enough, she sensed something was amiss. Her eyes lit up as she swiftly exited the blank space. Outside, she sat on her bed, flipping her hand to reveal the shriveled fly corpse. She was astonished. Goodness! Could it be that the upgrade of the space includes bringing in fly corpses? That would be quite the absurdity. Outside the door, Lu Yi was about to knock when he suddenly heard Yishi's thoughts spill out. His deep, enigmatic eyes flickered, and after a moment's pause, he slowly lowered his raised hand. He then heard her continue her frantic internal monologue. Heavens! Abilities can be peculiar, but please, don't be so sinister. Are you suggesting that this upgrade allows me to contain zombies? That is utterly revolting. I refuse to raise zombies. No, wait. Raising zombies might not be entirely out of the question. After all, mutated zombie crystal cores are akin to nurturing a parasite, aren't they? Goodness. What am I even thinking? Such a disgusting notion is best left unconsidered. Lu Yi. So, your ability is a space that can only hold animal corpses. She felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She believed she shouldn't be so unfortunate. After all, the chance of rebirth had fallen upon her, surely. She had some luck on her side. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to conduct another experiment. Lifting her gaze, she spotted a plump bee perched on the window, diligently sucking nectar from a flower. She pursed her lips, pulled out a piece of paper from the bedside table, and with a serious demeanor, approached the gluttonous bee. Swiftly covering it, once captured, she immediately flashed back to the space. The next moment, she felt a sharp sting in her hand. Opening her palm, she saw the furious bee angrily stinging her palm. It was indeed quite painful, yet she felt an exhilarating thrill, her smile gradually becoming manic. However, she quickly regained her composure. Suppressing her excitement, she carefully grasped the bee's tail and gently extracted the stinger from her palm. The little bee remained intact. Lively and sprightly, she released it, and it buzzed away without a backward glance. Shi, indifferent, submerged her stung hand in the fluid for a soak. This substance was indeed miraculous. After soaking, she felt no sensation at all, reminiscent of her sister's healing abilities. Of course, the highlight of her day was discovering that her space could accommodate living creatures. However, verifying this with just one little bee was far from sufficient. She patted her unscathed hand, glanced at the verdant land before her, and pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps she could venture out to procure some chickens, ducks, or geese to test. Without hesitation, Yishi returned to reality, her spirits high as she opened the door, only to find Lu Yi still seated on the sofa, maintaining the same posture he had before she entered. Goodness, this fellow was truly dawdling. Was he not going to shift his rear, even slightly? He certainly needed some exercise.
No, wait.
Just as that thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. Lu Yi relied on his intellect, not his physique. Being a bit of a slacker was inconsequential. As long as his mind was intact, it was best to let him remain at home, undisturbed. With that in mind, Yishi approached him. I'm stepping out for a bit. After absorbing her entire internal dialogue, Lu Yi replied, All right, I'll wait for you at home. What a good boy. Yi Shi smiled and affectionately ruffled his fluffy, soft hair, then cheerfully instructed, if anyone comes by, just pretend you're not here, understand? Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Satisfied.
Ye vietet her temporary abode.
As she stepped outside, she coincidentally encountered Yi Yan and Lu Hong returning, both carrying some supplies. Xiao Shi, where are you off to? Yi Yan inquired upon seeing her. Yi Shi turned to her and explained, Sister, I'm going out for a bit. You and Lu Hong should stay put for now. I'll be back shortly. With that, she dashed towards the village. Yi Yan felt a bit helpless, but Lu Hong remarked, Sister Yan. It seems Sister Shi is in quite the good mood, as if she has encountered some good fortune. Indeed, Yi Yan did not dwell on it much, as her younger sister now possessed a strong sense of independence and capability, alleviating her previous worries. A leisurely outing was of little concern.
Yan.
Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Yi Yan paused, turning to see she ran. Chapter 89. Agreement. The village they were in was not large. After walking a few hundred meters, they practically reached the end. The wandering zombies outside were few, but several were confined within houses. As Yi Shi passed by, the zombies reached out from the windows, groaning hungrily. After a moment's contemplation, she halted, observing the outstretched hands of the zombies, and decided to test if she could bring one into her space. With no one around, Yi Shi attempted to grasp the hand of a female zombie to pull it into her space, but was met with failure. Opening her eyes again to the sight of the female zombie, she sighed quietly. It appeared her assumption was incorrect. The blank space did not accept just anything. It was not a repository for refuse. It was no great loss that zombies could not be brought in. Yi Shi circled around a bit more and discovered a small shed near the hillside of the village. To her surprise, nestled within a pile of grass outside the shed was a hen, diligently sitting on its eggs. She bent down to part the grass, finding the hen peacefully asleep. Gently, she took the hen along with its nest and slipped into her space. The weighty sensation brought her joy. Glancing down, she found the hen nestled in her arms. However, the nest did not follow, nor did the hen's eggs. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, she set the dazed hen down, promising to retrieve its chick soon. However, she was uncertain if the eggs could also be brought in. Logically, as living beings, they should not pose a problem. To her delight, upon testing, she found she could indeed bring them in. Yi Shi was elated, hastily gathering all the eggs and creating a cozy grassy nest for the hen and its chicks by a small pond. So, has my blank space transformed into a farm? At least it seemed so now. Her space finally had a purpose beyond mere fluid absorption and training, alleviating her concerns about a lack of meat in the future. In a good mood, after leaving her space, Yi Shi strolled around outside once more, hoping to find other livestock in the village. Regrettably, they had all retreated into the mountains, and no additional discoveries awaited her. Yet, this did not dampen her spirits. As dusk approached, she returned to her temporary lodging at a leisurely pace.
Dia.
Lu Hong stood at the door. Upon seeing Yi Shi return, she quickly approached. Yi Shi glanced at her. What's the matter? Lu Hong hesitated, looking toward the direction of their lodging. Suddenly, Yi Shi recalled something, her expression turning serious. Speak freely. Lu Hong whispered, after you left at noon, Yi Shi Ran came looking for Yanjia. Really? Yi Shi raised an eyebrow. What did he want to discuss? It seemed to be about the crystal nucleus. I didn't dare get too close to listen. However, after Yanjia spoke with him, she appeared somewhat distracted. As Lu Hong spoke, she observed Yi Shi's expression, wary of inciting her anger. She knew Yi Shi was not fond of her sister's interactions with Yi Yan and Shining Cheng. Yi Shi nodded, patting her shoulder. It's all right. You did well. In the future, if anything similar happens, do not hesitate to inform me. With that, she walked directly into the house. In truth, Yi Shi was not surprised by who from Shining Cheng's group sought out Yi Yan. Their reliance on her, particularly for her healing abilities, was profound. Xiao Shi, you're back. Yes. Noticing Yi Yan's furrowed brow, Yi Shi inquired, Sister, what did Yi Shi Ran want to discuss with you? Yi Yan blinked in surprise before nodding. He came to give me a first-level zombie crystal nucleus that I had allocated to him previously.
Is that so? Yi chuckled.
Did he say anything else? Indeed, Yi Yan replied, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. He mentioned that if he were to get injured in M City, he hopes I can help him heal. The crystal nucleus is meant as payment. Oh, he thought of that? Yi Shi was genuinely surprised. The crystal nucleus had indeed become a new form of currency in this apocalyptic world. Yet, it seemed unlike Yi Shiran to think along those lines. Most likely, it was Shuning Chung or Pei Hongqing who had prompted him to say such things. Therefore, Xiao Shi, I was wondering if we could collaborate in this manner before parting ways? I provide them with healing, and in return, they give me crystal nuclei. That way, I won't need to use all the nuclei you've gathered. Since Lu Hong has abilities that you mentioned are quite formidable, she can begin utilizing them. Yi Yan's reasoning was straightforward. Killing zombies was challenging for her. When part of a team, she relied on Yi Shi or teammates to distribute crystal nuclei for upgrades. A slow process. It would be more efficient for her to earn crystal nuclei through her abilities. This would also alleviate the burden on Yi Shi, especially since Lu Hong's powers required upgrades as well, making her a vital asset for their team in the future. However, she harbored concerns that Yi Shi would disapprove of her continued contact with Shun Yingcheng's group. Xiao Shi, actually, before Yi Yan could elaborate, she was interrupted by Yi Shi. She looked momentarily taken aback, gazing at her sister in astonishment. Xiao Shi, you agree? Sister, your idea is valid. Trading healing for crystal nuclei is a mutually beneficial transaction that poses little risk to you. Yi Shi smiled, pausing to grasp her hand, but you must exercise caution. For instance, if he offers you a first-level crystal nucleus, gauge what kind of injury it can heal. You must not use a first-level nucleus to treat a severe wound, as that would be a loss for you. Yi Yan's eyes brightened as she nodded eagerly, softly responding, Xiao Shi, I understand your point. I've also considered this. A wound like Senior S, which nearly resulted in an amputation, would require more than one crystal nucleus for treatment, at least a second-level nucleus. Precisely. Yi Shi felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing her sister was quickly grasping the nuances. She understood that it would be impractical for Yi Yan to completely sever ties with Shuning Chung and his group, especially since they needed to traverse M City together. Yi Yan was also prone to compassion. If anyone from Shuning Chung were to get injured or suffer from ailments, she would undoubtedly rush to provide care. Rather than being exploited due to her empathy, it would be wiser for her to adopt a more self-serving approach. Exchanging healing for crystal nuclei was a fair transaction. Yi Yan's conscience could bear it. Yi Shi had no reason to disagree. Moreover, it was evident that this notion was likely concocted by the cunning Pei Hongqing. Previously, when she suggested taking Yi Yan away from the group, Pei Hongqing had not pushed her to reconsider. He likely understood her resolve, and that persuasion would be futile. He must have had other plans to ensure Yi Yan continued assisting them with healing. And now, the objective had emerged, choosing a method both she and Yi Yan could embrace. It was undeniable that the old fox was indeed clever, calculating his moves with precision. Your agreement is all that matters. Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, Yi Yan let out a sigh of relief, finally easing the tension she had held throughout the afternoon. Yet, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Yi Shi, asking Xiao Shi, besides this matter, I wanted to ask, when you went out today at noon, did you encounter something fortunate? You seem quite joyful. Chapter 90, Alone? Yi Shi glanced at Lu Yi, who was seated on the sofa, then at Lu Hong, saying, Lu Hong, please close the door. All right. Lu Hong hurriedly closed the door to the small courtyard, ensuring the inner door was also secured. Yi Shi's demeanor appeared earnest, as if she were about to disclose an important matter. Xiao Shi, what else with the air of mystery? Yi Yan observed her sister, curious about what she was about to reveal. Yi Shi said little, directly taking a hen from her space to show them. The sudden appearance of the hen in her hands startled both Yi Yan and Lu Hong. Lu Yi was also somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had heard Yi Shi's thoughts indicating that her space could only contain zombies. This living hen was evidently beyond that limitation. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze resting on Yi Shi's profile as he recalled that in his previous life, he had never seen her before. He had also never heard of anyone with spatial abilities capable of raising living creatures. Yi Shi proudly displayed the hen in front of them, stating that she had found it outside today and had stored it in her space, hoping it could thrive. Space? Lu Hong, upon hearing this term, looked at Yi Shi with surprise. Sister Shi, have you awakened spatial abilities? Yet, based on her earlier conversation with Yi Shiran, it seemed Yi Shi did not possess any abilities. I have, she confirmed, but my spatial abilities are somewhat different from others. As you can see, I can only store these animals. I cannot keep supplies, zombies, or people. She had discreetly tested this with Yi Yan earlier and received no response. After her explanation, she returned the hen to her space.
Yi Shi had never intended to hide her spatial abilities from Lu Hong and Lu Yi. As teammates who would be living together, it was impractical to keep the existence of her chickens a secret. It would be tedious to constantly explain their sudden appearances. She was confident that Lu Hong would not spread the information, especially since she had helped awaken Lu Hong's metal manipulation abilities. It was entirely reasonable for her to have awakened spatial powers as well. As for Lu Yi, despite having known him for less than a day, she recalled descriptions from her previous life that characterized him as a reclusive genius scientist. Now, he was merely a solitary youth, hesitant to speak much. What could he possibly share with others? Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Her spatial abilities were not particularly remarkable, as they could not store supplies and were less desirable than Yi Yan's healing abilities. Solitary youth? Lu Yi, having overheard her thoughts, paused slightly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he regarded her profile. Yi Shi met his gaze and clarified, I do possess a method for awakening abilities, but it may not be effective for you. However, if you wish to try, we can look for a crystal core later. Lu Yi's eyes flickered, and he hesitated before saying, all right, thank you, Sister Shi. Don't mention it. You're like a brother to me. She adored obedient boys like him, especially since he was quite pleasant to look at. Lu Yi remained silent, contemplating her thoughts, unconsciously touching his face. Was his appearance truly pleasing? By the way, does this mean that if we find other living animals like ducks, rabbits, or piglets, we can also keep them in your space?
Yeyan.
Though surprised by her sister's revelation, understood. They were now a team, and she knew Yi Shi's character. She would only share such information if she trusted Lu Hong and Lu Yi. Indeed. We'll no longer have to worry about a lack of meat. Yi Shi smiled but quickly sighed, acknowledging the need to gather other supplies.
Yuong eagerly interjected.
Sister Shi, a space that can sustain living creatures is incredibly powerful. In this apocalypse, unless we venture into the fields or forests, where can we find meat? Protein is far more critical than carbohydrates. I believe this space is vastly superior to ordinary ones that can only store supplies. It's sustainable. Hens will lay chicks. Rabbits will breed. We want to go hungry. Exactly. Yi Yan turned to Yi Shi and softly reassured her, Little Shi, don't worry too much. Once we reach M City, we will surely find vehicles and supplies. Our numbers are small, so our resource consumption won't be too rapid.
Hey Mei, Yevi nodded.
Looking at them with a gentle smile, from now on, we must strive together to survive in this apocalypse and live to see its end.
Yuong paused.
Her eyes glistening as she looked at her. Sister Shi, will there really be an end to the apocalypse? There will, Yi Shi replied with unwavering certainty, enunciating each word. There will certainly be. Lu Hong choked back a laugh. All right, then let us wait together for the end of the apocalypse. Yi Yan stood between the two, comforting Lu Hong as she noticed her tears. Lu Yi, however, remained silent upon hearing Yi Shi's words. When Yi Shi saw him bow his head, she realized that she had yet to guide Lu Yi in creating a cure for the zombie virus. Currently, they lacked the necessary conditions. To develop a cure, a proper laboratory was essential. Even without one, they would need experimental equipment. It seemed that their trip to M City would require her to gather as many supplies as possible. A single SUV would not suffice. It would be best to find a camper or a cargo van. However, Little Shi, Yi Yan looked at her, frowning. Based on the mutated rats and the mutated cat in M City, how much longer do you think we need before we can continue towards M City?
Yevi said.
Then responded, tomorrow, I will scout the area around M City. You all stay here and wait for my return. Sister Shi, are you going alone? Isn't that dangerous? No, Yi Shi smiled lightly, I want to go alone. Shunning Chung want to just sit idly by. He will surely send someone to investigate M City as well. Sure enough, the next morning, the door of their temporary residence was knocked upon. Yi Shi opened it to find Pei Hongqing, the old fox, standing at the entrance, his phoenix eyes gazing at her. Shall we go together to investigate M City? Is your team sending only you? She did not answer, but instead countered with a question. Pei Hongqing nodded. Yes, just me is sufficient. You need not worry about Yi Yan and the others, as Ingcheng's team remains here to keep an eye on them. In plain terms, it was clear that he was beginning to play nice with her. Yi Shi raised an eyebrow, thinking she might as well take advantage of this. Fine, then let us go together. They had collaborated before, so if they were to enter the city together, they would have a bit of understanding. However, just as they were about to get into the car, Ji Chu hastily approached from behind. Are you heading to M City? Conveniently, we are as well.
Why not go together? In reality, Ji Chu had been monitoring Shen Yingcheng's team closely, allowing him to be the first to notice when Pei Hongqing and Yi Shi got into the car. He had targeted the higher combat power of Shen Yingcheng's team and thought he could benefit from their presence, especially with his suggestion to travel to M City together. Yi Shi shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on her lips. Not long ago, you almost pushed my brother, a Yi, to feed the zombies. Now you're so eager to tag along with us. Aren't you afraid I might seize the opportunity to take revenge for my brother? Ji Chu's expression stiffened slightly as he forced a smile. I believe Missy Isn't the type to hold grudges. No, I am, she replied decisively. So, here's my advice. Don't follow me. With that, she opened the passenger door and got in the car. Pei Hongqing glanced at Ji Chu and said coolly, I'm not fond of carrying burdens. So if you want to come, bring your own people.
Bang!
The car door slammed shut. The SUV roared to life and drove out of the village.
Ji Chu,
Having been rebuffed, could barely maintain his stiff expression as he watched the departing vehicle, his face darkening. Standing nearby, Tang Yuan frowned and said helplessly, What's wrong with those two? It's just traveling together. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Brother Chu, at worst, we can go by ourselves. Ji Chu rubbed his temples and murmured, We don't need too many. Just you, me, and Xiao Xian will suffice. Let us follow them and see what's going on in M City.
All right.
Tang Yuan said energetically, then hurried to summon the others to prepare the vehicle. Ji Chu stood in place, his brow furrowed as he pondered over Yi Shi's earlier words. An inexplicable sense of crisis and mockery enveloped him. Indeed, it was evident that Yi Shi held him in disdain. If it were merely due to the matter concerning Lu Yi, he would have nothing to counter. Yet, he felt there must be other reasons. Could it be that he had dealings with Yi Shi in the past? Unlikely. If that were the case, he would surely retain some memory of it. Never mind. Ji Chu shook his head, dismissing the thought. When he proposed to accompany her, he had not anticipated that Yi Shi would utter something about seeking revenge on him. After all, Lu Yi had emerged unscathed. And he had also discovered that Yi Shi was staying in 2 temporary lodgings with Shen Yingcheng and others, presumably due to internal strife caused by Lu Yi. Ironically, Yi Shi had also gotten into the vehicle with Pei Hongqing to head towards M City today. The current situation of this group was indeed inscrutable, and it seemed there had yet to be an opportune moment for them to intervene. On the other side, Pei Hongqing drove while addressing Yi Shi, who was seated in the passenger seat. You are aware of what Ishiran came to discuss yesterday afternoon, right? Yi Shi narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at him, realizing it was indeed his idea. Isn't it a splendid idea? Pei Hongqing looked at her. Haven't you always wished for Yi Yan to upgrade swiftly? And didn't you want to leave the team for her sake? Yi Shi lazily reclined against the adjusted backrest, arching an eyebrow as she countered. Do you think it's more comfortable to be a boss or a worker? Upon hearing this, Pei Hongqing instantly grasped her implication, his lips twitching. So your departure from the team is to become your own boss? Of course, Yi Shi scoffed, who enjoys working for others. Do you want to be Shen Yingcheng's subordinate for life? We are friends. There is no distinction of subordinate or superior, Pei Hongqing replied in a calm tone. Sensing the underlying intent of her words, he continued, My relationship with Yingcheng differs from yours. It is merely temporarily different. Yi Shi regarded him with interest. Can you guarantee that you and Shen Yingcheng will remain good friends for life? This is the apocalypse, after all. Shen Yingcheng indeed possesses a strong sense of responsibility towards the team, which is a virtue. But isn't it also a flaw? Your team has only 5 members left, right? To reach B City smoothly, you will undoubtedly recruit more members along the way. When that happens, they will surely heed Shen Yingcheng's orders. What will you do when your opinions diverge? Is this a scheme to sow discord? Pei Hongqing narrowed his eyes, scoffing lightly, regardless of how things unfold in the future. It doesn't concern you much, does it? Indeed not, Yi Shi replied languidly, spreading her hands. Think what you will. I merely offered a friendly suggestion. You are overly benevolent, repaying grievances with kindness, preparing for rain before it pours? He remarked, quite adept at inflating his own significance. Yi Shi could not help but roll her eyes. In the future, she intended to develop her own team. After all, no one would mind having more allies against a common enemy. Previously, her intervention to save Shen Yingcheng and others was primarily because his future formidable team was the only one capable of contending with Wang Chen. Offering Pei Hongqing advice was merely a preemptive caution, so that Shen Yingcheng would not tread the same path as in his previous life. inadvertently delivering food to Wang Chun before she had the chance to strike, complicating matters for her. Pei Hongqing certainly understood her insinuations. Yi Shi was cunning, though not malevolent. Since her transformation, her words had borne hidden meanings, including her current suggestion. However, this veiled manner of speaking left him with a sense of discomfort, as if he were being kept in the dark. She harbored too many secrets, inciting an ever-growing curiosity to uncover them. Contemplating this, his gaze fell upon her once more. Yi Shi, be cautious. A sharp screech of brakes pierced the air. Pei Hongqing abruptly slammed the brakes, looking ahead but seeing nothing. He furrowed his brow at Yi Shi. What is it? Yi Shi's expression darkened as she remained silent, opening the door and exiting the vehicle. Pei Hongqing, puzzled, promptly followed her out. They were positioned less than a few hundred meters from the road leading to M City, and from their spot, they could see a deep pit on the distant highway. Yi Shi quickly approached it, glancing down at the pit, her brow furrowing deeper. Pei Hongqing followed her gaze and discovered the reason for her silence. In the pit lay numerous corpses of mutated rats, a disarray of 10 to 20, all lying belly up. Has the tide of mutated rats receded? He looked at Yi Shi. Yi Shi did not respond. Instead, she picked up a long stick from the side and poked at the corpse of a mutated rat. To her surprise, the stick pierced through as if it were a balloon. With a pop, it punctured and burst. Upon retrieving the stick, she observed that the area where she had prodded was coated in a thick, black, viscous liquid. Pei Hongqing grimaced in disgust. The death of these rats was decidedly abnormal. Indeed. Yi Shi's expression grew serious as she spoke in a low voice. Not only is their demise peculiar, but it is also exceedingly strange. It appears they have succumbed to some form of biological toxin. Chapter 92. Sudden Death. The mutations of animals can sometimes surpass even the abilities of humans. Coupled with their uncontrollable nature, they are undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Yi Shi sensed that this wave of mutated rats was not solely the result of that one mutated cat. After all, there are other creatures that prey on rats. Not just cats. What about the crystal nuclei within these mutated rats? Pei Hongqing pondered. Perhaps they could collect some now. Yi Shi prodded one of the rat corpses, flipping it over to reveal a cavity in its skull. It was evident that whatever could spray toxins to instantaneously kill the mutated rats had also extracted their crystal nuclei. Naturally, if it was a hunt, there would be spoils. This was not surprising. Pei Hongqing frowned, looking at her and asking, should we continue towards M City?
Yes.
Yi Shi was particularly troubled by the fact that to reach B City, they had to traverse M City first. However, the situation in M City was even more chaotic than she had anticipated. As if the battle between mutated rats and mutated cats was not enough, there were other creatures involved as well. M City had seemingly transformed into a breeding ground for calamity. Yi Shi swiftly turned and got back into the vehicle. Pei Hongqing drove onward. Through the rear-view mirror, they could see Ji Chu and the others trailing behind in their vehicle. Neither paid them any mind. Their primary focus was on the situation within M City. The closer they approached M City, the more palpable the eerie silence became. Mutated rat corpses were scattered everywhere across the ground, and without exception, all bore holes in their heads, their crystal nuclei removed. With a crunch, the tires rolled over a rat corpse, the sound echoing repeatedly. Pei Hongqing decided to accelerate, pressing on towards the city. Meanwhile, inside Ji Chu's vehicle, Tang Yuan stared at the rat corpses littering the road, utterly bewildered. How could there be so many? Xiao Xian also wondered. It seems we didn't encounter this many before.
Did we?
It's a rat tide, Sheningcheng had mentioned. Ji Chu furrowed his brow. Regardless, when we enter M City, you must remain on high alert and stay close behind Pei Hongqing and Yi Shi. Tang Yuan observed the vehicle ahead accelerating, crushing rat corpses beneath its tires. And hurriedly said, Brother Chu, we should speed up too, or we'll be left behind. Right, Ji Chu acknowledged, pressing down on the accelerator. They quickly closed the distance to Pei Hongqing's vehicle. Half an hour later, both vehicles entered the vicinity of M City. The sight of more mutated rat corpses was evident. Not only that, but they also spotted numerous zombie corpses, all bearing bite marks from the mutated rats. Moreover, the mutated mice specifically dig out and consume eyeballs, leaving most of the corpses devoid of them. Yi Shi found the sight somewhat repulsive. She had previously perused research materials on these mutated rodents and was aware that their preferred delicacy was human brains. They merely excavated the eyeballs to access the delectable morsels they craved. The eyeballs were merely an added seasoning. Thus, the onslaught of mutated mice spared neither the undead nor the living. The flesh and blood of the living were equally delectable to them. The vehicle did not halt. Upon entering the city, it continued to advance. Given the current circumstances, remaining inside the vehicle was significantly safer than venturing outside. They were merely surveying the situation in City M and did not deem it necessary to risk disembarking. After traveling a short distance, they observed some living mutated mice still jumping about. At that moment, they appeared more like headless flies. Upon noticing the moving vehicle, they rushed forward to claw at it. Outside, a harsh metallic scraping sound erupted. Pei Hongqing halted the vehicle, seized a bottle of alcohol from beside him, ignited it, and tossed it outside. The flames erupted. The mutated mice scattered in an instant, their fear of the warm fire evident even in daylight. The vehicle continued onward for a few kilometers. Apart from the corpses of mutated mice and zombies, no other discoveries were made. Pei Hongqing even intentionally navigated the vehicle towards the large supermarket square where they had previously encountered mutated cats. However, all he found was a scene of devastation. With only scattered tufts of fur and hair visible, Yishi narrowed her eyes and discerned that all of it was cat fur. Even a level 4 mutated cat could not withstand such a multitude of mutated mice's attacks. Even if it were still alive, it would likely be nothing more than a hairless cat. Pei Hongqing, at a loss for words, inquired if the mutated mice would evolve into level 4 creatures after killing the level 4 mutated cat and obtaining its core. It was akin to how they absorbed core energy. Even a level 3 zombie core would not facilitate a breakthrough for a level 3 being. It would merely energize them. To achieve a breakthrough, one must locate a level 4 core. Even if I possess 2 level 3 cores, it would not allow me to surmount the level 4 barrier?
Correct.
If you were fortunate enough to find a level 5 zombie core, it would be best not to use it, as it could very well lead to your demise. Yi Shi's words resonated with Pei Hongqing. Why would it lead to death? The supernatural meridians they possessed expanded with the elevation of their levels. It was akin to a plastic bag. It could only hold so much, and if forced beyond its limits, it would rupture. The principle behind supernatural meridians is similar to the human body's veins. Once breached, it would be tantamount to death. To ascend further, one must seek a level 4 core. Pei Hongqing furrowed his brow, realizing the considerable challenge this posed for them. Yi Shi, perceiving his thoughts, remarked, "Given your team's current strength, it is indeed implausible to capture a level 4 mutated cat, but a level 4 zombie is within reach, provided you are fortunate enough to encounter one. According to the timeline for my previous life, the apocalypse had only just commenced over a month ago. Zombies undergo mutation and upgrade just like humans. It requires time. Since my rebirth, less than a week has passed, and I have already informed Sheningcheng and the others about the cores. In this brief span, they have ascended to level 3 supernatural beings, significantly distancing themselves from other abilities. Had it not been for this unforeseen circumstance, we might have been able to search for other mutated zombies in City M, but it now appears prudent to exit City M first." The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and Pei Hongqing gazed at the pile of corpses blocking the road ahead, feeling a headache coming on. This indicated that they needed to clear the path after traversing City M. With this in mind, he asked Yishi, "How are you feeling now?" Indeterminate.
Yevi Frognet.
Rolled down the window and was met with a pungent stench of decay wafting in from outside, which was quite nauseating. It could only be confirmed that the tide of mutated mice had ended, but whether they would encounter other mutated beasts while progressing remained uncertain. However, prolonging their stay did not guarantee safety. The city had already experienced an initial wave of mutated mice, indicating that a second wave could follow, as rodents tend to breed exponentially. In summary, it would be best to traverse City M swiftly while the first wave of mutated mice was concluded. Otherwise, further complications could arise, increasing the danger. Pei Hongqing understood her implication and responded solemnly, "Understood. Let us return. Have everyone prepare to set off through City M." Meanwhile, in Ji Chu's vehicle, Tang Yuan observed Pei Hongqing's vehicle beginning its return and felt puzzled. Were they not searching for anything and simply heading back now? Ji Chu was equally bewildered. Although City M appeared in disarray, it seemed less perilous than before. Perhaps they could also gather some supplies. He spoke resolutely to the others. "Tang Yuan, you should return with Pei Hongqing. Xiao Xian and I will remain here to collect additional supplies. Lest Sheningcheng and the others arrive later and leave us with nothing." Chapter 93. The return journey took just over half an hour.
Yishi sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed, eyes closed, and entered her space. On the lush green lawn, several fluffy yellow chicks were chirping around a small fluid pool. From yesterday afternoon around 5 or 6 until 8 or 9 this morning, it was sufficient time for these chicks to hatch in the space. Additionally, a hen was pecking at the soil beneath the green grass beside the pool. Remarkably, it unearthed a plump, red earthworm.
Goodness.
She hurried over to inspect. The worm was several times thicker than any ordinary earthworm visible outside, approximately 20 centimeters long. It wriggled vigorously. Yet, under the hen's pecking, it appeared utterly powerless. In the next moment, it was pecked in half. Earthworms possess regenerative abilities, and the severed half quickly burrowed into the soil. The remaining half entered the hen's belly, and it continued to wander elsewhere, pecking at the soil in search of more worms to consume. Yishi pushed aside the grass to find the half-worm. Digging further, she discovered only soil. Before the upgrade, the ground had been barren. It seemed that post-upgrade, this blank space had begun to develop an automatic ecosystem. She glanced at the chicks mimicking the hens pecking at the soil, and then at the fluid in the pool. She decided to boldly conduct an experiment. She scooped out a bit of the fluid and held it out to the chicks. To her surprise, they genuinely thought it was food and flocked to peck at the fluid in her hand. More importantly, this fluid could indeed be ingested by them. If this fluid proves beneficial to you little chicks, then you shall no longer be ordinary chickens. Perhaps, like me, you will evolve into powerful beings? Mighty chickens?
Ha ha ha.
Yishi couldn't help but laugh aloud. The flow rate in the space differed from the outside. She estimated that in 5 or 6 hours, the chicks would grow into fully fledged chickens. She then got up to observe the hen that had run outside. She fed the hen some fluid and turned to check the results. Subsequently, she seized the opportunity to begin her exercises. Although the state of the space post-upgrade differed slightly from her previous imaginings and did not expand the pool, the ability to store small animals was a considerable surprise. Her training was even more invigorating, and she increasingly anticipated how the blank space would upgrade after obtaining the level 4 core.
Yevi.
The vehicle came to a stop, and Pei Hongqing's voice resonated in her ear. Yishi instantly concluded her training, returning to reality, yawning as if just awakening, and prepared to exit the vehicle.
Wait.
Pei Hongqing suddenly called out to her, inquiring nonchalantly, after passing through M City, "Are you not heading to B City?" Yishi turned her head to glance at him. Responding calmly, "It depends on the circumstances." After saying this, she exited the vehicle. Pei Hongqing watched her leisurely stride towards their temporary lodging, and his gaze darkened slightly. According to their prior plan to travel to B City, Yishi had not voiced any opposing suggestions. It seemed she intended to go to B City as well, thus presenting an opportunity for them to travel together. Yishi quickly returned to the temporary residence and instructed Yi Yan and the others to prepare for departure. Lu Hong eagerly asked Sister Shi, "Are we still traveling with Brother Shin's group?" "Yes," Yishi replied, upon reaching M City. "We will prioritize finding a vehicle for our use." Lu Hong nodded in understanding. The four of them then proceeded directly to where Shin Yingcheng and the others were gathering. Pei Hongqing patted the vehicle in front of him and said to Yishi and her companions, "You all come with me." Without hesitation, Yishi gestured for Yi Yan and the others to get in the car. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, who was instructed by Ji Chu to follow closely behind Pei Hongqing and Yishi, immediately called upon his team members to set off. Closely trailing the cargo truck driven by Yan Ziming, Fu Ruoqing's drone swiftly captured images of the scene ahead. She hurriedly showed them to Shin Yingcheng, saying, "Brother Yingcheng, these mutated rats are indeed what Brother Hongqing mentioned, poisoned by other mutated creatures." Shin Yingcheng observed the situation on the road, noting that the number of dead mutated rats was far greater than he had anticipated. He could hardly fathom how they would have survived had they not heeded Yishi's advice and evacuated in a timely manner. "Brother Yingcheng, are we really not going to team up with Sister Yan and Yishi?" Fu Ruoqing could no longer contain her curiosity as she gazed at the vehicles ahead. Shin Yingcheng's expression darkened slightly as he replied, "Did we not already decide? Why are you still pondering this matter?" Fu Ruoqing pressed her lips together, with Sister Yan around. "Our team would surely perform better, wouldn't it?" "Indeed," he responded, "but Ruoqing, have you not noticed our team's excessive reliance on Yi Yan's healing abilities?" Shin Yingcheng countered. Fu Ruoqing was taken aback, looking at him. "Brother Yingcheng, do you mean?" Both Shi and Hongqing understood that allowing Yishi to leave was not a prudent choice. However, the more pressing issue was the trust crisis between them and Yishi, alongside everyone's dependency on healing abilities.
Shen Yingcheng furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Yi Shi was fundamentally different from the other team members. She was not someone who could be easily managed, as she had no intention of remaining with them long-term. Ji Chu had warned that Lu Yi was a harbinger of disaster, likely to bring misfortune and even casualties to their team. The events that transpired after they took Lu Yi along seemed to affirm this trend. Moreover, Pei Hongqing had asserted that Lu Yi was certainly not Yi Shi's true brother. There must be some underlying reason compelling Yi Shi to keep Lu Yi close. If her desire to remain with Lu Yi indicated she had no long-term plans to stay with the team, then, coupled with the existing trust crisis, it would evidently be mutually beneficial for both parties to agree to Yi Shi's departure from the team. According to Pei Hongqing's strategy, even in separation, they could achieve cooperation between their respective groups while simultaneously diminishing everyone's reliance on Yi Yan's healing abilities. During their inventory check the previous day, they discovered that they had neglected to gather any medical supplies, simply because they assumed Yi Yan's presence rendered them unnecessary. But what was the outcome? Shen Yingcheng could not help but feel self-deprecating. He himself, along with the others, was heavily dependent on Yi Yan's healing powers. Furthermore, the comments made by Yixiran yesterday underscored this dependence. Without Yi Yan, it seemed their team would struggle to survive. Such a mindset, once rooted, could gradually develop into a malignant tumor. If Yi Yan were to depart or perish during a critical moment, it would inflict a devastating blow on their team, necessitating a considerable adjustment period. Yet, when that time came, where would they find sufficient medical supplies to gather? Contemplating this, Shen Yingcheng's expression darkened further, and he earnestly advised Fu Ruoqing, remember, within the team, every member must possess adequate independent survival skills. Strive to learn how to protect yourself from harm. Chapter 94. Seeking Sympathy? Hearing his serious tone, Fu Ruoqing felt a mix of emotions and replied, Brother Yingcheng, I understand your point. In addition to honing my mental abilities, I will also work hard to strengthen my physical skills. At the very least, I must be capable of eliminating more zombies, including mutated ones, by hand before relying on my mental powers. Shen Yingcheng nodded in approval, offering her an encouraging glance. Keep it up. I believe you can achieve this. Fu Ruoqing felt a slight warmth in her cheeks and nodded repeatedly. In truth, she had indeed made some progress recently. Yet, her mastery of her mental powers was still not sufficiently refined. She intended to practice further before sharing her advancements with the others. In another vehicle, Yan Ziming, driving, noticed that Yixiran appeared quite dejected and asked, Are you still thinking about Yi Shi? Not at all. Why would I concern myself with her? Yixiran's immediate reaction was to refute, his brows furrowing as he clenched his teeth. I'm focused on gathering more mutated zombie cores, so I can exchange them for healing with Sister Yan. Oh, that's quite a good idea, Yan Ziming remarked, casting a glance at him. But don't you think avoiding injury to save a core would be an even better strategy? Really? Yixiran crossed his arms, suddenly conjuring a fireball in his palm and tossing it out the window, where it ignited upon landing on the corpses of the poisoned mutated rats. With my current strength, if I encounter any higher-level mutated zombies, I will have to charge to the front as a vanguard. Injury is unavoidable. I can only strive to stay alive. Perhaps Sister Yan will take pity on me as a former teammate and save my life. Yan Ziming looked at him in surprise. You're actually trying to elicit sympathy? Yixiran's eyes widened. Is that what this is? If it comes to that, I would genuinely be in dire straits. True. There's also the chance that Yi Shi won't allow Sister Yan to heal you, considering how foul-mouthed you can be, constantly calling her a useless fish. Yan Ziming teased. She certainly holds grudges. Yixiran fell utterly silent, his expression shifting as he stammered, Well, I have no rebuttal. What else could he say? He might as well resign himself to fate. Hearing this, Yan Ziming was even more surprised. You would actually submit to Yi Shi? Aren't you afraid of losing? His words struck Yixiran like a dagger to the heart. His face alternated between shades of green and white, and he struggled to find a response. Seeing this, Yan Ziming sighed and continued, Xiran, the truth is, everyone knows that Yi Shi's departure from the team isn't solely your fault. We all share some responsibility. Brother Pei has also said that the past cannot be changed. We can only look forward because moving ahead presents new opportunities. That sounds too profound. I can't quite grasp it. Speak plainly, Yixiran replied impatiently, furrowing his brow. Yan Ziming rolled his eyes, implying that he should stop thinking about apologizing to Yi Shi. Apologies are meaningless. When Yi Shi came to you for forgiveness, did you not respond similarly? How do you know? Ishiran exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Were you eavesdropping? Come on, I just happened to be standing on the stairs, ready to call you down for dinner. But is that the point? Yen Ziming realized that conversing with this guy was indeed quite the challenge. He almost wished to emulate Yi and give Ishiran a few kicks. The key is to stop merely voicing apologies while doing nothing in action. Have you not noticed that after Yi expressed her desire to change, she undertook numerous beneficial actions for us? Ishiran fell into silence. Yen Ziming sighed, expressing that he was not inclined to play the role of a mentor. Nor did he feel it necessary to instruct you on how to mend things with Yi. His only hope was that you would think twice before hurling insults. For if not, you would inevitably succumb to your own uncontrollable temper and loose tongue. Ishiran glanced at him, questioning whether such restraint was within his capability. Yi had a way of provoking others. He was well aware of that. However, he did have an idea. Yen Ziming looked at him somberly and said, "From this day forth, you shall practice the art of silence."
What? Yi viran repliet, bejilderet. What art?
Yen Ziming continued, "Remind yourself that when you encounter Yi, if you can refrain from speaking, then do so. Focus instead on your actions." Ishiran felt exasperated, thinking it was unreasonable to bottle up his frustrations. So, I'm just supposed to swallow everything? Precisely, Yen Ziming replied straightforwardly. This is to help you avoid further verbal confrontations with Yi and to temper your character. My master taught me this method, and indeed, it has improved my temperament significantly. Oh, Ishiran muttered, but he felt an inexplicable discomfort deep inside, a feeling that he could not articulate, which was quite bothersome. Henceforth, he decided to remain silent in Yi's presence. Half an hour later, their vehicle entered M City. The weather was far from pleasant. Even in broad daylight, M City appeared particularly somber due to the outbreak of mutated rodents, resembling a desolate ghost town. Yi gazed out the window at the mutated rats and the corpses of ordinary zombies, a sense of unease creeping over her. Xiao Shi, the outside may seem quiet, but I can't shake the feeling that this city harbors a formidable danger. The mutated beasts that spew toxins are likely still lurking. Indeed. We must remain vigilant and observe our surroundings closely, Yi replied, her gaze fixed outside. Before long, their vehicle passed the route they had previously scouted, only to be obstructed ahead by a multitude of corpses of zombies and mutated rats, along with overturned vehicles. Pei Hongqing parked the car by the roadside and exited to clear the path, followed by Shin Yingcheng, Ishiran, and Yen Ziming. Yi Yan observed this and turned to Yi, who was seated in the front passenger seat. Xiao Shi, shouldn't we go help? We are essentially two teams now. We should contribute to clearing the way, shouldn't we? Sis, you and Lu Hong and Lu Yi stay in the car. I can check it out, Yi replied, stepping out of the vehicle and striding towards Shin Yingcheng and the others. Upon seeing her approach, Ishiran's expression shifted. He clenched his teeth and averted his gaze, leaning closer to Yen Ziming. Yen Ziming glanced at him and reminded, "Practice silence." "I know. Stop nagging."
Yi viran retorted,
inwardly vowing to keep his mouth shut when he saw Yi. "What are your plans for clearing this road?" Yi inquired as she approached Shin Yingcheng and Pei Hongqing. Shin Yingcheng acknowledged her intent to help, recognizing that despite their separation, there remained a cooperative bond between the two teams. He pondered briefly before responding. Ruqing has surveyed the area with a drone, and there are not many obstructions. We simply need to push aside these overturned vehicles to proceed. Pei Hongqing added, "It will suffice for Ming and me to handle it." His wind-based abilities would assist Yen Ziming in lifting the vehicles blocking their path. Shen Yingqing nodded and then turned to Ishiran, instructing, "Shiran, you are responsible for incinerating the corpses of the mutated rats." "Understood," Ishiran replied, suppressing the urge to steal another glance at Yi. Finally, Shen Yingqing addressed Yi, saying, "Clearing this section should not be too troublesome. You can return to the vehicle for now."
Alright, Yevi responded,
turning to walk back to the car. However, she did not enter but instead circled around it, her eyes scanning the surrounding buildings. Within those structures, she could still faintly make out some living zombies. Not far behind her, Jichu's two subordinates, Ren Di and Tang Yuan, also exited the vehicle and hurried towards Shen Yingqing.
Yevi listenet discreetly. Moment latte.
She saw Jichu's subordinates join Pei Hongqing and Yen Ziming in clearing the corpses from the road. After about half an hour, the road was finally cleared. Shen Yingqing signaled for everyone to prepare to depart. Just then, a familiar figure raced towards them.
"Huye!"
Ren Di exclaimed excitedly upon recognizing the person. However, His expression transformed dramatically when he saw what was trailing behind Ji-Chu. What the hell? It's a pack of mutated rats. Having just fled from a mall. There were about 20 to 30 of them. Fu reaching open the car window and shouted to the group. Shen Yingcheng responded affirmatively, urging Pei Hongqing and the others to prepare for battle. Ren Di and Tang Yuan were so frightened that they instinctively recoiled, as they had completely exhausted their abilities and were not ready to confront the mutated rats. Yi Shi stood beside the vehicle, signaling Yi Yan to lock the doors. Through the rearview mirror, Yi Yan observed the situation behind her, her expression filled with worry. Yi Shi responded with an okay sign. The mutated rats posed little threat to her. With all his strength, Ji-Chu sprinted forward, and upon spotting Shen Yingcheng and the others, he surged with renewed vigor, accelerating his pace. He knew that if he halted, he would meet the same fate as Xiao Xian, being torn apart by the pack of mutated rats. They would gnaw at him, tearing open his belly and extracting his innards. Ji-Chu's face turned ashen, still haunted by that gruesome image. "Brother Shen, save me," he croaked, his voice hoarse. Naturally, Shen Yingcheng would take action. If he did not intervene, those mutated rats would feast on Ji-Chu and then turn their attention to them. Moreover, dealing with 20 to 30 mutated rats was not particularly challenging. He unleashed his ice blades, swiftly eliminating 4 or 5 of the rats that were pursuing Ji-Chu. Pei Hongqing followed suit, dispatching 10 of the creatures with ease. Ishiran did not remain idle either. He hurled a fireball at the ones lagging behind, igniting their fur. The mutated rats emitted piercing, shrill cries. Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingcheng continued to take down the remaining rats. By the time Ji-Chu reached them, panting heavily, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees.
Huye.
Ren Di and the others rushed forward to support him, offering water and wiping the sweat from his brow. Tang Yuan couldn't help but inquire, "Chuge, where's Xiao Xian?" Ji-Chu gulped down a mouthful of water, gasping for breath before managing to utter. He was eaten by the mutated rats. At this revelation, a chill ran down the spines of everyone present. Observing how effortlessly Shen Yingcheng and his team had dispatched the same number of rats that had nearly brought Ji-Chu to his end, they fell into a profound silence. This exemplified the stark contrast between their team and Shen Yingcheng's. When they faced mutated rats, they were the ones being hunted, while Shen Yingcheng's group engaged in a leisurely hunt.
Wow.
These mutated rats are utterly revolting, Ishiran exclaimed, after incinerating the rats. He used his dagger to poke at the rat heads that Pei Hongqing had severed. Before long, he extracted a white crystal kernel, roughly the size of a quail egg. Strangely, it was entirely clean, devoid of any brain matter, rolling out smoothly from the back of the rat's head. Pei Hongqing bent down to pick up the crystal kernel and glanced toward Yi Shi, who was not far off. Yi Shi narrowed her eyes, but remained silent. However, her expression spoke volumes. Pei Hongqing proceeded to attempt absorbing the crystal kernel, and as anticipated, it soon became transparent. The energy was fully consumed. Just as Yi Shi had described, it contained only 1/10 of the energy reserve of a level 1 crystal. Yet its abundance made up for the lesser energy content. Pei Hongqing addressed Ishiran and Yan Ziming, instructing them to gather all the crystal nuclei. The two nodded in agreement, quickly commencing the collection. Disregarding the presence of Ji-Chu's team, Ji-Chu, having finally regained his composure, rose to express his gratitude to Shen Yingcheng. However, his attention was abruptly caught when he observed Pei Hongqing and the others extracting objects the size of quail eggs from the heads of mutated rats, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. A sudden hypothesis surged in his mind, one that he felt compelled to confirm with Shen Yingcheng, leading him to eagerly inquire, "Brother Shen, what are those objects? What purpose do they serve?" Shen Yingcheng countered. "Did you not learn of this from Lu Yi earlier?" Ji-Chu was taken aback. Realizing the implication, these items extracted from the brains of mutated rats could potentially enhance their abilities. Indeed, Shen Yingcheng replied coolly, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. In reality, such crystal nuclei were common knowledge in the apocalypse. There was no need for secrecy. The distribution of these resources was typically determined by whoever secured them in battle. And it was understood that defeating mutated zombies or beasts to claim a crystal nucleus was a testament to one's own prowess. Ji-Chu furrowed his brow, subconsciously glancing at the vehicle where Lu Yi was situated. Had he misjudged Lu Yi previously? Yet, he swiftly dismissed that thought. Such reflections were futile now, as their relationship had irrevocably fractured. Aside from this incident, Lu Yi had contributed nothing to their team,
Severing ties with him remained the right decision. Resolving to act, he called upon Rindi and Tang Yuan to assist in searching the heads of the nearby deceased mutated rats for any crystal nuclei. Brother Chu, the heads of these rat corpses are riddled with holes. There's nothing resembling a quail egg, Rindi remarked, somewhat comically. Meanwhile, Pei Hongqing and the others had successfully collected the crystal nuclei, placing them into a crossbody bag before handing it to Shiningcheng. Observing this, Ji Chu hurriedly approached Shiningcheng, requesting, Brother Shin, may I borrow one of those for experimentation? The value of a single mutated rat's crystal nucleus was not exorbitant, and Shiningcheng was willing to oblige, handing one over. Ji Chu received it as if it were a treasure, brimming with excitement, and inquired how to utilize it. After a brief explanation from Shiningcheng, Ji Chu eagerly began to absorb the energy contained within the nucleus. A moment later, Rendi impatiently asked, Brother Chu, how does it feel? Just one has restored 1/10 of my exhausted abilities. Ji Chu exclaimed, his face alight with uncontainable joy.
Wow.
Rendi and the others were astonished. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged everyone, let us quickly search for more dead rats to scavenge. Lacking the capability to hunt mutated rats themselves, they relied on scavenging. I found one, Rendi exclaimed, elated as he rushed over to Ji Chu with the crystal nucleus. Ji Chu accepted it gratefully, promptly handing it back to Shiningcheng, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Brother Shin, thank you for sharing this valuable information. The recovery of our abilities is excruciatingly slow. I never anticipated that the contents of a mutated rat's brain could aid us. What a delightful surprise. Shiningcheng took back the crystal nucleus, replying nonchalantly, no need for thanks. Even if I hadn't mentioned it, you would have discovered it soon enough, given the prevalence of mutated rat corpses throughout M-City. Ji Chu felt an increasing fondness for Shiningcheng, recognizing his integrity and sincerity. Surviving in the apocalypse was no easy feat, and encountering someone like him was indeed a stroke of luck. Shiningcheng's lips twitched slightly, perceiving the flattery aimed at him. He said, let us continue. Given the current circumstances, daylight is too short to traverse M-City. We may have to wait until tomorrow morning to proceed. With that, he turned away from Ji Chu and signaled to Pei Hongqing and the others to board the vehicle, preparing to move forward. Watching their departing figures, Ji Chu felt a surge of fervor within him, reinforcing his resolve to lead his team members into Shiningcheng's fold. With the protection of Shiningcheng and his team, they would no longer have to risk their lives against mutated rats. At the very least, they could leverage Shiningcheng's strength to gather more crystal nuclei for themselves. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, signaling his team to board the vehicle and follow Shiningcheng's group. In the vehicle, Tang Yuan gazed at the car occupied by Lu Yi and mused, Brother Chu, since mutated rats possess these items, the mutated zombies that chased us earlier must also have them. Should we consider returning to search for more?
Fool.
Rendi admonished, tapping Tang Yuan's head. That mutated zombie was killed by Yi Shi. If our team is aware of that, any items would have already been claimed long before we could scavenge.
Exactly. Ji Chu,
seated in the passenger seat, squinted at the vehicle ahead, continuing, you all must seize the opportunity, finding ways to increase our rapport with Shiningcheng's team. Joining them would be far more advantageous for us than detrimental.
Right.
With Yi Shi taking Lu Yi away from their team, our timing for joining couldn't be more perfect. Rendi confidently asserted, given my relationship with Brother Shin, I'm certain there will be no issues when I approach him. Ji Chu regarded him. Good. You shall be in charge of this task. Rendi responded with an enthusiastic okay gesture. Meanwhile, in the cargo truck, Ishiran could hardly contain his amusement. Addressing the driver, Yan Ziming, did you see how enamored Ji Chu and his companions became upon learning about the crystal nuclei? I'm glad I heeded your advice and refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. If they were to discover that it was the slacker Yi Shi who first uncovered the crystal nuclei, they would surely go mad.
Ha ha ha.
Yan Ziming's expression darkened, his mouth twitching in annoyance, choosing to ignore Ishiran. However, Ishiran, having bottled up his excitement, continued to chatter incessantly throughout the journey. Yan Ziming suddenly questioned whether his previous suggestion for Ishiran to practice silence had been a grave mistake. Upon their next stop, he resolved to switch vehicles with Pei Hongqing to escape Ishiran's incessant chatter. On Pei Hongqing's side, Yi Yan, aware of Shiningcheng's conversation with Ji Chu and his team, did not shy away from addressing Pei Hongqing directly, asking Yi Shi, Xiao Shi. What if Ji Chu and his group, having had conflicts with Ai Yi, learn about the crystal nuclei?
What if they become empowered and seek revenge on Yi? That won't happen, Pei Hongqing interjected before Yi Shi could respond. Ji Chu has some self-awareness, at least within M City. He wouldn't dare to act against you. As for outside M City. He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Shi. Once we part ways, when we cross paths again, who knows who will prevail? Pei Hongqing's understanding of Yi Shi led him to suspect that she harbored significant abilities. After all, what gave her the audacity to lead Yi Yan and the others away from their original group? Yi Shi regarded him with a languid expression, offering no reply.
Pei Hongqing,
observing her demeanor, felt no irritation. Her silence was tantamount to acquiescence. In the back, Lu Yi, who had been quietly listening to their exchange with keen interest, felt his dark lashes flutter slightly before he resumed his nap. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a sudden halt, causing Yi Shi to furrow her brow, sensing something amiss. She swiftly opened the window to peer ahead. Shen Yingqing's vehicle, leading the convoy, had unexpectedly come to a stop. Fu Ruoqing's face paled as she leaned out to shout, Yi Shi, quickly tell Brother Pei and Zimming to retreat. There's a dangerous mutated beast approaching us from the front. As her words fell, the ground trembled violently beneath them. As they departed from City M yesterday, they had only just experienced such tremors. Upon hearing this, Yi Shi swiftly signaled to Yan Zimming behind her. Yan Zimming understood immediately, his expression grave as he engaged reverse gear. His vehicle was a substantial truck, and it was imperative to retreat first. In this apocalyptic world, navigating a vehicle through the city presented significant drawbacks. What is happening?
Zichu,
not particularly close to the car, observed the truck beginning to reverse with confusion. However, the tremors beneath him quickly made him realize something was amiss, prompting him to hastily reverse his 7-seater van.
Boom.
Suddenly, a vehicle plummeted from the sky. With a resounding crash, it landed directly in front of a truck. What the hell? How did that car get here? Ishiran exclaimed, eyes wide in fright. Yan Zimming was equally perplexed. His expression darkened as he slammed the truck into reverse, flooring the accelerator to speed away. Chapter 97, An Opportunity. The fallen vehicle, however, blocked Shen Yingqing and Pei Hongqing's car from continuing its retreat. Yi Shi squinted, intently focusing on the commotion a kilometer ahead, then glanced back at the obstructed path behind the vehicle. She promptly instructed everyone get out of the car. Pei Hongqing understood her intent and quickly brought the vehicle to a stop. Shen Yingqing and Fu Ruoqing followed suit and exited the car. Let us find somewhere nearby to hide, Yi Shi shouted to Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingqing. Everyone responded swiftly, racing towards a distant building.
Wow.
They're fleeing, Ishiran observed and urged Yan Zimming, hurry, we should run too. All right, Yan Zimming replied, quickly halting the vehicle. Even though it was laden with supplies, there was no choice but to temporarily abandon it. As they dashed away, Ji Chu and the others also stopped their cars to run, for the object ahead was drawing closer. It was impossible to discern what it was, but the ground continued to tremble and numerous vehicles were overturned. Yi Shi and her group risked their lives to sprint towards the building. After covering a considerable distance, only when the sounds faded did Yi Shi gradually slow her pace. Breathless, Yi Yan grabbed her arm and asked, Shi, what was that?
Did you see it?
It's a snake. Yi Shi's expression shifted as she spoke gravely. A massive snake. Its head is 1/2 meter wide, and its entire body is a dark purple. But I can faintly see a wound on its forehead, a deep gash made by some sharp claw, oozing black blood. Perhaps this injury has driven it into a frenzy, causing it to thrash about on the road. The vehicle that had just flown over their heads was a result of this snake's rampage. A giant snake? Upon hearing her description, Yi Yan and the others were taken aback. Pei Hongqing also glanced over and remarked, indeed, it is a large snake. It seems severely injured. Could this mutated giant snake have sustained its injuries from battling the mutated cat you mentioned? Listening to the approaching sounds in the distance, Shen Yingqing felt a twinge of trepidation. However, given their current position within the building, such distance rendered the injured giant snake invisible. Abandoning the vehicle and fleeing was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Fu Ruoqing's face paled as she said, that mutated snake is formidable. And I sense there may be another mutated beast, perhaps the mutated cat you spoke of earlier. She raised her gaze towards the direction of the giant snake. 2 mutated beasts fighting. Clearly, their timing was less than ideal.
No.
Yi Shi immediately refuted Shen Yingqing's words, narrowing her eyes with intrigue. In fact, our arrival is perfectly timed. Both of these creatures are 4th-level mutated beasts, and their mutual injuries will leave them vulnerable. Her words ignited understanding among the group. The thought of seizing an opportunity flashed through their minds. According to their levels, it was unlikely they could collectively contend with a single 4th-level mutated beast. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. The giant snake was wounded and severely so. Choosing to act now could yield favorable results. Yi Shi's proposition instantly captivated Pei Hongqing and Shen Yingcheng. The chance was too rare to pass up. Should we wait for an opportunity? Shen Yingcheng inquired, looking at Yi Shi. Yes, we can afford to bide our time. Yi Shi's heart raced, her desire for the 4th-level crystal cores of these mutated beasts overwhelming. However, they needed to assess the situation before proceeding. I'll go with you, Pei Hongqing suggested, gazing towards the direction of the giant snake. Given the sizes of the giant snake and the mutated cat, their clash would likely occur in open spaces, such as roads or plazas. Staying within the buildings would offer them more safety. Indeed, we can find the highest point within a kilometer radius to observe, Yi Shi said, scanning the surroundings. She quickly identified a nearby building that provided a clear view of the road and instructed Yi Yan and the others, "You all wait in that building." Understanding her intent, Shen Yingcheng nodded and glanced at the approaching Yan Ziming and Ishiran. He then told Yi Shi and Pei Hongqing, "You two go ahead. We'll wait here. Be careful." Yi Yan expressed her concern with a worried tone. Yi Shi responded with an okay gesture before swiftly heading towards the giant snake's location, with Pei Hongqing following closely. Both moved with remarkable speed. Pei Hongqing was aware that his swiftness was due to his wind-based powers, yet Yi Shi's pace astonished him, especially when considering the intensity of her previous training. He didn't believe that mere exercise could account for her extraordinary speed. Her physical prowess had evidently surpassed his own. Even Shen Yingcheng's. She was not an ordinary person. He couldn't help but wonder if such physical capabilities were a manifestation of Yi Shi's powers. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at the foot of a building not far from the giant snake. Yi Shi selected a 6-story structure to ascend. It didn't need to be particularly high. Upon reaching the 3rd floor and dispatching a couple of ordinary zombies, she stood by the window and beheld the chaotic giant snake in its entirety. As she had first perceived, the snake's head measured 0.5 meter in width, its body twice as thick. More critically, it stretched an impressive 15 to 16 meters in length. Its entire form was riddled with claw marks. In fact, a significant portion of flesh was missing from its midsection, with black blood continuously seeping out. Towards the tail, 1/3 of its body was nearly severed, hanging by a thread, ready to break at any moment. The injuries on this giant snake were far worse than Yi Shi had anticipated. However, given its level and current frenzied state, subduing it would require at least 3 3rd-level ability users. The extent of its injuries indicated that it had sustained serious damage from the mutated cat. Judging by its size, the giant snake was significantly larger than the mutated cat, which was likely not in good condition either. Pei Hongqing scanned the surroundings and remarked somberly, "Yet, there is no sign of the mutated cat nearby. Is it hiding in some corner, waiting to strike the final blow, or has it already met its demise and been consumed by this giant snake?" This speculation was not unfounded. The giant snake's belly appeared distended, as if it had feasted to its heart's content. Yi Shi considered this possibility, glancing around but failing to spot any trace of the mutated cat. Previously, when they had approached the plaza where the mutated cat had been seen, there were remnants of fallen fur. It was clear that the latter scenario was far more likely. Thus, they resolved to observe the giant snake's condition. It seemed to be heading in a direction indicative of a desire to leave the city and return to its lair. A creature of such size would not have its den within the urban confines. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, the snake's movements suddenly slowed. Yi Shi focused intently, watching as the previously rampaging serpent began to convulse violently. Chapter 98. Calling her? The giant snake appeared to be enduring some immense pain. As it hissed incessantly, flicking its forked tongue, the colossal serpent writhed and convulsed, its tail thrashing violently against the ground, sending several vehicles tumbling. Inevitably, the already injured tail, barely hanging by a thread of flesh, was further torn, spilling forth more dark blood. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that several mutated rats were emerging from the sewer behind the snake, eagerly attacking its wounds. Its tail, already on the brink of severance, was mercilessly gnawed upon, prompting the giant serpent to thrash in agony and inadvertently sever its own tail. Yet, even after losing its tail, the colossal serpent continued to convulse. Pei Hongqing frowned at the sight, remarking, "It resembles a creature that has been electrocuted." Yi Shi replied, "To be precise, it is poisoned." Pei Hongqing looked at her quizzically. After all, this snake was a venomous one. Could it be that the mutated cat had some toxic influence? No, Yi Shi clarified, it is its own venom. Its fangs are broken, likely shattered in a previous encounter, leading to the ingestion of its own toxin. Pei Hongqing paused, observing the thrashing serpent, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. Quite unfortunate for it, he mused. Indeed, Yi Shi noted, her gaze fixed on the serpent's massive mouth. Aside from the broken fang, there were 2 remaining venomous fangs intact, each as thick as chopsticks and coated in venom and dark blood. Thus, even in its weakened state, its combat prowess should not be underestimated. Yi Shi scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of any other mutated creatures aside from the earlier rats, including no sign of the mutated cat. After a brief wait, the mutated serpent convulsed a few more times before becoming still, lying motionless on the road and continuously flicking its tongue. Its tongue, peculiar in appearance, forked into 4 sections and was, like its fangs, remarkably thick. Suddenly, the immobile serpent ensnared a mutated rat that charged towards it, swiftly coiling its tongue around the rodent's neck before striking with lethal precision into the back of its head. Black blood spilled forth, leaving an unsightly hole in the rat's skull. This was the serpent's method of feeding. The mutated rats they had previously observed had all been consumed in this manner, devouring their cores to replenish the serpent's energy. If they intended to act, they must do so quickly. Should I go gather reinforcements? Yi Shi proposed. Pei Hongqing glanced at her, inquiring, based on your assessment, how many members from our team would be necessary to swiftly vanquish this mutated serpent? You, Shen Yingcheng, Yi Shiran, and I should suffice. 4 of us, Yi Shi calculated. What are our odds of success? 70 to 80%, she replied. Very well, Pei Hongqing nodded, immediately turning to exit. Yi Shi watched his retreating figure before refocusing on the mutated serpent. Slaying a level 4 mutated zombie was somewhat easier than dealing with this level 4 mutated beast. However, the core of a level 4 mutated beast proved to be far more valuable than that of a level 4 mutated zombie. With only 1 mutated serpent remaining, how would they divide the core afterward? Yi Shi furrowed her brow, lost in thought as she observed the serpent's belly. Perhaps upon dissecting it, they might discover the remains of the level 4 mutated cat? Mutated beasts consumed cores to evolve. Such a large mutated cat would likely take some time to digest. Sighing at this realization, she absent-mindedly stroked her chin, feeling a pang of frustration at her own slow advancement. If only she could hasten her progress, she could return to claim the spoils from this level 4 mutated serpent.
Meow? Huh?
Yi Shi paused, momentarily bewildered by the sound of a cat's meow.
Meow.
The sound echoed again, softer than before. She was astonished. In a city overrun by zombies, finding any living creature, especially cats or dogs, was exceedingly rare. Most had either been consumed or transformed into zombie animals or mutants. Thus, her prior encounter with a nesting hen in that village had been sheer luck. Instinctively, she glanced toward the bottom of the window, finding nothing but emptiness.
Meow, meow.
The calls continued, growing increasingly distinct, as if beckoning her. Startled by the sudden thought, she pondered, is there a cat downstairs? Furrowing her brow, she gripped her dagger tightly and cautiously descended the stairs. Upon reaching the corner of the first floor, she spotted a small, dark figure curled up at the bottom of the steps. Meow. The creature called out again, its voice softer, tinged with a hint of pleading. Yi Shi squinted, focusing on the figure, which revealed itself to be a cat. A small orange kitten? Describing it as small would be an understatement. It appeared to be merely 3 or 4 months old, curled up and smeared with dark blood, nearly obscuring its fur, save for a tuft of bright orange atop its head. Upon noticing her approach, its eyes seemed to brighten, resembling 2 tiny lights flickering in the dark. As it emitted several soft, pleading meows, Yi Shi hesitated, sensing that this small orange kitten was no ordinary feline. The blood it bore, was it not from the giant serpent? Raising an eyebrow, she addressed the kitten. Do you wish for me to rescue you? I am no saint. If you seek my help, do not present this deceptive facade. You should offer some genuine assurance.
Meow?
The small orange kitten froze, its eyes widening in disbelief, as if questioning how a mere human could negotiate with a cat. unmoved. Yishi crossed her arms, looking down at it with raised eyebrows. With your life on the line, you ought to be more sincere. The kitten stiffened momentarily, hesitating before finally looking up at Yishi. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and, to her astonishment, spat out a packet of instant noodles. Pushing it towards her with its tiny paw,